Chapter 001, A Supreme Martial Arts Prodigy. Once upon a time, in the lower realm, there existed a martial arts genius named Wei Tao. After ascending to the celestial realm, he was recognized by the esteemed martial arts family, the Chai family, as Chai Shanling, who had returned after 9 reincarnations in the lower realm. Following his triumph over formidable adversaries aspiring to dominate the martial arts world, he and his wife, Tan Huixian, left behind their 5-year-old son, Chai Yun Wang, as they joined hands to return to the lower realm. The following day, the elder Chai Furong summoned little Wang Wang to his study and said, "Wang Wang, your parents have departed. From this moment on, you shall train in martial arts under my guidance, striving to attain an ideal realm of martial prowess by the time your parents return." "Yes, Grandpa, I will diligently practice martial arts," little Wang Wang replied, tilting his head in contemplation before adding, "If my parents do not return in 3 to 5 months, I aspire to reach the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm." Chai Furong nodded approvingly and remarked, "Your father is an exceptionally rare martial arts genius, so it is reasonable to assume that you too possess great potential. With 6 months at your disposal, reaching the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm should pose no insurmountable challenge." From that day forth, little Wang Wang trained daily under the tutelage of his grandfather, Chai Furong, practicing martial arts and literacy, all the while yearning for the swift return of his parents from the lower realm. However, as half a year swiftly passed, their absence rendered his training increasingly monotonous. Now, despite being merely 5 or 6 years of age, little Wang Wang had fulfilled his aspirations, not only achieving the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm, but also breaking through to the latter stages of the Tianzun realm. Throughout the annals of the celestial realm, he was one of the very few to have accomplished such feats, truly a martial arts prodigy. The elder and the entire family rejoiced at Wang Wang's rapid growth. Though they couldn't help but feel astonished at this rate, he would surely reach the martial saint realm in less than 2 years. On this particular day, little Wang Wang continued his practice of the Chai family's renowned fist technique, known as the Golden Steel Tiger Fist, under his grandfather's instruction. This technique, once mastered by a practitioner at the initial stages of the Tianwu realm, could unleash a thunderous roar, sending foes flying even from several paces away. After half a month of diligent practice, little Wang Wang had become proficient in the entire set of movements, each strike imbued with the ferocity of a tiger. After repeating the routine thrice, he approached his grandfather, who was meditating, and bowed, saying, "Grandpa, I miss my parents dearly. Why haven't they returned to see me after such a long time?" Chai Furong opened his eyes, thoughtful as he gazed at little Wang Wang. "Indeed, I too have begun to miss them. Grandpa, I am now a warrior of the Tianzun realm. I wish to venture to the lower realm to search for my parents." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. "At your tender age, how could you harbor such thoughts? The martial world has always been fraught with peril. Stepping into it is no trivial matter." "Grandpa, I simply wish to explore. Though I may be young, my martial prowess is formidable. Ordinary warriors cannot best me. Please do not worry. Allow me to venture to the lower realm," little Wang Wang implored. "That is out of the question. While the warriors of the lower realm may not possess the same strength as those in our celestial realm, there exist many hidden masters and even unknown martial saints. Should you encounter one of these formidable beings, your current abilities would not suffice for your protection," Chai Furong advised with earnest concern. Feeling disheartened after hearing this, little Wang Wang fell into a moment of contemplation before exclaiming, "Grandpa, you are a martial saint at the pinnacle of your realm. Could you help me rapidly elevate my martial prowess? Then I could boldly venture to the lower realm." Chai Furong pondered for a moment before responding, "Martial cultivation is not achieved overnight. It requires a gradual approach. One cannot simply devour a feast in a single bite. There are no shortcuts, unless someone is willing to forcibly channel their own energy into your body for you to refine and absorb." Upon hearing this, little Wang Wang felt utterly disheartened and, after a prolonged silence, muttered, "It appears my desire to seek out my parents in the lower realm was truly naive." Seeing his beloved grandson so despondent, Chai Furong's heart softened. "Very well, I shall transfer my internal energy into you, enabling you to reach the initial stages of the martial saint realm within a year." Little Wang Wang looked up at Chai Furong, astonished. "Grandpa, is that true? If so, will your own powers diminish?" Chai Furong clarified, "It is impossible to lose it entirely. However, my realm will decrease by 2 stages. From the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, I shall descend to the initial stages. In that case, your sacrifice for me is monumental. In truth, I too yearn for your parents. Once we locate them, bring them back so that I may see them, Chai Farong expressed, revealing his longing for his son. Agreed, Grandpa. Today we pledge that once I find my parents in the lower realm, I shall bring them back to meet you. Indeed, let it be so. Tomorrow, I shall commence the transfer of my energy to you, Chai Farong declared, raising his right hand. Little Wang Wang, understanding the gesture, raised his small palm in response, and with a soft clap, they sealed their vow. After the two pledged, they settled into meditation to cultivate their energies. The next day, little Wang Wang accompanied Chai Farong to the training chamber, where they sat facing each other in a meditative posture. Little Wang Wang extended his arms and opened his palms. The elder raised his right arm, placing his palm against Wang Wang's, while his left thumb pressed against Wang Wang's lower dantian, commencing the forceful infusion of internal energy. As a child, little Wang Wang could not endure excessive energy infusion. At once only a tenth or a twelfth of a portion could be imparted daily, to be refined and absorbed before further infusion. Otherwise, an overload could prove fatal. After 10 days, the elder had infused 1/10 of his energy into little Wang Wang, who managed to refine and absorb nearly 90% of it. A remarkable transformation occurred. The once diminutive 5 or 6-year-old child now appeared akin to an 8 or 9-year-old youth. This unexpected change took the elder by surprise. He had not anticipated that with the increase in energy, little Wang Wang would also physically grow on unforeseen delight. Thus, Chai Farong continued to gradually impart his internal energy, while little Wang Wang persistently refined and absorbed it. After more than half a year, Chai Farong had transmitted 60% of his internal energy, resulting in a significant leap in little Wang Wang's martial prowess. He had now achieved the anticipated results, on the verge of breaking through the pinnacle of the martial immortal realm, and had matured into the appearance of a handsome young man of 18 or 19. This thrilled the entire Chai family, as they welcomed yet another top-tier martial arts prodigy, surpassing the limits of all previous generations. Chapter 002. The Journey to Find Father and Mother. Indeed, the elder's cultivation had visibly diminished to the initial stages of the martial saint realm. The decline in Chai Farong's martial prowess was a substantial sacrifice for the sake of Wang Wang's growth. After over a month of training and refinement, little Wang Wang ultimately broke through the pinnacle of the martial immortal realm and formally entered the initial stages of the martial saint realm. This newfound initial stage of the martial saint realm required practical experience and solidification, necessitating continuous absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, as well as diligent practice and hard work to truly reach the martial saint realm. Following assessments from the elder and the brothers Wenshi and Wu Hu, it was determined that, despite appearing to have attained the martial saint realm, little Wang Wang's abilities were akin to those of a martial artist at the pinnacle of the martial immortal realm who had gradually trained up, merely possessing the strength to defend himself against formidable opponents at the initial and later stages of the martial saint realm. After evaluations, the family ultimately agreed to allow little Wang Wang to venture to the lower realm in search of his parents, as a means of honing his skills. However, given the vastness of the journey, their concerns lingered. The elder then suggested, Wang Wang, over a year ago, your father prepared that airship treasure. I believe it would be prudent for you to use it to travel to the lower realm. The journey should be quite safe, and with it, you will surely reach the land of your parents in Huaxia. Excellent. This way, I need not fear losing my way, little Wang Wang exclaimed joyfully. The brothers Wenshi and Wu Hu nodded in agreement. Indeed, should you travel alone and stray from your path, you may never reach the realm where your third brother resides, and thus be unable to find them. The matriarch, Lian Jing'a, added, Wanger, before you depart, I must teach you a few techniques that you must remember. Once you arrive in the lower realm, as long as others do not bully you, avoid provoking them. If you encounter someone intent on bullying you, as long as they do not threaten your life, it is best not to kill them, lest you incur an unresolvable enmity. Understood, Grandma. I will remember that as long as my opponent does not seek to end my life, I shall not take theirs. If they attempt to break my limbs, I shall cripple theirs. If they threaten my life, I shall take their head, little Wang Wang responded. Lian Jing'a nodded approvingly. That is very well. However, remember the most crucial technique. When faced with an opponent stronger than yourself, Preserving your life is paramount. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm as long as the green mountains remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. You must devise a way to escape perilous situations. Certainly, Grandma. I shall keep this in my heart. At that moment, the elder removed a jade-like ring from his wrist and handed it to little Wang Wang, saying, Wang Wang, this golden silk ring is a treasured soft weapon of our Chai family. When worn on the wrist, in times of crisis, pressing the mechanism will launch a golden thread. With a swift motion of your arm, it can easily ensnare an enemy's neck, and with sufficient force, you could easily sever it. Xiao Wang Wang took the item, examined it, and pressed the mechanism. Indeed, a slender cord of approximately 8 or 9 feet shot forth, with a small bead at the end. The entire soft cord glimmered brilliantly, rendering it nearly invisible from a distance. After observing it for a moment, he adorned his right wrist with it, exclaiming, Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing upon me this family heirloom for my protection. Chai Furong then retrieved 2 small vials, each about 5 or 6 inches in size, from his waist pouch, stating, Wang Wang, as you traverse the tumultuous paths of the martial world, you will inevitably encounter formidable foes. Should you suffer any injuries, take a single green essence pill from this vial. It will swiftly heal your wounds and assist in restoring your energy and enhancing your cultivation. If, by misfortune, you fall victim to the treachery of others, consume one from this red vial labeled 10,000 Poisons Antidote. Understood, grandfather, replied Xiao Wang Wang as he accepted the 2 vials and placed them into his own pouch. The elderly matriarch then produced a treasured item from her pouch and handed it to him, saying, While your grandfather has unveiled the family heirloom, I too shall not be remiss. Here, my dear Wang, I present to you the king of weapons, the refined gold-folding fan. Upon receiving it, Xiao Wang Wang observed that it resembled a short rod of 2 to 3 feet in length. With a gentle flick of his fingers, it unfurled into a fan. As he waved it about, a whooshing sound filled the air, and he nodded in satisfaction, remarking, Very good, very good. It feels quite adept in my hands, akin to wielding a massive axe without a handle. With that, he stowed the folding fan into his pouch. Lian Jing continued to elaborate, Wang, when unfurled, this fan can be wielded for slashing or chopping, serving as both blade and axe, while when folded, it can also function as a staff. Xiao Wang Wang nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, his aunt, Liang Nianru, also retrieved a treasure from her pouch and said, Wang, as you prepare for your journey, I too wish to present you with a gift. Xiao Wang Wang took it and upon unfolding it, discovered it to be a mask. Looking puzzled, he inquired of Liang Nianru, Aunt, what purpose does this serve? Liang Nianru explained, In times when you wish to conceal your true identity, this will serve as a disguise. Simply affix it to your face, and in the blink of an eye, you shall transform into a man of 40 or 50 years. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang Wang promptly applied the mask to his face. The others gasped as he morphed into a formidable-looking man sporting a small beard. His other aunt, Ruan Saiwa, remarked, Sister-in-law, our Wang was once a charming young lad adored by all, yet now he appears as a fearsome figure, intimidating and hard to approach. I have prepared a mask for him that is far more appealing than yours. With that, she presented her own mask. Xiao Wang Wang accepted the mask from Ruan Saiwa, removed the one he had just applied, and put on the new mask. The onlookers erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Ah, this looks splendid. You appear much younger, like a strapping lad in his 20s or 30s. Xiao Wang Wang cheerfully declared, Excellent. In the future, should I wish to appear younger, I shall use Aunt Ruan's mask, and if I desire to look older, I will opt for Aunt Liang's. Both Liang Yinru and Ruan Saiwa chimed in, Indeed, you may choose your disguise according to the situation. As the elders of the Chai family had imparted their wisdom to Xiao Wang Wang, they then guided him to the location where the airship was stored. Upon opening the hatch, Xiao Wang Wang eagerly climbed aboard. The old man taught him how to operate the controls, and just as Xiao Wang Wang was about to close the hatch, the matriarch Lian Jing'e leaned against the door, grasping his hand, and said with reluctance, Wang, as you venture forth, take care of yourself. Exercise caution in all matters, and remember to speak only a fraction of your heart to others. Do not lay it all bare. Yes, I shall remember, grandfather and grandmother. I am setting off now. Xiao Wang Wang replied, before closing the hatch and pressing the ignition button. The airship slowly glided forward and ascended into the sky, marking the beginning of Chai Yun-Wang's quest to seek his parents. Chapter 003. Gaze in astonishment in the vast wilderness of the northwest of the land of Huaxia. A monumental battle concerning the survival of the nation was unfolding between the Huaxia dynasty and the barbaric Qingqian kingdom. The king of Qingqian harbored ambitions to annex the Huaxia dynasty, mobilizing an army of 400,000 elite soldiers under the command of the formidable general Wu Yingshan, advancing southward. In response, the western commander of the Huaxia dynasty, Yan Xingchang, received word and immediately gathered his 10,000 troops, preparing for the impending conflict, while simultaneously reporting to the sovereign of the Huaxia dynasty, His Majesty Zhu Zi. Upon receiving the urgent dispatch, the sovereign convened a council of ministers and generals, ultimately deciding to lead the charge personally to bolster the morale of the frontier troops. The Huaxia dynasty assembled a grand army of 200,000 elite soldiers, appointing Shi Tianpeng as the Grand General and Zheng Shiwu as the Vanguard General, to confront the Qingqian forces that at this juncture, Yan Xingchang's army had retreated to the 3rd defensive line, stationed in the boundless wilderness. After the imperial forces led by Zhu Zi united with Yan's troops, a fierce clash ensued with Wu Yingshan's 40,000 soldiers, resulting in a stalemate for over half a year, marked by both victories and defeats. Recently, however, both sides had observed a truce, conserving their strength while awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively on a particular day. Just after breakfast during the early hours, General Shi Tianpeng and Yan Xingchang, along with several other commanding officers, convened within the central command tent to strategize against the enemy. Suddenly, the distant sound of drums echoed from outside the tent. Shortly thereafter, a report came in, reporting to the two generals. Wu Yingshan intends to engage us in battle today, and his forces are advancing towards our camp. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. Shi Tianpeng promptly commanded, relay the orders to form ranks and prepare for his arrival. Generals Yin and Yi, join me outside to observe. With that, a group of over 20 emerged from the tent. Vice Commander Yi Hong strode forward, brandishing a flag, while the drummers raised their arms, and the sound of drums resonated as the troops swiftly formed ranks. The commanders mounted their horses, marching forth to meet Wu Yingshan's advancing army, in the expansive wilderness. The two armies halted their advance at a distance of over 100 paces, stabilizing their formations. Wu Yingshan spurred his horse forward, calling out loudly, Shi Tianpeng, Yan Xingchang, our two armies have observed a ceasefire for over half a month. Today, we shall determine our fates. The defeated shall serve as subjects, while the victors shall reign as sovereigns. Shi Tianpeng and Yan Xingchang rode forward 20 paces in response, declaring, very well, we share the same intention. We only fear that you lack the courage to engage in battle. No sooner had they spoken than a thunderous shout erupted from behind Wu Yingshan. Kill Shi Tianpeng, kill Yan Xingchang, capture the young Emperor Zhu Zi alive. Moments later, Wu Yingshan gestured behind him, silencing the uproar that a burly middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion, approximately in his 40s, wielding a formidable halberd and riding a chestnut steed, charged forward. Wu Yingshan then turned his horse back towards his camp. Just as Yan Xingchang was about to spur his horse forward, a voice called from behind, Generals, retreat. I shall take this one, that the young general warned. Be cautious. Shi Tianpeng and Yan Xingchang exchanged glances, then turned their horses back to the camp. The approaching warrior brandished his long spear and charged towards the enemy commander. The two stopped 10 paces apart, nearly simultaneously announcing, state your name, for I do not engage unnamed foes. I am Bao Tianba, the newly appointed invincible general of the Qingqian kingdom, appointed by the king 10 days ago. That I am Yu Jian, the 2nd Vanguard commander under General Yin of the Western Front. With that, they each brandished their weapons and spurred their horses forward. As they closed the distance to 5 or 6 paces, Bao Tianba suddenly swung his halberd, unleashing a lethal strike that sent Yu Jian and his steed tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several paces before coming to a halt. Observers rushed forward, horrified to see a mangled mass where the man and horse lay indistinguishably. The man's strength was terrifying. None could discern how Yu Jian had been slain. Soon after, 3 more warriors charged forward, intending to encircle Bao Tianba, but they too met the same fate, falling lifelessly as their comrade had. Seeing the overwhelming prowess of Bao Tianba, Shi Tianpeng ordered a retreat to notify Sovereign Zhu Zi. He then urged Generals Yin, Yi, and Zheng Shiwu, "Accompany me to encircle this Bao fellow," granting the sovereign ample time to withdraw. Upon completing his command, Shi Tianping led the charge, followed closely by Yin Xingchong and the others. More than 10 vanguard generals mounted their horses and surged forward. Observing the approaching forces, Bao Tianba felt a surge of excitement. If he could slay them, he would surely be richly rewarded upon his return home. Gripping his halberd, he awaited their charge, refraining from launching an attack of his own. Shi Tianping and his comrades were well aware that Bao Tianba was a formidable opponent, beyond their capacity to confront. Maintaining a distance of over 10 paces, they spread out in a circular formation around him, wielding their weapons in a display of feigned aggression. However, they encircled without engaging, confusing Bao Tianba, who eventually realized their ruse. They were merely pretending to attack out of fear of being slain. In a moment of frustration, he charged directly at one of the encircling warriors. Upon witnessing this, Shi Tianping and the others reined in their steeds. The man facing Bao Tianba, seeing the impending danger, swiftly turned his horse to flee. The distances were too great for immediate pursuit, and Bao Tianba redirected his chase towards Zheng Shiwu, the closest target. Zheng Shiwu pretended to charge, but in truth, executed a cunning maneuver to escape, leading to a back-and-forth chase that lasted almost half an hour. Exhausted and enraged, Bao Tianba shouted, "Cowardly Shi Tianping! You worthless lot! Why do you flee? If you have the guts, come forth and face my halberd." Shi Tianping offered no reply. Seeing Bao Tianba cease his pursuit, he gestured for over 10 men to encircle him once more. Observing this unfolding spectacle, General Wu Yingshan realized the situation was untenable and waved his flag, directing his troops to advance. Shi Tianping's men, however, hesitated, some even turning to flee. Just as the enemy forces were about to close in on Shi Tianping and his generals, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, startling everyone, whether they were charging forward or holding their ground. All halted to gaze skyward, where a luminous object glided gracefully through the northern sky, drawing astonished stares from all. Chapter 004. No need for restraint after a brief interval. The luminous object plummeted between Wu Yingshan's forces and Shi Tianping's contingent with a resounding thud, causing the onlookers to recoil several paces. Moments later, a door slid open on one side of the object, and a figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, a strikingly handsome youth, appearing to be in his 20s, surveyed his surroundings and murmured to himself, "Wow, did I arrive so swiftly?" Seeing that there was only one individual, who seemed not to be an enemy, the assembled troops collectively exhaled, relieved that the situation was less daunting than they had anticipated. This youth was none other than Cai Yunwang, who had journeyed from the celestial realm aboard a magnificent airship. He glanced at the massed troops of Wu Yingshan and then at Shi Tianping's assembly before striding towards them. The generals, on high alert, circled their horses defensively, aligning themselves against the approaching Cai Yunwang, fully prepared for any eventualities. Bao Tianba, meanwhile, stepped aside to observe the unfolding events. As Cai Yunwang approached, he greeted the generals with a bow, inquiring, "What are you all up to? Are you preparing for a brawl?" His inquiry, though earnest, sounded somewhat naive. Uncertain of the youth's intentions, the generals hesitated to respond. Noticing their silence, Cai Yunwang pressed on, "Is this the land of Huaxia?" Realizing the youth bore no ill intent and was merely seeking information, Yin Xingchong summoned his courage and replied, "Young man, indeed this is Huaxia, but if you have no business here, it would be wise to leave quickly. We are engaged in battle, and we would not wish to inadvertently harm you." "Oh, so you are engaged in a brawl? Are they also Huaxia people?" Cai Yunwang asked, gesturing towards Wu Yingshan's forces. Yin Xingchong shook his head. "No, they are the barbaric Qingqihan army, invading the territory of our Huaxia dynasty." Upon hearing this, Cai Yunwang turned to regard the distant army, expressing his displeasure. "Ah, foreign invaders dare to wreak havoc in my homeland. That simply will not do." Shi Tianping, perplexed, gazed at Cai Yunwang and queried, "Young man, what do you mean by that? If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to leave immediately. Did you not see? That formidable figure wielding the halberd just killed 4 of our generals." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cai Yunwang's eyes widened in understanding. "Since he has slain your men, I cannot simply walk away. Otherwise, my parents would deem me ungrateful, that I must at least persuade him and those barbarians to leave before I take my leave. Shi Tianpeng and the others exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, this boy seems adorably naive, spouting foolishness. How could a renowned general heed your words? He would surely dispatch you with a single strike. And you would be fortunate to escape with your life. That as they silently lamented their plight, Chai Yinhuang strode confidently towards Bao Tianba. Observing the approaching youth, Bao Tianba raised a hand, pointing at him, and declared, you little brat, what do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of death? Chai Yinhuang raised his head and glanced sideways at Bao Tianba, saying, you, the great barbarian, I have heard it said that you hail from the cold land of Qingsha and the western barbarians. Bao Tianba, with a fierce glare, retorted, what business is it of yours? Do you think you have any say in this matter? Chai Yinhuang replied earnestly, such words cannot be taken lightly. My parents reside in this vast land of Huaxia, and you shall not disturb them, that I advise you and your army to depart swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Upon hearing this, Bao Tianba's anger flared, and he exclaimed, who is this little brat? Do you believe that I won't strike you down with a single slap, leaving you unrecognizable even to your mother? Chai Yinhuang, undeterred, stepped forward a couple of paces, saying, such bravado! I find it hard to believe. Bao Tianba, seeing the child standing up to him, unsheathed his Fangdi Anua halberd, dismounted, and with a mighty stride, raised his left hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed squarely at Chai Yinhuang's face. From a distance, Shi Tianpeng and the others realized that if Bao Tianba's strike landed, the youth would surely lose half his life, and they silently urged him to flee. However, to their astonishment, Chai Yinhuang stood his ground, lifting his right hand and effortlessly brushing aside Bao Tianba's palm strike, which shattered upon making contact with his fingertips. In an instant, a surging energy rebounded, sending the towering figure of Bao Tianba, along with his halberd, stumbling back a full yard. Shi Tianpeng, Yin Xingchang, and the others were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. After a long pause, the vanguard general, Zheng Shiwu, muttered to himself, I never anticipated this young lad would possess such formidable strength. He is indeed a force to be reckoned with. The deputy marshal of the Western Front, Yi Hong, concurred, it appears he is undoubtedly a martial artist of considerable prowess, at least at the late stage of the Xuanwu realm. Yin Xingchang nodded in agreement. Indeed, judging by his demeanor, he is aiding us. Yet his origins remain a mystery. He does not seem to be one of us Huaxia people. Meanwhile, Bao Tianba, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, could hardly believe that this mere child possessed such strength. Regaining his composure, he glared with eyes like copper bells and declared, I never expected you to be a martial artist as well, but you have come to the wrong place. This is a battlefield, not a playground for you to wreak havoc. That my army stands behind me, and I am a martial artist of the late Xuanwu realm, that if you continue to meddle, you will have no chance of survival. Chai Yinhuang, unfazed, responded, oh, you boast of your numerous troops and high martial cultivation, yet with such a character as yours, you dare to call yourself a martial artist. While I am still in a merciful mood, I suggest you and your entire entourage return whence you came. This remark thoroughly incensed Bao Tianba, who shot back, you insolent brat, how dare you threaten me? Prepare to taste my halberd. With that, he swung the Fangdi Anua halberd down towards Chai Yinhuang's head. Observing Bao Tianba's renewed aggression, Wu Yingshan quickly signaled, and the army surged forward like a tidal wave, with 6 mounted barbarian generals charging at Shi Tianpeng and his companions with lightning speed. Bao Tianba's halberd descended with tremendous weight and force, as if intending to cleave Chai Yinhuang in two, yet, as the halberd's shadow loomed closer, Chai Yinhuang remained calm, emanating a protective aura as the halberd shadow approached within 2 feet of his forehead. It inexplicably halted, prompting Bao Tianba to wonder in disbelief. Chai Yinhuang, teasingly, asked, why do you hesitate to strike? Do not hold back. This taunt provoked a furious roar from Bao Tianba, who attempted to retract the halberd for another strike, only to find it inexplicably ensnared, unable to budge. Leaving him aghast as the distance between them closed to less than 10 paces, Chai Yinhuang suddenly flicked his finger, dispersing the halberd's shadow, taking a bold step forward. He seized the halberd from Bao Tianba's grasp and hurled it towards the charging barbarian generals. The weapon seemed to possess a mind of its own, spinning through the air and striking the mounts of several barbarian generals. resulting in a cacophony of pained whinnies as the 6 riders were sent tumbling to the ground, accompanied by their horses. After a brief moment, 4 of the barbarian generals struggled to rise, while the other 2 remained seated, one leg severed by the halberd. Witnessing this, Bao Tianba was filled with frustration and fury. He leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed squarely at Chai Yunwang's face. Determined to shatter his opponent's skull, Chai Yunwang, towering in stature, remained unfazed as the punch approached. With a swift motion, he opened his hand, grasping it firmly and crushing it with a sickening crack, with a deft twist of his wrist. He yanked Bao Tianba's right fist from its socket, causing blood to gush from the mangled wrist as Bao Tianba staggered back, incredulous, muttering, "How is this possible? How can you, so young, possess such overwhelming might? Could you be a master of the earth martial realm?" Chai Yunwang countered, "What now? Do you regret your actions? Humph. You may be formidable, but wait and see that why hundreds of thousands of troops will soon trample you into a mere heap of flesh." Bao Tianba retorted, aware that he was no match for Chai Yunwang, and promptly fled the scene. The soldiers of Wu Yingshan, oblivious to the danger, surged forward, and the vanguard of thousands was now within mere paces of Chai Yunwang. He boldly advanced, and as the distance closed to 5 or 6 paces, he sprang into action, unleashing a series of powerful palm strikes. The soldiers were swept away by the force of his blows, collapsing in droves, leaving the ground littered with groans and cries of agony. The following ranks, in their haste, trampled over their fallen comrades, rushing headlong into the fray. Chai Yunwang, witnessing the relentless advance of those undeterred by the carnage, swiftly moved to intercept, continuing his barrage of strikes. One by one, the soldiers fell amidst their cries of despair. Those at the rear finally grasped the peril they faced, halting in fear as they glanced around. Before turning to flee in panic, as a result, Wu Yingshan's formation was thrown into disarray. Chai Yunwang, unwilling to further spill blood, refrained from pursuit. However, Shi Tianpeng and Yin Shengchang would not let this opportunity slip away. They signaled for their troops to charge forward. Seeing his army in disarray, Wu Yingshan, surrounded by his deputy generals and guards, could only retreat. Shi Tianpeng and Yin Shengchang, after a brief pursuit, refrained from further chasing, allowing Zheng Shiwu and Yi Hong to continue the hunt. The 2 returned to survey the battlefield for the young man who had aided them in defeating Bao Tianba at that moment. Chai Yunwang observed the disorganized retreat of Wu Yingshan's army, dusting off his clothes and muttering to himself, "What folly is this? To traverse such a distance only to meet their demise. I offered them a chance to leave. Yet they chose to remain, and now they are being hunted. Truly, they brought this upon themselves." That as he pondered where to seek out his parents, he suddenly spotted 2 swift horses galloping toward him. Just as he prepared to wave, the riders brought their mounts to a sudden halt, leaping down and approaching him with respectful bows. "Brave warrior, you are truly a savior of our Huaxia dynasty. I, General Shi Tianpeng, represent our current sovereign and wish to express our gratitude." Is that so? Gentlemen, there is no need for thanks. This land is home to my parents, and we are, after all, one family. Chai Yunwang replied with a slight bow. "I am General Shi Tianpeng, and this is General Yin Shengchang. May I inquire your esteemed name and origin? If you are not in haste, we would like to take you to meet the sovereign and offer you a generous reward." "I am Chai Yunwang, hailing from the north, in search of my parents. Might you know their whereabouts?" Chai Yunwang spoke with a hint of uncertainty. The 2 generals exchanged amused glances, for Chai Yunwang's inquiry was rather perplexing. Without a name, how could they discern the location of his parents? Yin Shengchang chuckled softly. "What are your parents' names, young Chai?" "My father is called Chai Shanling, and my mother, Tan Huixian. They arrived in Huaxia over a year ago." "Do you know where they might be?" Chai Yunwang asked earnestly. Both Shi and Yin shook their heads. "That we do not know your parents, young sir, nor their whereabouts." Unbeknownst to Chai Yunwang, he had arrived in this realm over 400 years after his parents had departed. Thus, those he encountered had no knowledge of individuals from so long ago. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Chai Yunwang pondered for a moment before asking, "My father also went by the name Wei Tao. Have you heard of him?" "Not at all," replied Shi Tianpeng. "However, your presence is indeed a boon for our Huaxia dynasty. You are a harbinger of fortune, bringing prosperity. Come, Let us take you to meet our sovereign. Chai Yinhuang mused to himself. It seems this sovereign is a significant figure in this realm. Perhaps he will know the whereabouts of my parents. Resolving to seek answers, he replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you to meet him." In the rear echelon, the ruler of the Huaxia dynasty, Zhu Zi, under the escort of the commander Huo Wuji and others, retreated for 10 miles. Upon receiving the military report that the invincible general of the Qingxia Han kingdom, Bao Tianba, had been vanquished by an unknown youth, he immediately halted the retreat to await the latest battle updates. Half an hour later, a messenger reported, "Your Majesty, the joyous news is here. The army of Wu Yinshan has fled in disarray, and our forces have achieved a resounding victory. The two marshals are requesting an audience outside the tent." Upon hearing this auspicious news, Zhu Zi felt a surge of joy and promptly rose. Huo Wuji hurriedly accompanied him out of the grand tent to welcome the victorious generals. As they emerged, they saw only the two marshals, Shi Tianpeng and Yan Xingchang, approaching with an unfamiliar young man. Just as they were puzzled, Shi Tianpeng and Yan Xingchang hurried a few steps forward, knelt on one knee, clasped their fists, and proclaimed, "Congratulations to your Majesty. The heavens have sent a divine being to assist our army in defeating the Western barbarians." Zhu Zi quickly replied, "My loyal ministers, please rise and elaborate on the matter." Chapter 006. The pillar of the Huaxia dynasty, as Shi Tianpeng and Yan Xingchang stood, they pointed to the young man beside them, Chai Yinhuang, saying, "To report to the ruler, it is this young Master Chai who defeated Bao Tianba and pursued the tens of thousands of Western barbarians, causing Wu Yinshan to flee and leading to our army's rout. We are continuing the pursuit, preparing to capture Wu Yinshan alive and drive the army of the Qingxia Han kingdom from our territory." Zhu Zi scrutinized the young man before him, noting his tall and handsome stature. With delicate features suggesting he was just over 20 years old, he felt a fondness grow within him. Such a young man capable of repelling 1,000 troops could ensure the security of the state if he were to remain by his side. After a moment, Zhu Zi remarked, I did not expect such a young hero to possess such remarkable abilities. You are the great savior of our Huaxia dynasty. Your arrival heralds a new era of prosperity for our realm. I am yet to learn the name by which you are known." Chai Yinhuang stepped forward, cupping his hands, and replied, "I am Chai Yinhuang. Are you the highest official in all of Huaxia?" "Indeed, I am Zhu Zi, the foremost in Huaxia. Why do you ask, brave Chai? In that case, do you know the couple Chai Shanlang and Tan Huixian? They are my parents and came to this land of Huaxia over a year ago." Zhu Zi felt a twinge of displeasure at being addressed as brother by Chai Yinhuang, but remembering that he had just repelled a formidable foe and saved his life, he refrained from showing anger. At the same time, he was slightly bewildered by Chai Yinhuang's question. After a moment, he looked around and inquired, "My loyal ministers, does anyone recognize those two?" In unison, the crowd replied, "We do not know them." After a pause, Yan Xingchang seemed to recall something, turning to Chai Yinhuang and saying, "Given your martial prowess, it seems your parents must be martial artists themselves." Chai Yinhuang nodded. "Yes, their martial arts skills are exceedingly high. I wonder if you might assist in finding out where they reside. My father also goes by the name Wei Tao." Zheng Shiwu interjected, "In that case, it may require the knowledge of folk martial artists to find them. We, being officials, have not even heard of these two, nor do we know anyone by the name Wei Tao." Chai Yinhuang, feeling somewhat lost, said, "Oh, it appears I have asked the wrong people that I shall seek out the folk martial artists to inquire further." He turned to leave. Zhu Zi immediately called out, "Brave Chai, please wait, that I have more to say." Chai Yinhuang looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What else would you like to convey, Your Majesty? You are a great benefactor of the Huaxia dynasty, and I have yet to reward you. Why are you in such a hurry to depart?" Zhu Zi said with a smile that, I do not require any reward, that I simply wish to find my parents as soon as possible." Zhu Zi shook his head. "There is no need to rush in your search for your parents. After I return to the court, I will have the various provinces assist in the search. Now let me think of a suitable title for you." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the title of pillar of the nation in the Huaxia dynasty. What say you, my loyal ministers?" Shi Tianpeng, Yan Xingchang, and others simultaneously declared, "Your Majesty is wise. Young Master Chai is indeed worthy of this title." Subsequently, all the civil and military officials turned to Chai Yinhuang, exclaiming in unison, "We congratulate you. Lord Pillar. This left Chai Yun-Wang speechless, and after a moment of stunned silence, he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, esteemed uncles and elders, that I share in your joy." Zhu Zi continued, "What else should I reward you with?" After some thought, he said, "I shall grant you a purple gold token, but I do not have it with me. What shall we do?" Having mentioned the token without possessing one, he realized it was rather futile. Chai Yun-Wang looked at Zhu Zi and replied, "There is no need for any reward. I have no use for it." Upon hearing that Zhu Zi intended to grant the purple gold token to Chai Yun-Wang, the crowd gasped in surprise. They knew that among the hundreds of officials, fewer than 10 had ever received such a reward, and most of those were high-ranking ministers from past dynasties. This young man seemed unaware of its significance and was refusing it. Yin Xingchong quickly chimed in, "Lord Pillar, you are mistaken. The benefits of the purple gold token are numerous. With it, you can travel among the common folk without spending a dime on meals or lodgings. More importantly, it allows for communication with us, that if you possess it, we can easily reach out to you when we require your assistance against formidable foes." Zhu Zi added, "I did not anticipate needing to bestow rewards today, and thus did not bring it. How about this? Lord Pillar accompanies me back to the court to receive the reward." Chai Yun-Wang replied, "That is unnecessary. Your kind intention is enough that I do not wish to delay any further. I simply want to find any news regarding my parents and bring them back to my grandfather." That moment, the commander Huo Wuji interjected, "Your Majesty, did you not reward Marshal Shur with a purple gold token last year? Why not borrow it for the time being to present it to Lord Pillar? And upon returning to court, you can return it to Marshal Shur." Yin Xingchong immediately agreed. Commander Huo's suggestion is excellent. Marshal Shur would surely not refuse. Zhu Zi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Shur, my dear minister, please hand over your purple gold token to me, that I wish to personally bestow it upon Lord Pillar." "Understood," Shi Tianping replied as he handed the purple gold token to Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi took the purple gold token and approached Chai Yun-Wang, presenting it to him. Chai Yun-Wang examined it, noting it was a small square piece measuring 2 inches long, over an inch wide, and only 2/10 of an inch thick, entirely in a purple gold hue with a slight sheen on the front. The back was engraved with a vividly depicted flying dragon. After a moment, Shi Tianping said, "Lord Pillar, do not rush to examine it closely. First, hold the purple gold token with both hands for a while, allowing it to recognize you as its master before use." "Is that so?" Chai Yun-Wang asked, cradling the purple gold token in his palms. After a while, Shi Tianping produced another token that was quite different in style, a yellowed gold token, and said, "I must use my original gold token to resonate with Lord Pillar's purple gold token. From now on, no matter where we are or how far apart, we shall be able to communicate through our tokens." With that, he placed the 2 tokens together and, after a moment, retrieved his original gold token. Zhu Zi then said, "My loyal ministers, please take out your golden tokens and green gold tokens to resonate with Lord Pillar's purple gold token. This way, if we obtain news about Lord Pillar's parents, we can easily inform him." With Zhu Zi's decree, everyone promptly took out their tokens to resonate with Chai Yun-Wang's purple gold token. Chapter 007. I do not have any money after all the civil and military ministers of Zhu Zi had established communication links. He said, "The hour grows late. Yin, my dear minister, please arrange accommodations and meals for Lord Pillar, allowing him to set off on his own matters tomorrow." "Yes, I shall carry out your orders." Just then, a troop approached from a distance, and someone called out loudly, "Long live the ruler! Deputy Marshal Yi has captured the Grand Marshal of the Qingxia Han Kingdom, Wu Yinshan, and is escorting him back." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Now we must compel the king of the Qingxia Han Kingdom to write a letter of submission, acknowledging our sovereignty and promising to never again invade our Huaxia territory." Seeing that Zhu Zi was about to handle the matter of Wu Yinshan, Chai Yun-Wang felt he would not be needed and said, "Your Majesty, you may proceed with state affairs. I shall take my leave." Zhu Zi nodded and turned to Yin Xingchong. "Yin, please escort Lord Pillar and ensure he is well settled." "Yes, I shall follow your orders." Yin Xingchong bowed and, after taking a few steps back, turned to leave with Chai Yun-Wang. They walked a short distance. 2 strong steeds were brought forth, and Yin Shengchong pointed to the white horse, saying, "Lord Pillar, this horse, named Shui Weng, is now yours. Do you know how to ride?" Chai Yin-Wang replied, "Yin, I do not understand what Lord Pillar means." Please refrain from calling me that in public. Simply address me as Chai Yunwang if you prefer das for riding. I have never done so, so I am unsure. Very well. If you prefer to remain humble and low-key, I shall call you Wang Zai. Pay attention. Once mounted, grip the reins tightly with your left hand, clamp your legs against the horse's belly, straighten your back. Lean slightly forward and hold the whip in your right hand, that a light tap will make it walk slowly, while a firm strike will set it galloping. Yin Shengchong demonstrated as he mounted his horse. Chai Yunwang mimicked his actions and quickly learned how to ride. Thus, the two rode side by side, departing from the military camp. After traveling a while, Chai Yunwang turned his head and asked, Elder Yin, to where are you taking me? Yin Shengchong tightened the reins and halted, saying, the emperor has ordered me to arrange food and lodging for you. After some contemplation, I believe you shall stay at my residence tonight. Chai Yunwang was somewhat taken aback and replied, will staying at your home disturb your family? Not at all. Yin Shengchong reassured him that my two sons are stationed at the military camp. At home, there are only 2 daughters-in-law, a young daughter and my wife, along with 2 young grandsons and some servants. They shall not be disturbed in the slightest. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the vicinity of a manor. Yin Shengchong pointed to it and said, Wang Zi, we have arrived home. They dismounted, and upon seeing Yin Shengchong accompanied by an unfamiliar young man, the gatekeeper immediately approached and bowed, saying, welcome back, General. Yin Shengchong nodded, handing over the reins, which the gatekeeper accepted, leading the horses to the stable. After spending a night at the residence of the Western Marshal, Chai Yunwang bid farewell and set forth on his journey, following Yin Shengchong's directions. He traveled 200 miles east along the main road, where he would find a town with inns offering food and lodging. Another 500 miles led him to the borders of Liangzhou. And after an additional 300 miles, he would enter Liangzhou city. Once there, he would encounter martial artists and families dedicated to the martial arts. At that moment, Chai Yunwang truly embarked on the quest to find his parents. In his mind, they had arrived on this land of Huaxia over a year ago and were likely known to numerous local martial artists. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while a year had passed in the celestial realm, 400 to 500 years had elapsed in this mortal realm of Huaxia. When Chai Shanlang, also known as Wei Tao, returned, the world was still one of fierce competition among states. However, after 400 to 500 years, the present day had transformed into a unified Huaxia dynasty. The martial artists of this era had certainly never heard of the Chai Shanlang or Wei Tao from centuries past, let alone recognize them. Unless they were reclusive experts who had lived for centuries, spring arrived in March, with blossoms blooming and warmth enveloping the land. Chai Yunwang rode leisurely along the main road, taking in the breathtaking scenery of the vast landscape and inwardly praising the beauty of this realm. It was no wonder his father had chosen to bring his mother back to live here. Upon his arrival in this world, Chai Yunwang found everything to be novel and far superior to the celestial realm. He traveled for an undetermined length of time and distance, noticing the absence of other travelers. He was the sole wayfarer. Observing that the hour was growing late and darkness was approaching, he realized he had yet to reach the town mentioned by Yin Shengchong. Thus, he gave a firm whip to the rear of his steed, the Snow Wang, which galloped forward, though Chai Yunwang's cultivation would allow him to traverse the skies far quicker than by horseback. He chose to conceal his strength and act discreetly, accepting the generous gift of the Snow Wang from Yin Shengchong. After riding for about half an hour, he finally spotted pedestrians along the road, and farmers busily toiling in the fields, indicating that he was nearing the town. Continuing onward, he indeed arrived at a bustling town, where he slowed his pace to explore the streets. The day was waning, and he sought an inn for food and lodging. Not far from a crossroads, there stood an inn named the First Inn of the Western Gate. Chai Yunwang led his horse to the entrance. A cheerful man in his 30s approached him, saying, "Young sir, are you seeking accommodation?" "Yes. Do you serve meals as well?" Chai Yunwang inquired. "Indeed, we offer both lodging and meals, and we have a stable in the back to care for your horse." The innkeeper warmly explained, calling out to the back, a meal, a night's lodging, and fodder for a white horse. Chai Yunwang handed over the reins and said, "Please give my Snow Wing some fodder. I intend to leave tomorrow." After that, he approached the counter where a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, stated, "Young sir, for your stay, meals, and horse care, it will amount to 5 taels of silver." Upon hearing the mention of silver, Chai Yunwang felt a pang of uncertainty, having no idea what it was. Suddenly recalling Yin Shengchong's words, He took out the purple gold token, which could be used for free accommodation and meals. Noticing Chai Yunwang hesitating, the innkeeper presumed he found the price excessive and said, "Young sir, do not think it too dear. We are the only inn within 300 miles. Otherwise, you would have to sleep in the wilderness." Chai Yunwang quickly replied, "Boss, it's not that I find it expensive. It's simply that I don't possess any silver. No silver. Gold bars are also acceptable." The innkeeper explained that I still have none. "But I possess a token that a friend told me it grants free lodging and meals." The innkeeper was taken aback. "What? You possess a free purple gold token? Let me see it. Is it genuine or not?" Chai Yunwang, hearing this, retrieved the token from his bag and presented it to the innkeeper, asserting, "Of course it is genuine." The innkeeper examined it and confirmed that it matched the official design and color. Having only seen images before, it was his first encounter with an authentic token, leading him to wonder how such a young boy could possess a free purple gold token from the government. Perhaps it was stolen? After a moment of scrutiny, the innkeeper said, "I have only heard of such tokens. I cannot ascertain their authenticity. You may stay temporarily, and I will report to my boss that he will come tomorrow morning to determine its validity. If he declares it false, you shall not be able to leave." Chai Yunwang readily agreed, "No problem. When your boss arrives, he will surely recognize its authenticity." "Very well. Let us record your details. What is your name, and where are you from?" The innkeeper inquired, pulling out a ledger and pen. "My name is Chai Yunwang," he replied. After a brief pause, he added, "I hail from the neighboring state that I in truth." Chai Yunwang could not reveal he was from the celestial realm, nor could he name this realm state, so he resorted to vague responses. The innkeeper noted the name and looked up, asking, "Are you referring to the former Tianzhou of Liangzhou?" "Yes, I am indeed from Tianzhou," Chai Yunwang replied evasively. The innkeeper recorded the information, handed him a room key, and instructed a servant to show him to his quarters. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, Chai Yunwang prepared to request the servant to bring out the snow wang for his departure when the innkeeper stopped him, saying, "Chai, please wait a moment. Our boss will be arriving shortly to verify your free token." "Very well. Please ask your boss to hurry. I am pressed for time," Chai Yunwang replied, taking a seat at a table by the window. After about half an hour, as the hour neared its end, the sound of several horse hooves echoed outside that a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Manager Liu, Boss Yang has arrived." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper immediately exited the counter to greet them. Shortly after, he returned with 5 burly men, the foremost of whom was slightly shorter. All 5 appeared to be in their 30s and clearly belonged to the martial arts community that Tio Chai Yunwang's eyes. Their martial prowess was quite low, with the strongest among them barely reaching the mid-level of Huangwu. As they entered the hall, the innkeeper waved to Chai Yunwang, saying, "Chai, please bring forth your token for Boss Yang to inspect." Upon hearing the call, Chai Yunwang approached, and the leader, Boss Yang, scrutinized the young man before him, who appeared to be no more than 20 given his age. It was curious how he possessed the legendary free purple gold token. With this thought, Boss Yang commanded, "Boy, hand over that token for me to examine." Without hesitation, Chai Yunwang extended the purple gold token. Boss Yang inspected it for a while, his face shifting from astonishment to a barely concealed smirk, and declared, "This token is genuine, and I recognize it." Chai Yunwang responded, "I told you it was real, that if that's the case, please return it to me. I am in a hurry." Yet, Boss Yang's expression darkened as he replied, "I acknowledge it is genuine, but this token does not belong to you. It belongs to my senior brother, Fu Wentian, who had it stolen while lodging in Tianzhou last month. That he has been searching for it everywhere. And it seems you, young lad, are the one responsible for its retrieval. Given that you have returned it to me today, I shall not pursue the theft, and you may leave after your stay." The 4 men accompanying Boss Yang echoed in agreement. "Indeed, this token belongs to our 3rd senior brother." Chai Yunwang, taken aback, thought, "Ah, this is blatant extortion. Are the martial artists of this realm truly so devoid of moral integrity? They wish to seize my purple gold token for themselves. Are the people of the Huaxiao dynasty so brazen?" With this in mind, he cast a sidelong glance at Boss Yang, a smile playing on his lips. Boss Yang, feeling inexplicably uneasy under Chai Yunwang's gaze, retorted, "What are you staring at, boy? Do you not admit to having stolen it?" "What nonsense! This token was certainly not stolen. It was rightfully obtained," Chai Yunwang replied defiantly. Chai Yun-wang confidently declared that Boss Yang was merely bullying an ordinary 20-year-old lad. Dismissing him entirely, but he scoffed. If you refuse to admit it, shall I beat you to the point where you are left missing limbs before you feel comfortable? Chai Yun-wang smiled faintly and said, You know full well that this purple gold token was stolen from your senior brother. Before I lose my temper, return it to me promptly. Boss Yang coldly chuckled. Oh, judging by your tone, you seem determined to take it back. Xiong Wu, go and remove his arm from me. Let him learn a lesson to deter him from his thieving ways in the future. Such words treated Chai Yun-wang as nothing more than a common thief. That moment. The spacious hall was filled with numerous guests, all inquiring who had lost something, whispering among themselves that I in a distant corner. A group murmured, Why would such a distinguished young man choose to be a thief? Indeed, this speaks to the age-old adage of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. One's worth cannot be judged merely by appearances. Perhaps not. If that young man truly is a thief, how dare he ask for it back? Wait, that Yang Yelong is the owner of this inn, the foremost ruffian of Shiguan Town. Perhaps he has taken a fancy to that young man's belongings and wishes to claim them for himself. Keep your voice down. If Yang Yelong hears you, you may well lose your life. That I've also heard that the true owner of this inn is none other than Fu Yunfeng, the head of the esteemed Fu family, the strongest martial clan in Shiguan. Yang Yelong is merely his disciple. The whispers were hushed, yet Chai Yun-wang, with his profound cultivation, heard every word distinctly. Meanwhile, Yang Yelong and his companions were so focused on Chai Yun-wang that they were oblivious to the surrounding discussions, only hearing a cacophony of indistinct chatter. Chapter 009. It's too late to catch that boy. Upon hearing Yang Yelong's command, the tallest and most muscular man flexed his wrist, stepping forward as he proclaimed, Boy, you're asking for trouble. Today you shall learn the consequences of crossing Xiong Wu with just one punch. Some onlookers, witnessing the imminent conflict, cautioned, Quickly escape, lad. Your life is of utmost importance. However, Chai Yun-wang seemed unfazed. Fixating on Xiong Wu, and naively inquired, What consequences? Will you break my bones or smash my head? You wish to know the answer. You'll find out once you're lying down. Chai Yun-wang, with a sudden spark of inspiration, promptly lay down on the ground, bending his right arm and propping his head with his palm, glancing sideways at Xiong Wu. I'm already lying down. Do tell. What are the consequences? You're provoking me. With that, Xiong Wu took a large step forward, raising his right leg to deliver a fierce kick to Chai Yun-wang's chest. Unperturbed, Chai Yun-wang raised his left hand, fingers splayed, and effortlessly caught Xiong Wu's massive foot. Xiong Wu felt a jolt of excruciating pain surge through him, howling in agony. Ouch! It hurts! Let go of me! Oh, so the consequence you mentioned is just your loud cries of pain. Chai Yun-wang feigned realization. Seeing this, Yang Yelong and his companions were taken aback. It turned out this young man was also a martial artist capable of making Xiong Wu cry out in pain, likely possessing a cultivation level not inferior to that of their senior brother at the early stage of the Xuanwu realm. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yang Yelong urgently shouted, Boy, release Xiong Wu at once. Otherwise, your Yang de Ge will personally intervene, and the consequences will be dire. Did I ask that a threat? Allow me to show you the true consequences. With that, a sound of cracking bones accompanied Xiong Wu's pig-like screams. Chai Yun-wang, indifferent to the commotion, twisted his wrist, forcibly tearing away a significant portion of Xiong Wu's foot. Xiong Wu stumbled back, horrified. My foot. It has gone. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yelong and his companions felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their minds racing. This fellow is indeed a martial arts expert. We, bound together, are no match for him. Only a peak master of the Xuanwu realm could possibly defeat him. They contemplated. Their gazes shifted to Yang Yelong, clearly conveying the question, What shall we do? Fight or submit? Seeing Chai Yun-wang's imposing demeanor, Yang Yelong wrestled with the thought of yielding and returning the purple gold token. Yet he felt unwilling. As a local tyrant, losing face in front of everyone would diminish his standing in Shiguan Town. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and shouted, Brothers, let us all attack and take this brat down. With that battle cry, the other three drew their short blades, and the now half-footless Xiong Wu, ignoring his pain, brandished his weapon as he limped to join Yang Yelong and the others in encircling Chai Yun-wang. Chai Yun-wang merely snorted, Performing a swift move, he sprang to his feet, raised his left hand, and with a couple of deft slaps, sent all 5 men flying out of the hall, followed by the sounds of their bodies hitting the ground. Those watching from the sidelines were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how the group had been dispatched so effortlessly. They mused, "Who is this young prodigy? With just 2 slaps, he sent 4 or 5 strong men flying. Even the heads of martial clans would struggle to match that. And yet he is merely a lad of perhaps 20, that he rivals those who have spent decades honing their martial arts. Surely he is nothing less than a prodigy." After sending Yang Yelong and the others flying, Chai Yinwang chased after them, glaring at the writhing figures on the ground. "Well, Yang the boss, what now? Is that purple gold token still your senior brother's?" At that moment, Yang Yelong and his companions were either limping or nursing broken limbs. And as they watched Chai Yinwang approach, they recoiled in fear, in a desperate bid for survival. Yang Yelong stammered, "Don't come any closer. I'll return the token. Just please don't kill us." "Oh, so you admit that the purple gold token belongs to me?" Chai Yinwang inquired, looking down at Yang Yelong and the others with an air of superiority. "Yes, that token is yours." Yang Yelong was foolish enough to claim it as my senior brother's," he replied, his voice quivering. "Then why not return it to me?" Chai Yinwang extended his arm, palm open, signaling for the return of the purple gold token. Yang Yelong hastily retrieved the token from his waist pouch, struggling to stand as he limped forward, respectfully handing it to Chai Yinwang. Chai Yinwang accepted the purple gold token, raising it triumphantly, "I shall spare you this time, but if I ever discover that you covet something that belongs to me again, I will surely return to claim your lives." He then stowed the token in his pouch and turned to the innkeeper, Lu Zhongge, saying, "Innkeeper, aren't you going to bring out my shui-winged steed? I must be on my way to at once." Lu Zhongge called to a nearby servant, "Quickly, fetch Master Chai's steed." Before long, a servant led out the shui-winged steed. Chai Yinwang took the reins, mounted the horse, and with a gentle flick of the whip, set off down the road. Yang Yelong watched Chai Yinwang ride away. He pulled out a dark communication token, swiping his finger across its surface. He called out, "Master, we have encountered trouble at the inn. A guest arrived last night, refusing to pay and attempted to leave. Lu Zhongwei summoned me, and that brat not only refused to pay but also injured all of us. 5th senior brother Xiong Wu's legs are also crippled." "What? Such a thing has occurred? Where is he now?" "I will immediately send your senior brother Wentian over." A deep, aged voice echoed from the token. "He is already headed towards Liangzhou City. That boy is a formidable martial artist. It seems only you can handle him." Yang Yelong replied, "That's so. I cannot leave just yet. I am in the midst of an important discussion with the head of the Yuan family. I will send your senior brother to intercept him first. Once I conclude my business, I will join you. Please urge him to hurry. If he delays, we may lose sight of that boy." Yang Yelong pressed anxiously. Chapter 010. Rushing over in a frenzy while Yang Yelong and the others awaited their senior brother Fu Wentian at the inn, Chai Yinwang rode out of the town, heading east along the main road. Chai Yinwang proceeded at a relaxed pace, his mind swirling with thoughts of Yang Yelong and his companions' vile natures. He mused, "The token my brothers bestowed upon me indeed grants free lodging and meals. Yet there are those who wish to seize it from me. I still need to find a place to stay and eat, but I lack the silver to pay. If I present this token, will it not attract further trouble? If only I could earn some silver to settle my dues, I would avoid all these complications." Chai Yinwang had been traveling for quite some time, perhaps for over half an hour, when suddenly the sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed from behind him. Turning around, he spotted a group of over a dozen riders galloping towards him, with the leader being none other than the innkeeper, Yang Yelong. Upon realizing that he was being pursued, Chai Yinwang resolutely turned his horse around, raising his head to observe the approaching individuals. Moments later, Yang Yelong and his companions drew near, reining in their horses and glaring fiercely at Chai Yinwang. "What do you intend, then? Are you here to confront me?" Chai Yinwang scrutinized Yang Yelong and his entourage. Yang Yelong, with his left arm bandaged, turned to a robust man in his 30s with a scruffy beard, saying, "Senior brother, this lad not only refused to pay for his lodging, but also injured us. It was worth our swift pursuit to finally catch up with him." The senior brother, Fu Wentian, assessed Chai Yinwang for a moment before speaking. "You truly possess audacity, young M. A.N. to stay at an inn without payment, and to harm my brother. Such bravado is akin to courting death. Chai Yin-wang replied, I possess a complimentary token. Why should I pay? This statement left Fu Wentian momentarily perplexed. What complimentary token? Yang Yelong shouted, then leaned in to whisper a few words that Fu Wentian turned back to Chai Yin-wang and demanded, Show me that token. You wish to see my complimentary token? Perhaps you hope to claim it for yourself? Very well. I shall show it to you. But what will you do then? As he spoke, Chai Yin-wang produced the purple gold token and tossed it over. Fu Wentian caught it and exclaimed, Indeed, the legendary purple gold token. I never imagined it to be real. Yang Yelong snatched the token from Fu Wentian's hand, declaring, Senior brother, this token belongs to me now. You deal with that brat. As he spoke, he tightened his reins, causing his horse to rear back. Chai Yin-wang observed Yang Yelong's actions calmly and said, Innkeeper Yang, it seems you are still harboring thieving intentions. Have you forgotten what I told you at the inn's entrance? Fu Wentian, puzzled, looked at Chai Yin-wang and asked, What did you say? I previously warned him that should he covet another's belongings, I would take his life. Chai Yin-wang stated leisurely that he then extended his left hand, and astonishingly, the purple gold token that Yang Yelong held slipped from his grasp and flew back into Chai Yin-wang's palm. Subsequently, Chai Yin-wang raised his right hand to strike Yang Yelong. Seeing this, Yang Yelong cried out, Senior brother, save me! Fu Wentian realized that Chai Yin-wang harbored murderous intent and quickly unleashed a powerful palm strike, aiming to intercept Chai Yin-wang's blow while shouting, Please, young sir. Show mercy. However, Chai Yin-wang ignored Fu Wentian's plea, continuing his assault on Yang Yelong. Yet he felt a force strike his hand, causing it to tremble and diverting his intended blow by 2 feet. Nevertheless, Yang Yelong was still knocked off his horse, groaning on the ground. Chai Yin-wang ceased his attack, turning to Fu Wentian and asked, What? Do you wish to prevent me from killing him? Fu Wentian, having witnessed Chai Yin-wang's formidable ability to retrieve the token, realized that not only was he no match, but even his father would have little assurance of victory. He had no choice but to adopt a pleading demeanor, his eyes beseeching as he said, Young brother, we acknowledge our ignorance. Please spare my disciple's greedy heart, that we have offended you greatly, and I will take him back to my father to face the consequences according to our rules. Chai Yin-wang, sitting confidently on his horse, tilted his head and replied, Spare him. You outnumber me significantly. If I lack some capability, would you have shown me a path to escape? I intend to kill him. That would be a concession to you. As he spoke, he prepared to strike once more. Fu Wentian hastily interjected, Please, Chai, wait. How about I offer you silver to redeem my disciple's worthless life? Chai Yin-wang, in need of silver, perked up at this suggestion. So you wish to buy a life with silver. Pray tell, how much is Yang the innkeeper's life worth? If I deem it sufficient, I may spare him. Fu Wentian pondered for a moment, and then raised a finger. Chai Yin-wang, perplexed, asked 1,000 taels? Fu Wentian shook his head. No, how about 10,000 taels? Chai Yin-wang, uncertain of the value of 10,000 taels, countered, How much silver can Yang the innkeeper's provide? Upon hearing this, Fu Wentian realized that Chai Yin-wang was dissatisfied with the offer, knowing therein was worth much more than a mere 100,000. That Yang Yelong, recognizing that silver might save his life, cried out, Senior brother, offer him 100,000. Fu Wentian replied, Young brother, would 10,000 taels of silver suffice? Chai Yin-wang, secretly pleased, feigned hesitation before responding, Very well, but I reiterate my previous warning. Should you covet another's possessions again, and I learn of it, I shall not hesitate to kill. That he then opened his palm, signaling for the payment. Fu Wentian, feeling awkward, said, Young brother, we lack such a sum on hand. Please wait a moment while I summon my father to bring 10,000 taels. Chai Yin-wang frowned. No. Are you not speaking empty words? I might as well take his life. Please, young brother, calm your anger. I only have several dozen taels of loose silver. Take these for now, and I will call my father immediately. As Fu Wentian spoke, he produced 20 or 30 taels of silver and offered them, while the other hand retrieved a communication token, shouting, Father, bring 10,000 taels of silver notes to the Liangpu town entrance. And be quick. From the other end of the token, a voice responded, What is it, Wentian? Father, no time for questions. This concerns a life. Hurry and bring the silver, and you will understand upon arrival that Fu Wentian's urgency was palpable. On the other end, Fu Yunfeng, upon hearing his son's plea for help, recognized the gravity of the situation. Though the specifics eluded him, he hurriedly retrieved 10,000 taels from the treasury, mounted his horse, and rushed over. After approximately half an hour, Chai Yin-Wang spotted a rider approaching rapidly down the main road. Soon, Fu Yinfeng arrived, and upon seeing Yang Yellow on the ground, he inquired, "Wen Tian, what is the situation? Why such a large sum of silver?" "Father, just hand over the silver notes first." Fu Yinfeng, confused but compliant, produced the notes. Fu Wentian promptly took them and respectfully handed them to Chai Yin-Wang, stating, "Chai, please verify. Each note is 1,000 taels, and they can be exchanged for silver at any bank across the Huaxia dynasty." Chai Yin-Wang accepted the thick stack of notes, weighed them in his hands, and placed them into his bag before declaring, "All is well. You may leave." Fu Yinfeng, still bewildered by the turn of events, looked at Chai Yin-Wang and asked, "Young sir, could you provide me with a reason for this?" Chai Yin-Wang assessed Fu Yinfeng, noting the man was nearly 60 years old, a peak Xuanwu realm martial artist, and considered a formidable figure in the eyes of ordinary folk. Sensing the man's sincerity, he replied, "Old sir, given your promptness, I will disclose the matter. Let Yang the innkeeper explain himself." "Very well." Fu Yunfeng turned to the trembling Yang Yelong, who lay on the ground. "Master, spare me. I realize my mistakes." Yang Yelong recounted how Chai Yin-Wang had taken lodging with the legendary purple gold token. As Fu Yunfeng listened, he scrutinized Chai Yin-Wang. Though young, Chai exuded an extraordinary presence, possessing a complementary token from the provincial government, indicating he was likely a significant figure. Such individuals ought to be befriended rather than antagonized. Once Fu Yunfeng grasped the situation, he dismounted and delivered a swift kick that sent Yang Yelong tumbling 3 yards away. Scolding him, "You wretched fool, do you think Chai's possessions are yours to covet?" After chastising him, he turned to Chai Yin-Wang, clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, and said, "Young Master Chai, I apologize on behalf of my disciple for his indiscretion. I hope you can forgive him. I shall ensure he is properly disciplined in the future." Seeing Fu Yunfeng's humility and having received the silver, Chai Yin-Wang felt it inappropriate to voice any further harsh words and simply replied, "Very well. I must continue on my journey." Fu Yunfeng then added, "Young Master Chai, I have a humble request that I wish to befriend you. May I use my token to connect with yours in the future? Should you need my assistance, simply call as a martial artist." Fu Yunfeng was uncertain if he knew Chai's parents, but even if not, having a connection could prove beneficial. Chai Yin-Wang considered this and said, "All right, but I wish to inquire about 2 individuals. Let me show you my purple gold token." As he handed it over, Fu Yinfeng began to merge his communication token with the purple gold one, asking, "Who do you wish to inquire about?" "My parents, Chai Shanling and Tan Huixian, arrived in this land of Huaxia over a year ago. Do you know their current whereabouts?" Fu Yinfeng examined the purple gold token closely while responding, "I do not know them personally. But if they are also martial artists, I could ask fellow practitioners to inquire on your behalf." With a look of disappointment on his face, Chai Yin-Wang said, "My parents are undoubtedly practitioners of martial arts. I assume that everyone here is familiar with them." Beside him, Fu Wentian remarked, "Do not fret, young Master Chai, that the Shiguan Martial Arts Alliance competition we held last year did not feature these 2 individuals, so it is quite possible they have yet to arrive in the Shiguan region. It is not surprising that we do not recognize or have heard of them. The vast expanse of the Huaxia dynasty is home to numerous martial artists across the Dingguan, Nangguan, and Beiguan, as well as the Central Plains. Surely some of them must be acquainted with them." Hearing Fu Wentian's words, Chai Yin-Wang found them reasonable, and his heart was considerably eased. He then said, "I shall inquire in other places. And I kindly ask you to assist in gathering information as well. Anyone who knows of Wei Tao would be of interest." Fu Yinfeng subsequently returned the Zijin token to Chai Yin-Wang, saying, "Young Master Chai, keep this safe. Now that we have a means of contact, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity should we uncover any news regarding your parents. Very well, we shall part ways here, and I look forward to our next meeting." After Chai Yin-Wang finished speaking, he mounted his steed, turned the horse's head, and continued on his journey toward Liangzhou City. Once Chai Yin-Wang's figure had vanished from sight, Fu Yunfeng approached Yang Yelong and scolded, "You fool! After 20 years in this business, I never imagined you would possess the intellect of a pig. Have you not considered that such a young lad, bearing the legendary Zijin token and displaying such formidable martial prowess, though I cannot discern his exact level, certainly surpasses your master. His ability to manipulate objects from a distance must place him at least in the late stages of the Earth martial realm. How could his identity be trivial? Perhaps he is a significant figure of whom we are unaware, potentially linked to a prominent personage in the state or even the court. How dare you provoke such an individual? If you cannot produce silver today, can you safeguard your very life? After enduring his master's scolding, Yang Yelong trembled and replied, "Disciple acknowledges his error and shall not dare to entertain any impudent thoughts in the future." Enough! Your legs are now incapacitated, and you need not concern yourself with the inn. Let Wen Tian manage it personally. The inn has many travelers from all directions. He may also assist in inquiring about young Master Chai's parents. With that, Fu Yunfeng dismissed the disciples and mounted his horse to depart. As for Fu Wentian and the others, we shall not delve into how they gathered information. Instead, let us follow Chai Yunwang, who continued on his path after parting from Fu Wentian and the others. 3 days later, in the late morning, he arrived at a boundary marker that read, "You have entered Liangzhou," realizing he had exited the Xiguan territory and stepped into Liangzhou. Chai Yunwang mused that within Liangzhou city, there must be martial artists and martial families, and he might uncover some news. Lost in thought, he rode forth. As he proceeded, he suddenly spotted a group of 4 or 5 individuals surrounding one person, delivering punches and kicks, while a voice cried out in agony, "Wu Xan, you cowards, just kill me. I shall never yield to you." The attackers paused, and a tall, lean man sneered, "And Yuan, so you are defiant, are you?" Another, with a sharp face, mocked, "Indeed, you are willing to die, but not to part with your wealth. Once our boss captures your daughter, let us see if you maintain your courage." "Bah, Wu Ju has no chance of capturing my daughter. We parted ways, she heading south while I went west. She has likely reached her destination by now. N Yuan, do not think you can deceive us with your ruse. Your daughter has not left the Anjitang in Liangzhou. There is a saying, the most dangerous place is often the safest. You think you can outsmart us, but our boss is cleverer than you think. While we pursue you, he will personally go to the Anjitang to seize your lovely daughter. Should he capture her, and you refuse to hand her over, can you imagine her fate?" The tall, lean Wu Xan concluded with a smug expression. "Scoundrels, you are a pack of demons. That manuscript is a treasured heirloom of the Yin family. Why should I surrender it to you?" And Yuan shouted in exasperation. The Wu Xan stepped forward, delivering 2 brutal kicks to an Yuan, who writhed on the ground, unable to voice his pain any longer. Chai Yunwang, having gathered some understanding of the situation, realized these were individuals intent on robbing another. They truly deserved death. With this thought, he shouted from atop his horse, "Halt! In broad daylight, you dare to rob another? Is there no law left on this land? You all deserve to die." Wu Xan and his companions turned to see a young man seated regally upon a magnificent white horse, glaring at them. "What kind of brat are you? Who gave you the right to meddle in our affairs?" A portly middle-aged man yelled. "This matter concerns me," Chai Yunwang declared, gracefully dismounting and stepping forward to confront Wu Xan and his gang. The previously speaking portly man cursed, "You're seeking death." He charged at Chai Yunwang, throwing a punch aimed at his face with the intent to crush his skull. Chai Yunwang, incensed, swung the horsewhip in his right hand, sending the man flying several yards away with a grunt, leaving him uncertain of his fate. Seeing his comrade struck down, Wu Xan cursed, "Impudent brat! Brothers, let us all take him down." Several burly men surged forward alongside Wu Xan, fists raised and rushing toward Chai Yunwang. Unmoved, Chai Yunwang waited until they drew near before skillfully cracking his whip twice, causing blood to spray as cries of agony erupted, with a series of thuds. The burly men fell lifeless to the ground, their spirits extinguished. That moment, a hoarse voice called out, "Young man, have you killed?" Chai Yunwang turned to see Yin Yuan, slumped on the ground, staring at him in astonishment. He casually replied, "These miscreants deserve their fate." That he then approached Yin Yuan to help him up, saying, "Uncle, they have injured you severely. You ought to take a healing pill to recover swiftly." Yin Yuan, weak and breathless, replied, "Thank you, young man. I am Yin Yuan, a physician. As long as I am not dead, I will gradually recover. May I know your esteemed name?" "I am Chai Yunwang. I wonder why these men sought to rob you. The item must be quite precious." Upon hearing the inquiry, and Yuan immediately responded, "It is a long story, young Master Chai. With your considerable skills, please rescue my daughter." Very well. Where is your daughter? At the Anjitang on the eastern street of Liangzhou City. She may already be in Wu Ju's clutches. Then I shall head there immediately. However, I do not know the way. You must guide me. What shall we do? I truly lack the strength to walk. And Yuan lamented anxiously. Chai Yinwang pondered briefly before saying, Uncle Lin, consume this healing pill, and I will channel my energy to treat your injuries that I in no time. You shall be well and regain your strength. As he spoke, he produced a healing pill bestowed upon him by his grandfather. In Yuan gasped upon seeing it. Young Master Chai, you possess such a precious pill. This is a coveted treasure from martial artists. Indeed, it is a healing pill passed down in my family. With that, he placed his palm on In Yuan's back. After In Yuan ingested the pill, Chai Yunwang channeled his energy to assist in healing him. Moments later, In Yuan felt the pain dissipate, his blood circulating freely, and his body brimming with vigor. After a brief while, Chai Yunwang withdrew his hand, inquiring, Uncle Lin, how do you feel now? Young Master Chai, you are truly remarkable. I feel completely revitalized and healed. I shall lead you to the Anji Tang, In Yuan exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and brushing off the dust from his clothing. Just as Chai Yinwang was about to speak, In Yuan furrowed his brow and said, Alas, we are still 200 to 300 miles from Liangzhou City. Walking would take me 5 days and nights, and by then, it might be too late. Chai Yinwang asked, Uncle Lin, can you ride a horse? Reasonably well, but you have a horse while I do not. Not to worry. You ride ahead, and I will follow on foot. Can you keep pace with the horse? And Yuan questioned in disbelief that I can manage. Hurry and mount. Chai Yinwang urged, assisting In Yuan onto the back of the snow-white steed, that he then gave the horse a light tap on the rear. And it bolted forward, galloping away. Chai Yinwang, refraining from using his flight technique, resorted to his lightness skill to closely follow the horse that I in front of the Anjitang at the eastern street of Liangzhou City. A group of burly men loomed, staring at the tightly locked door. The leader was none other than Wu Ju, the head of the Wu family, a prominent clan in Liangzhou, who sought to elevate his status with the support of the Yu family. A first-rate martial arts clan. The head of the Yu family, Yu Deki, had long coveted the ancestral medical manuscript held by In Yuan, believing it contained a chapter detailing the recipe and refining method for the esteemed Qingyang pill. He had long desired to obtain this recipe, that if he could secure it and produce the Qingyang pill, a martial artist consuming it could rapidly enhance their martial prowess in a short span, making it an invaluable elixir sought by all practitioners that if the Jingyang Dan were to be sold to cultivators, it is likely that even 1,000 or 10,000 taels of silver for a single pill would incite a fierce competition among buyers. This notion of cleverly seizing the opportunity troubled Yu Deki, who, aware of Liangzhou's esteemed martial arts families, feared the gossip that might arise among his peers. Consequently, he instructed the Wu family, who sought his favor, to approach On Yuan for the acquisition. Wu Ju, the head of the Wu family, dispatched someone to Anji Hall to request On Yuan, claiming that the Wu family was willing to offer 100 taels of silver for the family's ancestral medical classic, while in truth, their intent was to forcibly seize it. Chapter 013. The acknowledgement of the medical classic. Despite Wu Ju's repeated attempts at negotiation, On Yuan consistently denied the existence of any ancestral medical classic. It was only 10 days prior that Wu Ju personally issued an ultimatum, demanding that On Yuan surrender the medical classic within 3 days, or face the annihilation of his entire family. After Wu Ju departed, On Yuan and his family convened and decided to disperse the disciples, including Ji Shanshan, close the pharmacy, and flee, sending his wife and daughter to find refuge at their relatives in Tianshou while he himself made for the Western Gate. They all understood that if news of their departure leaked, the Wu family would surely send pursuers. Once the pharmacy staff and disciples had left, On Yuan locked the pharmacy and made a grand exit from Liangzhou, intending to signal to Wu Ju that his family was fleeing to escape calamity. However, that night, Miss and Qingtong stealthily returned to Anji Hall to hide with the medical classic, disguised as a maid named Niz, to continue the journey to Tianshou with Madame. 3 days later, Wu Ju received word that On Yuan had fled Liangzhou with his wife and daughter, and immediately sent out search parties. Reports indicated that On Yuan had left Liangzhou alone, heading towards the Western Gate, while Madame and Miss had taken the road leading to Tianshou. Wu Ju promptly dispatched 2 groups to pursue them. After 2 or 3 days, they caught up with Madame An's group, only to find Miss and was missing, and conveyed this news to Wu Ju. Similarly, Wu Xian, who had pursued An Yuan, reported that An Yuan was without Missen. From these two pieces of information, Wu Ju concluded that Missen had not left Anji Hall and remained hidden in the pharmacy. After exchanging information with the two search parties, he resolved to personally visit Anji Hall on the eastern street of the southern city. By the time Wu Ju arrived at Anji Hall from his home in the northern part of the city, it was already 3/4 past the hour of the monkey. Upon seeing the tightly locked door, he smirked disdainfully and said, "I'm trying to pull a fast one. There's no way that is happening. Wu Ran, break down the door for me." Wu Ran, a wiry fellow, promptly brandished a large cleaver, spat into his palm, and with both hands firmly grasping the handle, struck the lock with 2 powerful blows. The massive lock fell away, and with a swift kick, the 2 doors crashed open. A shifty-eyed ruffian shouted, "Missen, come out! Stop hiding! We know you're in there!" No response came, nor did anyone emerge. After calling out twice to no avail, Wu Ran bellowed again, "Missen, if you don't come out willingly, I'll have to come in and find you, and there won't be any good consequences for you." After waiting a moment longer without a response, Wu Ju began to doubt, pondering whether he had miscalculated and if they had truly fled. "No, we must search inside," he thought, and commanded his men, "You all go in and search every corner twice." Wu Ran and the others stormed into Anji Hall, ransacking everything and leaving no nook unturned. Yet they found nothing. A group emerged to report to Wu Ju, "We searched everywhere. There's no one here." Wu Ju, who had come in high spirits, was disheartened after nearly half an hour of searching without results. Just as his subordinates were preparing to turn back, he seemed to remember something and shouted, "Everyone, turn back, search again thoroughly for any secret chambers." This time, Wu Ju took it upon himself to explore the interior, tapping along the walls and floor, and after a lengthy search, he finally noticed something amiss in the left corner of the bedroom wall. Upon striking it, a hollow sound echoed, and he instantly understood there was a hidden door, indicating the presence of a concealed chamber within. Infuriated, Wu Ju cursed, "I've wasted half an hour of my time. And I finally find your hiding spot." He then called out loudly, "Missen, you can't hide anymore. Will you come out on your own, or shall I force you out?" After a brief pause, a creaking sound was heard as the hidden door opened, revealing a stunning young woman of 17 or 18 years, who was none other than Miss Qingtong. Glaring at Wu Ju, she said with venom, "Head of the Wu family, our family has practiced medicine for generations to save lives. Your Wu family engages in commerce. It seems we have nothing to do with each other. Why do you seek to harm us?" "Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the medical classic now," Wu Ju retorted, cutting straight to the chase. "You must have us repeat this countless times. We have no medical classic," she insisted. "You think you can deceive me? Your parents have already been captured by my men, and they have revealed that the medical classic is in your possession." Wu Ju attempted to coerce her with threats. "That is preposterous. We have no such classic. They wouldn't fabricate lies about it being here." Wu Ju glared at her. "Missen, it seems you enjoy courting trouble." Wu Ran, strip her of her garments and see if she reveals anything. Upon hearing this, and Qingtong felt a mix of shame and anger. As Wu Ran approached to act, she suddenly bolted past him, trying to escape. However, upon reaching the hall, she was blocked by those at the entrance and could not flee. Wu Ju, emerging behind her, growled, "Thinking of escaping? There's no way out. Consider this carefully. If I give the command, your parents will meet their end. That if you wish for their survival, you must hand over the medical classic. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what my men will do to you. Let my parents die. They have always said that when faced with despair, death is the only option. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I only seek death." And Qingtong declared resolutely, taking a step towards the wall as if to crash into it. Just as someone attempted to intervene, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, accompanied by shouts from Qingtong's people. Everyone in the hall recognized the voice as An Yuan's. "My father has returned," and Qingtong gasped in surprise that Wu Ju and the others were also taken aback. "Wu Xian has brought someone back without saying a word." The group followed Wu Ju out to the hall. There stood An Yuan alongside a tall, unfamiliar youth, but Wu Xian and the others were nowhere to be seen. Upon seeing An Qingtong being restrained, An Yuan shouted angrily, "Release my daughter, and I will give you the medical classic." Hearing this, Wu Ju sneered, "Ah, An Yuan, you finally admit to the existence of the medical classic. Indeed, release Qingtong, and I will immediately hand over the medical classic. On Yuan replied, fearing for his daughter's safety at Wu Ju's hands and reluctantly softening his stance. Chapter 014. May I leave first? Wu Ju glanced at the more than 10 people behind him, then turned back to say, very well. I'm not afraid of any more thoughts of escape. With a wave of his hand, the men holding in Qingtong released her. She rushed to her father's side. On Yuan, concerned, looked over his daughter and asked, those brutes didn't harm you, did they? And Qingtong nodded slightly, biting her lip. Seeing his daughter safe, On Yuan felt relieved and turned to Wu Ju, stating, head of the Wu family. Mayan family has a family precept. The ancestral medical classic cannot be transmitted outside unless that individual becomes part of the family. Think carefully. Would I simply give it to you? Wu Ju was taken aback for a moment, then tilted his head to scrutinize On Yun, asking, what do you mean? Are you saying your word doesn't hold weight? Of course. Your Wu family is not related to mine family. Why should my word matter to you? On Yuan replied firmly. Beside them, Wu Ran seethed. On Yun, you're courting death. He stepped forward, ready to strike, that Wu Ju quickly intervened, saying, Wu Ran, hold on. Turning back to On Yun, he added, from what you just said, if it's someone from your own family, you would be willing to give it. That simplifies matters. Your daughter is merely 10 years younger than my son Wu Deshan. If we marry her to my son, we become one family. Wouldn't that work? And Qingtong retorted angrily, you're delusional. Do you think I would ever agree to marry your foolish son? Wu Ju's expression darkened. Unwilling? Is that so? Wu Ran. Take action. Break one of On Yuan's legs and bring Missin back to marry my son. That Wu Ran clenched his fists and took a step forward, twisting his wrist threateningly. Seeing Wu Ran genuinely ready to act, and Qingtong clutched her father's arm tightly to that moment. Chai Yinwang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the father and daughter. That Wu Ran paused, glancing at the silent youth, and asked, who are you? Dare to stand up for the family. Don't concern yourself with who I am. As long as I'm here today, you won't bully the family in Anji Hall. Chai Yinwang declared, arms crossed defiantly. On Yuan suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, yes, my distant cousin, named Wang Zai, who has come to seek refuge with me. Chai Yinwang chimed in, yes, if you dare to bully my uncle's family, I'll break your legs. Upon hearing this, Wu Ran scoffed, little brat, you wish to break our legs? First, take a punch from me. With that, he stepped forward and swung his fist towards Chai Yinwang's face. The two were merely 5 paces apart, making it seemingly unavoidable that Qingtong, observing from the side, gasped and instinctively hid behind her father's back. Chai Yinwang, not wishing to reveal his strength too soon, deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Wu Ran's heavy punch. That Wu Ran, having missed, stumbled forward and turned back to say, kid, do you dare to dodge again? Nonsense, I won't dodge. I'm waiting for you to hit me. If you dare to strike again, I won't hold back. Chai Yinwang declared with righteous indignation that, oh, you intend to fight back. Let me see you try. Wu Ran retorted, shifting his stance before launching a kick aimed at Chai Yinwang's abdomen. Chai Yinwang, with a casual sidestep, narrowly avoided the blow, Wu Ran's toes grazing his clothing. That if you kick again, I truly will retaliate, he warned. You little brat, if you possess skill, then show me. Why hide? With that, Wu Ran kicked again. And Qingtong, hearing their banter, peeked from behind her father and saw Wu Ran's foot hurtling towards Chai Yinwang once more, prompting another gasp. This time, Chai Yinwang chose not to evade. Instead, with his left hand, he deftly caught Wu Ran's ankle, yanked it and released. With a sharp crack, Wu Ran landed in a split, his upper body collapsing to the ground, exclaiming in pain, clearly having suffered a broken leg. That Wu Ju, witnessing Wu Ran's misfortune, immediately shouted, quick! Everyone, join forces and break this brat's legs. At his command, the 10 or so others surged forward. Chai Yinwang merely waved his hand, lightly striking the first few attackers, sending them crashing backward. Some colliding with those who followed, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again, either with broken legs or fractures, their anguished cries filling the air. That Wu Ju, witnessing this scene, finally understood. No wonder this brat was so fearless. He was indeed a martial artist. Realizing this, he said, kid, you have quite the skill. That do you know that the Wu family also has martial artists backing us? They belong to a prestigious martial arts family in Liangzhou. Nearby, And Yuan interjected, "You mean the Yu family, Yu Deki, right? Don't rely on his influence. My nephew's fists are not to be trifled with." Diane Yuan had witnessed Chai Yunwang's lethal capabilities and suspected that his restraint today was due to their location in the city of Anjite. Otherwise, these men would hardly survive a couple of slaps from Chai Yunwang. Wu Ju, upon hearing this, said, "Very well, you are fierce. Just wait." With that, he intended to lead his group away. Suddenly, Chai Yunwang shouted, "Hold on, Wu family head. Do you think you can simply walk away today? Just because we cannot defeat you does not mean others cannot." Wu Ju, stealing his courage, replied. Chai Yunwang stepped forward, seizing Wu Ju by the collar and yanking him forward, causing him to stumble. Wu Ju struggled to regain his balance, looking fearfully at Chai Yunwang, pleading, "I no longer want the Yin family's medical tome. Please let me go. I demand to know, have your dispatch men captured the Yin family matron?" Chai Yunwang inquired, his gaze fixed intensely on Wu Ju. I don't know." "Then hurry and inquire, or I shall smash your skull," Chai Yunwang continued. Seeing the murderous intent on Chai Yunwang's face, Wu Ju genuinely feared receiving a slap himself, and had no choice but to produce a blue communication token. After a few taps, the token emitted a sound. "Head, we have brought back the family matron," and the youth impersonating Miss and Wu Ju now fully understood Chai Yunwang's intentions and exclaimed into the token, "Wu Xian, quickly bring the matron to Anjitang. Yes, we are nearing the city gate and shall arrive in just half an hour." After the conversation, Wu Ju trembled as he said, "Brother Wangzi, I have instructed them to bring the matron here. May I leave first?" Chai Yunwang's expression darkened. "What is the rush? We shall wait until the matron arrives, that if she has been harmed by your hand, you can forget about leaving the family unscathed." Those who had been struck down by Chai Yunwang's slap gritted their teeth in pain, each one rising cautiously, fearfully glancing at Chai Yunwang. Chapter 015. This transcendent medical tome is for you. The group waited for approximately half an hour before Wu Xian appeared, dragging the matron by one arm, while another individual pulled along the youth. Upon seeing this, Wu Ju was greatly alarmed and shouted, "Wu Xian, release them immediately." Wu Xian, unaware of the change in circumstances, hesitated as he saw Wu Ju rushing towards him. He hurriedly let go of the matron, and the other person released the youth as well. Both the matron and the youth tumbled to the ground with a muffled groan. And Qingtong rushed forward to assist her mother, asking, "Mother, did they harm you?" The youth interjected, "They did. The matron has a deep gash on her leg from their kicks, and my left arm is fractured." Upon hearing this, and Yuan hurried forward to examine and dress the wounds of both the matron and the youth. Chai Yunwang turned to Wu Ju, who in fear quickly exclaimed, "Wang Yi, it has nothing to do with me. I did not instruct them to harm anyone." Wu Xian and the others were bewildered, realizing after a moment that Wu Ran and his companions appeared to be in a pitiable state, as if they had endured a beating. Finally comprehending that something had gone awry, Chai Yunwang turned and asked, "Who struck you?" The matron, slightly dazed, after a moment, stammered, "I am afraid to speak," and Qingtong beside her encouraged, "Mother, do not be afraid. Speak boldly. That Wangzi brother is here to help us." Hearing this, the matron looked at Chai Yunwang and then questioningly at her husband, who nodded in agreement. Only then did she say, "They surrounded me and struck me and my daughter. Had it not been for her shielding me, my arm might have been broken as well." Chai Yunwang turned to Wu Ju and said, "Wu family head, what do you think? Shall we break your legs and arms, or theirs?" Wu Ju, drenched in cold sweat, realized he had involuntarily wet his pants, and hastily replied, "Break theirs. Very well. Then you go and break one of their legs and arms. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to plot against the Yin family or bully its members again, I will personally sever your head from your shoulders, that I shall not dare again." Wu Ju, thoroughly frightened, picked up a wooden stick and approached Wu Xian and the others. Seeing that he was serious, Wu Xian and the 5 others turned to flee, but after only 2 or 3 steps, they found themselves unable to move, as if bound by an unseen force. When Wu Ju reached them, he swung the stick, delivering several heavy blows. The 5, attempting to evade, found their legs and feet immobilized, forced to endure the strikes from Wu Ju's stick. After finishing, Wu Ju looked back at Chai Yunwang and said, "Is this enough? Now check if their bones are truly broken. Otherwise, I will break your heads." Hearing this from Chai Yunwang, Wu Ju's legs turned to jelly at the thought of losing his head, and he had no choice but to turn back and strike the 5 once more, this time causing Wu Xian and the others to collapse to the ground, wailing and rolling in agony. After delivering the final blows, Wu Ju timidly glanced at Chai Yun-Wang, not daring to speak. Chai Yun-Wang stared at Wu Ju for a moment before saying, "Get back, and remember what I just told you." That Wu Ju quickly replied, "Thank you, Wang Yi, for sparing my life. I shall never dare again." With that, he led his group away, each one supporting the other, limping and dragging their injured limbs. Chai Yun-Wang then approached to assess the injuries of the matron and the youth, subsequently producing healing pills for them to take, which moved in Yuan to the point of wanting to kneel in gratitude. Chai Yun-Wang hurriedly helped him up, saying, "Uncle In, what are you doing?" "Brother Chai, you are the savior of our family, providing us with pills that cannot be purchased with silver. I must bow to express our family's gratitude. Did you not just call me your cousin Wang Zi? We are relatives. It is only right that I help you." Chai Yun-Wang gestured dismissively. Yin Yuan paused, then realized, "Indeed, you are my nephew." After speaking, he felt something was off, furrowing his brow as he continued, "Brother Chai, with your extraordinary abilities, you must be a significant figure. How can our family ever hope to reach your heights?" "Uncle, you are the elder. How can I, just a child, say you are beneath me?" Chai Yun-Wang shook his head. "Old man, what is going on here? You have left my mother and me in confusion," N's matron said, looking at Yuan with puzzlement. "This is a long story. Let us discuss it inside." In just a short while, the matron and the youth felt their pain subsiding, and they quickly got up, following Yuan into the hall. Upon entering, they were greeted with a scene of utter chaos. The medicine cabinet was overturned, herbs strewn across the floor. The group hurriedly began to tidy up, and after a considerable time, they finally restored order. Yuan then sat down and recounted how Chai Yun-Wang had rescued him. He concluded, "Brother Chai, please do not take offense. I mistakenly referred to you as my cousin in front of Wu Ju and the others. It was a matter of necessity, that I hope you do not hold it against me. Greetings. Having acknowledged the truth, what does it matter? Today, I shall accept you as my uncle. You are indeed my dear uncle. After all, having arrived in this realm, I have yet to find my parents, and I am bereft of kin." Chai Yun-Wang spoke with deep emotion. Upon hearing his words, Yuan and his family were somewhat perplexed. And Qingtong, ever the quick-witted one, interjected, "Wang Ge, are you searching for your parents? Do you have any leads?" "None," Chai Yun-Wang replied. "They are practitioners from Shouwu, and I may need to inquire among the martial artists to glean any information." "Child," Madam said, "in this vast world, amidst the countless souls, locating 2 individuals is no simple task. That it must be done gradually. From where do you hail? What is your hometown?" Chai Yun-Wang hesitated, knowing he could not reveal he came from the celestial realm, fearing it would frighten the family. Thus he said, "Uncle Ani, you need not inquire about my origins. It is not convenient for me to disclose that. In any case, please trust that I mean you no harm and shall not permit anyone to injure you." And Yuan pondered for a moment, as if making a significant decision, and declared, "Wang Zai, our family's lives were saved by you. We certainly believe you to be a good person, that we have no means to repay you. So I shall gift you our family's treasured medical tome. Uncle, you mustn't. That is your ancestral heirloom. As an outsider, I cannot accept it. Moreover, I lack knowledge of medicine, so it would serve no purpose." Chai Yun-Wang firmly declined. "Wang Zai, do not be so hasty in your refusal." And Yuan urged that Wu Ju has persistently sought our medical tome. It is not merely a medical manual, that he likely desires the formula and method for refining the Jingyang Dan. "Father, what does he want that formula for? He is a businessman, not a practitioner. Our family cannot even refine Jingyang Dan. Does he have the means to do so?" And Qingtong interjected with curiosity. Yuan continued, "I believe Wu Ju is seeking it for the martial arts family behind him. Only a powerful martial artist can utilize their own energy to refine Jingyang Dan, even if an ordinary person possesses the formula and method. They cannot produce genuine Jingyang Dan, even if they were fortunate enough to refine a few pills. They would hold little value. Father, I have heard that the martial arts family behind the Wu family is the Yu family. Could it be that Yu Deki is instructing him to demand it from us?" "Most likely," and Yuan replied. "Thus, preserving this formula within our family serves no purpose. It will eventually be destroyed or stolen. Hence, I have decided to give it to our benefactor, Wang Zai. With your abilities, You should be able to refine Jingyang Dan equivalent to the ones you provided us, or even concoct more potent and valuable variants. Upon hearing in Yuan's words, Chai Yunwang's interest was piqued. Uncle, you recognize my family's ancestral Jingdan? The moment you presented it, I felt a resemblance. After consuming it, I was certain, among the 16 ingredients of my family's ancestral formula. One can refine your green Jingdan, that if we add another 8 ingredients, we can create a superior blood-red Jingdan capable of resurrecting the deceased. These 2 types of Jingdan are immensely appealing to martial artists. Once consumed, they not only heal injuries but can also restore life and enhance their cultivation levels, that if we utilize just 12 ingredients, we can refine a red Jingdan that counters all poisons. I possess all these medicinal materials in my storage room. I merely lack an alchemy furnace. Therefore, you only need to find a suitable furnace. After Yuan's explanation, Chai Yunwang felt a stirring within him. Yet he also believed that claiming others' belongings as his own was an exceedingly unethical act, one he despised above all. Thus, he stated, Uncle, this is ultimately your family's possession. As an outsider, I cannot seize it for myself. At that moment, Qing Tong devised a solution and whispered a few words into her mother's ear. Before Chai Yunwang could articulate his thoughts, Madam interjected, Wang Zai, you saved our entire family. We no longer see you as a stranger. Your noble heart deserves the affection of everyone that I have decided to betroth my daughter, Qing Tong, to you as your wife. Henceforth, we shall be one family, and accepting the treasured medical tome will be entirely reasonable. And Qing Tong added enthusiastically, if Wang Ge becomes my husband, he is no longer an outsider, and there is no need for any reservations. This should suffice, right? Chai Yunwang quickly replied, Madam and Missin, that is not what I meant. I intended to say that you should prepare the medicinal materials needed for alchemy, that I can assist you in refining the elixirs, and once successful, you can use the pills to heal and save others. And Yuan had already contemplated the notion of marriage for his daughter, and hearing his wife and daughter express their intentions aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Indeed, once we can successfully refine them, those martial artists will surely clamor to purchase them. You can sell them to those who are in need, and Yuan affirmed. Chai Yunwang contemplated for a moment and replied, Very well. Once we have the alchemy furnace, you can prepare the medicinal materials, and I shall attempt to see if I can refine Jingyang Dan. Seeing that Chai Yunwang had acquiesced, and Qing Tong's joy knew no bounds as she grasped his hand. Exclaiming, Wang Ge, does this mean you agree to be my husband? The instant their hands touched, Chai Yunwang felt a tremor within him, as if his cultivation had subtly shifted. Little did he know, this was a special phenomenon experienced by practitioners from the celestial realm, where mere skin contact between young men and women could yield the effects of yin-yang dual cultivation. Chai Yunwang attempted to withdraw his hand, but Qing Tong held on firmly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stated, We are still quite young. How can we discuss marriage? And Yuan and his wife chimed in unison, Wang Zai, Qing Tong has already surpassed 18 years. She is of marrying age, only lacking a suitable partner. You are 20 years old, are you not? It is indeed an appropriate age for taking a wife and starting a family to as long as you are willing. You and Qing Tong can wed at any time. In the celestial realm, Chai Yunwang was akin to a 6 or 7-year-old child, as his grandfather had forcibly accelerated his cultivation to adulthood. Arriving in this lower realm, he could hardly comprehend his age. And though he appeared 20, he could only acquiesce. The concept of marriage bewildered him. He vaguely understood that being someone's husband meant sharing meals and sleeping together like his parents. Yet, with his parents still unfound, how could he proceed? Caught amidst various thoughts, he finally said, I believe discussions of marriage can wait for the future. I may not remain here for long, as I still need to search for my parents. And Yuan reassured him, Wang Zai, the timing of your marriage is inconsequential. You and Qing Tong are betrothed today, and we are now one family. Qing Tong, go assist your mother with dinner. Nizi, prepare the guest room for Wang Zai to rest. Meanwhile, I shall teach him a set of acupuncture techniques for healing. Madam declared, I can manage dinner alone. While Wang Zai learns acupuncture, Qing Tong can assist you in teaching him. With that, she rose and headed to the kitchen. Very well, Qing Tong, go fetch that medical tome, and Yuan instructed. Thus, Qing Tong stood and departed to the concealed chamber where she had hidden, shortly returning with the medical tome, presenting it to Yuan. Yuan received the tome. Flip to the pages detailing the formula for Jingyang Dan, and tore them out, handing them to Chai Yin Wang. Take this. Apart from the formula, it also contains the method for refining the elixir. Once you have memorized it, you may burn it to prevent prying eyes from spying on us. Chai Yin Wang accepted it, glancing over the contents, which detailed the names and annotations of 24 medicinal ingredients, indicating which combinations could yield both ordinary and advanced Jingyang Dan. The varying levels of Jingyang Dan demanded different levels of expertise from the alchemist. Ordinary Jingyang Dan could be refined by practitioners at the peak of the Tianwu realm, while advanced Jingyang Dan required practitioners at the mid to late stages of the Wuxin realm. Chai Yin Wang felt confident in his ability to meet these requirements. Although his skills had been hastily imparted by his grandfather, he had nonetheless reached the early stages of the Wuxing realm. At the very least, he was on par with early-stage Wuxian experts. Thus, he had no doubt he could successfully refine the elixirs. After a brief review, Chai Yin Wang remarked, "Uncle, I shall keep this safe and memorize it gradually." After placing the formula into his Wuji pouch, and Yuan flipped through the remaining pages of the medical tome, saying, "Wang Zai, look here. These pages record the 9 turns to return the Yang acupuncture technique and the Yama's 12 halls to retrieve Soul's technique. Take a look at them, and I will teach you the practical application afterward." Chai Yin Wang examined them carefully. The so-called 9 turns to return the Yang technique involved inserting needles at 9 critical acupoints on individuals who were gravely ill or injured and on the verge of death, effectively restoring their health. The Yama's 12 halls technique was even more remarkable. As long as the person had not been dead for more than 12 hours, applying needles to 12 acupoints on their body could bring them back from Yama's grasp. Chai Yin Wang pondered over the techniques, nodding in agreement. Indeed, these 2 acupuncture methods are extraordinary that I have heard my grandfather and uncles discuss them, yet I have never witnessed them in practice. On Yuan Dao, I am not a practitioner of martial arts. The efficacy of this acupuncture technique in saving lives is not as swift as that employed by a skilled martial artist. When I apply this technique, it takes a minimum of 12 hours for the patient to start recovering, and a full recovery may require more than half a month. That I, in contrast, a martial artist utilizing this technique, supplemented with their internal energy, can achieve healing in just 1 to 3 hours, depending on the individual. "Ah, this method of healing deserves my earnest study," remarked Chai Yin Wang. "Qing Tong, please fetch my acupuncture box and the wooden figure." On Yun instructed and Qing Tong beside him. "Yes." Shortly thereafter, and Qing Tong returned with the acupuncture box and a small wooden figure approximately 3 feet tall. Once everything was set up, Yuan began by teaching Chai Yin Wang the various acupuncture points on the human body, followed by the 9 crucial points involved in the 9 turns returning Yang needle technique. Demonstrating the needle application for each point, he also emphasized the importance of varying the depth of each needle insertion, which requires skill and repeated practice to master. Once mastered, the subsequent learning of the King of Hell's 12 halls needle technique would be significantly easier. The 2 individuals, one meticulously explaining and demonstrating, while the other diligently learning, were deeply engaged. Chai Yin Wang proved to be a natural talent. He swiftly grasped both techniques, demonstrating remarkable aptitude. Ultimately, Yuan said to Chai Yin Wang, "Wangzi, you have now mastered these 2 techniques. Keep this box of silver needles safe. In the future, when you encounter someone in need of healing, you may put your skills to use." "All right, I intend to practice a few more times tonight. I believe I'll be fine then." After dinner, Chai Yin Wang returned to the room prepared for him by Nizi, positioning the wooden figure against the front wall, but he stepped back to a distance of slightly over 10 feet. Retrieved the silver needles, and with one needle pinched between his fingertips, focused on a specific acupuncture point. Channeling his internal energy, he flicked his fingers, sending the needle precisely into the point. He repeated this several times. Then approached the wooden figure to examine the needles. Each insertion was impeccable. After practicing the 9 turns returning Yang needle technique, he continued honing the King of Hell's 12 halls needle technique with the same method. After over 2 hours of rigorous practice, Chai Yin Wang had become exceedingly proficient in both techniques, confident that he could accurately strike a point from within 3 to 5 paces, and could simultaneously insert 9 or 12 needles into the required points from a distance of 1 or 2 paces. If Yuan were to witness his skill, he would surely be astonished, as Chai Yin Wang had surpassed his master by a considerable margin. The following morning, and Qing Tong and Nizi arrived at his door, calling out, "Wang Ge, it's time to rise. Father has said that after breakfast, we shall visit the antique market to see if we can acquire a suitable alchemy furnace." Chai Yin Wang responded from within, and after a moment, opened the door, still bleary-eyed, and remarked, "Missin, you are here so early." Nizi interjected, "Chai Guy, our miss is already your betrothed. Why do you still address her as Missin?" "Well, Wang Ge, from now on, just call me Qingtong. Are you still not awake? I practice the needle techniques late into the night, thus I find it hard to rise with the dawn." Chai Yin Wang replied, "Quickly wash up after breakfast. We will set out." Upon Qingtong's words, she and Nizi departed together. After breakfast, An Yuan and his wife continued to attend to patients, while Qingtong accompanied Chai Yin Wang into the streets. The two walked out of Jitong, heading towards the antique market in the east of the city. Just 2 streets away, they encountered a group of 7 or 8 individuals approaching, led by a robust man in his 30s. Accompanied by several middle-aged men, their waists bulging conspicuously, evidently armed. Upon noticing them, Qingtong grasped Chai Yin Wang's arm, saying, "This is not good, Wang Ge. Those men are from the renowned martial family, the Yu family. The second young master, Yu Bao, and his entourage are among them. Surely, they are not here to seek us out. Fear not. With me here, no one can do anything." Chai Yin Wang replied confidently to At that moment. Yu Bao and his companions approached and halted, fixing their gaze upon Qingtong. Qingtong felt a surge of anxiety under their scrutiny, attempting to maintain her composure, and said, "Young Master Yu, what a coincidence. Where are you all headed?" Yu Bao, momentarily silent, scrutinized Chai Yin Wang and inquired, "Boy, were you the one who attacked the Wu family members yesterday?" Chai Yin Wang affirmed, "Yes, what of it?" "Excellent. Do you realize that the Wu family is also affiliated with the Yu family? You have struck them. Have you considered the consequences?" Yu Bao responded arrogantly, "What consequences? I did not sever their heads. I showed them mercy. Are you suggesting your master would intervene on their behalf? You are indeed clever, for you are correct. However, since you have broken their legs and arms, the second young master intends to turn you into a living corpse today," Yu Bao declared with confidence. Qingtong, aware of the ruthlessness of Yu Bao and his companions, stepped forward, concerned for Chai Yin Wang. "Young Master Yu, you cannot do this. It was the Wu family who instigated the violence." Wang Ge acted in response. "They brought this upon themselves that I care not for who instigated it. Those who harm my people must pay with blood. The only way to avoid this calamity is for the Yin family to present their ancestral medical text to me," Yu Bao asserted. Chai Yin Wang, hearing this, retorted, "By your logic, when Wu Ju came to the Yin family seeking the medical text yesterday, was he also acting on behalf of the Yu family? Knowing this, you still dared to strike them? You are truly courting death." A slightly plump, middle-aged man interjected that Wu Ju deserved to be beaten. Had he mentioned he was seeking it for you, there would have been no trouble. However, he claimed it was for himself. And thus, Dr. Yin naturally denied the existence of the medical text. "If it was indeed for your Yu family, today I shall take charge and hand it over to you," Chai Yin Wang stated. Producing the medical text and tossing it towards Yu Bao, Qingtong gasped in astonishment, whispering, "Wang Ge, why did you give it to them?" "Fear not. I will retrieve it shortly," Chai Yin Wang reassured her. Yu Bao, initially skeptical, quickly examined the ancient, yellowed medical text, flipping through its pages. However, he could not locate the 2 pages containing the formula for the Jinyang Dan. After scrutinizing it twice, he turned to Chai Yin Wang and asked, "Boy, where are the 2 pages detailing the Jinyang Dan formula? Why do you seek those pages?" Chai Yin Wang replied with a mischievous smile. The plump man glared at him and demanded, "Boy, just answer the question. No need for so many inquiries. You desire the Jinyang Dan formula, but it is too late. Last night, shortly after dark, a middle-aged man with a beard, claiming to be Han Shuzi, dressed in Taoist garb, came seeking that very formula. We were all rendered unconscious by his methods. And when we awoke this morning, the formula pages had been torn from the text Chai Yin Wang fabricated." Yu Bao and his companions, momentarily convinced by Chai Yin Wang's tale, exchanged puzzled looks. Yu Bao then muttered to himself, "I have never heard of a figure named Han Shuzi." Turning to his older companion, he inquired, "Zhang Shishu, have you heard of a Taoist named Han Shuzi?" The tallest, slimmest man replied, "I have not heard of such a person. Could it be that this boy is concocting lies to deceive us?" Chai Yin Wang shook his head, asserting, "How could the esteemed Chai dare to fabricate tales? Just because you do not know this person does not mean he does not exist, nor does it imply that others are unfamiliar with him. Inquire among others. See if anyone recognizes this middle-aged Taoist named Han Shuzi. Yu Bao, considering Chai Yun-Wang's reasoning, found it difficult to refute, and in frustration cursed, "This medical text is useless without the Jingyang Dan formula," that he then attempted to tear it apart. Seeing Yu Bao's intent to destroy the text, Chai Yun-Wang quickly raised his palms, channeling a force that firmly grasped several of Yu Bao's fingers, rendering him unable to exert strength. That as Yu Bao was bewildered, Chai Yun-Wang's voice rang out, "Young Master Yu, you cannot destroy it. It is the family's heirloom medical text. You must return it." "What? You expect me to return it? If you have the ability, come and take it back," Yu Bao sneered, lifting the medical text. "Is that so?" Chai Yun-Wang, nearly simultaneous with his words, had already reached Yu Bao's side. Before Yu Bao could react, Chai Yun-Wang seized the hand holding the text, inflicting a sharp pain that caused him to involuntarily release it. Chai Yun-Wang caught the text as it fell, then gently nudged Yu Bao, who stumbled back a couple of steps. Regaining his balance, Yu Bao turned to glare at Chai Yun-Wang, exclaiming, "Boy, how dare you ambush me? You err, therein lies your mistake. You clearly called me to retrieve it. How can you claim I ambushed you?" Chai Yun-Wang retorted, glaring back. The tall, thin man, Zhang Feng, remarked, "Boy, it seems you possess some skill. Dare you to share your name? Let us exchange a few blows. Why would I hesitate? I am Chai Yun-Wang. All who wish to fight may come forward," he declared boldly. "What an arrogant young man," Zhang Feng said, stepping forward and launching a punch straight at him. He was the most accomplished individual among this group, having reached the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm, that he was convinced that a single punch would inevitably injure Chai Yun-Wang. However, to his astonishment, Chai Yun-Wang casually flicked his wrist. Deflecting his punch aside, that a surge of force caused him to spin twice before crashing to the ground with a thud. His right arm, which had just thrown the punch, was now unresponsive, with one shoulder raised awkwardly. Realizing he had dislocated it, gritting his teeth, he grasped his shoulder with his left hand and forcibly reset it. Upon witnessing his Shirshu suffer a setback, Yu Bao immediately shouted, "Everyone, let us go together and beat him half to death, so that even his mother won't recognize him." The other 6 or 7 individuals promptly drew their short blades and surrounded him for an assault. This scene frightened Qing Tong, who hurriedly retreated to the edge of the street. Turning back, she saw the group charging at Chai Yun-Wang, brandishing knives and launching kicks, while Chai Yun-Wang merely raised his palm and struck left and right, sending the attackers flying in all directions. Crashing heavily onto the street, by this time, spectators had gathered at a distance, witnessing the spectacle in awe. They could hardly believe that such a young man could effortlessly send 6 or 7 seasoned martial artists flying with just a few slaps. He was truly a prodigy. Yu Bao was left dumbfounded, finally believing Wu Ju's account of the family's recruitment of a martial arts master. Regret washed over him for his earlier bravado in provoking the family without bringing along an elder. Now, with several Shirshu and brothers injured and lying on the ground, he dared not continue the fight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he abandoned his injured companions and fled, the others enduring their pain. Struggled to rise and limped away. Chai Yun-Wang, having no intention to kill, chose not to pursue them, allowing their retreat. The onlookers, unfamiliar with Chai Yun-Wang but recognizing Qing Tong, began to murmur among themselves. Who is this young man related to the family? Just a few days ago, doctor and closed shop, and now he has reopened for consultations. This young man is remarkable. He single-handedly defeated the 6 masters of the Yu family, indicating his extraordinary martial prowess. He has surely stirred up trouble with the Yu family and may face dire consequences that, oh dear. With Missin by his side, it seems the family might be in for a calamity. Do you think he is the son-in-law of the family? If that is the case, what a troublemaker. If she were my daughter, I would rather have her remain single than marry such a man. At that moment, the crowd watched as Qing Tong rushed over to grasp Chai Yun-Wang's hand, exclaiming, "Wanggu, you are so impressive. They are true martial artists, yet you drove them away." Chapter 19. Simply unreasonable, noticing the stares from those around them. Chai Yun-Wang felt a bit awkward and gently withdrew his hand from Qing Tong's grasp, saying, "Qing Tong, let us hurry and leave." Observing Qing Tong's actions, the onlookers confirmed some of their suspicions, and a few began to worry about the safety of Dr. N's family. Chai Yun-Wang and Qing Tong continued towards the antique market. Just as they were nearing their destination, a girl-esque voice called out from behind, "Qingtong, are you going to purchase medicinal herbs or heading somewhere else?" Upon hearing the voice, they turned to see a tall, stunning girl with well-defined curves and a maid-like companion smiling at them. "Ayan," Qingtong exclaimed in delight. "Lian, is that you?" Lian approached and assessed Chai Yunwang, asking, "Qingtong, who is he? Why are you with him?" "He is my future husband, named Chai Yunwang," and Qingtong replied, then turned to Chai Yunwang, adding, "Wang Gu, this young lady is my closest friend, the third miss of the Liu family, one of the 8 prestigious families in Liangzhou, Liu Shilian." Upon hearing in Qingtong's introduction, Liu Shilian's eyes sparkled as she said, "Chai Yunwang, what a delightful name. In business, we must emphasize prosperity, and meeting you today bodes well for my family's fortune this year." "Lian, what are you saying? The Chai Yunwang Gu's name does not mean wealth. How could it possibly relate to your family's business?" And Qingtong tilted her head at Liu Shilian. The maid chimed in eagerly, "Missin, you don't understand. What our young lady means is that similar sounds also carry similar meanings. For families and commerce, it is essential to seek auspicious signs, and prosperity and fortune together represent a good omen." "Hey, Zhuanzi, you business folks are quite superstitious. Unlike us physicians who prefer a quiet practice without patients crowding the door," and Qingtong remarked, glancing at Liu Shilian and her maid. Zhuanzi, puzzled, asked, "Miss, what do you mean?" "If no one visits you in Jitong, wouldn't he that leave your family without income?" And Qingtong smiled, "That would mean the world is free of disasters and diseases, and everyone is living well. What a splendid thing that would be." Liu Shilian said, "Qingtong, your heart is too kind. You don't value wealth and fortune. Just let Wang Gu be with me, and our family will surely prosper, possibly becoming the wealthiest in Liangzhou, or even the richest in the entire Huaxia dynasty." And Qingtong, hearing this, grew a bit displeased, saying, "Lian, what nonsense are you talking? Wang Gu is my future husband. How could I easily let him go?" "All right, Qingtong, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. Where are you two headed?" "Can we go together?" Liu Shilian inquired. "That we are good friends. I bear no ill will. Wang Gu and I plan to explore the antique market ahead." "What a coincidence. Zhuanzi and I are also going there to buy some items we fancy." "Great. We are headed the same way," and Qingtong said as she linked arms with Liu Shilian. The 4 of them set off towards the antique market together, the 3 girls chatting and laughing in front while Chai Yunwang followed closely behind like a flower protector. Before long, they arrived at the antique market, where the 3 girls browsed various stalls, stopping at one specializing in girl-esque accessories. The array of dazzling pendants, hairpins, and cosmetics left them dazzled. "Miss, this necklace is beautiful and suits both you and Missin perfectly. This butterfly hairpin is also quite lovely," one vendor remarked. "Zhuanzi, you should pick out a few items too. We could pay together later," Liu Shilian suggested. "Young ladies, I have plenty of accessories suitable for you here. Feel free to choose," the vendor said, pointing to the assortment in the display case. The 3 girls meticulously selected 3 or 4 pieces each that they liked. After tallying the items, the vendor said, "That will be a total of 13 taels and 5 cash. Just give me 13 taels, and we'll round it off." Then he looked at Chai Yunwang and added, "Who will be paying?" Just as Liu Shilian was about to respond, a voice interrupted. "Oh, Miss Liu is shopping. Let me cover the bill for you." Everyone turned to see a young man in his 20s with a tuft of red hair accompanied by 5 or 6 peers of similar age. Liu Shilian quickly replied, "Sheng de Xiao, no need. I can pay myself that. Miss Liu, don't be so polite. My father will propose to you next month, and soon you will be my fiancée, so there's no need to refuse." Liu Shilian frowned and retorted, "Who agreed to your proposal? Don't speak nonsense. Miss Liu, that is not true. We are a match made in heaven. Our families are both prominent in Liangzhou, and together we would reach new heights." The vendor insisted. Zhuanzi interjected, "Sheng Buxin, don't get ahead of yourself. You're a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. With your appearance, how could you possibly be worthy of marrying our miss?" Sheng Buxin, enraged, snapped back, "Zhuanzi, who do you think you are to speak here? Calm down, Sheng de Xiao. Zhuanzi didn't mean it that way. She is just saying I'm already engaged and my future husband is right here," Liu Shilian said, pulling Chai Yunwang closer. This left Chai Yunwang somewhat bewildered, while Qingtong was also taken aback, but quickly understood and chimed in, "Yes, Miss Liu's future husband is indeed this Chai Yunwang." Sheng Buxin's eyes widened in shock. "What? You're already engaged. When did this happen? How come I didn't hear about it? Apologies, it was just 10 days ago, and we didn't invite your family to the engagement. Lu Xiulian replied coolly. Humph, I see him as nothing but a penniless fool. You would rather marry him than join my distinguished family. Perhaps you can't even afford these trinkets. They likely cost no more than 10 taels. Sheng Buxin fumed. Who says I must marry someone wealthy? Lu Xiulian retorted defiantly. So you're Chai Yinwang, are you? If you can produce 1,000 taels here today, Miss Lu will become yours. Otherwise, don't even think about competing with me. Sheng Buxin sneered at Chai Yinwang. The three girls realized that this confrontation was bound to continue, and even if he was a wealthy heir, he probably wouldn't carry such a large sum with him. They simultaneously protested, Sheng Buxin, how can you act this way? This is simply unreasonable. Chapter 20. I'll give you almost 500 taels. Am I being unreasonable? Hey, Chai Xiao, can you produce the silver? If not, get lost as far as you can. Sheng Buxin glared with his beady eyes at Chai Yinwang. Perceiving Sheng Buxin's brazen demeanor, Chai Yinwang decided to extend a helping hand to the newly acquainted Miss L. Thus he spoke. Isn't it merely silver? I do possess a bit. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 hefty chunks of gleaming silver from his limitless pouch and handed them to the vendor. Inquiring, will this suffice to purchase those ornaments? You have at least 20 taels here, and I still owe you 7 more. The vendor weighed the silver in his hand, responding, no need for change. The excess silver shall serve as compensation for the disturbance we've caused you. Chai Yinwang's tone reflected a certain extravagance. Upon hearing this, Sheng Buxin immediately retorted, Chai young master, what grandiosity! You consider 20 taels of silver as a significant sum. Have you understood me correctly? I demand 1,000 taels. Or else, if you wish to avoid a beating, you ought to leave this place immediately. Chai Yinwang rummaged through his limitless pouch for a considerable time before producing a few more taels of silver, stating, regrettably, I have no more silver, but I do possess some silver notes. Silver notes? How many do you have? Might you possibly have 1,000 taels in notes? Sheng Buxin scoffed dismissively. Not many, but I might indeed have 1,000 taels worth. Chai Yinwang replied, brandishing a stack of notes and tossing them toward Sheng Buxin while saying, do count them, and if it falls short of 1,000, I shall produce more. As Sheng Buxin saw a bundle of money soaring towards him. He hastily turned his head and caught it with both hands, startled to find that this bundle exceeded a mere 1,000 taels. Every note was worth 1,000 taels, perhaps even totaling 10,000 taels. Observing the astonishment in Sheng Buxin's eyes, Zhuanzi swiftly dashed forward, snatching the stack from him, and with a pat of her left palm remarked, how's your kidney function? Are you dumbfounded now? Can you still look down upon others? She then examined the notes further, continuing, Chai young master's notes can still be exchanged for silver at any money shop within the Huaxia dynasty. What can you produce that matches such notes? Sheng Buxin found himself utterly humiliated before the women, glaring at Chai Yinwang and muttering, you wretched brat, consider yourself fortunate. Just make sure to keep those notes safe. With that, he slinked away, accompanied by his entourage. Zhuanzi handed the notes back to Chai Yinwang, stating, Chai young master, I never expected you to carry such an abundance of silver notes. Chai Yinwang accepted the notes and returned them to his limitless pouch, replying, these notes were given to me by others to spare their lives. I intended to use them for my future travels. That El Shuyan suddenly grasped in Qingtong's hand, saying, Qingtong, you don't mind, do you? I merely pulled Wang Gu into my ruse to placate Sheng Buxin. I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spoken up for you. After all, we are good sisters, and Qingtong replied naturally. All right then, where shall we wander next? Zhuanzi interjected. Let us stroll over there, and Qingtong suggested, pointing ahead. The quartet ambled along, eventually arriving at a place selling antiques. As they walked and observed, they suddenly overheard a heated argument nearby. Approaching the source of the commotion, they discovered a vendor's table laden with numerous alchemical furnaces. One individual was exclaiming, Sir, you're being unreasonable. You just stated that this furnace costs 5 taels. Now you suddenly claim it's 50. How can you conduct business like this? I said if you can afford it, buy it. If not, don't obstruct my sales. You see, it only costs 5 taels in gold, so naturally, it must be priced at 50 in silver. Were you not just saying it was 5 taels in gold? Need I repeat myself? My price tag clearly states 5 taels in gold. Isn't this a scam? The 5 tails are printed in large font, while the word gold is barely visible. Forget it, I won't buy it. With that, the disgruntled individual stormed off to ask Chai Yun-wang, and the others arrived at the vendor's table. Eyeing the furnaces, Chai Yun-wang inquired, "Sir, do you possess only these furnaces? Any superior ones available?" "Young man, if you're genuinely interested in purchasing, I do have a more high-end furnace, albeit at a steep price." The vendor assessed Chai Yun-wang and his companions that as long as the furnace you present is indeed superior to these, I will surely buy it. Chai Yun-wang asserted while scrutinizing the furnaces on display that if you can meet my price, I shall sell it to you. The vendor then retrieved a furnace approximately 2 to 3 feet tall from beneath the table, presenting it to Chai Yun-wang, continuing, "Take a good look. This is the alchemical furnace of the esteemed Taoist of Mongshan, Jinren Chongyang. The elixirs produced are worth a fortune." Chai Yun-wang examined it, remarking, "This furnace is passable. Slightly better than the others. However, your claim that it belonged to Jinren Chongyang is merely a deception. Nevertheless, I will purchase it. How much do you seek?" The vendor extended his right index finger, stating, "At least this sum." 100 taels of silver? Chai Yun-wang queried. "No, I mean 1,000 taels of silver," the vendor corrected him. Chai Yun-wang shook his head, replying, "No, if it truly were an alchemical furnace used by Jinren Chongyang, I could offer that much, but this is clearly not." The vendor's expression darkened. "What I say is true, sir. If you can provide evidence proving this furnace belonged to Jinren Chongyang, I would pay not just 1,000 taels, but even 2,000. That if you cannot, the utmost I can offer is 500 taels." Chai Yun-wang countered firmly. The vendor had no such evidence, and, realizing he could not deceive Chai Yun-wang, replied, "I originally had documentation, but it is currently misplaced. Therefore, I shall part with it for 800 taels that I have already stated 500 as my maximum offer." Chai Yun-wang pushed the furnace back towards the vendor, preparing to leave. "Young man, please don't go. I will reluctantly sell it to you for that price," the vendor insisted, shoving the furnace back into Chai Yun-wang's hands. Chai Yun-wang then produced 1,000 tael silver note, handing it over, and said, "Give me 500 and change." The vendor accepted the note, inspected it, recognizing it as redeemable at the Huaxia dynasty's banks, his face lighting up with joy as he promptly produced 500 taels in cash and handed them to Chai Yun-wang. Chapter 021. It seemed as though he had struck a thick wall. Chai Yun-wang tucked away the cash and the furnace into his limitless pouch. An Qingtong turned to El Shulian, saying, "Shulian, it is getting late. If there is nothing else to buy, shall we head home?" "Indeed," El Shulian replied. Then, recalling something, she turned to Chai Yun-wang, asking, "Wang-ge, do you have a communication token?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" Chai Yun-wang replied casually. "Please take it out, so we can synchronize our tokens and establish a means of communication," El Shulian instructed, producing her blue communication token. Chai Yun-wang, without a second thought, retrieved his purple gold token and handed it over. Upon examining it, El Shulian gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, this is the legendary purple gold token, isn't it? I've seen its image in the official documents from the state, but I never imagined I would see the real token today. I've heard that the bearer of this token is exempt from paying for accommodation at any inn." Chai Yun-wang nodded, saying, "You seem well informed. It appears Miss L is quite knowledgeable," El Shulian replied. "We are from a prominent family in Liangzhou with extensive connections. Naturally, we are privy to more information than the average person. It is said that few possess such a token throughout the Huaxia dynasty. To hold this communication token is quite extraordinary. How did you come by it?" "It was a gift from a friend," Chai Yun-wang fabricated, knowing he could not reveal that it was a reward from the sovereign of the Huaxia dynasty. "Oh, your friend must be an exceptional individual. You should treasure him well," El Shulian said, somewhat skeptical. She then aligned her token with his and returned the purple gold token to him, just as Chai Yun-wang intended to stow away the purple gold token. And Qingtong interjected, "Wang-ge, I also need to leave you a means of communication." With that, she produced her green communication token, after synchronizing her token just as she was about to return it to her limitless pouch. It unexpectedly trembled, emitting a voice. "Miss, where are you and your fiancé? There is a grave matter at home. Young lady, what is the urgency?" The eldest son of the Yu family, Yu Hu, has brought several martial artists from his household to Anjitang, demanding that my father and mother hand over your fiancé. My father fears that your fiancé cannot contend with them, and he has instructed you to advise him not to return home, but to hide outside until Yu Hu departs. Understood, young lady. Tell you who to wait. I shall return at once. Chai Yinwang addressed the communication token. Fiancé, please do not return. Their numbers are overwhelming, each one more ferocious than the last. And they are all martial experts that it would be unwise to confront them directly. You should evade their wrath, and Qingtong implored. What to do then? She inquired after storing away the communication token. What else can we do? We must hurry home to see what the Yu family intends. Chai Yinwang urged that I shall accompany you. By the way, Qingtong, should I enlist the assistance of Ren Jidaxiao? Ren Xingdao? El Shilian remarked, there is no need. Do not follow me either. I am unaware of the true strength of the Yu family. Should they become desperate, they might seek to harm you, and I fear I would be unable to protect you in such a situation. Chai Yinwang shook his head and replied, Shilian, as the eldest son of the Liangzhou's foremost martial arts family, Ren Xingdao, not been pursuing you relentlessly, yet you refuse to marry him. Would he still be inclined to assist you? And Qingtong suddenly interjected, I certainly do not wish to wed him, but should I call upon him for aid, he would undoubtedly come to. El Shun spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed. Chai Yinwang furrowed his brow and said, Miss L, since you have no intention of marrying him, you should refrain from seeking his assistance, lest he harbor even the slightest hope, which could lead to further complications. Now, you should return home. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to mention it. With that, he and Qingtong swiftly departed. Miss, they have already vanished from sight. He requires no assistance. Shall we return home? Zhuanzi observed, noting El Shuin's reluctance to leave. Let us follow quietly and observe from a distance what transpires at the in-family residence. El Shuin resolved to pursue them nonetheless. Chai Yinwang hastily pulled Qingtong along, who felt as if a mysterious force was propelling him forward, and within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. They arrived at the street wherein Jitong was located, now crowded with onlookers. Qingtong pushed through the throng to approach Jitong, where he saw Yudasha sitting on a chair before the entrance, flanked by two elderly men appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, along with two middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s standing before the seated and Yuan couple, occasionally kicking them and cursing. Do not bully my father, Qingtong shouted, rushing forward to help the sitting and Yuan couple. However, as soon as he exerted effort to pull Yuan up, he noticed the latter grimacing in pain. Father, are they beating you again? Chai Yinwang also rushed forward to assess the situation, quickly producing a healing pill for Yuan to consume. Are you that brat named Chai? Yudasha, you who, turned his head to glare at Chai Yinwang. Indeed, I am Chai Yinwang. And you are? I am Yu Hu, the eldest son of the Yu family. Quite a name you have there, as for your fortune. It seems to me you are nothing but a waste. You who sneered disdainfully, am I truly a waste? You are welcome to test your strength at so. You're quite the fighter, are you? You have disabled my junior brother Zhang. I shall demand retribution today. One of the burly men who had been guarding Yuan stepped forward. Zhang Gan, be cautious. Do not underestimate him. Warn the squad elder behind you who. Chai Yinwang scrutinized Zhang Gan and the other burly man, quickly discerning they were formidable opponents at the mid to late stages of the Xuanwu realm. While the two elders appeared to be at the pinnacle of that realm, and Yu Hu himself was likely of the same caliber, potentially concealing even greater power. After a moment of contemplation, Chai Yinwang declared, this morning, I broke Zhang Feng's arm and leg. Would you prefer to sever my head or my limbs in return? Zhang Gan tightened his right fist, twisting his wrist, and gritted his teeth. I shall break all 4 of your limbs, making your existence a living hell. That's so. You are hardly worthy, and even if you and your companion were to join forces, it would still be insufficient. Arrogant brat, prepare to taste my fist. Zhang Gan shouted as he swung his arm toward Chai Yinwang. Chai Yinwang raised his left palm to meet the blow. Zhang Gan's fist struck squarely against his hand, and he immediately felt as though he had collided with a thick wall, his knuckles stinging painfully. In that moment, Chai Yinwang swiftly closed his fingers, seizing Zhang Gan's fist without retaliating. Upon realizing his fist was trapped, Zhang Gan immediately channeled his energy forward, pushing Chai Yinwang back several steps until he was a yard away, where Chai Yinwang finally managed to steady himself, his fingers exerting slight pressure. Zhang Gan sensed something was amiss and attempted to withdraw his fist, but it felt as though it were ensnared by steel. Utterly immovable, in the presence of ordinary individuals, Zhang Gan was deemed a strong man. Yet finding himself unable to retract his fist, he raised his left arm to strike at Chai Yinwang's right ear. Unperturbed, Chai Yin-wang raised his right forearm to lightly deflect the blow, causing Jiang Gan's arm to bounce off painfully. Seeing Jiang Gan seemingly at a disadvantage, the other burly man leapt into action, aiming a kick at Chai Yin-wang's left side. Chai Yin-wang, still grasping Jiang Gan's fist, used Jiang Gan's own arm as a shield. A resounding crack echoed as Jiang Gan let out a cry of agony. His arm had been severed at the shoulder and now dangled in Chai Yin-wang's grasp. Chai Yin-wang smirked mockingly. "This is not my doing. You injured yourselves that do not hold me accountable for this severed limb." With that, he flung Jiang Gan's arm aside. Well, well, you have severed my master Zhang's arm. Today I shall ensure you lose both of yours." Yu exclaimed furiously as he sprang to his feet. "Hooer, do not act rashly. Allow me to handle this," cautioned the squat elder behind him. This speaker was Yu Wujie, the second elder of the Yu family, one of the four foremost figures within the clan. His martial prowess ranked among the top 10 within the martial families of Liangzhou, second only to the elder Yu Xiaoyao, and stronger than the family patriarch Yu Deki. His intentions to intervene alarmed in Yuan and his wife, who cried out, "Wang Zai, do not engage him. Flee." The onlookers, aware of Yu Wujie's formidable reputation, began to worry for Chai Yin-wang's safety. Yet upon hearing in Yuan's plea, Chai Yin-wang showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he looked directly at Yu Wujie and stated, "Who are you within the Yu family? If you intend to strike, let us clarify the terms beforehand to prevent any endless disturbances at Njitong that I am the second elder of the Yu family. Yu Wujie, I end the martial families of Liangzhou. My name commands respect. How do you intend to clarify before we engage?" "Ah, it appears your reputation precedes you that I do not wish to overstep. Let us see if you two elders can withstand a few exchanges with me. Should you emerge victorious, you may continue to trouble in Jitong. Should I suffer harm beneath your fists, you may dispose of me as you see fit, but I require one condition. You must never return to cause strife at Njitong. For the physician must open his doors to heal and save lives. You foolish child, daring to speak such hubris. You believe you can challenge both my brother and me simultaneously?" Yu Wujie retorted. "Not entirely. I merely fear that should one of you fall, the other may intervene, thus complicating matters further." Chai Yin-wang shook his head. "Very well. You underestimate us, brother. I can take him down without your assistance, that I will ensure he regrets crossing paths with us." The squat elder declared, revealing his strength as the third elder. Yu Qingquan, another of the Yu family's elite, that as Yu Qingquan prepared to strike, Chai Yin-wang interjected, "Hold. You are eager to engage, which implies you accept my earlier terms?" "Yes, I shall abide by your terms. Should I fail to best you, the Yu family shall cease to trouble in Jitong henceforth. Agreed that I trust a man of your age values his word." Chai Yin-wang waved his hand, signaling the start of the confrontation. Yu Qingquan wasted no time, extending his arms and leaping forth, transforming his palms into claws as he lunged at Chai Yin-wang. Unfazed, Chai Yin-wang sidestepped at the last moment, causing Yu Qingquan to miss and, as he regained his footing, felt an immense force pushing him from behind, destabilizing him, and he toppled forward. Desperately, he braced himself with both hands, yet a foot pressed against his back, rendering him unable to rise. The onlookers, including Yu Wujie and others, were utterly astounded. Who is this prodigy at such a young age? He has managed to bring down the third elder, a mid-stage Tianwu realm cultivator, with ease. While that could be attributed to skillful maneuvering, now that he has Yu Qingquan pinned down, it requires at least peak Tianwu realm strength to achieve such control that it appeared necessary for the two elders to join forces. Yu Wujie regretted his earlier thoughts, wishing to attack but fearing for the third elder's safety. Chai Yin-wang grinned and lightly applied pressure. "So, can you rise?" Yu Qingquan's face flushed crimson, after several failed attempts to escape Chai Yin-wang's grasp. He finally exclaimed, "You little rascal, employing underhanded tactics, attacking from behind. Is that what a true warrior does? That is not honorable. Underhanded. If you possess the skill, feel free to attempt a sneak attack on me. Would you like me to release you so we may resume?" Chai Yin-wang looked down at Yu Qingquan. Fearing for Chai Yin-wang's potential ferocity, Yu Wujie quickly spoke up, "Enough. This bout shall be considered a loss for my brother. Release him." Chai Yin-wang loosened his stance, and with a swift roll, Yu Qingquan sprang back to his feet, fiercely declaring, "Do not celebrate your victory too soon. Just because I cannot defeat you does not imply that the Yu family lacks capable adversaries." The mountains remain steadfast, and the waters flow eternally. Our paths shall cross again. After uttering these words of defiance, he turned to join Yu Hu and the others. Chai Yunwang addressed them, saying, "You may seek revenge against me if you wish. But heed this. Do not cross my bottom line, that if you dare to trouble Anjitang again, I will ensure that your heads become playthings for the children. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test me." Hearing this, Yu Hu dared not respond and could only retreat with his entourage in shame. Chai Yunwang watched as Yu Hu and his group departed before approaching in Yuan once more to assess his injuries. Thankfully, they were no longer severe. With a little more time devoted to his healing, he would likely recover fully. In Qingtong and Nizi assisted in helping in Yuan into the house, after which Chai Yunwang began to channel his energy to aid in Yuan's recovery. In the afternoon, fully healed, and Yuan requested in Qingtong and Chai Yunwang to gather the medicinal herbs necessary for concocting the Jingyang Dan and bring them to the West Room in preparation for the alchemical process. For his inaugural attempt at creating these pills, Chai Yunwang selected 11 ingredients from the formula and proceeded to experiment according to the prescribed proportions. After 2 days and nights of diligent effort, the first batch of pills was finally produced. In Qingtong excitedly poured the pills from the furnace, observing that each was roughly the size of a fingertip. Upon counting, they discovered an impressive total of over 500 pills. However, the color differed from the description in the formula, leading her to question, "Wang Ge, could it be that we cooked them too long? They've turned black." Chai Yunwang replied, "That is not the reason, although they are black. Their luster is smooth and rounded. It is likely due to the absence of 7 additional ingredients that they have transformed into these black pills, that we can consider them a rudimentary version of Jingyang Dan. Though I am uncertain of their potency, that we should show them to father, that let's give a pill to my little white dog and observe the effects." And Qingtong suggested as she divided the 500 pills into 5 porcelain vials, placing the remainder into a small jar to take to in Yuan. The two made their way to the main hall, presenting the pills to in Yuan for his examination. After observing and scenting them, in Yuan's face lit up with delight. "Wang Zai, you truly excelled. You succeeded, though the color is not quite right. Father, Wang Ge mentioned that this is the basic version of Jingyang Dan, and he will be able to craft the intermediate green version next time. Indeed, to produce such splendid pills on the first attempt is commendable. Wang Zai, you have worked hard these past few days. Now go and rest well. Store these pills for future use." In Yuan pushed the 5 vials towards Chai Yunwang. At that moment, and Qingtong's little white dog approached. Chai Yunwang, eager to test the efficacy of the black Jingyang Dan, promptly tossed one onto the ground. The little white dog sniffed it, then promptly devoured it, wagging its tail before trotting away. "Wang Ge, should we let the little white dog try it? What if it has adverse effects?" "Yes, that is precisely my intent. Let's observe how the little white dog reacts. If we were to administer it to a person without caution, any negative symptoms could lead to unnecessary trouble." That he then turned to in Yuan, stating, "Uncle, we shall refer to this Jingyang Dan as Black Jing Dan in public. But it must not be disclosed that I am the creator, that if anyone inquires, we shall say it was concocted by a wandering Taoist named Han Shuji. Place it in your medicine cabinet. And when a critically ill patient comes to consult, offer them 1.as for the fee. It can vary based on the individual." In Qingtong interjected, "No, we will set a fixed price. The affluent and the impoverished shall pay the same amount. However, for those we know well, we may offer a discount, but we must clarify that not everyone is eligible for such leniency. Indeed, Qingtong speaks wisely. Should you produce an even finer Jingyang Dan next time, keep it for your own use in case of necessity." And Yuan concluded, instructing Nizi to place the black Jing Dan in a separate medicine cabinet and secure it with a lock. The following day, just before dawn, the streets before Anjitang erupted with commotion as someone exclaimed, "Hey, look at those dogs and cats. What are they doing? They're all leaping together, as if they're dancing like humans. Whose little white dog is that? Why are all the other cats and dogs bowing to it? Oh, and look, there's even a weasel joining in." Chai Yunwang and in Qingtong were busy organizing the medicinal herd for their next alchemical endeavor when they heard the ruckus outside. Stepping to the doorway, they were astonished to see dozens of cats and dogs bowing before the little white dog, with squirrels and other small animals joining in the reverence. The crowd was baffled by the bizarre scene. "That little white dog has become extraordinary. It seems to be the king of beasts," someone remarked. Suddenly, a roar akin to a lion's echoed through the air, causing the onlookers to look up in alarm. A multitude of large animals, including lions, tigers, and leopards, soared through the sky, sending the crowd scattering in terror. The great throng of these majestic beasts descended gracefully, all bowing before the little white dog, though the crowd feared the potential aggression of the lions and tigers. The creatures exhibited no intent to harm that moment. The little white dog stood on its hind legs, waving its front paws in the air as if summoning the winds and thunder. It barked fiercely at the assembled beasts, who responded with a chorus of calls. The little white dog then raised its right paw, prompting all the animals to rise and stand upright, bowing slightly in unison. The smaller animals promptly retreated, while the larger creatures leapt into the air, returning to the direction from which they had come, but a voice rang out in astonishment. Good heavens! That little white dog seems to have become the king of all beasts. How can this be? Even lions and tigers have come from afar to pay their respects. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, and Qingtong felt perplexed, while Chai Yunwang understood perfectly well that it was the result of the little white dog consuming a black Jing Dan the previous day. Akin to a martial artist enhancing their abilities, that it appeared to have reached a level surpassing that of ordinary beings, allowing it to command a host of beasts. This indicated that the black Jing Dan could heal ordinary individuals, while bestowing martial practitioners with the ability to elevate their cultivation levels. As Chai Yunwang pondered these revelations, the little white dog disregarded the remaining cats and dogs nearby, striding directly to Chai Yunwang. It barked a couple of times and then bowed deeply before him. Wanggu, the little white dog is paying homage to you. It has acknowledged you as its master. And Qingtong exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Chai Yunwang replied, bending down to stroke the little white dog's head. The little white dog nuzzled its head against Chai Yunwang's chest, letting out a few grateful barks, seemingly expressing its appreciation for the black Jing Dan that had transformed it into the king of beasts. Little white dog, you have gained great abilities now. Qingtong is your former master. You must protect your family well, that if anyone dares to trouble Anjitang, you must teach them a lesson. Chai Yunwang gently admonished the little white dog. The little white dog appeared to comprehend, barking in response before nuzzling in Qingtong's arm. She affectionately patted its head, saying, Little white, you've made it worthwhile for me to care for you for 4 or 5 years. You finally became extraordinary overnight and can understand human speech. The onlookers soon realized that the remarkable little white dog was cared for by Miss and of Anjitang, and they instantly developed a sense of reverence for the establishment. Anjitang was destined to rise in prominence. With even the beasts willing to assist Doctor, and with such formidable allies, who would dare trouble Anjitang in the future? In the days that followed, news spread throughout Liangzhou city of Chai Yunwang, a remarkably skilled young man, and his little white dog that could understand human speech. Many flocked to seek medical assistance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Beast King and the formidable youth, yet none were able to meet them. Meanwhile, in the city on Guangfu Street, the third young lady of the L family, El Shulian, stood by her window, toying with a necklace pendant purchased by Chai Yunwang days prior, gazing dreamily in the direction of Anjitang. Suddenly, her communication token trembled, and upon inspection, she found it was a message from Ren Xingdao. Feeling inexplicably bothered, she dismissed it, but it vibrated again shortly thereafter. Reluctantly, she inquired, Ren Xiao, what is it? You're quite bothersome. Shulian, why are you so irate? Who has upset you? I shall go teach them a lesson, Ren Xingdao said, attempting to placate her. Nothing of the sort. Just tell me what you want. El Shulian replied, softening her tone, that I wish to inquire if you are close friends with Miss and of Anjitang. Do you know if she has a remarkably skilled young man? El Shulian, well aware of the situation, recalled witnessing Chai Yunwang effortlessly defeat the third elder of the Yu family just 3 days prior. Knowing that the elder was a formidable figure in the martial arts community of Liangzhou, she responded, I know. He is Qingtong's future husband. Why do you ask? I would like to pay him a visit. Could you take me there and introduce me? After pondering for a moment, El Shulian replied, That is acceptable, but I have one condition. What condition? If you want me to introduce you, you must refrain from bothering me unnecessarily in the future. Shulian, what do you mean by that? You are unmarried, and I am unmarried. How can pursuing you be considered harassment? The token appeared somewhat aggrieved. You must understand, I shall never marry you. You are not the type of man I am drawn to. Lu Shulian firmly rejected. So, does that mean you are agreeing to marry the one with poor performance? Who told you I agreed? In that case, I still wish for you to marry me. came the resolute voice of Run Xingdao from the token. Suit yourself. I will not consent, Lu Xilian replied, wiping her hand and subsequently placing the communication token into her bag of infinity. After conversing with Lu Xilian, Ren Xingdao pondered why she had rejected him. In his heart, he mused, You stubborn girl, I am the eldest son of the foremost martial arts family in Liangzhou. Among my peers, who can match me even in the slightest, and not yet 30. I have already attained the early stages of the heavenly martial realm. Yet you still look down upon me, as you do the wealthiest in Liangzhou, Sheng Buxin. What kind of person would you be willing to marry? Could it be that you have set your sights on another man? Perhaps it is in Qingtong's man who captures your fancy. Tomorrow, I shall visit in Jitong to see what kind of prowess that Chai Yunwang possesses that so captivates you. On the following day, at the break of dawn, 6 or 7 young gentlemen arrived at the entrance of Jitong and promptly entered. Upon seeing them, and Yuan hurriedly rose and clasped his hands, asking, Young Master Ren, have you and your brothers come for a consultation or something else? A young man with a small mustache responded, And Longzhong, summon your son-in-law. I have come at young Master Ren's request to meet him. Young Master Feng, I am unsure what business you and your companions have with Wangzai. He has been quite busy these past few days. Perhaps you could wait a few days instead. And Yuan tactfully declined. This young Master Feng was Feng Buqi, the eldest son of the Feng family, a distinguished martial arts lineage, and a notable figure among the younger generation, having also reached the mid-stages of the Earth martial realm. Today, he, along with 2 other senior brothers, had come to Jitong seeking the rumored formidable Chai Yunwang. That will not do. My brothers and I must meet Chai Yunwang. Hurry and bring him out. Or do not blame us for resorting to force, Feng Buqi threatened. Just as he finished speaking, a little white dog at the counter stood up and let out a gentle yip. Ren Xingdao and the others turned towards the sound. Catching sight of the little dog's eyes, which seemed to emit an electric spark, causing an involuntary sense of pressure that made them instinctively step back. Could this be the legendary dog that understands human speech? They pondered, In Longzhong, we mean no harm. We merely wish to see your son-in-law. Please summon him, and we shall wait outside, Ren Xingdao stated as he turned to exit in Jitong. Observing the determination of these individuals to not leave without seeing Chai Yunwang. And Yuan could only instruct the apprentice, Nizi, go fetch Wangzai. Just as the apprentice was about to head to the back courtyard, and Qingtong and Lu Xilian, arm in arm, emerged from the west room, followed by the maid Zhuanzi. Noticing the apprentice's intent to head towards the back, they inquired, Nizi, what is the matter? Why the rush? Young Master Ren has come to find the son-in-law, and the master has asked me to call him out. What? Ren Xingdao really came? Lu Xilian asked. She had arrived at Jitong half an hour prior. After hearing Ren Xingdao mention his intention to find Chai Yunwang, she had hurried over with her maid, only to discover that he had not yet arrived. Just then, upon hearing the commotion in the hall, she came to investigate. They are waiting outside. Shall I go call for the son-in-law? The apprentice looked at Qingtong. Go ahead, and Qingtong replied, stepping towards the entrance of the pharmacy, that as the 3 girls exited. Ren Xingdao, spotting Lu Xilian's presence at Jitong, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Xilian, when did you arrive? When I arrived is of no concern to you. I am good friends with Qingtong and can meet her whenever I wish, Lu Xilian retorted coldly. Xilian, why has your demeanor grown increasingly harsh? It seems as if we are enemies, with your words always laced with hostility. Ren Xingdao responded, somewhat irked. Beside them, Feng Buqi remarked, Miss Lu, you are to be young Master Ren's future bride, and also the future sister-in-law to us all. Could you not speak with a bit more courtesy? Young Master Feng, do not speak such nonsense. Who told you that? I am not Ren Xingdao's future bride. Lu Xilian replied sharply. Miss Lu, your standards seem rather lofty. You look down upon someone like me. I do not hold it against you, but my older brother Ren Xingdao is recognized as a martial arts genius in Liangzhou, the best among his peers. Though you may be the most beautiful woman in Liangzhou, my brother Ren is more than worthy of you, yet you disdain him. Is that not a touch too arrogant? Feng Buqi continued, criticizing Lu Xilian. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the hall. Who is seeking me? As the voice echoed, Chai Yunwang stepped out, followed by the little white dog. Wang Gu, it is this young Master Ren and his band of brothers, and Qingtong informed. Upon seeing Chai Yunwang, Ren Xingdao and the others found him to be merely tall and handsome, with no particularly distinguishing features. His martial arts prowess was indiscernible. Tio defeated the elder of the Yu family. He could not possibly have surpassed the peak of the heavenly martial realm. Could he? Feng Buqi scrutinized Chai Yin Wang and asked, "Are you Chai Yin Wang?" "Yes, may I ask what brings you here?" "Your name is indeed well suited. There are rampant rumors in Liangzhou that you are quite formidable for your age, and have even defeated the elder of the Yu family. Did I ask that true?" Feng Buqi feigned disbelief, shaking his head. "One could say I defeated the elder of the Yu family. However, he made a remark that I am unsure if you have heard." Chai Yin Wang replied leisurely. "What did the elder of the Yu family say?" Ren Xingdao, Feng Buqi, and the others inquired almost simultaneously. That he expressed his dissatisfaction, claiming I had only succeeded through a sneak attack, thereby deeming my victory unworthy. That a collective O resonated among them as they understood. It seemed his true skill might not be as high as rumored. After a moment of murmurs, Feng Buqi proposed, "Brother Chai, since there are already rumors of your prowess, let us have a match today, that if you can defeat me, my brothers and I will acknowledge your abilities. Should you best young Master Ren, I shall kneel before you as my elder brother, and I shall serve as your junior. What say you?" "So, you brothers have come to challenge me to a fight." Chai Yin Wang surveyed the group. Ren Xingdao replied, "If you wish to interpret it that way, it is not entirely incorrect. Did you dare to fight?" At that moment, the little white dog barked twice at Ren Xingdao and the others. "Xiaobai, do not cause trouble. They are here for me." Chai Yin Wang admonished the dog before turning back to Ren Xingdao and the others, continuing, "There is nothing to fear. To avoid unnecessary trouble, why not have all 7 of you come at once? That way, if one falls, the next can take his place, and we would be stuck in an endless cycle." Ren Xingdao and Feng Buqi exchanged knowing glances, thinking, "This brat is merely attempting to intimidate us with empty bravado. Does he truly possess such strength?" At that moment, a very burly young man with a beard, named Tian Daxiong, who was also from a martial arts family in Liangzhou and on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Xian martial realm, leaped forward before Feng Buqi could make a move, shouting, "Enough boasting. Take this kick from me, Tian Daxiong." Tian Daxiong's foot aimed directly at Chai Yin Wang's face. However, mere inches from impact, his kick suddenly halted. Observing the scene, Ren Xingdao immediately discerned that his opponent was channeling their internal energy, indicating they were on par with him. That as he saw Chai Yin Wang prepare to counter, he shouted, "Xiong, be careful." Before he could finish, Chai Yin Wang seized Tian Daxiong's ankle with one hand, spinning him overhead twice before releasing him. Tian Daxiong soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, colliding with the others. Chai Yin Wang had shown restraint, for had he not, Tian Daxiong would have surely lost his foot. Seeing Tian Daxiong tumble towards them, Ren Xingdao and Feng Buqi realized the gravity of the situation. While Tian Daxiong personally could withstand the impact, the others were at risk of injury. They rushed forward to catch him, stumbling slightly as they did, but ultimately managing to set him down safely. Chai Yin Wang's display of skill left Ren Xingdao and Feng Buqi acutely aware that they were no match for him, and after setting Tian Daxiong down, they hesitated to engage, exchanging glances to silently confer. Should it be one of them alone or all of them together? Ren Xingdao clearly understood that charging in as a group would severely tarnish his reputation as the first genius in the foremost martial arts family, that he was confident he still had the strength to contend with Chai Yin Wang. As he gazed at Chai Yin Wang, he remarked, "You suggest that I wait for my brothers to join forces against you. Should we be defeated, it would bear no consequence for you. However, if victory were to grace our side, word would spread that we overwhelmed you with numbers, thus rendering our triumph unjust. Instead, let us engage in a duel, just the 2 of us, that if I lose, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. If you lose, you will follow me as my subordinate, just like my companions. What do you think?" "Ah, you prattle on, as if it is merely a matter of winning or losing, that if you are defeated, I may not even choose to accept you as a subordinate," Chai Yin Wang retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Feng Buqi and the others inwardly cursed, "Unappreciative. Do you truly believe you are the world's greatest? Indeed, it is merely a matter of win or lose that you dare to face me," Ren Xingdao asserted, twisting his wrists in preparation. "Come forth. Utilize all your techniques. Do not hold back," Chai Yin Wang beckoned nonchalantly. With his words, Ren Xingdao made no visible movement, but instead swung his arm, transforming his fist into an open palm, executing a slashing palm strike that sent forth a massive blade-like shadow through the air. Ren Xingdao, hailed as the foremost genius of the martial arts clan, demonstrated a power surpassing all previous opponents. Yet today, his adversary was Chai Yunwang, and he faltered as the shadow of the strike howled towards him. Chai Yunwang lifted his left palm and casually waved it, dispelling the incoming attack. Ren Xingdao's arm followed a graceful arc before he pivoted, unwittingly spinning half a circle, then unleashed a dual punch aimed directly at Chai Yunwang's chest and abdomen. This combination was a strategic assault, striking both high and low, forcing the opponent into a position where he could only defend against one, inevitably leading to injury or worse. Ren Xingdao's punches were swift. Yet Chai Yunwang's movements were even swifter. The distance between them narrowed to less than a foot. Chai Yunwang sidestepped with remarkable agility, causing Ren Xingdao's fist to miss and crash into the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Having missed his target, Ren Xingdao swiftly stomped his foot and propelled his right leg forward, launching a powerful kick aimed at Chai Yunwang's face. This time, Ren Xingdao exerted 70% of his strength, his foot moving like a shooting star, directly targeting Chai Yunwang's chin. The onlookers, including Feng Buqi, marveled inwardly. Our elder brother truly deserves the title of Liangzhou's finest youth, far surpassing US. Ren Xingdao's kick approached Chai Yunwang's chest. Chai Yunwang leaned back, allowing the kick to whistle past his chin. Having evaded several strikes with precise timing, Ren Xingdao, now anxious, advanced once more, his arms extending and retracting, launching a series of punches. This time, he held nothing back, attacking with all his might. Seeing Ren Xingdao's fists come at him faster than before, Chai Yunwang decided to retaliate. He swiftly brought down his half-raised left palm, concentrating his energy into a powerful chop, which collided perfectly with Ren Xingdao's punches at his front. The impact resonated, causing both strikes to dissipate, while Ren Xingdao emitted a muffled grunt and stumbled to the ground. Feng Buqi, witnessing this, recognized Ren Xingdao's injury and hurried forward to prevent Chai Yunwang from delivering a final blow, shouting, "Elder brother, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Ren Xingdao, sitting up, waved his hand towards the approaching Chai Yunwang and declared, "Enough. I concede defeat and am willing to acknowledge you as my elder brother." He quickly produced a healing pill and swallowed it. Feng Buqi leaned down to inspect Ren Xingdao, noting that his arms had swollen grotesquely, but he hurriedly began to massage them to help restore circulation and facilitate recovery. "Have you surrendered so soon?" Chai Yunwang tilted his head, observing Ren Xingdao. "I truly yield," Ren Xingdao affirmed. "Only a youth of your caliber is worthy of Miss Liu. I shall not contest her with you." These words left Chai Yunwang momentarily taken aback, while Lu Shulian felt quite pleased, promptly stating, "Ren Xingdao, since you have proclaimed this, you shall not pursue me any longer. Very well. Though we may not become husband and wife, you may still be my elder brother's woman. And we can remain friends," Ren Xingdao implored, almost pleading that as long as you no longer harbor inappropriate intentions towards me, I can agree to be ordinary friends, Lu Shulian said, though her heart felt quite delighted. Conversely, Ren Qingtong felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering, is Shulian truly trying to steal my Wang Ge? That cannot be allowed. I was the first to know him, and I cannot let her monopolize him. We are good sisters, and at most, I can only share him with her. Chai Yunwang, somewhat bewildered, looked at Ren Xingdao and said, "Enough. I do not wish to take a life today, so you may leave." By this time, Ren Xingdao's arms had improved significantly, that he knelt and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Elder brother, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command your younger brother." Feng Buqi, Tian Daxiong, and the others also followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Chai Yunwang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "All right, go now that I have not yet acknowledged you as my subordinates. You all appear to be of similar age to me, and I do not know you well. Why should I be your elder brother or you my subordinates? Elder brother, we are acquainted through battle alone, and merit alone dictates the relationship. Age does not determine the hierarchy among us. Regardless of whether you acknowledge it today, we will always regard you as our elder brother," Ren Xingdao insisted, bowing again before rising. "Elder brother, I have disturbed you today, so I shall take my leave. I invite you to join me for a few drinks at Guangzhou Building another day, as my way of apologizing." With a wave of his hand, he led his companions away to Ren Xingdao, and his brothers walked and chatted. One remarked, "Elder brother, It seems that Chai Yun Wang did not exert his full strength to defeat you. He cannot be above the peak of the Tianwu realm. Can he? Ren Xingdao playfully slapped the head of the speaker, saying, "Fool, have you forgotten? We just acknowledged Chai Yun Wang as our elder brother. Do not call me elder brother again. You all witnessed his strength. Not only do few from our martial arts clan compare, but even hidden masters would find themselves challenged. With our elder brother as our formidable ally, we need not fear hidden masters in the future." Meanwhile, in Jitong, Lu Xiuyan gazed at Chai Yun Wang with admiration, stating, "Wang Ge, I never anticipated that with such ease, you would subdue Ren Xingdao, the martial arts prodigy of Liangzhou, renowned as the first youth of Liangzhou. You are truly the genius among geniuses in martial arts. Miss Lu, please refrain from showering me with praise. I am not as formidable as you suggest. I have matters to attend to, and Qingtong will keep you company," Chai Yun Wang said as he prepared to leave. Lu Xiuyan quickly interjected, "Wang Ge, could you please refrain from calling me Miss Lu? Just call me Xiuyan. That I envy how you address Qingtong so intimately." Chai Yun Wang hesitated, feeling that addressing her as Xiuyan might be inappropriate. He stammered, "That might not be suitable. Qingtong is my fiancée, and you are Miss Lu from the Lu family. That if I call you so intimately, it may lead to misunderstandings." That An Qingtong chimed in. "Wang Ge, Xiuyan and I are good sisters. It is fine. You may call her Xiuyan from now on." Seizing the moment, Lu Xiuyan pressed, "Did not your subordinate Ren Xingdao just say that only you are worthy of me? He even publicly stated that I should call him brother-in-law." Chai Yun Wang, unable to withstand the persistent coaxing of both girls, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he waved his hand, saying, "All right, Xiuyan, you ladies take your time to chat." With that, he departed. On the morning of the second day, just before the hour of noon, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, resembling a steward, hurriedly arrived at Jitong, bursting through the door and shouting, "Dr. and quickly, go to the Lu family and save old Madame Lu." Steward Xiao, "What has happened to your old Madame Lu?" And Yuan inquired, looking up from behind the counter. "Our old madam was perfectly fine before going to bed last night. Yet this morning she is unresponsive and cannot be roused. Point two doctors have already come and gone without success. Our master insists on your attendance. If you can save her, the consultation and medication fees are yours to command. If not, we will still compensate you for your time and trouble," Steward Xiao urged, desperation evident in his voice. The Lu family was indeed a prominent household in Liangzhou, and they were not short on funds. Willing to pay for medical services. An Qingtong interjected, "Isn't old Madame Lu rather advanced in age? It is not surprising if she has simply passed." Steward Xiao shook his head, explaining, "No, our old madam is not excessively old. She has just turned 70 and is usually quite robust. That it is likely a sudden ailment. Doctor, and you must make the trip. Alas, it is not that I do not wish to go, but look around, my patients are waiting. I fear I may not finish attending to them until noon. That I truly cannot leave. Perhaps I could send someone with you to assess the situation. If it is treatable, we shall treat it. But if it is beyond remedy, there is little I can do." And Yuan surveyed the patients awaiting treatment. "Who will you send? Missin or an IZ?" Steward Xiao queried. "Neither of them is qualified." And Yuan, while speaking, waved his hand towards an IZ. Understanding his intent, an IZ promptly left the medicine cabinet and made her way towards the west room. Shortly thereafter, she brought Chai Yun Wang into the hall. In recent days, Chai Yun Wang had diligently practiced martial arts every evening, as well as thoroughly studied the medical texts provided by Yuan. That he had memorized the symptoms corresponding to various ailments and the appropriate remedies. Seemingly possessing an innate talent for healing, that in the past couple of days, when Yuan and Qingtong were overwhelmed with tasks, he had even assisted in diagnosing over 10 patients. Upon entering the clinic, Yuan addressed him, "Wang Zai, accompany this Steward Xiao to the Lu family to examine the old lady. Determine her ailment, and if it is treatable, do your utmost to restore her health." After hearing this, Steward Xiao scrutinized Chai Yun Wang, pondering, "This lad can practice medicine too? Oh, uncle, are you sending me? Is the old lady's condition quite severe?" Chai Yun Wang inquired. Steward Xiao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, she has lost consciousness." He had yet to express that even the old physician had been rendered helpless. "Then let us not delay. Saving a life is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. Please, leave me quickly," Chai Yun Wang exclaimed, simultaneously retrieving a vial of black essence pills from the cabinet and placing it into his wuji bag. Steward Xiao cast a doubtful glance at Yuan. "Oh, not worry. Steward shouted, if my Wang Zai is unable to assist, then I too would be at a loss. And Yuan reassured him with a wave of his hand. With a heart full of trepidation, Steward Xiao followed Chai Yin Wang out of Njitang. Uncle Xiao, remember, saving a life is of utmost urgency. Please lead the way, Chai Yin Wang insisted, ushering Steward Xiao ahead of him. Steward Xiao felt as if he were floating, propelled by an inexplicable force. Having taken nearly half an hour to reach Njitang, yet now, accompanied by Wang Zai, they arrived at the entrance of the Liu family estate in mere moments. With no time to ponder the peculiarities of the situation, they hastened into the inner hall. The Liu family had already moved the old lady from her bed to a recliner in the hall, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Lang Zhong. Upon entering, Chai Yin Wang and Steward Xiao were met with disappointment. Instead of Lang Zhong, a young lad of no more than 17 or 18 stood before them, that a young girl, holding the old lady's hand, turned to Steward Xiao and asked, Uncle Xiao, why hasn't he and Lang Zhong come? How can we treat my grandmother's illness? Miss, and Lang Zhong is occupied. He has sent this brother Wang Zai in his stead, and he is equally capable, Steward Xiao explained to the anxious family. The patriarch of the Liu family scrutinized Chai Yin Wang, asking, Young man, you seem unfamiliar. What is your name? Are you a new apprentice of Lang Zhong? Indeed, I am Chai Yin Wang, and I have been under Lang Zhong's apprenticeship for over half a month, he replied. Upon hearing this, the young lady beside the old lady gasped, Ah, you have only recently started your apprenticeship and dare to practice medicine? Are you sure you are capable? You wouldn't want to inadvertently cause her demise. Chai Yin Wang replied, Miss, regardless of my abilities, you must allow me to examine the patient before passing judgment. If she can be cured, I will certainly do my best. If not, I will not recklessly administer any treatment. Look, the physicians from Pu Shuntang and Fu Shirtang have already declared her beyond saving, advising us to prepare for her last rites. Chai Lang Zhong, please examine her once more. If she is truly beyond help, I shall have to accept her fate, lamented the patriarch of the Liu family. Chai Yin Wang remained silent, bending down to check the old lady's pulse with his right hand on her wrist, while his left examined her eyelids, gently feeling her forehead and the back of her head. After a moment, he released his hold on her pulse. As Chai Yin Wang concluded his examination, the young lady impatiently inquired, Chai Lang Zhong, can my grandmother be treated? With an astonishing confidence, Chai Yin Wang proclaimed, She can be cured. The Liu family erupted in joyous relief, but the young lady remained skeptical and retorted, Is it you who can heal her? Or is it Lang Zhong? The others claim she cannot be treated because they failed to diagnose her properly and lack the necessary skills. Now that I am here, I assure you I can restore your grandmother to her lively self, Chai Yin Wang asserted resolutely. The patriarch of the Liu family, filled with excitement, said, Chai Shani, if you manage to save my wife, I shall pay you whatever your fee may be. Do not rush. There is no need to discuss fees. After the treatment, simply compensate Lang Zhong for the medicine, Chai Yin Wang replied, then turned to Steward Xiao, adding, Uncle Xiao, please fetch me a cup of hot water. That a maidservant attending to the old lady promptly turned and left, returning shortly with a cup of hot water. Chai Yin Wang took a black essence pill, dissolved it in the cup, and said to the maid, Please ensure that the old lady consumes this medicinal liquid without leaving a single drop. The family assisted the maid in administering the medicine to the old lady, and once they confirmed she had swallowed it all, Chai Yin Wang produced silver needles, skillfully inserting 2 into the key acupuncture points on her forehead and the back of her head, gently brushing over the needle tips with his palm. After about half a stick of incense had passed, the previously motionless old lady suddenly twitched her fingers twice and gradually opened her eyes. Grandmother, you have awakened, exclaimed the young lady in delight. The old lady, her eyes darting about, murmured in a faint voice, What has happened to me? Why is everyone gathered around me? The patriarch responded, Mother, you have been unconscious for quite some time, and it has caused great distress to our family. Uncle, please refrain from speaking to the old lady until I have retrieved the needles, Chai Yin Wang instructed, waving his hand to retrieve the 4 silver needles effortlessly. The family was astonished by Chai Yin Wang's technique. Not only was he a skilled physician, but he must also possess formidable martial prowess. After securing the needles, Chai Yin Wang declared, Patriarch, your wife is now stable. She simply needs to rest for a while longer, and in 2 or 3 hours, she should take this pill. Tomorrow, she will be fully recovered. that he then presented another black essence pill to the patriarch. Chapter 28. Grateful thanks to Chai Lang-zhong for his life-saving grace, the patriarch accepted the black essence pill, saying, "Chai Shani, you have saved my wife. How much is your fee for today?" "I shall pay you immediately, that I previously stated that there is no need for a fee. As for the medicine, and Lang-zhong did not specify a price, so you may simply compensate him." Chai Yin-wang replied, "Such a miraculous medicine is worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, and your treatment method is truly exceptional, warranting at least the same amount. Darage, please fetch 2,000 silver notes for Chai Shin-yi." The patriarch ordered. "Yes, father," replied the eldest son, departing promptly. Before long, Lu Gui returned with the silver notes, but Chai Yin-wang hesitated to accept such a sum. The patriarch insisted, "Chai Shin-yi, do not refuse. Even the physicians from Pu Shun-tang and Fu Shir-tang would not have been able to achieve this. And my wife's life is worth far more than 2,000." Ultimately, Chai Yin-wang felt it inappropriate to decline further and accepted the payment. Upon returning to Nji Tang, he presented the silver notes to An Yuan. An Yuan, however, declined, saying, "This is your fee for the treatment. Keep it." "What ailment did the old lady suffer from?" "The old lady had a blockage in her blood vessels that I administered the black essence pill. Applied a few needles and utilized my internal energy to clear the obstructions. Thus she regained consciousness. She should be fully healed by tomorrow." Chai Yin-wang explained that An Qing Tong remarked, "So, it seems we can confidently use the black essence pill for treatments in the future." "Of course, but that pill is quite precious. We shall only provide it to patients who can afford it," and Yuan replied. The following day, at 3:15 hour, the streets in front of Nji Tang suddenly reverberated with the sound of drums, prompting neighbors to emerge to witness the commotion. The esteemed Lu family patriarch, accompanied by his sons and grandchildren, along with Steward Xiao, was beating the drum, rousing the crowd. "What is the purpose of the Lu family's visit? Did An Lang-zhong successfully treat the old lady?" someone inquired. "Either he has cured her, or he has caused her demise," another responded. The street quickly filled with onlookers, and as Steward Xiao ceased drumming, the old lady cleared her throat and addressed the crowd. "Dear neighbors, yesterday I was unconscious, and it was the young physician Chai Yin-wang from Nji Tang who treated me. With just 2 miraculous pills, my illness was cured. Today, our family has come to express our gratitude to Chai Shin-yi and present a plaque inscribed with Yishir Shini to Nji Tang." With that, Steward Xiao resumed beating the drum, and the family walked directly toward Nji Tang. At that moment, and Qing Tong and Niz stood at the entrance of Nji Tang, watching the unfolding scene. Upon reaching the clinic's door, the patriarch of the Lu family clasped his hands and called out, "An Lang-zhong, please send out your disciple, Chai Shin-yi, to receive the plaque." An Yuan and his wife hurried outside, bowing respectfully. "Oh dear, Patriarch Lu, you are too kind. How could Nji Tang accept such an honor? There is no need for modesty." And Lang-zhong, "Previously, I consulted several physicians who claimed my elderly mother was beyond saving. It was your young disciple who brought her back from the brink of death. He is truly deserving of the title Jishir Shini." Old Master Lu was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you for your generous praise. Old Master Lu.it is our duty as practitioners of medicine to save lives and alleviate suffering. To treat more critically ill patients is also the responsibility of our Anjitang, and there is no need for accolades." And Yuan humbly remarked, "Very well. As you say, let your esteemed disciple come forth to receive the plaque." Old Master Lu responded once more, "Thank you for the heartfelt sentiments from the entire Lu family. Chai Yin-wang is currently occupied and unable to personally receive the plaque. I ask for your understanding." And Yuan continued, then turned to Qing Tong and instructed, "Qing Tong, please accept the plaque on behalf of Wang Zai." And Qing Tong stepped forward, bowing deeply to Old Master Lu and his family, respectfully accepting the plaque. "Grandfather Lu, I thank you on behalf of Wang Zai. There is no need for thanks, if anyone should express gratitude. It is my old lady for the life-saving grace bestowed by Dr. Chai," the elderly matriarch said with genuine emotion. And Qing Tong secured the plaque and was about to retreat back to Anjitang. Lu Gui interjected, "Doctor, and since Dr. Chai is unavailable today, please convey to him that I, Lu Gui, would like to invite him and your entire family to a meal at Bashin Lu the next time he has the opportunity. To express my gratitude for saving my mother today." An Yuan clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Very well, Old Master Lu, I shall certainly relay this message to Wang Zai, who indeed has pressing matters to attend to today. Old Master Lu again clasped his hands. Doctor, and we shall not intrude on your practice any longer. Until we meet again, farewell. With that, he waved and turned, leading his family away from Anjitang to AT that moment. Chai Yun-Wang was in the West Room preparing his second batch of Jingyangdan, meticulously combining 16 of the 24 herbs from the formula. He could not leave the alchemy room at such a crucial juncture, lest all his efforts go to waste. Having learned from his first experience, he aimed to produce a greater quantity, this time 0.5 days later, as the time to open the furnace and retrieve the elixir approached. And Yuan personally attended to witness the process. When the lid of the furnace was lifted, a familiar aroma wafted forth, the very scent of the Jingdan he had consumed twice before, given to him by Chai Yun-Wang. Simultaneously, a faint blue glow emanated from the furnace. An Qingtong produced a wooden basin, assisting Chai Yun-Wang in pouring the elixirs from the furnace to what exquisite Jingyangdan. And Qingtong exclaimed in delight that An Yuan stepped forward to inhale the fragrance. Picking up one of the pills and observing it closely, Wang Zai, the Jingyangdan you have concocted this time is identical to the elixirs you provided me before, crafted from the same 16 herbs. I presume, indeed, the color and aroma are perfectly consistent with the elixirs my grandfather provided. I never expected that the formula for our ancestral elixir would be found within your family's revered medical texts. Chai Yun-Wang affirmed. Excellent. With this experience, you will be able to refine the ultimate Jingyangdan and the red detoxifying elixirs from the complete 24-herb formula in the future, and Yuan expressed his confidence in Chai Yun-Wang's alchemical skills. Meanwhile, Qingtong was busy counting and bottling the elixirs, managing to fill 8 bottles of 100 pills each, with an additional 88 pills, totaling 888 exquisite elixirs from this batch. After completing the bottling, Qingtong proposed, shall we name this batch Blue Jingdan? Yes, based on its color, it shall be called Blue Jingdan. The efficacy need not be tested further. Chai Yun-Wang nodded in agreement. And Yuan also concurred. Certainly, my wife and daughter have both consumed the elixirs you provided. They are undoubtedly exceptional medicine, that I still have a few pills from the bottle I brought, and once they are exhausted, we shall rely on what you have produced today. Chai Yun-Wang replied, understood, and Yuan, please keep all of this Blue Jingdan safe. The next day after breakfast, while awaiting patients, Chai Yun-Wang approached Yuan at the clinic counter. Uncle, I plan to take a stroll around the city today and handle some matters that I may not return for a while, so please do not worry if I am late, An Qingdong inquired. Wang Go, what matters do you need to attend to? I haven't mentioned it before, but I came to this place in search of my parents. Since today is relatively free, I intend to inquire about their whereabouts. Oh, so you are seeking your parents. You might need to inquire among the martial families. They may have some knowledge of your parents, and Yuan suggested. Wang Go, I will accompany you, and Qingdong offered. Qingdong, you need not come with me. If I uncover any news, I will need to rush to find them, possibly leaving Liangzhou. Should there be any urgent matters at home, you can use the communication token to reach me. Besides, I am not concerned about any disturbances. The little white dog will ensure your safety. Very well, but if you come across any news about uncle and aunt, be sure to inform us first, and Qingtong said, somewhat reluctantly. Chai Yun-Wang nodded and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out, he sensed something following him. Turning back, he saw the little white dog wagging its tail and looking at him, that he halted and said, Little White, you need not follow me. Stay here at Anjitang, and if anyone comes to cause trouble, teach them a lesson on my behalf. The little white dog barked a couple of times in response before turning back. Just as Chai Yun-Wang was about to set off, the purple gold token suddenly vibrated, but he hurriedly took it out to find a message from El Shilian. Wang Ge, today Ren Xingdao wishes to invite you to lunch at Guangju Tower. Do you have time? Oh, I have no pressing matters today. I merely plan to wander the city and gather information about 2 individuals. Ren Xingdao has also invited the young masters and mistresses of the martial families and affluent clans of Liangzhou City to accompany him. With a larger gathering, you might find someone who knows the individuals you are searching for. That does make sense. Perhaps I can learn of my parents' whereabouts from them. Chai Yun-Wang pondered, then replied to the token. All right, I will meet Ren Xingdao at Guangju Tower around noon. Wang Ge, are you at Anjitang? I will come to fetch you. I have been out for a while now, currently at the corner of Yongfu Street. Do not wander off. I will be there shortly to guide you to Guangju Tower, and no need. It is still early, and I wish to explore a bit. Chai Yun-Wang declined. Are you alone? Yes, just me. You are not familiar with the roads of Liangzhou. Wait for me, and I will act as your guide to prevent you from getting lost and missing the appointment at Guangzhou Tower. That in truth, Chai Yinwang was unsure of where Guangzhou Tower was located. Realizing the soundness of El Shilian's advice, he responded, "Fine, I will wait for you at Yongfu Street." "Very well, I will hurry over with Zhuanzi from home. It may take about half an hour." After speaking, the token emitted a series of beeps, and Chai Yinwang returned the purple gold token to his bag. Chai Yinwang stood at the street corner, gazing around to pass the time. After conversing with El Shilian for a moment, 5 individuals, 2 men and 3 women, approached, appearing to be around 60 years of age. One was a tall, bald old man dressed in black, another a gray-clad old man with a ruddy nose, and among the women were a long-haired old woman in purple, a short-haired old woman in red, and an elder woman in white. As they came within 3 paces of Chai Yinwang, they halted to scrutinize him. After a moment, the old man with the ruddy nose spoke. "Young man, are you Chai Yinwang from Anjitang?" "Indeed. What business do you have, seniors? Someone has offered 100,000 silver to summon the 5 elders of Wanshan to take your life. Do you have any final words? Afterward, we shall ensure your message reaches Anjitang." Hearing this, Chai Yinwang felt the arrogance in their tone. They had already deemed him a dead man. "What? Someone has put a bounty on my life. Who is it?" Chai Yinwang asked in astonishment. "That you need not inquire. We adhere to the rules of our trade and shall not disclose our client's identity." The old man with the ruddy nose shook his head. "Could it be that the Yu family has sent you?" Chai Yinwang pondered, not wishing to provoke further enmity. "Might we discuss this? Killing for money is one thing. Can we negotiate?" The purple-clad old woman responded. "Negotiate? Are you seeking a more merciful way to die? Esteemed seniors, it is not about how I wish to die. Rather, I propose that if your employer offers 100,000, I will give you 200,000 to spare my life and return to the mountain. What do you say?" The tall, bald old man, seemingly the leader, shook his head. "Chai Shao, it is tempting to offer 200,000 for your life, but we have our professional ethics. Accepting a deposit and not fulfilling our contract would be disloyal to our client and would invite ridicule from our peers. For the sake of money, we cannot compromise. Thus, we must kill you. Given your clarity, further words are futile. However, I would still like to know your names, if you would be so kind." The bald old man turned to Chai Yinwang and said, "In light of your willingness to pay for your life, I shall reveal my name. I am the leader, Patian Dao Qian Kaishan." He then pointed at the old man with the ruddy nose. Continuing, "He is the second Jia Jin Shui Do Tianda." Next, he gestured to the purple-clad old woman. "She is the third, Wu Qing Jian Ni Mucho. This one is the fourth, Nian Huaji Gu Manqing, and the last is the fifth, Hong Xia Xinzi Shui Dingshan." The titles of the 5 elders are indeed resounding. "Are you certain you wish to take my life?" Chai Yinwang cast a glance at the 5 elders of Wanshan. The fairy of red haze, Shui Dingshan, replied with a smile, "Of course. Otherwise, how could we seize the remaining 80,000? Allow me one final negotiation. If you intend to kill me, might you choose that secluded alley over there? This street is too crowded. It would attract too many onlookers and expose your murderous intentions." Qian Kaishan turned to glance at the intersecting alleyway and remarked, "You raise a valid point. We shall proceed as you suggest." At that moment, a throng of spectators had gathered, chattering excitedly. Upon hearing Qian Kaishan's consent to change locations, Chai Yinwang ceased further discussion and swiftly darted into the alley. "Not good. This fellow is trying to escape." Do Tianda suddenly shouted. Chapter 030. "You are the true leader of Liangzhou City." The 5 elders of Wanshan immediately bolted into the alley, before the crowd on the main street could comprehend the situation. They heard muffled sounds emanating from the alley, followed by Chai Yinwang strolling out as if nothing had occurred. After dispatching the 5 elders, Chai Yinwang gazed into the distance. Moments later, a melodious voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Wang Ge, we have arrived." Upon turning, he saw El Shilian and Zhuanzi approaching. "You have come quite swiftly," Chai Yinwang remarked, resuming his stride towards El Shilian, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Wang Ge, let us stroll along the street. Taking in the sights as we go," El Shilian suggested, attempting to link arms with Chai Yinwang. However, feeling it inappropriate, he slightly recoiled, and El Shilian complied, walking beside him at a respectful distance, just as Chai Yinwang and El Shilian were meandering about. A peculiar patient entered in Jitong, a robust elder who appeared to be around 60 years old, who immediately declared in Longzhong, "I am gravely ill. Please prescribe me some effective medicine, sir. What seems to be troubling you?" And Yuan inquired as he extended his hand to take the man's pulse. The visitor instinctively withdrew his hand, replying, "I cannot specify where it hurts. It feels as though my whole body is in pain. Please allow me to check your pulse. Open your mouth, so I may examine you." And Yuan urged, extending his hand toward the man's wrist once more. This time, the visitor did not retract his hand. After taking the pulse, and Yuan scrutinized the man carefully before finally stating, "Sir, I fear I cannot treat your ailment." The man was taken aback, exclaiming, "If even you, and Jitong, cannot cure me, does that mean my life is forfeit?" "Sir, you are not actually ill. How could I treat you?" And Yuan replied with a smile. "Indeed, I am not unwell," the man admitted. "I have heard that you possess a miraculous elixir capable of bringing one back from the brink of death. I wish to purchase two, sir. That elixir is intended for the critically ill. You are not afflicted, so why would you need it?" And Yuan responded, "To be frank, I am a practitioner of martial arts, and I have been entrusted with this task. You must sell me at least two, so I can test whether it enhances the cultivation of our kind." And Yuan pondered the request. This individual was a martial artist with a clear purpose for purchasing the medicine. However, he wondered if Wang Zai would object to selling it to such a person. Ultimately, as long as the transaction was reasonable, he saw no harm in selling two, given that he had hundreds in stock. Seeing in Yuan hesitating in silence, the visitor pressed on, "And Longzhong, this medicine is not poison. It cannot harm anyone. That I will offer you 20,000 for two that you speak of buying. Yet I know neither your surname nor your name." And Yuan replied, glancing at the man, "I am from Liangzhou. My name is Cui Yun," the visitor said, producing a stack of silver notes. "Very well, I shall sell you two." And Yuan conceded, retrieving a vial containing the black essence pills and extracting two to hand over to Cui Yun. Cui Yun, upon receiving the pills, beamed with delight and pressed down on the vial, stating, "And Longzhong, what is the name of this pill? How many do you have left? I will purchase them all, just tell me the price." "That is not possible. If I sell you all my black essence pills, what will I do for my other patients? This is all I possess." And Yuan replied, pulling the vial back. "Then I shall add another 100,000 to buy 10 of your black essence pills." Cui Yun insisted, hurriedly producing a thick stack of silver notes. "Father, let us sell 10 to this elder. We can always purchase more from Han Shuzi later." And Qingtong suggested, "That old Taoist Han Shuzi is elusive. Who knows where he is, and when we might encounter him? We have no means to contact him." And Yuan interjected, "Is your supply sourced from Han Shuzi?" Cui Yun asked, astonished. "Indeed, otherwise from whence would it come? I am merely a physician, unlike you martial artists who can concoct pills that you know Han Shuzi." And Yuan maintained his grip on the vial. Cui Yun furrowed his brow. "I do not know him. I have not heard of any alchemist named Han Shuzi. Sell me a few more. There is no need to worry. Han Shuzi will deliver more supplies." "Very well, I shall part with a few more." "Girl, please count Cui Yun's silver notes." And Yuan instructed, taking out a small porcelain bottle and extracting 8 more black essence pills to pack and hand over. Cui Yun eagerly placed the initial 2 pills into the porcelain bottle, sealed it tightly, and carefully stowed it away in his bag before bowing and departing. Cui Yun is an elder from the Cui family, a martial arts clan in Liangzhou, and he is in contact with a hidden strongman from Tianzhou. This visit was on behalf of that hidden strongman, who had tasked him with purchasing black essence pills from Jitang that he asked for the efficacy of these pills for martial artists. Cui Yun was uncertain. Only after consulting with the hidden strongman would he know. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Guangzhou building on the 2nd floor, young men and women filled the seats on either side of the main table. About 30 to 40 in total. They had gathered at the invitation of Ren Xingdao to accompany Cai Yunwang. Sitting at the main table, Ren Xingdao surveyed his companions, brothers, wealthy young ladies, and their attendants, and declared, "Dear friends, my sworn elder brother, whom I recently pledged allegiance to, is expected to arrive shortly. That he is a remarkable figure, a master of martial arts. Today, I have invited you all to meet him, so that when we encounter one another in the future, we may greet each other amicably and avoid misunderstandings." Among the young gentlemen present were the 2 brothers from the Yu family, who were already aware that Ren Xingdao's guest was Cai Yunwang. However, They were equally convinced that Chai Yun-wang was unlikely to appear at Guanju Building. Hearing Ren Xingdao's words, a subtle smile crept across their faces that a young lady at a nearby table inquired. Ringo, how formidable is your elder brother? Could he possibly surpass you, the #1 young master of Liangzhou? Miss Huan, you are correct. My elder brother is indeed stronger than I, and by no small margin. To spare you the embarrassment, I must confess that even the combined strength of the 20 or so brothers seated here may not match his prowess, Ren Xingdao replied with a smile. A somewhat portly young man at a distant table whispered to his companion, Tian Daxiong, brother Daxiong, is what our elder brother said true? I heard you were present that day. In how, whether he truly possesses such strength remains to be seen. Once he arrives, you may gauge his abilities for yourself, Daxiong replied. Elder brother, do not exaggerate others' capabilities to the point of diminishing your own worth that I recognize no one but you as the true leader of Liangzhou City. A stout young man with a round face chimed in. Chapter 031. Young Master Wu Naixiong. Ren Xingdao cast a surprised glance at the stout speaker, Wu Naixiong, and replied with a serious demeanor. Wu Naixiong, now that you have stated this, when my elder brother arrives, you must refrain from repeating it. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a difficult position that a young lady at a distant table suggested. Wu, why not challenge him to a duel when he arrives? If you win, I shall arrange for my maid, Xiaocui, to marry you. Wu Naixiong stared in disbelief, replying, Miss Ruan, if I were to win, it would be more fitting for you to marry me, rather than offer your maid as a prize. Someone chimed in, indeed, if Brother Xiong wins, Miss Ruan, you should marry him. A chorus of laughter followed, eliciting a blush from Miss Ruan, who regained her composure and said, Wu Naixiong, you must first win before we discuss marriage. Miss Huan added, Ringo, this gathering is quite lively. Why is it that your admirer, El Shilian, is not present? Did you forget to invite her? In the corner, Sheng Buxin interjected, Miss Huan, you have it reversed. It is Ringo who is El Sengxiaji's suitor. At another table, Feng Buki remarked, Sheng, do not speak out. Are you not also pursuing Miss L? Indeed, I am openly pursuing Miss L, but I suspect that many here, aside from her cousin, are secretly vying for her affection, Sheng Buxin stated. His words resonated with many young men present, who, although silent, thought to themselves, if I could marry El Shilian, I would wake up smiling every day to at that moment. Ren Xingdao clarified, Miss Huan, I did not neglect to invite El Shilian. I sent her to fetch my elder brother. Given the time, he should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Had Ren Xingdao lost his senses? How could he send his beloved to fetch him? Is it not feasible to send a couple of underlings to fetch him? Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Ren Xingdao understood their sentiments and awkwardly continued. In fact, Miss L is acquainted with my elder brother prior to our meeting. That it is through her that I was fortunate enough to be introduced to him. Thus, Miss L enjoys a closer rapport with my brother. If I were to send other brothers to pick him up, I fear my brother might take offense and refuse to come. The crowd, upon hearing Ren Xingdao's reasonable explanation, collectively uttered a soft "oh-h" to at that moment. The hall door swung open, and El Shilian strode in confidently, surveying the assembly before clapping her hands twice and proclaiming loudly, Dear brothers and sisters, I have fulfilled my mission today and brought the protagonist, young Master Chai, here. Hearing El Shilian's declaration, the Yu family brothers, Hu and Bao, were momentarily taken aback, pondering how the 5 elders of Luanshan could possibly falter. Ren Xingdao immediately rose and approached the entrance, exclaiming, Hasten, please invite my elder brother to take his place at the table. El Shilian called out to the outside, Wanga, come in quickly. Rindage has personally come to welcome you. Chai Yun-wang then entered the hall with measured steps, and the Yu brothers were even more astonished by his demeanor. How could it be that he bore no scars? Could he truly be a prodigy? As Chai Yun-wang stepped into the hall, one among the crowd recognized him. It was Sheng Buxin, the heir of the illustrious Wang family, who had previously had a conflict with Chai Yun-wang. Had he known earlier that Ren Xingdao had invited Chai Yun-wang to accompany him, he would have certainly made an excuse to avoid this meeting, so as not to appear foolish. Now, however, he felt it inappropriate to leave and thus steeled himself to remain. Ren Xingdao hurriedly grasped Chai Yun-wang's hand, saying, Elder brother, your timing is impeccable. But he then led him to the main table, where he addressed Chai Yun-wang, saying, Elder brother, all the young masters and ladies present today are esteemed talents of Liangzhou City, and I have specially invited them to accompany us. Chai Yunwang nodded, replying, "Young Master Ren, you are too courteous." He then surveyed the room and, with a bow, introduced himself. "Esteemed young masters and ladies, I am Chai Yunwang. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope for your guidance." Upon hearing his name, the crowd grew intrigued, sensing that his presence might bring them good fortune, leading to whispers of excitement throughout the hall. Clearing his throat, Ren Xingdao addressed the assembly. "Brothers, my elder brother's name is auspicious. His arrival brings us prosperity and good luck." Turning to Chai Yunwang, he continued, "Elder brother, allow me to introduce you. The brothers to your left are scions of the martial arts families and illustrious clans of Liangzhou City, while the sisters to your right are the daughters of the same esteemed lineages." That he then turned to El Shulian, requesting, "Miss Shulian, could you please introduce the young ladies to my elder brother while I present the brothers?" "Very well," El Shulian replied, standing to address each table. "This is Miss Wan Huan of the illustrious Wan family, Miss Ruan Tongtong of the Ruan family, Miss Duan Ajiao of the Duan martial family, Miss Chui Yingying of the Chui family, Miss Xiao Jinlian of the Xiao family, Miss Feng Xin of the Feng martial family, and also Miss Rin Yuan of the Rin family, who is my elder brother's cousin." El Shulian introduced each young lady in turn, while Chai Yunwang smiled and returned their bows. After introducing 12 young ladies, Ren Xingdao pointed to the first table on the left, stating, "This is the renowned young master Feng Buqi of the Feng martial family, known as the Walking Encyclopedia, and young master Duan Jun of the Duan family, young master Wan Yingshan of the Wan family, young master Xiao Dinkai of the Xiao family, and young master Yu Hu and his brother Yu Bao of the Yu martial family." As Ren Xingdao mentioned the Yu brothers, they stood and bowed in unison, saying, "Please forgive us, young Master Chai." Their gesture left the onlookers puzzled, while Chai Yunwang merely smiled and nodded, unaffected by the Yu brothers' implications. Ren Xingdao, unaware of the underlying reasons, continued with the introductions. "Young Master Wan Yuanfu of the Wan family, young Master El Baowei, who is also Miss Shulian's cousin, young Master Tian Daxiong of the Tian martial family, young Master Yin Hao of the Yin family, and young Master Sheng Buxin of the Sheng family." Upon hearing his name, Sheng Buxin, like the Yu brothers, rose to bow, saying, "Please forgive me, young Master Chai." Chai Yunwang continued to smile and nod. Ren Xingdao introduced a few more, finally pointing to a stout man with a face full of flesh, saying, "This is young Master Wu Naixiong of the Wu martial family." That Wu Naixiong immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Known as the Fatty Wu of Liangzhou, that would be me. I've heard from Rindage that young Master Chai possesses remarkable martial prowess. Might I inquire if you could impart some wisdom?" As he spoke, he approached Chai Yunwang, extending his right hand in a gesture to shake hands. As Chai Yunwang perceived Wu Naixiong's extended hand, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, revealing his intent to test Chai Yunwang's strength. Understanding this, Chai Yunwang remained composed and extended his hand in return. That Wu Naixiong's hand gripped Chai Yunwang's forefingers tightly, immediately channeling his energy into the handshake. Chai Yunwang soon placed his thumb atop Wu Naixiong's hand, locking their hands together. Initially, Wu Naixiong sensed Chai Yunwang exerting strength, but soon he seemed to relent, increasing his grip as if he aimed to crush his opponent's bones. The crowd watched intently, aware of Wu Naixiong's subtle competition. After a while, Chai Yunwang released his thumb, while the other four fingers remained firmly ensnared. Moments later, Wu Naixiong felt as if he were grasping a cotton ball, with no leverage, and in an instant, Chai Yunwang's fingers slipped free from Wu Naixiong's grasp, leaving Wu Naixiong's hand still poised as if holding something. His wrist and entire arm rendered immobile, he remained in the handshake position. Chai Yunwang looked at Wu Naixiong and said with a smile, "Brother Wu, our introduction is complete. Please take a seat." Others, seeing Wu Naixiong still holding his hand out, were perplexed, unable to discern who had the upper hand in their silent contest. Little did they know, Chai Yunwang had skillfully neutralized Wu Naixiong's strength, rendering him unable to move as if under a spell. Upon hearing Chai Yunwang's words, Wu Naixiong attempted to return to his seat, but found himself unable to move. As if entranced, still maintaining the handshake posture, stunned into silence for a moment, Wu Naixiong soon realized his predicament and exclaimed, "Brother Chai, I acknowledge my error. You truly are my elder brother. I concede to you and beg for your forgiveness for my rashness." Chai Yunwang said nothing but took a seat at the main table, gazing at Wu Naixiong. "What are you so anxious about, Brother Wu? Did you not just ask me to impart some wisdom?" What kind of lesson did you have in mind? I am but a junior. You are the elder brother. I have already learned of your prowess. You, being magnanimous, will surely forgive my impetuousness. I promise I shall not repeat it. Wu Naixiong stammered. Are you sincere, truly in awe of me? If anyone dares to defy you in the future, I will be the first to stand up for you. Wu Naixiong pledged his loyalty. Very well. You may now rest for a while, Chai Yinwang said, waving Wu Naixiong off. Feeling suddenly unburdened, Wu Naixiong found his limbs capable of movement once more and hurriedly retreated to his table, bowing as he went. Observing Wu Naixiong return to his seat, Chai Yinwang stood and addressed the assembly. Esteemed young masters and ladies, I must clarify that I am not as formidable as Ren Dage has portrayed. I can only say that in one-on-one contests among you, none stand as my equal. However, should you come at me in groups of 3 to 5, I may not fare as well. Moreover, in the vast world of martial arts, there are many who surpass me. I may indeed fall short against true masters. Chai Yinwang's humble words prompted reflections among the young masters and ladies, save for the Yu brothers, who thought, this individual speaks with such humility and has even earned the respect of the proud Ren Dage. His martial prowess must surely exceed his own claims. Even if 3 to 5 of us were to challenge him, it is likely he would prevail over Ren Xingdao. To forge a connection with someone of his caliber could indeed prove beneficial in the future. Ren Xingdao, having listened to Chai Yunwang's words, interjected, brothers and sisters, my elder brother has been too modest. You all have witnessed his prowess. With but a slight exhibition, he had Wu Naixiong humbled. Should anyone wish to test their skills further, feel free to seek my elder brother's guidance, that I trust he will show you mercy, considering our friendship, that if no one else wishes to challenge him, let us all acknowledge him as our elder brother. As Ren Xingdao spoke, the crowd exchanged glances, each person looking at the other. After a brief moment, Ren Yuanyuan rose to her feet and clasped her hands towards Chai Yinwang, saying, Brother Wang, I have heard Sister Shilian address you in such a manner. So I shall follow suit, that I wish to seek your guidance on a matter. Here is a silver hairpin. I will launch it towards you using the technique of concealed weapons. You must not evade. You can only catch it with your hands, that if you succeed in catching it, you must answer my question, that if you fail to catch it and are injured, you must still respond to my inquiry. Miss Run, this challenge seems to favor you greatly. Rather than engage in such a contest, I might as well concede. Whatever you wish to ask, I shall gladly answer. Chai Yinwang replied with a smile. Observing Ren Yuanyuan, it seemed he was not one to easily concede defeat, yet his demeanor appeared somewhat roguish. This moment, El Shilian interjected, Brother Wang, you cannot be so unyielding that a gentleman should show some deference to a lady. Can you not be a bit magnanimous? I believe even if Yuanyuan were to injure you, it would not be severely. Ren Yuanyuan remained silent, merely gesturing towards Chai Yinwang, that he chuckled at the two women, formulating a plan in his mind. Miss Ren, your request to use a concealed weapon against me is rather unique. Very well. In consideration of your brother, I shall acquiesce. However, if I fail to catch it and yet remain unharmed, what then? This question left the crowd somewhat perplexed. If one did not evade and failed to catch the concealed weapon, how could they escape unscathed? Ren Yuanyuan shared this sentiment and replied, If what you say were true, I would, like my brother, recognize you as my elder brother and follow you loyally. I am the realm of martial arts families. Ren Yuanyuan was among the top-tier practitioners, having reached the mid-stage of Earth martial realm, surpassing many of her peers. Her stepping forward to challenge Chai Yinwang resonated with many in attendance. Chai Yinwang regarded the young lady with a smile and remarked, That will not do, Miss Ren. You are overstepping. I lack the authority to command you. She retorted, Whether it is feasible or not will be determined later. Watch closely. I am about to strike. As she spoke, Ren Yuanyuan raised her hand and launched the hairpin. The two were merely 3 zhang apart, and with her mid-stage Earth martial realm prowess, the speed at which she launched it was akin to a shooting star, arriving instantaneously, with no room for evasion. If Chai Yinwang did not catch it, he would inevitably be injured. The crowd was riveted, watching as the hairpin transformed into a streak of brilliance, aimed directly at Chai Yinwang's left chest. Yet he remained seated, hands resting on the table, showing no inclination to catch it. The reason was clear. If he caught it, he would have to answer a question, and if he were injured, he would still be compelled to respond. Who could predict what peculiar inquiry she might pose? Thus, he chose to remain still as the hairpin neared his chest. Ren Yuanyuan, Alarmed, shouted fool. Move aside, I never intended to harm you. Just as her words fell, the hairpin halted mere inches from Chai Yun-Wang's chest, as if suspended against an invisible barrier, before clattering onto the table that in that instant, the assembly of martial arts heirs comprehended. It was a manifestation of true energy, forming a protective barrier. To generate such a shield in such a brief span of time and distance could only be accomplished by a master who had transcended the pinnacle of the heaven martial realm. Even someone like Run Xingdao, in the mid-stage of the heaven martial realm, would be unable to achieve such a feat. That it became evident that Chai Yun-Wang's strength was truly formidable, a level at which one could scarcely hope to recognize him as an elder brother. Chai Yun-Wang then turned to Ren Yuanyuan and said, Miss Run, I did not catch your hairpin, yet I remain unscathed. Does that mean I need not answer your question? Brother, you are indeed my true elder brother. I submit to you what I truly wish to inquire is how you managed to immobilize Wu Pongzi. Chai Yun-Wang chuckled. It is quite simple, as long as any of you can defeat me. You too can bind someone in place as I did. Brother, your response is no different than silence. Ren Yuanyuan replied with a playful laugh. At that moment, Ren Xingdao declared, Is there any dissent? Come, my brothers and sisters. Let us pay our respects to our elder brother. The crowd rose, bowing in unison. We sincerely pay our respects to our elder brother. Chai Yun-Wang stood, clasping his hands in return. No need for such formalities. My brothers and sisters, please take your seats. Ren Xingdao poured a cup of wine for Chai Yun-Wang before filling one for himself, then addressed the crowd. Come, my brothers and sisters, let us raise a toast to our elder brother. The crowd promptly filled their cups, and under Ren Xingdao's lead, proclaimed, We toast our elder brother and pledge to follow him always, before downing their drinks. Next, Wu Pongzi approached Chai Yun-Wang's table with a bottle of wine, filling a cup for him, then for himself. Elder brother, I wish to propose a toast. This is my apology for my earlier offense. I was blind to your might. Please forgive me, and allow me to drink to your health. He clinked his cup against Chai Yun-Wang's and downed it in one go. Chai Yun-Wang smiled and raised his cup. No need for such formalities, my young brother. This is how friendships are forged. He too drank deeply. Following this, Ren Yuanyuan approached with a bottle, saying, Elder brother, please do not hold my earlier rudeness against me. Did I offer you a toast and apology? Chai Yun-Wang raised his cup. Now that we are all siblings, there is no need for excessive politeness. That I pardon your transgression. The two clinked their cups and drank. That El Shilian and others followed suit, taking turns to toast. That in this manner, Chai Yun-Wang consumed more than 20 cups of wine. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, the siblings bantered jovially, discussing various tales of renowned families and scandalous stories involving sect elders and their disciples. After several cups, Duan Jun, slightly inebriated, set down his cup and declared, Brothers, what you are discussing is mere nonsense. Recently, I received news that the eldest son of the Jufu Trading Company in Tianzhou will hold an auction on the 16th of next month. I wonder if anyone is interested in attending. Did I ask that true? Boss D usually holds his event in the second half of the year. Do not jest, Brother Duan. Someone interjected skeptically. Did I assure you, I have never spoken without certainty. This event is hosted by the D family's eldest son, Dizhou. Did I hear there will be rare treasures available for bidding? Duan Jun asserted. With more than 20 days until the event, the news had likely spread to attract a wider audience, possibly hinting at unforeseen treasures. Sheng Buxin remarked, If that is the case, I would like to attend and see if I can bid on a few coveted items. Xiao Dingkai turned to Ren Xingdao, saying, Brother Ren, I too wish to join in the festivities. Will you be attending? Certainly, I will bring my elder brother along, Ren Xingdao replied. Chai Yun-Wang added, I am not well versed in such matters, so I shall refrain from joining. Ren Yuanyuan insisted, Elder brother, the auction will feature many treasures. Once you attend, you will understand that in previous years, various elixirs favored by martial artists have been auctioned. That if you can bid on one or two, consuming them will surely aid in enhancing your martial prowess. El Shilian chimed in. Go ahead, Brother Wang, that I will accompany you. As the discussion continued, Chai Yun-Wang's voice had barely faded when El Shilian's communication talisman suddenly vibrated. She retrieved it, wiping it clean, and a woman's anxious voice emerged. Shilian, is your brother with you? Yes, and is there something amiss? Upon hearing this, El Baowei snatched the talisman from El Shilian and exclaimed, Mother, what is the matter? You left home without your communication talisman today, though we could not reach you. Hurry back. Your father has suddenly fallen gravely ill. and the doctor is at a loss. Return quickly to prepare for your father's final rites. What? Is it that serious? Which doctor did you summon? The renowned physician Yuan from the Yuan Shantang, known as the first divine doctor in Liangzhou. Did you not seek Dr. Dadayan from Jitang? We did, but Dr. Dadayan is currently occupied, as one of his disciples is away today, and he cannot leave. That El Shulian reassured through the talisman. Aunt, do not worry, we will return immediately. As the banquet unfolded. The guests indulged in both food and idle chatter, consuming a hearty meal over the course of 2 to 3 hours by the time the clock struck the final moments of the afternoon. The siblings El Baowei and El Shulian hurriedly escorted Chai Yun-Wang towards their home. After a brief half-hour, the trio arrived at the grand estate of the El family. The venerable patriarch of this illustrious Liangzhou clan was nearing 80 years of age and had 3 sons. The eldest, El Jinkai, was affectionately referred to as the Laoi by the servants and had already crossed the threshold of 50, although the old master had not relinquished his position as the head of the family. He had entrusted the family business to his 3 sons, with El Jinkai acting in the capacity of family head, but he was blessed with 2 daughters, named Huan and Cici, both of whom were already married. The second son, El Jinda, known as Heir Laoi, was approaching 50 and bore a stout physique. He had recently fallen gravely ill, and his family consisted of a son and a daughter. His eldest son, El Baowei, had just forged a bond of friendship with Chai Yun-Wang, while his younger daughter, El Xiuzhen, at the tender age of 17, was renowned as one of the most beautiful maidens in Liangzhou. The youngest son, El Jinren, referred to as San Laoi, was a middle-aged man in his mid-40s and had only a daughter, El Sanju Shulian, who was the first to befriend Chai Yun-Wang. Upon entering the grand gates of the El estate, Chai Yun-Wang was struck by the opulence of the manor, which boasted a vast courtyard divided into the main hall and the eastern and western wings. The western wing housed 2 buildings, accommodating the elderly patriarch and his wife, as well as El Jinkai and his spouse. The eastern wing similarly contained 2 buildings, home to El Jinda's family of 4 and El Jinren's family of 3. At that moment, the sound of a woman's weeping echoed from one of the small courtyards in the eastern wing. The 3 made their way directly towards the source. Upon reaching the hall, they beheld an elderly man with a 3-inch white beard, who was packing away his medical supplies while lamenting, "Madame El Heir Laoi's illness is indeed quite severe. Despite my illustrious skills, I have administered 5 needles. Yet he remains unresponsive. You must prepare for the worst. For this visit and the medicine, I shall only charge half the fee. 5,000 taels of silver will suffice to at the entrance of the hall." El Shulian interjected, "Wait. Let me see if my brother can help. There truly no hope for my second uncle." She then tugged at Chai Yun-Wang to step forward. Chai Yun-Wang leaned down to examine El Heir Laoi, while El Shulian hastily fetched a small stool for him. After taking a seat, Chai Yun-Wang extended his hand to check the pulse. After a moment, he turned to the tearful El Heir Madam and asked, "May I inquire, madam, was El Heir laid ill in this manner from the outset?" L.C. Xiao Xiuzhen chimed in, "No, my father was conscious before the physician administered his needles. He was looking at us, though he could not speak. After the final needle, he closed his eyes and his breath grew faint. Did I see?" Chai Yun-Wang replied, "The last needle must have been misapplied." With that, he withdrew his hand from the pulse check. The physician, preparing to take his leave, scoffed at Chai Yun-Wang's diagnosis. "You, little boy, what do you know of medicine? I have traversed more bridges than you have roads, and consumed more salt than you have rice. How dare you imply that my needlework was flawed? Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Even if your beard reaches the ground, the truth remains." Chai Yun-Wang retorted without hesitation. El Shulian urged, "Brother, do you believe my second uncle can still be saved?" "Yes, but due to the previous physician's mistake, it may take some additional time." He replied that if I say he cannot be saved, even a celestial being would find it impossible. The physician, exasperated, set down his medical kit and glared at Chai Yun-Wang. Upon hearing the physician's words, Chai Yun-Wang straightened his posture and confronted him. "Is that so? If I manage to revive El Heir Laoi, what will you say then?" The white-bearded physician pondered for a moment before responding. "Little boy, you truly lack awareness of your own limitations, that if you can bring El Heir Laoi back to life, I shall forego my fee today and even reward you with 100,000 taels of silver. However, if you fail, you will owe me 1,000,000 taels and be brought before Lord Chinkuan in the provincial court to face charges of causing death. The do you dare to wager?" "Very well, I accept your wager. Prepare the 100,000 taels, Chai Yunwang declared, turning to El Baowei. Brother, assist me in sitting your father upright. That El Baowei promptly stepped forward, along with a servant, to help the seemingly lifeless El Er Laoi into an upright position. Chai Yunwang then faced El Er Laoi, slowly raising his arms and palms, as two faint glimmers of light enveloped his face and chest. Such theatrics. Who do you think you were trying to frighten? The physician muttered under his breath. Saving a life is paramount. Chai Yunwang disregarded the physician's mockery, focusing solely on his treatment of El Er Laoi. After approximately half an hour, beads of sweat began to form on Chai Yunwang's forehead and face. El Xiulian, noticing this, hurriedly produced a silk handkerchief to gently wipe his brow. After some time had passed, El Er Laoi's fingers twitched slightly. Moments later, his eyes miraculously opened, and he gasped, expelling a mouthful of dark, foul blood. Foreseeing this event, Chai Yunwang swiftly sidestepped, ensuring that the vile blood sprayed onto the physician's garments behind him, leaving the physician in a most disheveled state, filled with embarrassment and fury, but unable to express his ire. "Haha, my father has come back to life," the young girl exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward. "Second uncle, how do you feel?" El Xiulian inquired eagerly. "I feel much more at ease in my chest, though there is still some heaviness in my arms that prevents me from lifting them," El Er Laoi replied, breathing heavily. "How can this be? I had deemed it impossible. How could you revive him?" The physician still could not comprehend the reality before him. El Xiulian glared at the physician, declaring incompetent doctors cause harm. "Physician, hand over the 100,000 taels immediately." The physician stammered, unsure of how to respond. Chai Yunwang turned to the physician, his gaze piercing with an unspoken threat, causing the physician to tremble inwardly. Chapter 035. After the needles are withdrawn, one must continue to move. Having wagered with Chai Yunwang, the physician now wished to renege on their agreement. Under Chai Yunwang's intimidating glare, he was compelled to soften his tone. I do not have that much silver on me. Can we postpone the payment?" "Very well. Return home and prepare the 100,000 taels that I shall visit your residence to collect them another day," Chai Yunwang responded, waving his hand dismissively. The physician, feeling utterly defeated, brushed the foul blood from his clothing and hastily departed the El estate, leaving in a state of disgrace. "Sister, what is the name of that physician?" "I must express my gratitude for saving my father," the young girl asked, looking at El Xiulian. "Fourth sister, his name is Chai Yunwang, that he is my brother's sworn elder brother." El Xiulian introduced it. "Oh, so my elder brother went out today to participate in a brotherhood ceremony? Had I known, I would have gone with you," El Xiulian remarked, turning to Chai Yunwang and bowing deeply. "Thank you, Brother Wang." That El Er Madam attempted to rise to express her thanks, but Chai Yunwang swiftly supported her, saying, "Aunt, it is too early for gratitude. Your husband is yet to be out of danger." El Xiulian asked urgently, "Brother Wang, what more must be done?" Chai Yunwang retrieved a black essence pill from his bag and handed it to El Xiulian. "Fourth sister, have someone prepare a cup of warm water to dissolve this medicine, and give it to uncle to drink. That in 3 hours I shall administer a few more needles, and he will be cured." During this interval, El Xiulian introduced Chai Yunwang to the elder El family members present, including El Jinkai and El Jinrind. El San Madam noted the special attention her daughter was giving to Chai Yunwang. Observing his extraordinary demeanor and remarkable medical skills, she felt a fondness for him. Just then, an elderly voice rang out from outside the hall. "Eldest third, what is the matter? Your second brother is gravely ill, and you did not inform your father and mother?" As the voice faded, the patriarch and matriarch entered the hall. El Jinkai and El Jinren hurried to assist the elderly couple, saying, "Father, mother, we did not wish to worry you unnecessarily, but thankfully, our second brother has survived." "Survived? What ailment has he suffered from?" the patriarch and matriarch inquired, approaching their ailing son. "Father, mother, do not worry. I am fine. That I merely felt dizzy this morning, and after a fall, I ended up like this." El Er Laoi explained in a weak voice that at that moment, El Xiulian had dissolved the black essence pill, and, with the help of a maid, administered the shiny black liquid to El Er Laoi. After he had ingested the medicine, Chai Yunwang instructed Baowei, "Help your father back to bed to rest, and I will return tomorrow morning to administer a few more needles. Xiulian, prepare a guest room. Dr. Chai shall stay at our home tonight to avoid any delays in treatment." El San Madam suggested to El Xiulian that no need. "The distance is not great, that I shall return to Anjitang." Chai Yin Wang declined. Brother Wang, look at the time. After dinner, it will be even later, El Shilian insisted that El Shilian remarked. After dinner, it was already the late hour of the high time. Chai Yin Wang, no longer able to decline, decided to stay at the residence of the third master, that a maid led Chai Yin Wang to the guest room that El Shilian had prepared for him. It was unclear how long he had slept, but in a drowsy state, Chai Yin Wang seemed to hear the sound of the door being pried open, followed by someone stealthily entering the room and shutting the door behind them. A thief had entered. Instinctively startled awake, Chai Yin Wang opened his eyes to see the silhouette of a woman in the dim light who was attempting to climb onto the bed. Alarmed, he pushed her away, inadvertently pressing his hand against her chest. The woman gasped, saying, Wang Gu, it's me, don't make a sound. What are you doing, Shilian? Chai Yin Wang quickly retracted his hand. Wang Gu, tonight I want to be your woman. Before Chai Yin Wang could respond, El Shilian had already climbed onto the bed and burrowed under the covers. The next day, as the sun rose high, Chai Yin Wang awoke to discover, with astonishment, that his martial arts cultivation had significantly changed, having genuinely reached the early stage of martial sage. Reflecting on this, he realized the benefits of yin-yang dual cultivation and found joy within himself. Just as he was reveling in this newfound strength, he heard El Shilian's voice from outside calling, Wang Gu, are you awake? Responding, Chai Yin Wang replied, I am already up. As he opened the door, El Shilian stood at the doorway, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, After breakfast. Dante, you need to go give Uncle Aaron needle treatment. You should hurry and wash up. Having said that, she turned and left. After washing up, Chai Yin Wang entered the dining hall, where El Baowei quickly stood to greet him, saying, Elder brother, my father has greatly improved this morning. His spirit is much better, and he speaks with a much louder voice, though his legs and arms still cannot move. No worries, I'll go give my godfather a few needles shortly, and he'll be able to walk again. Chai Yin Wang said as he took a seat at the dining table that El Shilian also warmly brought over breakfast. After the meal, the whole family gathered around Chai Yin Wang and made their way to the side hall, where servants had already assisted El Laoi to a reclining chair in the hall. Chai Yin Wang then took out silver needles and began to apply them to 9 key acupoints on El Laoi's body. With each needle inserted, El Laoi's expressions changed distinctly, and after the final needle was placed, he grasped the arms of the chair and stood up abruptly. Godfather, don't rush to get up just yet. Wait a moment until I finish removing the needles before you start to move, Chai Yin Wang instructed, urging El Laoi to sit back down. Oh my Wang Gu, you are truly remarkable. You are undoubtedly the divine needle, El Shilian exclaimed, grasping Chai Yin Wang's hand in astonishment. You flatter me, fourth sister, Chai Yin Wang replied, as he took a seat opposite El Laoi and raised his arms. Channeling his energy, that in a short while, 2 streams of white mist floated towards El Laoi and enveloped him completely. Soon, the mist thickened, shrouding El Laoi entirely, and everyone could only hear the sound of his calm breathing within. The onlookers were uncertain of Chai Yin Wang's treatment method and dared not ask, fearing that any disruption might lead to a setback in his efforts. After about half an hour, the mist gradually thinned, revealing El Laoi's figure. By the time the fog dissipated, his complexion was rosy, completely unrecognizable from the sickly state he had been in earlier. The entire El family was astounded by the miraculous nature of Chai Yin Wang's medical skills. Chai Yin Wang withdrew his hands. All 9 silver needles returned to him. He was now glistening with fine sweat, prompting El Shilian to produce a silk handkerchief to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead. All right, godfather, you can now try to stand and walk slowly, Chai Yin Wang said. Upon hearing this, El Laoi attempted to take a few steps before turning back to sit down, gazing at Chai Yin Wang with a puzzled expression. Young man, why do you keep calling me godfather? Where does this come from? Father, here's the situation, El Baowei interjected, recounting the events of the previous day regarding the brotherly pact made at Guangzhou Building. My life is indebted to you, kind sir. What is your fee for treatment? Have way or fetch it, El Laoi said, visibly moved. Godfather, there is no need for a fee. Someone else has already taken care of it, Chai Yin Wang replied, shaking his head that El Shilian interjected. Wang Gu, are you referring to the wager you won against Dr. Yuan? Indeed. I shall go collect it from Dr. Yuan tomorrow. Chai Yin Wang confirmed with a nod. El Taigong remarked, Young man, you won Dr. Yuan's silver. For healing my son, You ought to accept our treatment fee and medication expenses. Furthermore, I believe that elixir of yours, which can revive those on the brink of death, must be of considerable value. Grandfather, truly, there is no need. Wei Gu and I are sworn brothers, and we are essentially family now. How can I accept fees from my own kin? Chai Yin Wang once more declined. Enough, grandfather. Wang Gu has said we are family, so there is no need for payment. We should heed his words, El Shilian added from the side. Family? Family? El Xiuzhen observed Chai Yin Wang with a curious gaze before turning to El Shilian, continuing. In that case, I shouldn't call you Wang Gu. I should be addressing you as brother-in-law instead. El Xiuzhen's words left El Shilian blushing deeply, akin to a thief caught in the act, while Chai Yin Wang appeared equally flustered. However, he quickly regained his composure, saying, Fourth sister, please do not speak rashly. I am already betrothed to Miss and listening on. El Sanforan fell silent for a moment before asserting, No, I have decided you shall be my son-in-law. My daughter Shilian must marry you. Godmother, I cannot forsake Miss and Qing Tong of the Yin family. Chai Yin Wang replied, his expression one of helplessness to El Air Laoi, then proposed, Wang Zai. I have a solution that could satisfy everyone. Father, what is this solution? El Xiuzhen inquired. According to Shilian, she has known Wang Zai for a long time and has developed genuine feelings for him. It would be best for Wang Zai to marry our Shilian and also take in Qing Tong as well, El Air Laoi suggested, casting a glance at Chai Yin Wang. That might be somewhat inappropriate. After all, I have known in Qing Tong longer, and I cannot agree without her knowledge. Chai Yin Wang hesitated. El Taigong chimed in. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Having multiple wives is a common matter for men. If Missin disagrees, she can marry someone else. Your name is Chai Yin Wang. We shall not give up on this. With you, our elf family will surely prosper. El San Laoi concurred. Very well, it is settled. I will speak to Doctor and first thing tomorrow. At that moment, Chai Yin Wang's communication token suddenly vibrated. He took it out to find a message from an unfamiliar source, where a gentle female voice inquired, Lord Guodong. Where are you residing now? Who are you? Do we know each other? Chai Yin Wang responded with confusion. Lord, did you not recognize my voice? It is Yin Ruyue, the voice replied. Oh, it's Miss Yin. What brings you here? He asked. I am currently residing at Anjitang in Liangzhou City. Missy Rongrong and I have been commissioned to build a Guodong mansion for you in Fengzhou City. IT is expected to be completed in a month or two, at which point we will come to Liangzhou to escort you back home. I had mentioned before that there is no need to build a mansion for me. I have matters to attend to and lack a fixed residence. That is not within my purview. We are merely following orders that I wanted to inform you in advance that once the construction is complete, we will come to fetch you. That is all for today. We shall discuss further upon our next meeting. The voice concluded before the token emitted a series of beeping sounds. Upon hearing the voice from the communication token, El Shilian felt a pang of jealousy, asking, Wang Gu, who is this Miss Yin? How do you know her? Well, that is a long story, and it's somewhat inconvenient to discuss. Chai Yin Wang replied vaguely. Sister-in-law, did you know Yin Riyue before you met my sister? El Xiuzhen pressed. Fourth sister. You cannot call me sister-in-law. If that reaches Qing Tong and Uncle and S ears, it would lead to misunderstandings. You may call me elder brother as they do, Chai Yin Wang corrected her again. Very well, I will call you elder brother from now on. When did you meet this Miss Yin? El Xiuzhen inquired once more. It was on the very day I arrived in this world. I had no place to stay that evening, and her father arranged for me to stay at their home for a night. So it can only be considered a fleeting acquaintance. Chai Yin Wang's words left everyone perplexed, but upon noticing Chai Yin Wang's unique purple gold communication token and the title of Lord Guodong, El de Laoi began to realize that Chai Yin Wang's identity and background were not simple. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he said, Chai Longzhong, our family was unaware of your identity. If we have been remiss in any way, please forgive us. Uncle need not concern himself with my identity. I value loyalty and affection above status and rank, Chai Yin Wang reassured, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces. Wang Gu, while we may not mind, could you tell us where this Miss Yin is from and what kind of notable figure she is? El Shilian gazed at Chai Yin Wang with a longing expression. In truth, it is of no consequence to reveal this. Miss Yin hails from the illustrious Yin family of Shiguan and is also a formidable general within the Shiguan military camp. Chai Yin Wang offered a brief explanation. Brother, Your golden communication token is not possessed by just anyone, that I have seen its emblem in the official documents from the provincial government, which state that those who hold this token are exempt from paying for food and lodging at any tavern or inn. El Baowei remarked, "Indeed, there is such a saying. This token was gifted to me by General Yin of Shiguan. However, it is best that you keep this matter to yourselves." Chai Yun Wang, speaking half in jest, added a cautionary note. The members of the L family, upon hearing Chai Yun Wang's explanation, grew even more puzzled. How could a high-ranking official of the Huaxia dynasty, such a prominent figure as the general of Shiguan, bestow a golden communication token? Chapter 037. A plea for mercy from the heroes. El Delaoi scrutinized Chai Yun Wang intently, contemplating. Either you have rendered a life-saving favor to General Yin, or you are an individual of even greater stature. Good heavens, what fortune has befallen our L family to encounter such a mysterious figure? Chai Yun Wang, observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, declared, "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Wei Ge. As there is little else to attend to, I kindly ask you to escort me to the Yuan Shuntang." "Sure. When do you wish to go?" El Baowei inquired. "That I had initially planned to go tomorrow. But since it is not too late now, let us proceed at once." "Very well. I shall accompany you." Both El Shilian and El Xiozhen replied nearly in unison. Subsequently, Chai Yun Wang took his leave of the El family and, along with the El siblings, made their way to the Yuan Shuntang, located on Shunqing Street in the western part of the city. The four of them walked for over half an hour before arriving at their destination, where they found 6 or 7 individuals awaiting treatment. Besides the elderly physician Yuan, there was also a middle-aged doctor in his 40s attending to patients. Upon entering the hall, El Baowei and his siblings found a seat. Noticing El Baowei, the middle-aged doctor said, "El Dalao, are you here for a consultation?" "No, we have come to discuss a matter with your father," El Baowei replied, glancing at the focused Yuan. The physician cast a disinterested glance at Chai Yun Wang and the others, continuing his examination. After waiting for about half an hour, several patients had taken their medications and departed. Chai Yun Wang then asked, "Dr. Yuan, are you prepared?" Yuan replied with a smirk, "I have been ready for you since early morning. Follow me to the back hall to collect it." He rose and exited through a small door that El Baowei followed suit, and soon El Shilian, El Xiozhen, and Chai Yun Wang trailed behind him. They turned a corner and arrived at a courtyard where 3 burly men in their 40s or 50s stood, clearly warriors of formidable presence. These 3 were the elders of the Dong family, a third-rate martial arts clan in Liangzhou, with the leader being a robust man named Dong Shito. His left stood Tong Qian, and to his right, Tong Bai, who were brothers. Dr. Yuan turned to the group and said, "Little one, yesterday I was merely jesting, yet you took it seriously that I have prepared 3 individuals for you. The 100,000 taels of silver are with them. If you possess the skill, go retrieve it." "What do you mean by that, Dr. Yuan? Are you trying to play tricks?" El Xiozhen asked, looking at him suspiciously. Dr. Yuan ignored her inquiry, instead signaling the 3 burly men. The leading man, Dong Shi, spoke. "Little one, considering your youth and naivety, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. While I have yet to change my mind, I suggest you return from whence you came." As he spoke, he released a martial aura that sent chills through El Baowei and El Xiozhen, while El Shilian, lacking martial training, felt no discomfort. The oppressive atmosphere caused El Xiozhen to clutch El Shilian tightly, her complexion paling. Chai Yun Wang assessed the 3 men before him, recognizing their martial prowess as reaching the mid to peak stages of the Xuanwu realm. Should he choose, he could easily dispatch all 3 with a mere finger. After a moment, Chai Yun Wang stated, "I have come to reclaim my gambling debt from Dr. Yuan. Since he claims the banknotes are in your possession, you shall hand them over and leave at once." "Ah, you little brat, do you think you could demand money from us without consequence?" Dong Shi scoffed. Chai Yun Wang replied, "So you are acting as the enforcers for Dr. Yuan's debt? Then, indeed, we are here to collect on behalf of the one who owes." Dong Shi candidly admitted that do you realize that this could bring trouble upon you. Chai Yun Wang said to Dong Shi with a dispassionate tone, to crush a brat like you is as simple as squashing an ant. Why should I concern myself with your troubles?" Tong Qian chimed in. Chai Yun Wang cast a glance at Tong Qian before turning back to Dr. Yuan. "Old man, are you certain the 100,000 taels are with them?" "Indeed, if you have the ability, go take it," Dr. Yuan affirmed once more. With renewed confirmation, Chai Yun Wang turned back, extended his left arm, and spread his palm while stepping forward, saying now, please hand over the money. Seeing this, Tong Qian took a large step forward, raised his right arm, and swung a punch while exclaiming, "All right, I'll give you the 100,000 taels." Tong Qian's punch, infused with considerable force, swiftly approached Chai Yunwang, causing El Xiuzhen to shut her eyes in fear of witnessing Chai Yunwang's imminent downfall. However, to her astonishment, the sound that reached her ears was Tong Qian exclaiming, "Ouch! That hurts," when El Xiuzhen opened her eyes. She was shocked to see Chai Yunwang firmly grasping Tong Qian's fist, rendering him unable to free himself, which caused the latter to grimace in pain. Realizing Tong Qian had suffered a setback, Dong Shi and Tong Bai, now aware that Chai Yunwang was also a martial artist, moved to attack him, believing Tong Qian's predicament was merely a lapse in attention. Chai Yunwang, however, merely yanked Tong Qian aside, causing Dong Shi's punch to connect with Tong Qian's side, resulting in simultaneous cries of agony as Dong Shi's right arm was shattered, hanging limply by his side. Hearing the cries, Tong Bai rushed forward in haste. But his punch, aimed at Chai Yunwang, fell short as Chai Yunwang continued to use Tong Qian as a human shield, causing Tong Bai to strike his brother's back instead. With a yelp of pain, Tong Bai clutched his own arm, mirroring his brother's injury as both men grimaced in agony. Witnessing Chai Yunwang's effortless display of power, Dr. Yuan was struck with fear. Chai Yunwang regarded the pain-stricken trio and demanded, "Hurry up and hand over the 100,000 taels, or I shall be forced to remove this fist at I end that moment." Dong Shi and his companions realized they had unwittingly stepped into a perilous situation and lost their earlier bravado. Clutching their injuries, they knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Please, noble hero, spare us and release Tong Qian." With Tong Qian's arm broken and his ribs injured, he lay nearly unconscious, his body limp. Had Chai Yunwang not been holding him, he would have appeared lifeless on the ground. Chapter 038. Brother Chai, please proceed ahead. Chai Yunwang stared at Dong Shi and Tong Bai, saying, "If you wish for me to release him, you must promptly provide the banknotes." Dong Shi yelled at the trembling Dr. Yuan, "You have turned us into cripples. Hurry up and give this young master the money." Hearing Dong Shi's outburst, Dr. Yuan, trembling with fear, scurried back into the room and soon returned with the banknotes, trembling as he presented them to Chai Yunwang. "Xiuyan, please count and see if it is sufficient." Chai Yunwang instructed El Xiuyan, who along with her sister El Xiuzhen, counted the notes in their hands and confirmed, "Wang Ge, it is precisely the 10,000 from yesterday's gambling debt." Upon seeing Chai Yunwang accept the money, Dong Shi spoke, "Young master, you have received Dr. Yuan's banknotes. Can we now leave?" Chai Yunwang glared, his voice deepening. "Let you leave? You haven't handed over the banknotes yet. How can you depart? From the very beginning, I warned you that you would bring trouble upon yourselves. You chose to engage me in conflict. Now, without the banknotes, you shall not leave." "What? We owe you nothing. Why should we pay you?" Dong Shi and his companions looked at Chai Yunwang in astonishment. "The do not forget, it was that old man who promised the payment. If he fails to deliver, I shall have to remove his head and use it as a ball to play with," Chai Yunwang asserted, making a gesture as if to twist off Tong Qian's head. Tong Qian, terrified, cried out, "Wait, don't do that." Dong Shi interjected, "How much do you want? We have no more money on us. We only received 30,000 from Dr. Yuan, though we can give you that. 30,000 is still 7 short. If you can gather the remaining 70,000, I will let you all go." Upon hearing this, Dong Shi's anger flared. "Brat, do not push your luck. Just because we cannot defeat you does not mean our sect lacks capable individuals to handle you." "Very well, which sect do you belong to?" Chai Yunwang retorted. "Summon the most formidable members of your sect, or perhaps your most skilled friends, for I wish to engage in a contest. However, ensure that you prepare the silver notes in case you find yourselves unable to best me. The stakes will necessitate a monetary exchange." "Young man, your arrogance is rather excessive. You claim that if I summon my champions and they defeat you, what will you say then?" Dong Shi remarked. "Agreed that if your champions manage to overcome me, the 100,000 silver notes provided by Yuan Longzhong will be yours, and I shall add another 100,000 to however. You must consider that if you cannot prevail, you too must produce 200,000 silver notes, or else I shall eradicate your entire sect." Chai Yunwang declared with great authority that at this moment, Dong Shi and the others realized the gravity of the situation but dared not respond hastily. After a brief silence, they inquired, "May we first consult with our sect?" Certainly, you may deliberate. Should you choose not to fight, simply provide me with 10,000 silver notes, that if you still wish to proceed. Prepare 200,000. Otherwise, bear the consequences, Chai Yinhuang stated, releasing his grip on Tong Qian. Tong Qian, now freed, straightened up and returned to Dong Shi and the others. Dong Shi then retrieved a communication token from a corner, contacting his Dong family sect. After a while, he returned and said, "Please wait a moment. Our sect leader will be here shortly." After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, 5 individuals entered from the courtyard. The foremost among them, with white hair and beard, was Dong Chongyun, the leader of the Dong family sect, appearing to be over 70 years old. The other 2 were the esteemed elders of the Dong family sect, Dong Chongqing and Dong Chongzai, while the remaining 2, named Ban Fei and Ban Feng, were elders from the second-tier Qinxian sect in Liangzhou, both with graying hair and beards, aged between 60 and 70. Upon seeing Dong Chongyun, Tong Qian wore a pained expression and said, "Master, I am incompetent, and I have brought shame upon our sect." Dong Chongyun cast a glance at Tong Qian, muttering about his uselessness. He then waved his hand lightly toward Tong Qian, alleviating much of the pain on his face. Only then did Dong Chongyun turn his attention to Chai Yinhuang and the 4 others. Recognizing the young master of the El family, El Xiulian, and her sister El Xiuzhen, that he was aware they were not martial artists, but the unfamiliar young man before him did not appear to be a cultivator either. From Dong Shi's communication, he learned this individual possessed extraordinary abilities, an assertion he found hard to believe. Yet the evidence was undeniable. To injure 3 of his sect's formidable disciples in mere moments required at least late-stage heavenly martial realm cultivation. Such a concealed power was genuinely terrifying. Individually, the 4 of them might not stand a chance against him, but perhaps together they could defeat him, or perhaps not. It would be wise to resolve this matter amicably. With these thoughts in mind, Dong Chongyun spoke, "Young man, what is your name? It seems you are no ordinary individual, having injured 3 of my sect's disciples. That I am Chai Yinhuang. May I ask whether you have come to offer money or to seek vengeance for your disciples?" "I have not brought money, nor do I seek revenge for my 3 inept disciples," Dong Chongyun replied casually. Chai Yinhuang's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that they cannot leave this courtyard without compensation?" "Do not be hasty, young man. While I have not brought money with me, I did not state that I would not give you 10,000 silver notes," Dong Chongyun said. Chai Yinhuang momentarily found himself puzzled by Dong Chongyun's intentions. Casting a questioning glance, ignoring Chai Yinhuang's confusion, Dong Chongyun turned to Yuan Longzhong and commanded, "Yuan Dewan, quickly fetch me 10,000 silver notes." "Why should I give you 10,000 silver notes?" Dong's sect leader, Yuan Longzhong, exclaimed in surprise. "Why? How can you ask that? This is all you're doing, causing my disciples to be grievously injured. That I will settle the score with you later. This 10,000 is not negotiable." "Who else?" Dong Chongyun's words left Yuan Dewan speechless. Seeing the murderous intent in Dong Chongyun's eyes, Yuan Longzhong had no choice but to retreat and procure the silver notes. Before long, Yuan Dewan returned with a mournful expression, presenting a stack of silver notes to Dong Chongyun. Dong Chongyun weighed the notes in his hand before passing them to Chai Yinhuang, saying, "Count them, young man." Chai Yinhuang accepted the notes, replying, "No need to count. You may leave now." Dong Chongyun said, "Young man, please proceed first. I still have some accounts to settle with Yuan Dewan." "Very well, I shall not interfere in your matters. That I bid you farewell," Chai Yinhuang said, bowing slightly before departing with the El siblings. Then on their way back to El family village, El Xiuzhen, clutching the 10,000 silver notes they had just counted, exclaimed, "Elder brother, you are truly impressive. Originally, it was just 10,000 silver notes. Yet now we have received 20,000. Chai Yinhuang replied, "The extra 10,000 is for you sisters to purchase some cosmetics." El Xiuzhen waved the silver notes in her hand, asking, "Elder brother, are you truly giving this money to us sisters?" "Of course," Chai Yinhuang nodded. "Sister, let us split it evenly," El Xiuzhen said, handing 5,000 to El Xiulian. "Are you really going to take it?" El Xiulian inquired with a smile, holding the 5,000 notes. "If elder brother is giving it to me, I shall not refuse. What about you?" "Suit yourself," El Xiuzhen responded, placing the notes in her storage bag. "Wanggu, this money." El Xiulian offered the silver notes to Chai Yinhuang. "Keep it, Xiulian. Since our acquaintance, I have yet to buy you anything." Use this money to purchase what you desire, Chai Yun-wang encouraged. The four of them chatted and laughed along the way until they reached a fork in the road. Chai Yun-wang halted and said, "Wei go, Shilian, we part ways here, that I shall not return to L family village. I believe my godfather's illness is no longer severe, that I will head back to Anjite." "What, elder brother? You are not returning with us? What if my father falls ill again?" El Xiuzhen looked at Chai Yun-wang. "Do not worry, that if anything arises, have your sister send me a message, and I shall come to provide treatment." Chai Yun-wang replied, waving his hand. "Very well. I will send you a message if anything occurs," El Xiuzhen acquiesced, not pressing Chai Yun-wang to return to El family village. After their separation, El Baowei and the siblings soon arrived home, where the entire family awaited their return for lunch. As soon as they entered the hall, El Sanfu's wife noticed Chai Yun-wang was absent and inquired, "Why did it take you so long to collect the money? Where is Wang Zai? Why is he not here?" "Three aunts. You are unaware that El Xiuzhen recounted the entire experience of collecting the money in vivid detail," El Laotai exclaimed in indignation. "Who would have thought that Yuan Longzhou, renowned in Liangzhou, would turn out to be a hypocritical scoundrel, evading his debts while hiring thugs?" El Laotai said, filled with righteous indignation. "Fortunately, my elder brother is formidable in martial arts and is not afraid of them," El Sanlao remarked. "This aligns with the ancient saying, 'Those who harbor malice often bring harm upon themselves.' Yuan Dewan has squandered 20,000 for nothing. He will surely be tormented by this loss. By the way, Shilian, regarding your marriage with Wang Zai, I spoke with Longzhong this morning that he mentioned whether his daughter Qingtong would also wed Wang Zai. They will decide amongst themselves. Did Qingtong say anything?" El Shilian asked anxiously. The expression on in Yuan and in Qingtong's faces was slightly grim as they replied. They said they would discuss it further before making a decision. However, Qingtong appeared quite composed, stating that she and Shilian are good sisters, and being co-wives is not necessarily a bad thing. Upon hearing this, El Laotai was overjoyed, saying, "In that case, since Wang Zai is not back today, Shilian, you must inform him of this news. Choose an auspicious day, and let us arrange the wedding." El Shilian quickly shook her head, insisting, "Grandfather, let us not rush. We will discuss it later." Last night, El Shilian had secretly spent the night with Chai Yun-wang, feeling ecstatic and yearning for an early marriage. But she also wished to hear Chai Yun-wang's thoughts, knowing that haste makes waste. Meanwhile, upon returning to Anjitang, Chai Yun-wang found neither in Yuan nor in Qingtong present. However, he noticed four young individuals, 2 males and 2 females, sitting behind a consultation table. That a girl around 20 years old and another young man were attending to 2 patients. That in truth, these 4 were disciples previously dismissed by Yuan. Upon hearing that Anjitang had reopened for consultations, they returned the previous afternoon. As the girl in purple saw Chai Yun-wang enter, she asked, "Young sir, if you are here for a consultation, please take a seat." Chai Yun-wang smiled non-committally and approached. Just as he was about to speak, the girl in purple gestured toward a chair and inquired, "Where do you feel unwell?" "Ah, I am not here for a consultation." "Oh, you are not here for a consultation? Then what brings you here?" The purple-clad girl did not seem embarrassed, but rather curious. Chai Yun-wang chuckled and replied, "I am just returning home." "Returning home? Oh, could you be the future husband of Qingtong?" Chai Yun-wang? The purple-clad girl suddenly realized. "Yes, and you are?" Before Chai Yun-wang could finish his sentence, and Yuan emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing Chai Yun-wang return, he immediately said, "Wang Zai, you are back." "Yes," Chai Yun-wang nodded. "Come, Wang Zai, allow me to introduce you. This is Qingtong's cousin, Jai Shanshan, and these are your senior sister Chun Yuan, senior brother Lang Yi, and Niu Shun." And Yuan gestured toward the girl in purple. The 4 individuals nodded in unison, exclaiming, "The master has a keen eye, finding a good husband for our junior sister." This moment, the 2 patients completed their consultations and departed, prompting in Yuan to say, "Wang Zai, I heard you treated the second elder of the L family, El Jinda, for a sudden illness? Yesterday, after stepping outside, I received an invitation from Ren Dashao to gather at Guangzhou building." Chai Yun-wang subsequently provided a brief account of the situation, of course omitting the matter of collecting gambling debts from Yuan Dewan at Yuan Chunte. At that moment, Qingtong emerged from the inner room, calling everyone to the hall for lunch. Upon seeing Chai Yun-wang, she remarked, "Wang Go, you timed your return for lunch, didn't you?" Chai Yun-wang replied with a smile. "Where? I've been back for a while. If you don't believe me, you can ask the senior brothers and sisters. With the return of Ji Shan and the other three, the Yin family could enjoy a bit of leisure. After lunch, Ji Shan and the others proceeded to the front pharmacy for consultations. Just as Chai Yin-Wang was preparing to leave the dining hall, and Yuan called him over, saying, "Wang Zai, sit down. I wish to discuss something with you." "Uncle, what is it?" Chai Yin-Wang asked. And Xingtong interjected, "This morning, Shilian's father visited our home. Do you know why he came?" Chai Yin-Wang, understanding the implication, feigned ignorance. "He didn't come to seek medical attention from you, did he?" "Of course not. He came to say that his daughter, Shilian, wishes to marry you, and that Xingtong either wants to marry you or someone else." And Yuan stated, gazing at Chai Yin-Wang, "Oh, that matter. Yesterday, Elder Lu suggested that I marry Lu Shilian. But I did not agree. I didn't expect him to come to you." Chai Yin-Wang replied, "You are a good child. Our Xingtong does not wish to give up on you. Although I am not inclined to let the Lu family intervene. Their influence in Liangzhou is considerable. Thus, I can only agree with Lu Jinren, allowing you to marry both Xingtong and Shilian. I believe it would be best for you and Xingtong to choose today as your wedding day." "Uncle, could we perhaps postpone it? I would like to find my parents before the wedding," Chai Yin-Wang suggested, looking at Yuan, and Madam chimed in, "That won't do. Without a definitive timeline, if you take 3 to 5 years, or even longer, to find your parents, won't you be too old by then?" And Yuan added, "Furthermore, your wedding will not hinder your search for your parents. Let us keep this matter private, just our family and your for senior brothers and sisters. And we can have a meal together this evening to discuss it." Chai Yin-Wang, being a kind-hearted young man, could not refuse the good intentions of the Yin family, who had treated him well. Thus, he nodded in agreement. During dinner, and Yuan announced to Ji Shan and the others the joyful union of Chai Yin-Wang and Xingtong, who responded with excitement and congratulations for the couple. After the meal, everyone escorted Chai Yin-Wang and Xingtong to their new home. The following morning, Chai Yin-Wang felt his martial arts realm had solidified significantly, now firmly within the early stages of the martial saint realm. He decided to cultivate Xingtong into a martial artist as well. After breakfast, he instructed Xingtong to take a green essence pill. Although Xingtong did not understand its significance, she did not refuse. Once she ingested it, Chai Yin-Wang began teaching her some martial arts techniques, prompting Xingtong to grasp the concept and engage earnestly in her studies. As midday approached, Chai Yin-Wang's communication token vibrated. Upon checking, he found it was a message from Lu Shilian, whose slightly anxious voice came through. "Wang Gu, are you free right now? My uncle is feeling unwell again. Could you come to our house to examine him?" Chai Yin-Wang, without much thought, replied, "I have time. I'm at Njitong and can head over now." "All right, I'll wait for you at home," she responded, and the communication token emitted a series of beeps as he stored it away. Glancing at Xingtong, he asked, "Would you like to come with me?" "No, you go on your own and give Lu Erlao a thorough examination," and Xingtong replied, leading him toward the pharmacy. "Father, Lu Erlao's condition has relapsed. Wang Gu is going to treat him now," she informed Yuan upon arriving at the pharmacy. "Oh, then you go ahead and take some black essence pills with you," and Yuan said, handing Chai Yin-Wang a bottle of the pills. He accepted the vial and hurriedly left in Jitong. Moments later, he arrived at Lu's residence, where Lu Shilian had been anxiously awaiting his arrival. She quickly ushered him inside, and they went directly to the main hall, where the entire Lu family had gathered, especially Lu Erlao, who appeared quite well, contrary to the claims of illness. Once seated, Lu Jinren smiled and said, "Wang Zai, the reason for summoning you today isn't due to my uncle's ailment. Rather, I wish to discuss another matter with you, Dodo." "What is it?" Chai Yin-Wang inquired. "It concerns your marriage to my daughter, Shilian, that I have already spoken with in Longzhou, and he has agreed to your union. Thus, I called you here to finalize your marriage arrangements. You cannot decline. We simply need to choose an auspicious date for the wedding," Lu Jinren declared. "Uncle, even if I am to marry Shilian, there is no need to rush." Chai Yin-Wang responded, surveying the assembled guests. Lu Lautai commented, "Why shouldn't we be eager? I hope to hold my great-grandson soon. Grandfather, I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us discuss this later." Chai Yin-Wang deferred. "Wang Gu, what pressing matters could be more significant than uniting in marriage?" Lu Jinren pressed. Hesitating to reveal the truth, Chai Yin-Wang remained silent for a moment before stating, "It is indeed very important. I am searching for my parents." "Wang Zai, who are your parents? Why must you seek them? Don't they return home on their own?" Lu Lautai inquired. "My parents are named Chai Shanling and Tan Huixian. They arrived in the land of the Huaxia dynasty over a year ago. I wonder if you have heard of them? Oldest brother, have you three heard of these two? Lu Laodai asked the three Lu brothers, who all shook their heads, stating, We have not heard of them. It seems they should be martial artists, and perhaps those who practice martial arts might know them. After lunch, Chai Yinwang bid farewell to Lu Xiuyin, saying, Xiuyin, I plan to return to Njitong and perhaps visit some martial artists at Lu Xiuyin, feeling reluctant, replied, Wang Gu, can't you stay with us again tonight? Chai Yinwang pondered for a moment before responding, I will see you later. If I am nearby, I will return to stay here. Lu, send Madam advised, Wang Zai, do not want her 2FA or that Lu Xiuyin accompanied Chai Yinwang to the gate of Lu's residence, wanting to follow him. But he refrained, concerned about being seen by acquaintances and the news reaching in Qingtong, which would make him feel uneasy. After departing from Lu's residence, less than an hour later, a group of over a dozen state officials arrived at Lu's estate. A steward promptly reported to Lu Laodai. Accompanied by the housekeeper, Lu Laodai went out to greet them. The lead official said, Lu Laodai, I hope all is well that I have official business and require your cooperation. Master Yang, my Lu family has always conducted business lawfully. What could possibly bring your esteemed self to us? Lu Laodai inquired, Did I see a young man named Chai Yinwang residing in your household? Officer Yang Song asked. Chai Longzhong visited a couple of days ago to treat my son, but he has since left. Why are you seeking him? Lu Laodai questioned. Someone has lodged a complaint against him for extortion, and we are here under the orders of Lord Chung to bring him in for questioning. Please summon him back immediately. The news of state officials visiting caused great concern among the women and young ladies of the Lu family, who soon gathered at the gate. Upon hearing Officer Yang Song's words, they were alarmed. How could someone treating the sick lead to such trouble? He has already left. How can we summon him back? Lu San Madam lamented. You must know where he is gone or where he is staying. That would enable us to find him, that if you do not cooperate, I will have to take you to the State Hall. The official insisted. Miss Lu, do you know where Chai Yinwang has gone? We truly do not know, but I can attempt to contact him, Lu Xiuyin offered. Please, Miss Lu, make contact quickly, the official urged, after parting ways with Lu Xiuyin. Chai Yinwang intended to seek out Ren Qingdao to inquire if he knew a person named Chai Shanlei. Lacking contact information or knowledge of Ren's residence, he wandered aimlessly, hoping to run into one or two acquaintances he had met recently. As he strolled through a street intersection, his communication token suddenly vibrated. Upon retrieving the purple gold communication token, he found it was a message from Lu Xiuyin. Pondering, we just parted. Why is there another message? Comma? The voice of Lu Xiuyin rang out through the token. Who is it? What do they want? He inquired. They say they are your friends and want you to return quickly, she relayed before the token emitted a series of beeps. This message, in fact, was a ploy orchestrated by Yang Song to lure Chai Yinwang back to Lu's estate for their convenience. Reflecting on this, Chai Yinwang mused, Friends, aside from those I met recently, I have no other acquaintances. Could it be someone from the Western military camp? Or perhaps Fu Yunfeng? He speculated as he made his way back to Lu's estate. Upon nearing the entrance, he noticed several officials in uniform, which piqued his curiosity. Approaching them, he called out, Xiuyin, who is seeking me? Yang Song turned to look at Chai Yinwang and inquired, Are you Chai Yinwang? Indeed, sir. How may I assist you? Chai Yinwang replied that I am Yang Song, sent by Lord Chung from the prefectural office to escort you to the State Hall for questioning. That am I to understand that I am being summoned to the State Hall? May I inquire as to what crime I am accused of? Is there any wrongdoing on my part? Upon reaching the hall, Lord Chung will render a fair judgment. Yang Song replied ambiguously, Brother, do not go. They are claiming you have committed extortion. Once you enter, you may never return. And they might even harm you, reminded El Xiozhen. Did I ask that so? Then I shall accompany Lord Yang to the State Hall and ascertain who has accused me. Brother, are you truly going? Of course. Only by going can I have Lord Chung clear my name. Chai Yinwang looked at the L family members. If that is the case, I must take my leave. As Yang Song spoke, he waved to the entourage, and two constables promptly produced ropes to bind Chai Yinwang's hands behind his back. Chai Yinwang offered no resistance as he walked amidst the constables. El Laotai became anxious and urged, Xiozhen, you must also accompany us. Bring back eldest brother, second brother, and third brother to the Yamen and discover the situation. Word was immediately sent to summon the three elders, and the sisters El Xiuyin and El Xiaozhen followed Chai Yunwang to the State Hall, attracting numerous curious gazes and murmurs as they traversed the streets. Upon arriving at Liang Prefecture's Yamen, it was already the third watch of the afternoon. The group entered the hall and beheld two figures seated behind the main table, a bespectacled scribe, Mao Wu, who appeared to be around 50, and a stern-looking prefect, Cheng Sun, in his 40s, both gazing intently ahead. Kneeling in front of them was none other than Yuan Duan, the physician. Yang Song entered the hall and bowed, saying, "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty and brought the criminal Chai Yunwang." He then pushed Chai Yunwang forward. Chai Yunwang stepped slightly aside and addressed the officials. "Might I inquire why I have been summoned to this hall? How dare you not kneel before this official? You are accused of extorting 200,000 taels of silver. Do you confess to this crime?" Cheng Sin asserted, wielding his authority. "What is your title?" "Esteemed lord, to command me to kneel is perhaps beyond your reach. Not only shall I not kneel, but you must also provide me with a chair to sit upon," Chai Yunwang retorted. Cheng Sun, enraged, bellowed, "Bold miscreant! Seize him and administer 50 lashes." As the constables moved to act, Chai Yunwang quickly interjected, "Wait, I possess something I wish to present to the esteemed officials before I confront my accuser and clarify the facts." At his words, the ropes binding his arms fell away, and Yang Song gasped in astonishment, for those ropes could only be broken by a martial artist of the pinnacle of Xuanwu realm. Chai Yunwang then produced a purple gold token from his bag and tossed it onto the table. Upon seeing the token, Cheng Sin's expression shifted dramatically. While ordinary people might be oblivious, a prefect like him recognized the token as a reward from the sovereign of the dynasty. Indicative of a significant personage, that he glanced back at Chai Yunwang, who appeared no older than 20, and felt a genuine perplexity. Chai Yunwang, noticing Cheng Sin's demeanor, asked, "Do you have any thoughts, my lord?" Cheng Sun, no longer daring to act rashly, hastily said, "Bring a seat for this young gentleman." Yang Song, recognizing the purple gold token as well, rushed to pull a chair behind Chai Yunwang, brushing off the dust with his sleeve and polishing it vigorously. Chai Yunwang sat down without hesitation and addressed Cheng Sun. "When did this physician, Yuan Duan, accuse me?" Yuan Duan, kneeling, sensed the shift in Cheng Sin's attitude and trembled in fear, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Bowing his head so low it nearly touched the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. "Reporting to you, my lord, I am Cheng Senator Yuan Duan, arrived at the hall an hour ago to accuse you of extorting 200,000 taels." He reported. Just as Chai Yunwang was about to speak, El Xiaozhen interjected, "He speaks falsely. My brother did not extort him. He lost a wager of 10,000 to my brother." Cheng Sun, displeased at the interruption, refrained from expressing his anger but glanced at El Xiaozhen before turning back to Chai Yunwang. "Please, young sir, recount the events in detail." Chai Yunwang, along with the El sisters and the late-arriving El Jinkai, relayed the entire situation. Cheng Sun, upon hearing their account, fumed, "Bold Yuan Duan, I once regarded you as a renowned physician, a healer of the people, but it seems you are nothing more than a quack who nearly caused a death and, after losing a bet, sought to blame the young sir and even hired an assassin, only to resort to slander when your plans failed. Truly, you are guilty on 3 counts." With a resounding thud on the table, Cheng Sun continued, "Yuan Duan, do you have anything to say? Will you confess or accept your punishment? All of this is the fault of a commoner. I should not have heeded the instigation of the Dong family patriarch. I beg for your mercy, my lord. I am willing to accept punishment." Yuan Duan replied, still bowing his head. It turned out that after Chai Yunwang and the others left the Yuan Shan Hall, Dong Chongyun, the patriarch of the Dong clan, enraged by Yuan Duan's plea for assistance, had sought to retaliate but ended up being beaten instead that he demanded 20,000 taels in compensation for his injuries. After much pleading, he accepted 10,000 and then conspired with Yuan Duan to accuse Chai Yunwang of extortion. Cheng Sin struck the table once more, stating, "According to the laws of the Huaxia dynasty, I hereby find you guilty of slandering the young sir, ordering you to compensate him 50,000 taels, and for causing trouble without cause, an additional fine of 50,000 taels, totaling 100,000 taels. Otherwise, you shall face 10 years in prison. Do you accept this judgment?" "I accept the judgment. I will have my family prepare the full amount," Yuan Duan answered, his clothes nearly soaked with sweat. Cheng's son fixed his gaze on the trembling Yuan Dewan and declared, "Very well. When your 100,000 taels are presented, you may leave the hall." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a constable to escort Yuan Dewan away. After Yuan Dewan was taken out, Cheng's son approached Chai Yun-wang, holding the token in hand. Just then, the purple gold token trembled, signaling a message from Yin Xingchong. Upon seeing the three characters, Cheng's son immediately thought of the famous Grand Marshal of the West, Yin Xingchong. Not daring to delay, Cheng's son hurriedly approached Chai Yun-wang and handed him the token. "Sir, your military duties are quite demanding. What brings you to contact me?" Chai Yun-wang inquired. Hearing Chai Yun-wang's question, Cheng's son felt a sense of relief at having correctly deduced the identity of the young man. "Lord Guodong, I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all. What is it you wish to convey?" "Lord Guodong, there is impending trouble in the west. Where are you now? Can you hurry back to our military camp? I am currently in Liangzhou City. Is it urgent? Last time, your intervention helped us defeat the western barbarians. However, they have regrouped at the border with 30,000 troops and have dispatched a martial arts team led by Wu Jinshan to challenge you to a duel, threatening that if you do not appear, their 100-man martial arts troop will wreak havoc upon our troops, followed by their 30,000 soldiers advancing upon us. Can you make it back? Has Wu Jinshan set a deadline for my arrival? He has 3 days from now. If you are not present within 5 days, they will storm our camp and begin their slaughter. Liangzhou City is less than 1,000 miles from the west. I can make the journey by tomorrow. You will not depart until tomorrow." Yin Xingchong's voice revealed a hint of concern. "Rest assured, I shall arrive at your camp before dark tomorrow." "Very well. We shall discuss further upon your arrival." With that, Yin Xingchong ended the transmission. Once the communication concluded, Cheng's son and Yang Song, along with the others, knelt on the ground, trembling as they said, "Lord Guodong, please forgive our ignorance." Chai Yun-wang dismissed the pretense of authority, saying, "My lords, ignorance is no sin. Please rise quickly, that my identity must not be disclosed. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." "Understood. I am aware that Lord Guodong prefers to act modestly," Cheng's son and the other officials echoed in unison, eager to ingratiate themselves. "Enough. It is late. We shall return home," Chai Yun-wang said, securing the purple gold token. "My lord, I will have the compensation from Yuan Duan delivered to your residence," Cheng's son remarked, watching as Chai Yun-wang prepared to leave. "Very well. Have it sent to Anjitang," Chai Yun-wang replied, and then exited the yamen, with El Shilian and the El family members following closely behind. Cheng's son intended to escort them out, but Chai Yun-wang gestured for him to stop. The group returned in silence to the El family estate, where El Lautai and El Lautai were anxiously awaiting at the gate, having prepared 50,000 taels in silver in case of a ransom, concerned about Chai Yun-wang's potential detention by the prefect. Upon seeing Chai Yun-wang return with the El family, their hearts finally eased. That El Lautai stepped forward to scrutinize Chai Yun-wang, asking, "Wangzi, are you all right now? The esteemed governor has no further matters to attend to, but I must depart from Liangzhou tomorrow." "What? Lord Cheng has actually sentenced you to exile. This cannot be. Quickly, my friend, send the silver to Governor Cheng. We must do everything possible to ensure that Wang Zai remains with us. Old Master L has misunderstood the situation. Grandfather, it is not as you think. Let us discuss this in private." El Shilian grasped Old Master L's arm and led him to the hall. Upon returning, the members of the L family, led by the 3 esteemed elders, knelt in unison and said, "Lord Chai, we were unaware of your unique standing. Please forgive us for our transgressions." This revelation left Old Master L and the womenfolk bewildered. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the elders, they realized that something was amiss and followed suit. Kneeling in confusion, El Shilian glanced nervously at Chai Yun-wang and asked, "Elder brother, can you still become my brother-in-law?" Chai Yun-wang sighed, continuing, "You are all making a mountain out of a molehill. The situation is not as dire as you imagine. Please rise. Regardless of my identity, I am a brother to Wei Gu and a friend to Shilian." "My friend, what is truly happening? You must explain to grandfather," urged El Old Master, pulling his wife to stand. After the elders of the El family rose, they revealed Chai Yun-wang's connection to Lord Guodong and recounted his intention to confront the formidable martial artist from the west. With this clarification, El Old Master finally understood the reason for Chai Yun-wang's imminent departure from Liangzhou, and concern washed over him. Wang Zai, no, Lord Chai, the Western barbarians have long troubled our borders. Fortunately, under General Yan's command, they have not overrun our territory. You must exercise extreme caution in facing the martial experts from the West. Should we not gather the martial families of Liangzhou to accompany you? Grandfather, there is no need to address me as Lord. Simply call me Wang Zai. There is no need to alarm the martial families of Liangzhou. I can handle this alone. Wang Gu, let me inform Qingtong, and you can take his sisters along, all right? El Shulian's expression was one of reluctance. I believe you should stay back. It's a battlefield, and you are not martial practitioners that know. I wish to accompany you. I am concerned for your safety. El Shulian insisted that I too wish to join my sister and accompany my elder brother to the west. Added El Shulian. Suddenly, El Old Master recalled something. Wait, Liangzhou is nearly 1,000 miles from the west. How will you arrive in time? Grandfather, there is no need for worry. I walk swiftly and will arrive by tomorrow or the day after. El Old Master's wife looked at Chai Yun Wang with suspicion. Wang Zai, could you manage to take both of my granddaughters along? Yes, it is feasible to bring 2 people. Chai Yun Wang nodded. Then I shall allow both my granddaughters to accompany you to the west. El Old Master's wife decided, gazing at El Shulian and her sister. After a moment of contemplation, Chai Yun Wang replied, however, the 4th sister need not accompany us. If Qingtong wishes to join, I cannot take so many. Hearing this, El Shulian expressed her disappointment. If Qingtong does not wish to go, then please take me. Chai Yun Wang shook his head. 4th sister, you truly cannot come. It is the border, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I fear I would be unable to protect you. After dinner, Chai Yun Wang returned to the room prepared for him at the El residence, while El Shulian and her sister retreated to their quarters. El Shulian produced a communication token and messaged in Qingtong. Qingtong, what have you and your parents decided regarding what my father mentioned yesterday morning? Shulian, my parents are somewhat reluctant. What do your parents have to do with this? Wang Gu is leaving Liangzhou for the west tomorrow, and I intend to accompany him. If you agree to be his sister and sharing a husband, then join us. Why is he going to the west? That is the border of our Huaxia dynasty. Is Wang Gu currently at your home? Yes, he is going to confront the martial experts from the Western barbarians. Will you join us? I wish to accompany you. But our NG Hall is inundated with patients seeking medical assistance daily. I fear I cannot leave. Regardless of whether you can come, I have decided to accompany Wang Gu to the west. All right, I will consult my parents first, but we shall set off tomorrow morning. If you have not arrived by the end of the hour of the dragon, we will not wait for you. Meanwhile, Chai Yun Wang practiced in his room for a while, then paused to envision the various scenarios of battling Western martial artists. Suddenly, his communication token vibrated, and upon checking, he saw it was a message from Qingtong that he answered promptly. Wang Gu, where are you? Will you not return tonight? No, I am staying at Shulian's home. Tomorrow, I have important matters that require me to venture far, and it may take some time. Please inform Uncle, and what will you be doing? I have a challenge from the Western Qing Ti Cold Country martial artist that Shulian already informed me of this. You seem to be truthful. She also wants me to accompany her to the west with you. Do you want me to join? Qingtong, I would prefer not to take either of you. It is not a safe place, and I fear I cannot look after you. Well, Wang Gu, after our wedding night, I took a green essence pill this morning, and this afternoon, I felt an unfamiliar energy coursing through my body that my strength has significantly increased. I can lift a large bundle of herbs with one hand. Is this a sign of becoming a martial artist? Indeed, there is such a possibility that in that case, I am not afraid of danger. I will accompany you to the west tomorrow, that I am going to the west for combat. Not leisure. It would be best if you stayed home to assist Uncle and with the clinic. Currently, there are my senior brother and cousin G managing the clinic. My absence will not matter. I will arrive at El's estate by tomorrow. All right, if you both insist on coming, I will have no choice but to take you. Qingtong felt delighted and said, really? I will inform my parents right away. If they agree, I will accompany you and Shulian to the west. Very well. If your uncle consents, arrive at El's estate before the hour of the snake tomorrow. After concluding the communication, Chai Yun Wang exercised his limbs, sat on the edge of the bed, and was preparing to rest when the door suddenly creaked open. He looked up to find El Shulian entering, closing the door behind her, and sitting beside him on the bed, emboldened by the previous night's shared intimacy. The next morning, after breakfast, El Shulian packed her personal belongings into a space pouch, waiting for Qingtong to arrive before setting off for the west. While waiting, she turned to Chai Yun Wang. Wang Ge, take a good look. Have I changed in any way since before? Chai Yun Wang paused, taking a moment to assess El Shilian, and after a while, he exclaimed in astonishment. I see you have attained martial prowess, reaching the latter stage of the yellow martial realm. Generally, those below the mid-stage of the yellow martial realm would stand no chance against you. That I thought so. Upon waking this morning, I felt a mysterious strength surging within me. I believed I was unwell and wanted to punch something. Did I ask that so? Then why not try hitting that log over there? Chai Yun Wang pointed to a sizable log resting against the wall. The El Shilian rolled up her sleeves, clenched her fist, approached the log, slightly bending her knees, and unleashed a punch. With a sharp crack, the log split in two. The El family members present were left in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend how El Shilian had suddenly become a martial artist, a feat unprecedented in El family history. They had no idea this was the result of dual cultivation. And even Chai Yun Wang himself had only begun to realize this truth. That am I truly this strong? I broke the law with a single punch. El Shilian could hardly believe it. Sister, did you not claim you were not skilled in martial arts? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Can you teach me? It is your elder brother who taught me. I am not capable of teaching you. El Shilian replied, her cheeks flushing. Ah, elder brother, you must teach me. I want to be as formidable as my sister. That I fear is not possible. Elder brother, please have mercy and teach me. I cannot be bullied in the future. El Shilian pleaded. Attempting to grasp Chai Yun Wang's hand, alarmed, Chai Yun Wang quickly withdrew his hand. Not now, perhaps later. I do not care. If sister does not teach me, you must. Here, take this essence pill. You will become even stronger tomorrow. Chai Yun Wang said, presenting a green essence pill. That El Shilian examined it and exclaimed, this is the coveted essence pill for martial artists. It is quite valuable. How did you acquire it? It was given to me by Qingtong. I refined it myself. So you can also concoct pills? How many do you have? El Shilian asked eagerly, swallowing the green essence pill. Certainly, there's more than just this one, and the pill I gave to second uncle yesterday was also my creation. El Shilian exclaimed in astonishment. Your elixir can save lives. If you were to sell it, wouldn't it be worth a fortune? Chapter 044. Take them back to the military camp for detention. Perhaps, when we return from the West Gate. I could bring a few to the auction to see how they fare. As the group conversed, they awaited in Qingtong's arrival until the end of the Qin hour, when in Qingtong and her companion finally arrived at El's residence. The servants escorted them to the main hall. Sister Qingtong, you have finally arrived. My brother and sister can now set off. El Shilian said, taking in Qingtong's hand. That I apologize for making you wait so long. Everything is ready, and we can depart now. And Qingtong replied earnestly. Subsequently, Qingtong stepped forward and pulled Chai Yun Wang towards the hall's exit. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chai Yun Wang halted and stated, Grandfather, all of you here must keep what you are about to witness strictly confidential. It must not be divulged to anyone outside the estate, not even to Uncle In and the others. Brother, what do you mean by that? El Shilian inquired, puzzled, looking at Chai Yun Wang. That is precisely what I mean. You will understand once you see it, Chai Yun Wang replied. With that, he grasped Qingtong and El Shilian by their hands, and with a gentle stomp, the three of them suddenly soared into the air. The onlookers were left speechless with astonishment, taking a while to regain their senses. This was indeed the aerial flight technique of a martial arts master. In midair, Chai Yun Wang released a protective aura that enveloped in Qingtong and El Shilian. Then said, Qingtong, Shilian, you may close your eyes to avoid being frightened. I am about to accelerate. The sisters, suspended in the air, looked down and felt a chill run through them, promptly closing their eyes and gripping the corner of Chai Yun Wang's clothing tightly. Soon, the sound of rushing wind filled their ears, yet they felt no resistance. It was as if they were floating effortlessly in the air. The inhabitants of El's estate watched as Chai Yun Wang and the two ladies quickly vanished into the horizon, scarcely believing the reality of the spectacle. After a while, they understood Chai Yun Wang's parting words. He wished to conceal his abilities from the public eye, preferring to remain discreet. Old Master El surveyed the crowd and remarked, Eldest, you young people must not speak of today's events, particularly regarding Wangzai's ability to fly. Understood, Father. Wangzai prefers to keep a low profile and shuns ostentation. We must respect his wishes. Indeed, upon my return to Anjitang, I shall not mention this matter to the elders, the companion also affirmed. Chai Yun-wang, carrying in Qingtong and El Shulian in midair, flew toward the west gate, unnoticed by those below, after approximately an hour of flight. While El Shulian felt no discomfort, and Qingtong could no longer endure it and suddenly exclaimed, "Wang Gu, could we take a break? My arms are aching from your grip. Did I ask that so? Why not sit on my arm for a moment? If you don't stop, how can I sit? Just hold on to my sleeve and boldly perch on my shoulder," Chai Yin-wang suggested as he leveled his arm, allowing Qingtong to carefully climb onto his left shoulder. El Shuyan similarly settled onto his right shoulder, resulting in the sisters pressing closely against Chai Yun-wang's face, one hand clutching the back of his clothing, AT this time, within the military camp at the West Gate. The Grand Marshal Yin Shengchong, Vice Marshal Yi Hong, Vanguard General Eugene Feng, along with the first and second young marshals, Yin Rulong and Yin Ruhua, were all eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lord Guodong. Chai Yun-wang. The military situation regarding the resurgence of the Western barbarians was reported to the Huaxia dynasty by Yin Shengchong 10 days prior, and Zhu Zi was taking it very seriously. Given the distinct objectives of the Western barbarians this time, General Zheng Shiwu was dispatched to lead a few subordinates to assess the situation at the West Gate. Zheng Shiwu and his companions traveled swiftly for 7 to 8 days and arrived at the West Gate military camp, where someone promptly informed Marshal Yin. Yin Shengchong and the others immediately exited the tent to greet him. "Lord Zheng, your journey must have been arduous." Zheng Shiwu waved his hand, saying, "Thank you, generals. Has Lord Guodong arrived?" In response, Lord Guodong mentioned he would arrive before dark. Yin Shengchong replied, "All right, let us return to the main tent and await his arrival." Zheng Shiwu agreed. Not long after Zheng Shiwu and his party arrived, a man accompanied by 2 women hurriedly approached the military camp. It was Chai Yin-wang and Qingtong and El Shulian. The trio reached the sentry post at the front of the military camp, where several newly assigned guards, unfamiliar with Chai Yin-wang, were led by one who brandished a spear to block their path, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you here? This is a military area. Unauthorized individuals must keep their distance." Chai Yin-wang clasped his hands and replied, "Kind sir, I am summoned here by your Grand Marshal Yin. I kindly ask you to announce my arrival." However, due to Chai Yin-wang's ordinary attire resembling that of a commoner, the guards were dubious of his claim. The leading young guard snorted derisively, saying, "I see you are clearly spies from the Western barbarians, sent to gather intelligence on our military." With that, he thrust his spear towards Chai Yin-wang's chest. Quick-witted El Shulian swiftly stepped forward, grasping the spear and pulling it aside, causing the young guard to stumble. Regaining his footing, the guard shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, what are you standing around for? Let us seize them." With that, he shot a red flare toward the military camp. The guards around the post immediately raised their weapons, encircling the trio, causing Qingtong to clutch Chai Yin-wang's clothing and hide behind him. While El Shulian fearlessly stood in front, refraining from attacking, she merely struck out at anyone who charged, sending them tumbling backward. After a tense standoff, a troop rushed out from the camp, led by Yi Ji, who, upon recognizing Chai Yin-wang, dismounted hurriedly and exclaimed, "Lord Guodong, you have arrived so swiftly. Weren't you supposed to come before nightfall?" The guards' faces turned ashen as they realized their grave error, murmuring among themselves, "We are doomed. We dared to attack Lord Guodong. Our lives are forfeit." Chai Yin-wang ignored the guards and turned to Yi Ji, asking, "Yes, the journey went smoothly, and I arrived slightly earlier than expected. Where is Marshal Yin?" "Marshal Yin and Lord Zheng from the capital are awaiting you in the main tent. Please follow me," Yi Ji replied, then turned to the guards. "You dared to lay hands on Lord Guodong? Take them back to the camp and detain them." Yi Ji then led Chai Yin-wang and the 2 ladies toward the camp, while someone had already galloped back to report to Yin Shengchong. As they arrived at the camp, Yin Shengchong, Zheng Shiwu, and others emerged from the main tent to welcome them. Chapter 045. Do you have confidence in defeating them? Upon approaching, Yin Shengchong and Zheng Shiwu bowed and clasped their fists in respect, saying, "We were unaware of Lord Guodong's early arrival and failed to welcome you. Please forgive us. You are all too courteous. I too cannot ascertain when I would arrive, with Marshal Yan's strict military governance." "I have no worries at the border," Chai Yin-wang replied, then turned to Yi Ji, saying, "General Yi, please bring forth those guards from earlier. Yes, someone go fetch those guards who lacked insight. Lord Guodong wishes to deal with them personally." Yi Ji instructed with a wave. Before long, 6 guards were brought forth, with the leading young guard kneeling and pleading, "Please, Lord, have mercy. Spare my brothers. It was all my fault that if anyone is to be punished, let it be me, I beg you, Lord." The other 5 quickly followed suit, kneeling and begging, "We shall not dare again. Please forgive us." "Ha, my brothers, please rise and speak," Chai Yin-wang said, smiling at the kneeling guards. The guards trembled in fear. Unable to stand, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, sweat dripping onto the ground, and they dared not lift their heads, one of them even so frightened that he wet himself. Hearing Chai Yin-wang refer to them as brothers, the leading young guard looked up in confusion. "What is your name, brother? Who said I intended to kill you?" Chai Yin-wang continued to smile. "I am Yi Zifan. I thought that if I dared to attack you, I would surely face death," the young guard stammered. Meanwhile, Yin Shengchong turned to Chai Yin-wang, puzzled, and asked, "Lord Guodong, what is the meaning of this? When we arrived at the sentry post, this Yi brother mistakenly believed I was a spy from the Western barbarians. Given that Marshal Yin has such diligent guards, he should be commended. However, Brother Yi was indeed a bit reckless. You should have verified with Marshal Yin first." Chai Yin-wang explained it. "Oh, with that said, Yi Zifan, you do have a fault," Yin Shengchong remarked with a serious expression. "Yes, I only ask that you and Marshal Yin spare my life," Yi Zifan said. "Very well. You will be spared. Return to the post and maintain your vigilance. But Marshal Yin may offer a slight reward as encouragement," Chai Yin-wang stated. Upon hearing this, the 6 guards felt immense relief, simultaneously exclaiming, "We thank you, Lord, for sparing our lives. We seek no reward." Yin Shengchong then commanded, "You all may rise and return to your post." He then turned to Chai Yin-wang and said, "Lord Guodong, please come to the main tent to discuss matters." The crowd subsequently made their way towards the central tent of the esteemed General Yin. In Qingtong, witnessing the utmost respect displayed by the Grand Marshal of the West and others towards Chai Yin-wang, felt a tumult of emotions. Just how high is Brother Wang's official rank, that he commands such reverence from the prominent officials of the capital and the renowned commanders of the border? Upon entering the grand tent, Yin Shengchong inquired, "Lord Guodong, how should we address these 2 ladies?" Just as Chai Yin-wang was about to introduce them, and Qingtong interjected, "We sisters are the wives of your Lord Guodong." This declaration did not come as a surprise to Yin Shengchong and the others. Yet it left El Shulian utterly astonished. As it clearly indicated in Qingtong's acknowledgement of their shared husband, El Shulian hastily added, "I am El Shulian, and this is my sister in Qingtong, that we have specially accompanied our husband to the west." Hearing this, Yin Shengchong turned to Yin Ruhua and said, "Ahu, please arrange for a suitable sleeping tent for Lord Guodong." "Understood," Yin Ruhua replied as he exited the central tent. "Lord Guodong, since your departure from the west, where have you traveled? Have you received any news about your esteemed parents?" Yin Shengchong looked towards Chai Yin-wang. "That I have not ventured far. I have been in Liangzhou city during this time that I encountered in Yuan, the descendant of a divine physician in Liangzhou, and subsequently stayed at the home of Qingtong and her family, where I fortuitously met Shulian, thus residing at the household and with Shulian." Yin Shengchong elaborated, "His Majesty has decreed the construction of a residence for you in Fengzhou, which is expected to be completed soon, allowing you and your wife to move into the Guodong residence." El Shulian remarked, "That sounds splendid, but the newly built residence is somewhat distant from Liangzhou city. Do not take offense, my lady. This site was chosen by His Majesty, as it is closer to the capital." Facilitating His Majesty's summons, Zheng Shiwu explained. Chai Yin-wang replied, "At that time, I did not seek the reward from His Majesty. Since a residence is being built, we shall simply move there when it is finished. Regarding the search for your esteemed parents, His Majesty has issued a decree for all the provincial governors to announce it publicly, enlisting the help of the people of the Huaxia dynasty. I believe good news will arrive soon." Zheng Shiwu stated, "To find the whereabouts of 2 individuals in the vast sea of humanity is no small feat. I do not anticipate locating them in the short term. There is no rush. I shall search gradually," Chai Yin-wang concluded, turning to Yin Shengchong. "General Yin, what is the situation with the Shiman people?" "According to reports from our scouts, the Shiman army, numbering 30,000, is still led by Wu Yinshan, stationed 30 miles beyond the border, poised to invade our territory at any moment. There is an advance team of 100, comprised entirely of peak-level Tianwu realm experts, with Wu Jinshan leading them. Having reached the mid-stage of the Tianzun realm, Additionally, there is Yu Wuji, the master uncle of Bao Tianba, whose martial prowess is even higher, likely having broken through to the peak of the Tianzun realm. With just these two, they could annihilate our 100,000 soldiers at the west. Given their formidable strength, why do they not directly cross the border? Chai Yinwang queried, puzzled. The intelligence indicates that some within Shimon harbor such intentions. However, you previously defeated Bao Tianba as a martial expert. What? Does Bao Tianba intend to defeat me in martial combat? Chai Yinwang expressed his astonishment. Indeed, after Bao Tianba returned to his sect injured, once he recovered, his master sent his uncle down the mountain to the capital of Qingxia, gathering some martial experts from Qingxia to form that martial 100-man team, vowing to defeat our Huaxia dynasty in martial prowess. Bao Tianba, seeking vengeance, specifically named you as the opponent. What rules have the Shimon and Qingxia established? Yesterday, the envoy who delivered the challenge indicated that the specific rules for the duel would be decided upon your arrival. Should you, by any chance, shy away from battle and fail to appear, they will invade our borders within 5 days, unleashing a massacre upon our soldiers until you show up. We still have 4 to 5 days of leeway. I will refrain from showing myself for now, and will meet those martial experts at the front in 5 days. Zheng Shiru gazed at Chai Yunwang and asked, Lord Guodong, do you possess the confidence to defeat the 2 top-tier experts among the Shimon warriors? Chapter 046. Martial prowess will further advance upon hearing Zheng Shiru's inquiry. Chai Yinwang responded, that will depend on the format of the duel proposed by the Shimon, that if they suggest I face their 100-man team alone, that would be manageable. However, if they require one-on-one combat, it may pose a challenge. Chai Yinwang's answer left those present both astonished and perplexed. Yin Ruhua remarked, Lord Guodong, your words leave us bewildered. You are not afraid to face their 100-man team alone. Yet you fear you might not prevail in a one-on-one contest. The young general failed to grasp the distinction that I in a one-on-one duel. Typically, once a fighter has fought in one match, they cannot participate in another. Consider, aside from me, can anyone in our army match Wu Jinshan or Bao Tianba in combat? With Chai Yunwang's clarification, the others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting concern. Zheng Shiru inquired, does Lord Guodong have a solution to this issue? I do have a solution, though I cannot guarantee complete success. Yin Shengchang urged, Lord Guodong, what is your plan? Please share it, and we shall discuss it together. That I intend to find a few of the highest-ranking martial generals in the camp, and, within these 4 to 5 days, elevate their martial cultivation to above the Tianwu realm. Hearing this, Yin Shengchang, Zheng Shiru, and the others exchanged bittersweet smiles, saying, My lord, the highest-ranking general in the army, has only just reached the pinnacle of Huangwu realm. And the Longhu brothers have barely entered the Xuanwu realm. Both I and General Yi are also only at the pinnacle of Huangwu realm. How can we hope to elevate our cultivation by several ranks in such a short time? Zheng Shiru added, Indeed, I am only at the early stage of Xuanwu realm. This seems exceedingly difficult. Very well, it matters not. You few, I possess some elixirs. Each of you shall take one that's starting tonight. Make haste to cultivate. Chai Yinwang declared, producing a vial of green essence pills and distributing one to each person in the tent. Since Yin Ruhua was absent, he instructed Yin Ruhua to deliver one to him. The group holding the green essence pills felt immense joy and simultaneously exclaimed, Lord Guodong, given your possession of such pills, our martial cultivation will undoubtedly improve. Yes, General Yin, how many generals in the army have reached the pinnacle of Lingwu realm or above? Gather them here, and I will provide each with a pill. Not many. There are likely around 300, and perhaps 700 to 800 in total who have reached the pinnacle of Yuwu realm. Those with too low a cultivation level will not benefit much from taking this elixir. For now, let us focus on gathering those at the pinnacle of Lingwu realm and above. Along. Yu Jinfeng, you too must immediately gather these individuals at the training ground. Yin Shengchang looked at Yin and Yu. Understood, the two responded, preparing to leave the central tent when Yin Ruhua entered from outside. Yin Ruhua then handed a green sun pill to Yin Ruhua, saying, Second brother, this is the green sun pill given by Lord Guodong. Taking it will enhance your martial cultivation. Yin Ruhua accepted the pill, saying, Such a fortunate occurrence is truly a timely boon to be. By the way, the sleeping tent for Lord Guodong has been prepared. Very well. Thank you, second young general. You too, join the first young general and the others in gathering the people. Then inform me. Yin Ruhua appeared somewhat confused, and as Yin Ruhua pushed him out, he remarked, "Do not ask questions for now. I will explain on the way. Lord Guodong, please accompany your wife to the sleeping tent for some rest." Yin Shengchang concluded, leading Chai Yun Wang and the others towards the tent. As the group exited the central tent, they noticed a newly constructed independent tent 100 feet away to the northeast, and they proceeded towards it. Upon arriving at the sleeping tent, Yin Shengchang said, "Lord Guodong, we take our leave. Please enter and rest with your wife." "Very well. See you shortly," Chai Yun Wang replied, bowing slightly to the others. Once Yin Shengchang and the others departed, and Qintong pulled El Shilian into the tent, while Chai Yun Wang hesitated outside. "Had I known their intentions, I would not have brought them along. Brother Wang, why are you still standing outside? Come in quickly," El Shilian called from within. With a sigh of resignation, Chai Yun Wang stepped inside. The interior was furnished with a bed, complete bedding, a table, chairs, cups, and water. Everything one could need. "Qintong, Shilian, now that you have revealed our relationship, General Yin has specifically arranged a tent for us, which truly puts me in an awkward position," Chai Yun Wang said as he sat at the table. "Brother Wang, do not think that Shilian has not shared a bed with you. I suspect you two have already been living together. Do not think I am unaware," and Qintong remarked, plopping down onto the bed. "Qintong, you do not blame me for acting without prior consultation, do you?" El Shilian indirectly acknowledged as she took a seat on a nearby chair, gazing at Qintong. "Let it go. After all, I have already shared the bridal chamber with Brother Wang. Living together now does not seem shameful," and Qintong stated candidly. Upon hearing this, El Shilian suddenly recalled something and looked at Qintong, asking, "Qintong, have you noticed any changes in your body?" "Indeed, I feel considerably stronger than before. It seems I have become a martial artist that I feel the same. I suspect it is due to being Brother Wang's wife. Do you think that is the case?" And Qintong inquired, gazing at Chai Yun Wang. "Yes, this is a method of cultivation among martial artists in our land," Chai Yun Wang affirmed with a nod. "In that case, we sisters shall seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently in the coming days, striving to provide you with assistance in the duel a few days hence." And Qintong gazed at Chai Yun Wang, who, after a moment of silence, replied, "Well, you may consider yourselves beginners. Haste will not yield success. Brother Wang, I consumed the essence pill you provided this morning, and I feel as though my cultivation has seen a noticeable enhancement." Upon hearing El Shilian's words, Chai Yun Wang scrutinized her closely and indeed noticed that she had progressed from the mid-stage of the Huangwu realm to the mid-stage of the Diwu realm in just a few hours, a remarkable leap of 2 significant levels. Her current strength surpassed that of any commander within this Shiguan military camp, truly astonishing. After observing for a while, Chai Yun Wang nodded and said, "Indeed, you have significantly advanced in martial arts. Brother Wang, what about my current realm?" And Qintong inquired, looking toward Chai Yun Wang. After a thorough examination, Chai Yun Wang was taken aback to discover that Qintong had also attained martial prowess, reaching the peak of the Huangwu realm. That he then remarked, "You have become quite a formidable warrior." Upon hearing this, and Qintong replied, "That's right. When I entered the Shiguan military camp, I felt a surge of energy coursing through my body. Could this be a sign of emerging martial prowess? Is that so? Then you must consume another green essence pill tomorrow to further your training. Your martial arts will surely advance even more," Chai Yun Wang said, pouring out a pill from a vial. Chapter 47. A collective rise in strength, and Qintong stood to receive the green essence pill, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother Wang, I adore you." At that moment, Chai Yun Wang's purple gold communication talisman suddenly trembled. Upon inspection, he saw it was a message from Yin Shengchang and quickly answered, "Lord Guodong, the soldiers have assembled at the training grounds." "Understood. I shall be there shortly." As he spoke, Chai Yun Wang had already exited the tent. Not far away at the training grounds, 200 to 300 individuals stood in neat formation. Chai Yun Wang approached, and the crowd promptly shouted, "We await your command, Lord Guodong." Chai Yun Wang waved his hand and addressed the generals. "You are all aware of the situation regarding the Ximian people. They possess an overwhelming number of martial experts. I wish to cultivate a group of martial elites. You, who have some martial arts foundation, will receive a precious essence pill from me. After consuming it and intensifying your training, you can rapidly enhance your martial arts prowess. Individual results may vary. Some may achieve even greater heights. Once you receive the essence pill, consume it immediately and return here tomorrow morning. I shall assist you further." With that, Chai Yin-Wang took out 3 unopened vials of green essence pills and instructed Yin Shuai to distribute them. The crowd, upon receiving the pills, was filled with joy. Out of the 3 vials, 2 were completely distributed, leaving only a few in one. That Yin Rulong returned the 2 empty vials and the remaining vial to Chai Yin-Wang, stating, "Lord Guodong, there are 298 soldiers present. Will your pill suffice?" Chai Yin-Wang shook the 3 vials and replied, "Yes, there are still 2 remaining." That he then turned to address the assembled generals, saying, "You 298 will henceforth be the backbone of our Shiguan army, forming a martial battalion under Yin Shuai's command." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively declared, "We shall obey your orders." Ready for deployment, and vow to protect the borders, pledging our loyalty to the Huaxia dynasty. Yin Shengchang gestured to the crowd, "Now disperse and have your meals, then return to your tents to focus on training. Strive to elevate your martial prowess within the next 4 to 5 days." The following day, after breakfast, Yin Rulong and others gathered the 298 individuals who had consumed the green essence pills at the training grounds. Chai Yin-Wang had also arrived early, and, noticing that Zheng Shiwu, Yin Shengchang, and Deputy Marshal Yi Hong were absent, instructed Yu Jingfeng to summon them. Before long, Zheng Shiwu, Yi Hong, and Yin Shengchang arrived before the crowd, somewhat puzzled as to why Chai Yin-Wang had called them together. Chai Yin-Wang then said, "Lord Zheng, esteemed marshals and generals, please sit cross-legged and place your palms flat on your thighs, adopting your usual meditation posture for practice. I shall assist you in enhancing your martial arts prowess from the side." Though the crowd was unsure of the reasoning, they complied. Once everyone was prepared for training, Chai Yin-Wang soared into the air, hovering 3 zhang above their heads, and directed his palms toward the 300 individuals below. Before long, a gentle force, akin to a breeze, enveloped their bodies, bringing them immense comfort. After approximately half an hour, Chai Yin-Wang withdrew his palms, gracefully descending to the ground, and sat cross-legged to adjust his breath. After a while, Chai Yin-Wang looked up and addressed the crowd, "Esteemed marshals, Lord Zheng, continue your practice for 2 more hours. Then break for lunch. Assemble here again at 3/4 noon. I shall return to my tent to rest." With that, he rose and departed. In the afternoon, Chai Yin-Wang used the same method to assist the 300 individuals who had consumed the green essence pills. By dinner time, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. "Brother, after a day of training, what have you gained?" "I feel as though I have reached the early stage of the Huangwu realm." "General Liu, how do you feel?" "Not bad. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the Huangwu realm." The crowd joyfully discussed their progress, and the 2 young marshals approached Chai Yin-Wang's table, softly expressing, "Lord Guodong, thank you my brother, and I feel we have reached the mid-stage of the Diwu realm." "Excellent, keep up the effort, and aim to break through to the peak of the Tianwu realm by tomorrow." Chai Yin-Wang nodded in encouragement. After dinner, the 3 of them returned to their tent, wherein Qingtong excitedly grasped Chai Yin-Wang's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, I am no longer a weak girl. My cultivation has now surpassed the peak of the Huangwu realm." Chai Yin-Wang turned to appraise Qingtong and nodded. "Indeed, you have successfully surpassed the peak of the Huangwu realm." To El Shilian added, "Qingtong, congratulations." "Shilian, what level have you reached now?" "I haven't advanced as swiftly as you. I've just broken through to the peak of the Diwu realm." That's impressive. You're almost at the Tianwu realm." After 5 days of training, the martial prowess of the 300 individuals had all improved to varying degrees, with even the least skilled reaching the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm. The most accomplished among them, the young marshals Longhu brothers, had reached the early to mid-stage of the Tianzun realm, while Zheng Shiwu and the 2 marshals had attained the peak of the Tianwu realm. Their spirits were soaring, and as a result, the overall strength of the Shiguan army had significantly risen, although their top-tier experts were still inferior to the likes of Wu Jinshan from the Xinyan. Their numbers were double that of the enemy. In the event of a skirmish, they would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Qingtong and El Shilian had each reached the mid-stage of the Tianzun realm. Their powers comparable as joy radiated from their hearts and illuminated their faces. On the 6th day after Chai Yin-Wang's arrival at Shiguan, just before dawn, a red flare was launched from the military watchtower, signaling the movement of Xinyan warriors. The Longhu brothers swiftly assembled the 300 martial practitioners, escorting Chai Yin-Wang, Zheng Shiwu, and the 2 marshals toward the border. Upon reaching the border, they found Wu Jinshan, Yu Wuji and over 100 others had already crossed into the territory of the Huaxia dynasty. Upon noticing Yin Xingchang and his entourage approaching, the Ximian warriors halted their advance. Chai Yinwang, Yin Xingchang, and several others stopped about 30 zhang away from the Ximian group. The formidable Bao Xianba's gaze burned with fury upon spotting Chai Yinwang, yet upon seeing in Qingtong and El Shulian, his attention became captivated. Drooling at the sight of the two stunningly beautiful women, Chai Yinwang scanned the opposing side, and aside from his old rival Bao Xianba, recognized no one among them. Three figures stood out: two elderly men and a flamboyantly dressed woman in her 40s. Unbeknownst to Chai Yinwang, the white-bearded elder clad in black was Yu Wuji, one of the 10 most powerful warriors from the Qingxia Han Kingdom and the leader of this contingent of martial experts. The other elder, with grizzled hair and beard, was Wu Jinshan, the elder brother of Marshal Wu Yingshan, while the alluring woman in red was their sister, Wu Jintong, making them the strongest trio among the 100 martial practitioners. Yin Shengchang addressed the Ximian warriors. "Who is in charge?" Stepped forward to speak. The black-clad elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, took a step forward and said, "Marshal Yin, has the young man who injured my disciple arrived here?" "He has. He just arrived less than half an hour ago. He is the young man beside me," Yin Shengchang replied, pointing at Chai Yunwang. That Yu Wuji and Wu Jinshan focused their gaze, incredulous that such a young man, not yet 20, could be a formidable martial artist. Turning to Bao Xianba, Yu Wuji asked, "Is that him, Tianba?" Bao Xianba craned his neck for a better look, nodding, "Yes, it is him. At first glance, he appears to be older than the one who injured me. Take a closer look. Ensure that it is indeed him." Both Yu Wuji and Wu Jintong urged simultaneously. Bao Xianba rubbed his eyes and strained to see clearly. After a prolonged examination, he confirmed, "Uncle, Sister Tong, there is no mistake. It is indeed that young man that he calls himself Sayin Wang. But today, let him be known as the king of misfortune." Yin Xingchang, observing the murmurs of the other party, called out, "Master Yu, your challenge letter stated that we would determine the victor through martial prowess. Pray tell, what manner of contest do you propose today? After the dust settles on victory and defeat, what price must be paid?" "General Yin, I harbor no desire to bully you. Your soldiers possess only mediocre martial skills. You may select 9 of your most formidable fighters to engage in single combat with our 9, that the side that triumphs in 5 of the bouts shall be declared the winner. Each victor will have the right to choose their opponent. What say you? Are you bold enough to engage in 9 matches?" Chai Yinwang stepped forward, declaring, "There is nothing to fear. However, since it is a single combat, why waste time? 3 or 5 matches would suffice. 1 match to determine victory is still a match. You wish to settle it with a single bout. If you find 9 too many, let us agree on 5. The side that wins 3 times shall be deemed the victor, that I end the arena. Fists and feet are blind. Life and death are determined by fate. The contest shall continue until one side yields." Chai Yinwang pondered briefly before responding. "Very well, but the loser must offer something of substance, correct? Our sovereign has long deliberated this matter with the court. The loser shall cede 300 li of territory, equivalent to the area of 2 cities that we, the Shiman, shall redraw the border with the Huaxia dynasty. Are you able to make that decision?" Yu Wuji appeared confident of his victory over Yin Xingchang. Upon hearing the stakes, Zheng Shiwu was apprehensive. The loss of 300 li was a monumental matter. They dared not make such a decision, whispering, "Lord Guodong, this is of great significance. Should we not seek the sovereign's decree?" "No need for that if the Shiman are willing to surrender 300 li, it would be foolish to refuse such an offer. Why not seize the opportunity?" Chai Yinwang looked at Zheng Shiwu and the others with unwavering confidence. Yin Xingchang, Zheng Shiwu, and the others exchanged incredulous glances at Chai Yinwang, saying, "Lord Guodong, do you truly believe you can overcome the Shiman? I may not have absolute certainty in single combat, but I am confident that I can keep all of their 100-plus fighters at this western border." Chai Yinwang spoke with resolute assurance. Seeing Chai Yinwang and the others whispering, Yu Wuji urged, "General Yin, have you reached a consensus? If you cannot decide, you have half a stick of incense to confer with your subordinate. Zhuzi, that if you fear the loss of 300 li and wish to concede, simply admit defeat, ceding 200 li instead, and surrender that lad with the surname Chai to Arshian sect for disposal." Upon hearing Yu Wuji's arrogant proclamations, Zheng Shiwu quickly stepped aside, producing a communication token to immediately consult the sovereign regarding Zhu Zi. Chai Yin Wang, unconcerned with Yin Xingchang's thoughts, directly addressed Yu Wuji, Master Yu. I, Chai Yin Wang, shall take responsibility for the wager you proposed. Let it be as you say. The loser shall cede 300 li of territory. However, we shall first sign a contract before the contest. Yu Wuji chuckled. You, young man, possess quite the audacity, even willing to take on Zhu Zi's responsibilities. Your foresight is commendable. Rest assured, we have already prepared the contract, and it bears the signatures of our sovereign and several others. All that remains is for Zhu Zi and your party to sign. As he spoke, someone approached with the contract. Once the individual drew near, Yin Rulong stepped forward to accept the document. The individual said, Please have General Yin and young Master Chai sign first. And I shall take a copy back. Chai Yin Wang received the contract from Yin Rulong, and upon inspection, he noted that the stipulations were clearly outlined. If they lost, the specific cities and territories to be ceded were explicitly stated. Awaiting the delineation of the borders in due course, it was evident that the Shimon had meticulously plotted this scheme for some time, intent on securing their objectives. This moment, Zheng Shiwu approached Yin Xingchang and whispered, The sovereign has decreed that all matters shall be decided by Lord Guodong. He has faith in Lord Guodong's abilities. Chai Yin Wang, glancing at the contract, offered no further explanation, simply signing his name and passing it to Yin Xingchang. After Zheng Shiwu and Yi Hong had signed, Yin Xingchang presented the contract to the Shimon, stating, We have affixed our signatures to the contract. Should you dare to renege on this agreement, I shall unleash the full might of our nation upon your Qing Chahan capital. Erasing your realm from existence, I shall convey your words to Master Yu, the Shimon replied, taking the contract and turning to leave. Upon returning, the individual handed the contract to Yu Wuji and relayed Yin Xingchang's words. Yu Wuji, observing the signatures of Chai Yin Wang and the others on the contract, could not suppress a satisfied smile. Then, from behind Yu Wuji, the Wu Jingshan siblings, and Bao Tianba, a figure emerged, slung a 3-foot-long sword over his shoulder. His long black hair cascading down his back, appearing to be around 50 years of age, he stepped into the arena, pointing with his hand. Which one of you Huaman dares to step forward and engage me? Pan Jianghai, in battle. Chai Yin Wang scrutinized the man, realizing that his martial prowess had reached the initial stage of the Tianzun realm, causing him to gasp in astonishment. The Shimon warriors were indeed formidable, with even a single individual surpassing all of Yin Xingchang's subordinates. Yin Xingchang and the others recognized the terrifying strength of this individual, their gazes shifting to Chai Yin Wang, knowing full well that he intended to confront the strongest of the Shimon. Yu Wuji. Chai Yin Wang surveyed the crowd around him before finally fixing his gaze upon Yu Jingfeng. Understanding that he was being called to battle, Yu Jingfeng was about to step forward when Chai Yin Wang leaned in to whisper a few words to him. Chapter 49. Dare you step forward to battle me? Yu Jingfeng, upon hearing Chai Yin Wang's guidance, appeared taken aback, but nonetheless nodded and advanced. Yin Rulong quietly remarked, Lord Guodong, General Yu only possesses the peak cultivation of the Tianwu realm. Will he not be in peril? Fear not. Should he lose the first match, it will merely provide us a greater advantage in the following ones. Though Yin Xingchang, Zheng Shiwu, and the others were not in favor of Chai Yin Wang's strategy, they understood that he was employing a tactic of leveraging the weak against the strong. That Yu Jingfeng approached within 3 paces of Pan Jianghai, ready to offer his greetings. Pan Jianghai interjected, Huaman, state your name and prepare to die. I am but a humble soldier of the Huaxia dynasty. Yu Jingfeng, did I invite the Shimon to make their move? And no sooner had he spoken than Pan Jianghai advanced a half-step with his right foot. Leaning forward as he unleashed a powerful punch, a Tianzun realm expert, he needed only 5% of his strength to obliterate someone of Yu Jingfeng's peak Tianwu realm. Yet, he unleashed 6 or 7 parts of his strength. Intent on reducing Yu Jingfeng to a mere puddle of flesh, that a massive fist shadow, in the blink of an eye, loomed before Yu Jingfeng's chest. Following Chai Yin Wang's instruction, Yu Jingfeng quickly raised both palms to his chest while slightly pushing off the ground with his toes. And in an instant, his body floated upwards, sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string. The onlookers behind Yu Wuji erupted in cheers, celebrating the swift defeat of a Huaxia warrior. Reveling in their overwhelming might, Yu Jingfeng soared through the air, losing control, He was about to suffer further injury upon landing when the Longhu brothers rushed forward to catch him. Yu Jingfeng subsequently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yin Shengchong raised his hand toward the opposing side, declaring, "Master Yu, we concede this first match." Upon hearing Yin Shengchong's concession, Bao Tianba, unable to contain himself, strode forward to the center of the arena, stating, "According to the rules, I now have the right to choose your Huaman opponent." Chai Yinwang handed Yu Jingfeng a black essence pill to aid in his recovery and then turned to Bao Tianba, saying, "You and I have enmity. Surely you do not intend to seek revenge on me? Only a fool would choose you. I know I am no match for you and no need to rush. Someone will deal with you later. I choose that young lady to your left behind you." Bao Tianba pointed with his finger. Upon hearing this, Yin Shengchong and his son berated, "Despicable villain, to choose a weak woman." Little did they know that the individual Bao Tianba selected, and Qintong, had, unbeknownst to them, reached the latter stage of the Tianzun realm. "Wanga, I shall go now." An Qintong showed no signs of fear. Chai Yinwang nodded. "Go ahead, but take care not to harm her too severely." The others, hearing Chai Yinwang's words, exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating. Lord Guodong is not even preparing to heal his wife, and is instead cautioning her not to kill her opponent. Could it be that she is a hidden master? As Qintong approached, Bao Tianba's lecherous gaze roamed over her form, completely neglecting to assess her martial prowess. Only when she stood within 3 paces did he come to his senses, remarking, "Little beauty, what brings you to the arena? With such delicate skin, I would feel remorse in striking you. Why not concede and call me daddy, and I shall spare you the trouble of combat? Bah, shameless old wretch, call me Annie, and I might let you live." Dadayan Qintong glared at him fiercely. "You dare insult me, you little wretch? You must be tired of living." Bao Tianba retorted, stepping forward and reaching out with his long arms, attempting to seize Qintong's enticing form. Upon witnessing this, Qintong felt a mix of shock and fury. She deftly shifted her stance and swiftly slapped her palm towards him. With a sharp crack, a resounding sound echoed, swiftly followed by a dull thud. The onlookers focused their gazes, only to behold that Bao Tianba's left cheek had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a sow, with a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth spilling forth. The man staggered, turning partially as he reeled from the blow. Struck hard, Bao Tianba spun half a turn to the right, and taking advantage of his disorientation, Qintong swiftly darted forward, delivering another resounding slap with her left hand. This time, both sides of his face swelled equally, his head resembling a round, plump meatball. Once again, Bao Tianba was forced to rotate back in the opposite direction, spewing forth another mouthful of blood, complete with teeth. This was still under the prior warning from Chai Yinwang, who had cautioned against Qintong using excessive force. Otherwise, with her current prowess, a single slap could have shattered Bao Tianba's skull. This instance thoroughly infuriated Bao Tianba, who, having regained his composure, rolled up his sleeves, leaped into action, and roared with ferocity, swinging his fist towards Qintong's brow. Qintong took a slight step back to the left, gracefully evading the attack. Bao Tianba's punch missed its target, and propelled by his own momentum, he stumbled forward 2 steps to regain his balance before pivoting to deliver a kick that Qintong once again sidestepped, causing Bao Tianba to miss yet again. Nearly losing his footing as he stumbled 2 steps to steady himself, glaring at Qintong with resentment. "Why are you dodging, you wretched girl? If you have the guts, stand still. Such a brash man. If I don't move aside, am I to wait for you to strike?" And Qintong taunted him deliberately, inciting his anger. "You shameless wretch, take another punch from me." With another furious roar, Bao Tianba lunged at her chest with a powerful fist. This time, Qintong chose not to evade. As the fist approached, she advanced instead, stepping forward to grasp Bao Tianba's right fist with her left hand, leveraging the force to pull him. Unable to adjust his footing, Bao Tianba was yanked down, and Qintong promptly stepped onto his back, pressing down. With his fist held captive, his upper body arched upward while his lower half remained pinned to the ground. Applying force with her foot, a sickening crack echoed, accompanied by a wretched howl reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The sound grated on Qintong's nerves, prompting her to deliver another slap, this time striking Bao Tianba's nasal bridge. Instantly, blood gushed from his nostrils, spraying forth like 2 thick streams, and Qintong swiftly sidestepped to avoid staining her clothes. Seeing Bao Tianba utterly defeated and in such a dire state, Yu Wujia hastily raised his hand and called out, "Little girl, release him. Enough of this. We've lost this round." Following this, and Qingtong relinquished her grip, and Bao Tianba's upper body collapsed to the ground. Immobilized due to his shattered spine, .2 individuals rushed forward to drag him away. As though he were a lifeless pig, Qingtong brushed off her clothing and turned to leave the AT that moment. Before Yin Xingchong could dispatch someone else to battle, Wu Jintong swiftly approached the center of the arena, pointing at Chai Yunwang and declaring, "Hey Chai, are you brave enough to face me in combat?" Chai Yunwang stepped forward slowly, stating, "I fear nothing." As he spoke, he discerned that this old woman had reached the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm, surpassing even Pan Jianghai from the first round. Yin Xingchong and the others felt unease at the prospect of Chai Yunwang challenging a woman, realizing that the subsequent fighters, Wu Jingshan and Yu Wujia, could not possibly match her strength. It was evident that they were bound to lose. With this in mind, they immediately protested, "Hold on, Master Yu. Was it not agreed that the winning side has the right to choose their opponent? Chai Gongzi cannot be the one to fight this round. Old fool, why all this chatter? I specifically want to challenge that Chai boy." Wu Jintong glared defiantly at Yin Xingchong. Chai Yinwang turned his head slightly, shaking it as he reassured, "Rest easy, Yin Shuai. I have my own plans." That he continued forward until he was within 5 paces of Wu Jintong, who gazed at him with seductive eyes, cooing, "Little brother, shall we add a wager to our duel? Are you willing? What trickery do you intend?" Chai Yinwang asked, perplexed. "Should you lose, you must obediently accompany me to the Qingxia Cold Nation and return to your Huaxia dynasty after 3 days, she proposed. "Why would I want to go to your western barbarian lands? Are you planning to take me hostage to threaten our emperor?" Chai Yunwang retorted, unaware that this woman practiced a nefarious technique known as the absorb yang skill, targeting young and handsome men of exceptional martial prowess as practice dummies to enhance her own skills. "Fear not. It is not as you imagined. I have no intention of killing you. I merely wish for you to experience the scenic beauty of our Qingxia Cold Nation," she assured him. "Very well. But what if you are unable to defeat me?" he inquired. "If I cannot defeat you, then this condition shall be void, and I shall not take you," she replied. "Isn't that a bit tyrannical? If you lose, you must also pay some price. What do you wish me to pay? Silver? Or my body? Perhaps I should offer myself to you as a wife. Bah, you would be better suited for my grandfather. You little brat, are you implying that I am old? Today, I shall capture you and take you back to my Qingxia Cold Nation." With that, she lunged forward, several figures of Wu Jintong appearing from all directions, arms outstretched to seize him. This was the overwhelming power of a celestial sovereign, sending shivers down the spines of Yin Shengchong and his companions. Yin Qingtong and her sister, El Shulian, were equally astonished. Though they had also reached the celestial sovereign realm, they were no match for this woman. Yin Xingchong and his companions. It was clear that any of them would be doomed if they engaged her in battle, leaving only Chai Yunwang as a viable contender. As Chai Yunwang stood amidst the onslaught of the red-clad women, he remained unflustered, merely swinging his arms. In a flurry of arm movements, the women suddenly overlapped, merging into one figure who lunged at Chai Yunwang from behind. Reaching for his neck, Yin Qingtong and El Shulian cried out in alarm, "Wang Ge, be cautious of your back." Yet Chai Yunwang paid them no heed, making no attempt to counter the attack. Wu Jintong, overjoyed, extended her long arm, but as her claw neared Chai Yunwang's neck, she felt as if her hand had struck a resilient, fleshy ball, unable to grasp him. Realizing the situation was dire, she attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Chai Yunwang executed a swift 180-degree turn, facing her directly, and with a rapid kick, struck her squarely at the thigh. Chai Yunwang had not exerted much force. Otherwise, Wu Jintong would have been utterly incapacitated. Instead, she was sent flying, exclaiming in pain as she soared 3 paces away, landing awkwardly and clutching her injured thigh, casting a venomous glare at Chai Yunwang. "You dare kick me there? I shall make it my mission to tear off your manhood and drink its essence." After recovering from the initial shock, Wu Jintong learned from her mistake and altered her strategy. Opting for a distance attack, she drew a 3-foot-long staff from her waist, swinging it with a whoosh, before leaping into the air to strike down upon him from above. The crowd gasped as the staff descended towards Chai Yunwang's head, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. As the staff neared, Chai Yunwang sidestepped, and with a resounding thud, A large crater formed in the ground where the staff had struck Wu Jintong, seeing her attack miss. Swung horizontally in an attempt to strike him at the waist. Should that blow land, it would surely cleave him in two. However, Chai Yun-wang was no ordinary opponent. He propelled himself into the air. Evading her strike, which passed beneath him, Wu Jintong adjusted her aim, swinging the staff upward towards him. Chai Yun-wang, as if carried by the wind, floated backwards several paces. Enraged, Wu Jintong continued her barrage, each strike faster than the last. With a flurry of blows, 20 or 30 in total, each one lethal in intent. Yet, not a single blow grazed even the sleeve of Chai Yun-wang's garment. As fatigue began to set in. Her strike slowed. Seizing an opportune moment, Chai Yun-wang reached out, seizing the staff from her grip. Feeling the staff slip from her grasp, Wu Jintong exerted all her strength to reclaim it, and the two plummeted to the ground. Each gripping an end of the staff, in the midst of their struggle, Wu Jintong's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as her left hand darted toward Chai Yun-wang's groin, a vicious maneuver meant to ensure his demise. The spectators gasped in horror, and in Qingtong and El Shulian shouted in alarm. "Wang Ge, watch out." However, the moment Wu Jintong made her move, Chai Yun-wang had already discerned her intentions that he did not attempt any defense but merely increase the pressure on the short staff he held to 30%. Wu Jintong immediately felt a surge of force coursing through her hand, sending a sharp pain through her palm, causing her to hastily release her grip on the staff. Chai Yun-wang effortlessly seized the short staff from her and struck down towards the arm Wu Jintong had extended. A sharp crack echoed as Wu Jintong let out a cry of agony. Her left forearm was severed and fell to the ground, the pain forcing her to retreat 3 paces. Chapter 051. The Lady's Inappropriate Entry in Truth. Wu Jintong's strength paled in comparison to Chai Yun-wang's, but he could have dispatched her with a single blow at any moment had he so wished. However, in order to feign weakness before Yu Wuji and the others, he engaged in a prolonged duel with Wu Jintong, making it appear as though he was not exceedingly powerful. Despite having lost an arm and her short staff, Wu Jintong remained undaunted, steadying herself. She leaped into the air and fiercely kicked towards Chai Yun-wang's face. Chai Yun-wang swiftly raised his left hand, catching Wu Jintong's right foot as she fell. Landing on one leg, he took the opportunity to yank off her shoe. With her right foot planted firmly on the ground, it formed A shape, and Chai Yun-wang advanced, stepping down on her unshod leg. A slight exertion from him was enough to elicit the sound of her leg bone fracturing. Chai Yun-wang, inherently kind-hearted, was reluctant to inflict lethal harm. He merely pointed the short staff at Wu Jintong's head and taunted, "You old witch from the west, do you still refuse to admit defeat? Must I shatter your skull to convince you?" Having lost a shoe, Wu Jintong felt humiliated and bereft of her treasured Xinyang staff. In truth, this short staff was also an auxiliary tool for her nefarious practices. Now, with her leg broken, she was beset by both shame and pain. It was only at this moment that she understood Chai Yun-wang's strength was at least a level above her own, and that she was utterly incapable of defeating him. Despite the anguish of losing her cherished Xinyang staff, in order to preserve her life, she had no choice but to concede. Her eyes filled with resentment and pain as she looked at Chai Yun-wang and declared, "I admit defeat today." Chai Yun-wang released his foot from Wu Jintong and turned to leave. Someone stepped forward to assist her, helping her limp away. Having completed 3 matches, Yu Wuji of the West had lost 2. And it was imperative that he win the next round, or they would be forced to negotiate a new border. Without waiting for Chai Yun-wang to send someone forward to select an opponent, Yu Wuji strode to the center of the arena and called out to Chai Yun-wang, "You brat named Chai, I shall personally take on this round. Who will you send forth?" Faced with the strongest warrior among the 100 from the West, everyone understood that this round was likely to end in defeat. However, the final round would ultimately determine the victor. The Longhu brothers were willing to participate, and they turned to Chai Yun-wang, saying, "Lord Guodong, let me go." Chai Yun-wang handed the short staff he had taken from Wu Jintong to Qingtong, saying, "Qingtong, this weapon now belongs to you." Qingtong accepted the short staff, exclaiming, "Really? This staff is mine now." Chai Yun-wang nodded. "As a reward for your victory in this round," he then scanned the assembly, finally resting his gaze on Yi Ji, who appeared exceedingly anxious. "Why, Lord? Do you wish for me to participate?" She asked. "Indeed, do you not fear?" Just now, Yu Jingfeng was dispatched by Pan Jianghai in a single blow. This time, I will ensure that Yu Wuji will need 2 strikes to defeat you. Chai Yinwang nodded reassuringly. My lord, my cultivation is not superior to General Yu's. How can I withstand even a single blow from the foremost expert of the West? Do not worry. Just avoid direct confrontation with Yu Wuji. Chai Yinwang instructed, waving his hand dismissively. With a heart full of trepidation, Yiji stepped forward, stopping 6 or 7 paces away from Yu Wuji glanced at her and sneered. Boy, state your name before you meet your demise. I am Yiji, a mere soldier of the Western Gate Army of the Huaxia dynasty, here to learn from your esteemed skills, old man. Prepare to die, brat. Yu Wuji shouted as he advanced a step. Launching a colossal punch aimed directly at Yiji's chest, Yiji, paralyzed by fear, did not attempt to evade. Before departing, Chai Yinwang had warned him against direct confrontation, and if struck by a pinnacle-level expert, he would surely perish on the spot. As the massive punch was about to connect, Yiji suddenly felt an inexplicable force nudging him aside, that he instinctively stepped to the right, while simultaneously feeling a strange power propelling his right arm forward, causing him to punch back at Yu Wuji. With a resounding thud, Yu Wuji's punch whiffed as he was struck by Yiji's unexpected counter that in a fluster. He raised his left arm to block, resulting in a loud crack as his body swayed slightly. Yiji stumbled back a few steps, regaining his balance while staring wide-eyed at his opponent. Yu Wuji regarded Yiji with incredulity, stating, Boy, it seems you are more formidable than you appear, that I underestimated you. With 50% of my strength, you have escaped unscathed. Very well, prepare to receive another blow from me. With that, he swung his hand, unleashing a palm strike the size of a fan towards Yiji's head. This time, Yiji clearly understood the impending doom and thought to himself, This is it. I shall be reduced to ashes. Yet, he felt a tug at the back of his collar, as if someone were pulling him backward. Yu Wuji's palm struck precisely where he had stood moments before, the residual force crashing into him with a loud bang, sending Yiji hurtling backward, his chest heaving as he coughed up blood. Chai Yinwang rushed forward to prevent Yu Wuji from becoming overly aggressive and launching another lethal attack, that he handed Yiji a black essence pill and declared, Master Yu, you have won this round. The score is now tied at 2 victories each. The 5th round will determine the ultimate winner. With the tide of battle balanced, Yu Wuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd from the west, while pleased to have equalized the score, felt a lingering cloud of unease hanging over them, a discomfort that was hard to shake off. They pondered, we have 2 top-tier experts facing off against a nameless soldier from the opposing army. Hardly a victory worthy of celebration. Are the skills of the Huaxia leaders truly beyond our reach? The 2 we lost to were also top-tier experts. Such losses are truly regrettable, and our victories feel hollow. Wu Jingshan and several high-ranking officials disregarded the thoughts of their subordinates. After all, they had achieved a tie, which still left the possibility of victory. Wu Jingshan stepped forward and announced, Master Yu, I shall take on this round. Yu Wuji nodded. Brother Wu, do be cautious. The success of our southern campaign relies entirely on you. With that, he departed. Wu Jingshan prepared to enter the arena. Yin Xingchang and his son, along with Zheng Shiwu and others, knew they were outmatched and fell silent, glancing at Chai Yinwang, their expressions questioning. What now? Are we truly doomed to defeat? Chai Yinwang, sensing the unease among them, turned his gaze to Shilian and said, Shilian, you shall take this round. The crowd gasped in horror at the prospect. If the lady were to enter the fray and falter, it could very well mean her demise. Yin Xingchang hurriedly interjected, Lord Guodong, it is ill-advised for the lady to participate. Perhaps my son Long should take her place. Chapter 052, Become subject to the Huaxia dynasty, or not, Shilian replied. Commander Yin, please trust our Lord Guodong. He would not send me into danger. With that, she began to step forward. Yin Qingtong quickly handed her the short staff, stating, Shilian, take this with you. Shilian accepted the staff and approached the arena. Upon seeing her wielding the Xinyang staff, Wu Jingshan called out, Elder brother, reclaim the Xinyang staff for me and eliminate that wretched woman. Wu Jingshan, upon spotting the stunningly beautiful woman stepping into the arena, was beset by lewd thoughts. This girl is too alluring. Once this duel is over, I shall find an opportunity to bring her into my sect. Shilian, noticing Wu Jingshan's unwavering gaze upon her, felt a surge of anger. Pointing the short staff at him, she exclaimed, Old man, what are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before. Come and meet your end. Sweet girl, why the rush? Perhaps you could first tell this old man your name. Old man, you are not worthy to know my name. To go ask in the underworld. El Shilian retorted, raising her left hand and delivering a sharp slap that Wu Jingshan was taken aback, realizing the girl was no weakling. Just as her palm strike hurtled towards his face, he quickly raised his arm to block it. The impact resonated with a loud crack as El Shilian's palm struck his right forearm, igniting a fiery pain and tearing his sleeve, leaving him utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, a rebound force surged through El Shilian's arm, causing her to sway slightly, her arm tingling that Wu Jingshan deflected her strike and stepped forward, swinging his left arm to grasp El Shilian's enticing chest. The two were separated by 5 or 6 paces, yet Wu Jingshan's claw-like hand swiftly closed the distance to El Shilian in a moment of urgency. Slightly shifted to the right and swung her short staff, delivering a fierce blow toward Wu Jingshan's outstretched claw. Wu Jingshan, a formidable expert on the verge of breaking through to the mid-late stages of the Tianzun realm, possessed strength slightly superior to El Shilian's that as such, he readily evaded her strike by shifting his foot half a step, allowing her staff to sail harmlessly past him, with his left claw evading her. Wu Jingshan's right hand morphed into another claw, pressing forward and forcing El Shilian to hastily retreat to the right. That Wu Jingshan, after all, is a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm. His right hand, resembling a claw, pursued with uncanny precision, compelling Liu Shilian to expend all her strength as she aimed to strike down upon that claw shadow with great force. That Wu Jingshan, confident in his profound cultivation, chose to no longer evade. With a deft twist of his wrist, his 5 fingers clasped the short staff firmly, and he tugged it back, intent on reclaiming the Xianyang staff from Wu Jintong's grasp. Meanwhile, Liu Shilian's prowess was nearing the later stages of the celestial sovereign realm. Though their strengths differed, the disparity was not insurmountable. Liu Shilian swiftly channeled her energy to reclaim her hold, resulting in a stalemate between the two. After a moment's pause, Wu Jingshan abruptly swung his left arm, unleashing a palm strike, to which Liu Shilian instantly responded by raising her left arm and delivering a powerful punch aimed at the palm shadow he had cast. The collision of palm and punch manifested as if they were ensnared by adhesive, resisting each other. As time passed, Liu Shilian began to falter, her feet sliding back inch by inch, even sinking into the earth. However, she soon found her footing again. Unbeknownst to outsiders, Liu Shilian felt as though a great hand was supporting her from behind, channeling a surge of power through her arms and into her adversary. At that moment, Wu Jingshan suddenly sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Liu Shilian's fist, crashing against his palm. The Xianyang staff he gripped felt akin to a searing iron rod, burning him and compelling him to loosen his grip. Yet his fingers remained stubbornly closed. In an astonishing turn of events, during his moment of distraction, both of Wu Jingshan's hands detached at the wrists. This shocking development caused Wu Jingshan to stagger back, bewildered, muttering, "How could this happen?" Meanwhile, Liu Shilian, equally startled, quickly regained her composure, raising the short staff once more to strike fiercely at Wu Jingshan. The shadow of the staff descended upon his head, threatening to crush him, prompting Yu Wujie in the distance to shout, "Jingshan, move aside!" Awakened by the call, Wu Jingshan hurriedly sidestepped, but it was too late. The staff struck his left shoulder with a resounding crack, severing it along with his arm, sending him tumbling to the ground. Liu Shilian, relentless, raised the staff again. With Wu Jingshan now disarmed and incapacitated, he bore the agony as he rolled on the ground to evade further strikes. Yet Liu Shilian, undeterred, continued her assault, relentlessly pursuing him. Observing this, Yu Wujie rushed forward and, as he did, threw a punch towards Liu Xulin. In response, Chai Yinwang swiftly stepped in, delivering a punch of his own. The two strikes collided mid-air with a thunderous boom, causing Yu Wujie to retreat several steps. Once steadied, he proclaimed, "Cease fighting. We have lost." Yu Wujie, having realized from the earlier confrontation with Chai Yinwang that he was no match for him, decisively conceded. Chai Yinwang regarded Yu Wujie and stated, "Since you concede, it is time to fulfill the terms of the treaty. Please relay to your border troops to withdraw immediately from the designated areas of Shiguan City and Dongguan City, relocating beyond the new border. In 3 days, I shall arrive at the new border. Any soldiers remaining at that time will face death. After delivering his authoritative decree, Chai Yunwang and Liu Xilian directed their attention to Yu Wujie and the over 100 martial artists behind him. Bao Xianba, having witnessed Chai Yunwang's terrifying prowess when he recently annihilated the Western barbarian soldiers, felt a chill run down his spine to why Yu Wujie responded, "Very well, I shall promptly inform the ruler of the Qing Chahan Kingdom." However, the populace within the 300 li of Shiguan and Dingguan cities is vast, and it may be impossible to relocate them all within 3 days. Who said the 300 li of populace must be evacuated? From now on, they shall become subjects of the Huaxia dynasty. I only require the border troops to withdraw, not the civilians, that I will send out proclamations to assure the people. You may depart as you wish, while we conduct our own affairs. Ultimately, any soldiers who remain after 3 days shall either become subjects of the Huaxia dynasty or meet their demise, Chai Yunwang declared, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing Chai Yunwang's commanding announcement, Yu Wujie and the others appeared as if struck by a frost, resembling defeated roosters, sighing deeply as they assisted Wu Jinshan and the others in retreating from the current border as the sun reached its zenith. Witnessing Yu Wujie's disheartened departure, Chai Yunwang and Liu Xilian returned to the side of Yin Shengchong and the others, where the crowd erupted in jubilation and celebration in the midst of the raucous cheers. The crowd extolled Liu Xilian, praising, "Madam, you were extraordinary, managing to incapacitate Wu Jinshan. Had Yu Laoguan not intervened in time, he would surely have lost his life." Liu Xilian understood that her triumph over Wu Jinshan was not solely due to her own strength, but rather the support of the generals behind her. After hearing the accolades, she humbly replied, "Indeed, Wu Jinshan is exceptionally strong. My victory was entirely reliant on the backing of all of you generals. It was not my accomplishment alone that the crowd continued to shower her with compliments." Chai Yunwang gestured for silence and addressed Yin Shengchong, saying, "General Yin, please draft a proclamation. After lunch, we shall proceed to the territories of Shiguan and Dongguan to assure the populace. Additionally, select individuals to prepare for the administration of these 2 states and their respective counties until the rulers of the dynasty appoint new officials." Yin Shengchong promptly complied with Chai Yunwang's directive. The 300 soldiers returned to their camp, having achieved an unprecedented victory, and Yin Shengchong resolved to reward the troops in celebration of the Huaxia dynasty's acquisition of 300 li of territory. During the victory feast, soldiers who had not participated in the battle inquired eagerly about the exploits of the 300 generals who had fought valiantly. The generals regaled them with vivid accounts of Chai Yunwang and Qingtong, alongside Liu Xilian's fierce confrontations against the 3 mighty adversaries from the Western barbarians. After lunch, the 300 generals, now martial artists, divided into several small teams, accompanied by additional soldiers, armed with proclamations to spread the message of peace throughout the districts of Shiguan and Dingguan. Zheng Shiwu also relayed news of Chai Yunwang's victory over the Western barbarian Qing Chahan Kingdom's warriors, along with the intent to swiftly deploy individuals to take over the officials of the 2 states and their counties. To the ruler of the Huaxia dynasty, Zhu Zi stabilized the situation. Yin Shengchong and Yi Hong selected over 50 individuals of the pinnacle of the Xuanwu realm, preparing to oversee the administrative duties of the 16 counties in the 2 states 3 days hence. Meanwhile, in the court of the Qing Chahan Kingdom, news of the martial corps led by Yu Wujie facing defeat erupted into chaos. The court members quickly recognized the impending loss of 300 li of territory across 2 major states, encompassing 16 counties, causing widespread dismay among the officials and military. Some, unable to contain their fury, advised the king, "Your Majesty, Yu Wujie's actions have cost us our territory, and we have suffered greatly, that he should be held accountable. Executing him would not be unjust." Many echoed, "Your Majesty, please issue a decree to apprehend Yu Wujie." Others countered, "Yu Wujie is a martial cultivator. Capturing him may prove impossible. Perhaps we should simply refuse to acknowledge the loss of territory and muster an army to confront the Huaman once more." Do not forget that the martial artist named Chai Yunwang, not long ago, single-handedly faced our 200,000 to 300,000 troops. And no matter how many soldiers we send south, they would simply fall before him. Even a top-tier martial artist like Yu Wujie could not withstand him, that if we do not cede the 300 li of territory as per the treaty, he would not relent, and should he invade our land, who could stand against him? At that point, it may not merely be a loss of 300 li. It could spell the end of our nation. Listening to the various analyses from the court officials, Baidu weighed the pros and cons before ultimately deciding to relay a message to Wu Yingshan, instructing the border troops to withdraw and relinquish the territories of Xiguan and Dongguan along with their 16 counties. 3 days later, Cai Yinwang, accompanied by An Qingtong, the Liu sisters, and Yan Xingchong, proceeded to inspect the new border line, establishing defenses, deploying troops, setting up checkpoints, and constructing military camps. They assigned 300 martial artist generals, dispatching 200 to form 10-man teams to patrol the border day and night. One of these team leaders was Yi Zifen, who had previously halted Cai Yinwang at a checkpoint. These martial artist generals became the elite forces stationed along the frontier, each capable of facing 100 foes. Once the border defenses were established, Cai Yinwang prepared to bid farewell to Yan Xingchong and the other commanders. The soldiers were loath to see him depart. Yet they understood the inevitability of parting. Cai Yinwang, though not a soldier, assured them that he would respond promptly should any troubles arise at the border. As Cai Yinwang, along with An Qingtong and the Liu sisters, prepared to leave, Yi Zifen approached and deeply bowed, stating, "Lord Guodong, I, Yi Zifen, shall forever remember your benevolence, which has granted me the opportunity to serve my country. You have elevated my martial prowess to the peak of the Xuanwu realm. Should I ever cease to be a border soldier, I shall follow you faithfully. Indeed, Brother Ye's dedication is commendable. You possess remarkable martial talent and ample room for growth. Continue to strengthen your training. Safeguard the borders and prevent the Western barbarians from infiltrating the realm of the Huaxia dynasty." The latter half of Cai Yinwang's words was not merely intended for Yi Zifen, but rather a directive that every soldier stationed at the borders ought to heed. Consequently, the assembled warriors chorused, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall not falter and will defend every inch of our glorious Huaxia dynasty's territory." Cai Yinwang nodded and waved his hand, turning to depart with An Qingtong and El Shulian. The trio proceeded along the broad avenue, and An Qingtong remarked, "Wang Ge, since we are not in a hurry on our return, let us stroll leisurely and enjoy the breathtaking scenery of this newly acquired land." "Shall we?" "Indeed, as long as you are not averse to the ache in your legs, I am more than willing to accompany you," Cai Yinwang replied as they walked. With ordinary strides, the three of them traversed the main road of Kaiyang County in Xiguan Prefecture. Along their path, they witnessed farmers tending to their fields and merchants conducting business, a scene of tranquility that belied the fact that this land had recently been integrated into the Huaxia dynasty. As dusk approached, they arrived at the city of Kaiyang County, intending to find an inn for the night. However, the streets appeared somewhat desolate, with households having shuttered their doors much earlier than usual. For reasons unknown, after wandering through several streets, they finally spotted an establishment named Kaiyang Inn, and as they approached, a young attendant hurried out to greet them. But upon discerning their Huaxiao attire, he hesitated, disregarding his hesitation. They entered the inn, where the innkeeper inquired, "Young masters and young ladies, do you wish to dine or seek lodging?" And Qingtong replied, "We desire both a meal and a room for the night, as long as there is a single guest chamber available." The innkeeper responded, "I apologize, esteemed guests. While dining is certainly feasible, I regret to inform you that all rooms are fully booked, and you will need to seek accommodations elsewhere." Upon hearing this, An Qingtong felt a surge of indignation but managed to speak softly. "Surely that cannot be the case, that I suspect you are deliberately refusing us lodging simply because we are subjects of the Huaxia dynasty?" The innkeeper regarded them non-committally, clearly indicating his unwillingness to grant them accommodation. Do not forget, the entirety of Dong and Xigua prefectures now belong to the Huaxia dynasty, that we are all citizens of Huaxia. How can we be treated differently? El Shulian interjected with a hint of authority, causing both the innkeeper and the attendant to shiver involuntarily. The innkeeper hastily replied, "Esteemed guests, please do not be angered. You are unaware of the circumstances. The county magistrate was recalled to the capital 3 days ago, and currently, there are no officials from the Huaxia dynasty to oversee the management of the county. The entire Kaiyang County is under the control of the first martial arts family, the Yin clan, and the first noble family, the Sikong clan. They have issued orders prohibiting Huaxia citizens from being provided food or lodging. Allowing you to dine here already contravenes the directives of these two powerful families. If they discover you staying at my inn, I may as well close my doors for good." Cai Yinwang chuckled upon hearing this. "So, without a new magistrate, they consider themselves the rulers of the county? I shall promptly appoint someone to manage the affairs of Kaiyang County. The innkeeper, taken aback, thought, who is this person who has the authority to make such decisions? He then said, esteemed guest, I do not wish to complicate matters for you or offend the Yin and Sikong families, that I will have someone prepare your meals immediately. After you finish, please depart quickly. The Yin family's inspectors will arrive in a little over an hour. Very well. Just prepare our meals, Chai Yinwang instructed, taking out a purple gold communication token to contact Yin Xingchong. General Yin, who is responsible for the management of Kaiyang County. When will they arrive? It will be He Lien, Yun Yu, and Fong Xian. They should arrive by noon tomorrow. Understood. I will await them at the county office, Chai Yinwang concluded, putting away the communication token. The innkeeper, observing Chai Yinwang's calm demeanor as he communicated with someone, felt a pang of apprehension but did not dare to delay. He promptly instructed the young attendant to lead them to a private room to wait. Shortly thereafter, the young attendant delivered their meals and cautioned, young master and young ladies, please eat quickly and leave, lest you attract the attention of the Yin family's inspectors. You may attend to your duties. I have matters to arrange, Chai Yinwang replied, waving his hand dismissively. The young attendant exited and closed the door behind him. The trio dined quietly, knowing that as long as they kept their voices down, their presence would remain undetected. After a while, the attendant returned to the door and softly inquired, young master, have you finished your meal? It is getting late, we are nearly done, Chai Yinwang replied as he opened the door. At that moment, 5 burly men unexpectedly burst into the inn. The young attendant caught sight of them and quickly closed the door, retreating hastily. The newcomers were members of the Yin clan, the foremost martial arts family in the county. Leading them was a young man in his 30s, Yin Shan, accompanied by his 2 brothers, Yin Nan and Yin Bei, as well as 2 half-sisters, Yin Mei and Yin Li. Just then, the innkeeper spoke, third young master. What brings you here so early? Are you personally inspecting tonight? Enough of the nonsense. Someone reported that Huaxia citizens are residing in your inn, and that I ask this true? Third young master, that is not the case. It must be a mistake. I would never dare to defy the will of Lord Yin. The innkeeper stammered, that I ask that's so? Would you allow me to conduct a search? Upon hearing this, Chai Yinwang and the others stepped out, saying, are you searching for us? Yin Shan, upon seeing in Qingtong and El Shilian, was momentarily struck speechless before exclaiming, how audacious! You dare to lie and harbor Huaxia citizens. With that, he swung his hand, striking the innkeeper across the face. Why must you act so brutishly? What right do you have to strike the innkeeper? And Qingtong stepped forward, pointing at Yin Shan. Strike him? I want to know who you are and what brings you all the way to our Xiguan prefecture. Yin Shan sneered at Chai Yinwang and the others. Would you like to know? I can tell you, or I may choose not to. Chai Yinwang tilted his head, regarding Yin Shan with a calm demeanor. A burly man in his 50s interjected, you dare speak to my third young master like that? Do you seek death? Then what will you do? And Qingtong challenged. What will I do? The man stepped forward, swinging his fist toward Chai Yinwang's face. Before he could react, and Qingtong swiftly intervened, grasping the man's wrist, and with a slight exertion of force, heard a sharp crack followed by the man's anguished cry as she released him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The man's cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm, yet he was swiftly defeated by a girl not yet 20, leaving the others, including the innkeeper, wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to fathom the young woman's formidable prowess. You are the third young master of the Yin clan, correct? You wish to know who we are and what we do. Allow me to enlighten you, Chai Yinwang said, observing the astonishment on Yin Shan's face, that I do not care to know who you are or what you do. The little beauty has injured my man, leaving you with 2 choices. Either you all die, or the 2 young ladies accompany me back to my clan and become my concubines. Yin Shan asserted arrogantly. What an absurdity! You think yourself worthy to be the beloved of my lady. And Qingtong mocked disdainfully. You insolent wretch! How dare you insult me? You will soon regret your words. Yin Shan retorted, turning to a burly man in black beside him, saying, Pu Tai, capture that insolent girl for me. But do not harm her face. It would not be pleasing. Indeed, she is not worth much. El Shilian interjected. Pu Tai was the only one among them who had reached the initial stage of the Tianwu realm. In Yin Shan's view, as long as Pu Tai intervened, capturing the trio would be a trivial matter. Yes, third young master, I will be careful not to injure her face, Pu Tai affirmed, stepping forward and reaching for Qingtong's neck. However, just as Pu Tai's hand neared Qingtong's collar, he suddenly found himself grasping at thin air and quickly turned to search for his elusive target, bewildered. "Watch out behind you. The little beauty is right here." Yin Shan's voice echoed. "Fool, what are you looking for?" "I am right here," and Qingtong taunted. Startled, Pu Tai turned to face Qingtong, drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe that a mere girl could possess such swift agility. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he had still employed 50% of his power, expecting to easily overpower someone below the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm. But now he realized he must give his all. After a moment of astonishment, filled with embarrassment and fury, he stepped forward once more and unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Qingtong's chest that he had abandoned all thoughts of whether he would injure her or not. His only desire was to bring her down. As the punch approached, and Qingtong vanished from sight once more, and suddenly, Pu Tai felt something hard pressing against his throat, a sharp pain coursing through him. Rendering him breathless, Pu Tai hastily glanced downward with the corner of his eye, only to find Qingtong standing before him, her right arm raised high, 2 fingers of her hand pressing against his throat. This forced him to tiptoe in an attempt to alleviate the pain constricting his throat, intending to retaliate with both hands, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Yin Shan and the others, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that a formidable warrior of the early Tianwu realm could be so easily subdued by a young girl with a single move. Two among them attempted to rush forward to rescue him. But El Xiaolian extended her hand to halt them, saying, "Do not move. That it would be wise to behave properly while there are no casualties at this moment." Yin Shan began to grasp the gravity of the situation and hurriedly said, "Miss, let us talk this over. Please release Pu Tai." "Talk it over? I believe you are not inclined to listen," interjected Chai Yin Wang, his eyes wide with surprise. "I am listening. I am listening. Brother, please tell me how you wish to proceed." Yin Shan replied, his demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. Chai Yin Wang surveyed Yin Shan and his 4 companions, as well as the patrons of the inn dining nearby, and declared, "The 2 great states of East and West Guan have now been incorporated into the dominion of the Huaxia dynasty. Tomorrow at noon, your esteemed county chief will assume office. I suggest you gather the prominent figures of your county to await him at the county hall." Upon hearing this, Yin Shan and his companions were taken aback. On what grounds should our esteemed families and noble clans welcome the newly appointed county chief? They protested on the grounds that this young lady almost took the life of your so-called martial arts expert. "Wu Jin Shan," Chai Yin Wang replied, gesturing towards El Xiaolian. The mention of Wu Jin Shan caused their heads to spin. As martial artists, they were acutely aware of the terror he inspired. For someone as formidable as Wu Jin Shan, one of the most renowned martial artists in all of Qingchahan, to be defeated by a mere girl, almost losing his life in the process, suggested that these 2 young women were extraordinarily formidable. Observing their stunned expressions, Chai Yin Wang continued, "Should you choose to defy us, your so-called martial arts families and noble clans will find it impossible to continue existing in this county." After contemplating Chai Yin Wang's warning for a moment, Yin Shan replied, "My lord, I will return to my sect immediately to inform my father and send word across the family, ensuring we are prepared to welcome the new county chief before his arrival tomorrow." Upon hearing Yin Shan's declaration, Chai Yin Wang waved dismissively at Qingtong and then gestured to Yin Shan. Qingtong withdrew her fingers from Pu Tai's throat, and he immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his limbs remained weak, causing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing that Chai Yin Wang permitted his departure, Yin Shan quickly turned to leave. The 2 companions who had followed Yin Shan assisted the injured man and the incapacitated Pu Tai as they exited. At this moment, the innkeeper respectfully addressed them, saying, "Young master, young lady, you may stay on the 2nd floor, that I will not accommodate any other guests there, so you may occupy as many rooms as you desire without fear of disturbance." Chai Yin Wang nodded in agreement and ascended the stairs with Qingtong and El Xiaolian. Upon returning to their sect, Yin Shan immediately reported the events that transpired at the Kai County to his father. Yin Wanzhao and the 4 elders, the upper echelons of the family, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression after hearing the news. After a lengthy silence, the 3rd elder, known as the Little Zhuge, Yin Yunxian, spoke up. "We must prepare for multiple contingencies. First, We need to disseminate this information, summoning all peak-level martial artists from the 8 major martial families of Kai County to gather at the county hall before the hour of the snake tomorrow. And we must also notify the 6 major noble clans to ensure their upper echelons arrive by the same time for a discussion of strategies. Secondly, we must set up traps and mechanisms within the county hall. And depending on the new county chief's attitude towards us, we shall either let matters be if treated with respect, or capture the new county chief and negotiate terms with the new dynasty should we face oppression. Yin Wanzhao nodded in agreement, saying, "The fourth brother's plan is quite astute. Yin Nan, you shall immediately send word to the various families and noble clans in my name, instructing them to arrive at the county hall before the hour of the snake. For any consequences thereafter shall be theirs to bear." Yin Nan complied and departed, while the eldest elder, Yin Yun Hong, remarked, "According to what Sean Air just conveyed, those 2 young women possess formidable martial skills. We cannot ascertain whether they will attend the county hall tomorrow. If they do, subduing them will be imperative for controlling the new county chief that I believe gathering 38 peak-level martial artists from our 8 major martial families should suffice to apprehend those 2 young ladies," suggested the second elder, Yin Wan Kai. The fourth elder, Yin Yun Hai, countered, "I do not fear death, but tomorrow's actions will depend on the circumstances. Let us not overlook the young man who conveyed the message. If he is also a martial artist, or if the new county chief possesses martial prowess, our numerical advantage may not guarantee us much." Yin Wanzhao nodded, acknowledging fifth brother raises a valid point. Tomorrow's course of action must be contingent upon the situation, that we must strategize thoroughly and seek the opinions of the various families and noble clans regarding their thoughts and suggestions. The senior members of the Yin family deliberated for over an hour before finally dispersing. The next day, at 1/4 the hour of the dragon, the 8 major martial families and 6 noble clans of Kai County began to gather in the square before the county hall. The head of the AI family, AI Xiao Yao, upon arrival, directly approached the head of the first noble clan, Si Kong Jian, and inquired, "Head Si Kong, what is the purpose of the summons from sect leader Yin? My wife has been gravely ill for 3 months, and her condition worsened last night, that I have sent for a renowned physician from the capital to attend to her, who is expected to arrive this morning. May I request a leave of absence?" Chapter 056. "I shall accompany you to see what ails your esteemed wife," Si Kong Jian, tilting his head to regard AI Xiao Yao, replied, "According to the message I received from sect leader Yin last night. Today marks the first day of the new county chief's tenure, and we, the influential individuals, are summoned to welcome him. You tell me, is it appropriate to leave?" Upon hearing this, AI Xiao Yao felt he could say no more and could only stand aside. Anxiously awaiting the arrival of the new county chief, as the hour drew to a close, the families of Kai County's aristocracy and noble clans had all gathered. The number of attendees varied among families. Aside from the AI family, which sent only its head, AI Xiao Yao, other families sent between 8 to 12 members, resulting in a gathering of over 100 people of all ages in the square, divided into martial families and noble clans flanking the county hall. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yin Wanzhao recounted the events that transpired at the Kaiyang County in the previous night. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. After a moment, the head of the Tian family, Tian Gui Long, spoke up, "Sect leader Yin, we do not require a new county chief. We all support you and head Si Kong as the county chief of Kaiyang." Many echoed in agreement, "Yes, we do not need an official from the Huaxia dynasty. If anyone dares to take the position of county chief, we shall drive him away." Yin Shan clapped his hands to quiet the crowd. And only then did he address them. "Esteemed elders and brothers, please remain calm. Let us wait for the arrival of the new county chief before we speak, that we must first ascertain how he addresses us. I witnessed their prowess last night. How many among us could defeat Pu Tai in a single move? Do not be surprised. That girl, not yet 20, merely extended 2 fingers, instantly applying pressure to Pu Tai's throat, rendering him incapable of resistance. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from antagonizing the new county chief, that as the crowd murmured among themselves, sharing their speculations and opinions. They suddenly spotted a man accompanied by 2 young women approaching the square before the county hall. They began to wonder if this was the new county chief. The newcomers were indeed Chai Yin Wang, and Qing Tong, and El Xiulian. Yin Shan recognized them at once, whispering to Yin Wanzhao and the others nearby. "These 3 are the ones from last night at the Kai County Inn." Upon saying this, he immediately approached them, respectfully exclaiming, "My lord, it is you who have arrived." Chai Yun Wang scanned the gathering crowd and clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, fellow townsfolk. It is wonderful to see you all here early. Today marks a momentous occasion as the new county chief assumes office, so I ask that you all remain patient, for the county chief will soon arrive." Yin Shan, hearing this, enthusiastically led the applause, then introduced Yin Wan Zhao and Si Kong Jian to Chai Yun Wang. Chai Yun Wang then introduced himself, saying, "I am Chai Yun Wang from Liangzhou City. These sisters are my wife, and Qing Tong and El Xiulian." Yin Wan Zhao and the martial artists present scrutinized Chai Yun Wang and his companions, unable to discern any profound martial prowess among them. They remained skeptical that such a young girl could possibly have defeated the renowned Wu Jin Shan. As Yin Wan Zhao and Si Kong Jian continued to observe Chai Yun Wang. They clasped their hands in greeting and said, "We, the humble folk, welcome you." At this moment, Ai Xiao Yao approached Chai Yun Wang, clasping his hands and asking, "Lord Chai, I am Ai Xiao Yao. May I inquire when the new county chief is expected to arrive? I have urgent matters at home and wish to return as soon as possible." Chai Yun Wang, taking note of the middle-aged man before him, who was not a martial artist but rather a member of a noble clan, replied, "Uncle Ai, today is a rather special day, that if your family matters are not of utmost urgency, it would be wise not to rush away, lest you become unfamiliar with the new county chief." In truth, while it was somewhat urgent, it was not overwhelmingly so. His wife had been bedridden for over 3 months, and despite seeking the best physicians in West Guan, no remedy had been found. He had no choice but to send for a renowned healer from the capital, who was expected to arrive this morning, that if he, the head of the household, were not present to greet this esteemed doctor, it could lead to dire consequences for his wife's treatment. Chai Yun Wang remarked, "It appears that your esteemed wife's ailment is a chronic condition that do not fret. Once the new county head assumes office, I shall accompany you to pay her a visit." Beside him, Si Kong Jian inquired, "Lord Chai, do you possess knowledge of medicine?" Chai Yun Wang replied, "As a practitioner of martial arts, it is only natural for me to have some understanding of medical science. Should anyone here suffer from minor ailments, I would be glad to examine them, for I may be able to offer a remedy." Upon hearing Chai Yun Wang's words, the crowd began to murmur softly, with most expressing skepticism towards him, as he appeared to be no older than 20, that how could such youth possess substantial medical knowledge? Even if he understood a modicum, it would likely be of little help. Around the beginning of noon, He Lian, Yun Yu, and Fong Xian arrived at the courtyard of the government office. Upon seeing Chai Yun Wang and the 2 others, they bowed in unison. "Lord Chai, esteemed lady, we see you have arrived early." Chai Yun Wang nodded and addressed the gathering. "Esteemed villagers, these 3 are the newly appointed county heads. Lord He Lian will oversee all matters. Lord Yun Yu will be in charge of supervision, and Lord Fong Xian will manage civil construction. All of you present here are the distinguished figures of Kaiyang County, and I urge you, Master Yin and Master Sikong, to collaborate and recommend suitable individuals to serve in the government office. Henceforth, it is imperative that Kaiyang County remains free from any disturbances or harm to the populace. Those who violate this mandate shall face the severe judgment of the county head, who is endowed with the authority to execute. Please spread this message. Those who practice martial arts must train diligently, refraining from bullying the weak or oppressing the common folk, and merchants must conduct their business fairly, paying only 2/3 of the original tax. The specific regulations will be determined by the new county head in conjunction with you, the esteemed families." Hearing Chai Yun Wang's declaration, the crowd felt reassured, realizing that the new county heads would not suppress them and that their opinions would be sought on various matters. Their faces brightened with joy that He Lian addressed the assembly. "We 3, having once served as border soldiers and now practitioners of martial arts, have been temporarily appointed as county heads to manage the affairs of Kaiyang County. We hope to govern well with the assistance of all esteemed villagers." Thus, the leaders of the 8 major martial arts families, led by Yin Wanzhao, and the heads of the 6 wealthy clans took turns to introduce themselves to He Lian and the others. Eventually, Yin Wanzhao and Sikong Jian escorted He Lian and the others into the county office to at that moment. Ai Xiaoyao as communication token rang. Upon answering, a male voice inquired, "Father, when will you return home?" "The renowned physician, National Dr. Shang Yong, has arrived and is quite displeased at your absence that I shall be home shortly. Please assure National Dr. Shang not to be upset. AI Xiaoyao replied before turning to Chai Yunwang. My lord, if there are no further matters, I would like to take my leave. Would that be acceptable? Certainly. Uncle, that I shall accompany you to see what ailment your esteemed wife suffers from. Chai Yunwang nodded in agreement. Chapter 057. How could it be that you simply walk away, my lord? You truly intend to attend to the illness of a commoner's wife. This is a tremendous opportunity for us. AI Xiaoyao exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Let us proceed. Chai Yunwang waved his hand. Thus, AI Xiaoyao led Chai Yunwang and the others toward his estate. En route, Chai Yunwang requested AI Xiaoyao not to disclose his true identity, instead referring to him as a traveling physician. After a little over half an hour, the four arrived at the AI family estate, located slightly southwest of the city. Upon entering the estate, they made their way directly to the West Hall, where they were immediately greeted by the faint sounds of a woman's moans that on one side. A middle-aged woman lay languidly on a recliner, her complexion waxen and her lips a shade of purple, her breath weak and her face contorted in pain. Beside her sat AI Xiaoyao's son, AI Yunlong and daughter, AI Jelly, both in their 20s. Gently massaging the woman's forehead, that in an armchair nearby sat an elderly man with graying hair and beard. Presumably the renowned physician, National Dr. Shang Yong, summoned from the capital of Qingshahan. Seeing his father, AI Yunlong immediately stood and exclaimed, Father, National Dr. Shang has been waiting for you for quite some time. Why have you only just returned? AI Xiaoyao quickly bowed to the elderly man. National Doctor, I was delayed by pressing matters, and I sincerely apologize. Please, I implore you to examine my wife at once. Shang Yong's expression darkened as he replied, AI family head, what could possibly be so urgent? Can you not discern between trivialities and matters of priority? No matter the situation, can anything surpass the urgency of treating your wife? Embarrassed, AI Xiaoyao stammered, I beg your pardon, National Doctor, but please attend to my wife's condition. Let me clarify. AI family head, I am a distinguished physician from the capital, and my consultation fees are substantial. Furthermore, since Kaiyang County has now come under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia dynasty, my services here are tantamount to working abroad, which entails a tenfold increase in fees. Consequently, the cost for my services and medication will be calculated at double the normal rates. Are you prepared to agree to this? Shang Yong insisted, prioritizing the financial arrangements before any medical treatment. National Doctor, as long as you can heal my wife, money is not a concern, AI Xiaoyao affirmed. Nodding, the AI family, being a prominent clan in Kaiyang County, certainly had the means to cover the treatment costs. Upon hearing AI Xiaoyao's pledge, Shang Yong finally stood and approached the recliner where AI's wife lay. AI Jilly quickly offered her seat to him. After taking a seat, Shang Yong began to take her pulse while observing her countenance. After a considerable time, he withdrew his hand and turned to AI Xiaoyao, stating, AI family head, your wife's condition is extremely grave. Allow me to be forthright. Had she received my treatment and medication 2 or 3 months ago, she could have lived at least 3 to 5 more years. However, now it is too late. If she takes my medicine, she will have only 1 month and 3 days to live. It is for you to decide whether to treat her or not. Should you choose not to administer my medicine, she will have merely 2 more days to live. Upon hearing this, AI's wife weakly interjected, Xiaoyao, Yunlong, Jelly, I have long known my time is short. There is no need for treatment. I merely wish to endure these last days in peace, that I ask there no way to ease my suffering, allowing me to depart this world without awareness. Mother, AI Yunlong and AI Jelly cried in unison, tears streaming down their faces, choking on their words to AI Xiaoyao. However, resolutely declared no. Even if it means living just 1 more day, we must pursue treatment. I must clarify further. The cost of my medicine in the capital is 30,000 taels of silver. Here, it is classified as an overseas consultation, and the fee will be no less than 100,000 taels, plus the consultation fee, totaling 110,000 taels in exchangeable silver notes. Shang Yong stated, ensuring the financial terms were clear before proceeding with any treatment. Even though the AI family was affluent, the exorbitant sum shocked everyone present. At AI's wife, upon hearing the price, said, then do not treat me. I would rather endure the pain of death than pay such a price. Hearing this, AI Xiaoyao hesitated as well. Observing AI Xiaoyao's indecision, Shang Yong added, AI family head, I have already diagnosed your wife. Should she choose not to take my medicine, you will still owe the consultation fee of 100,000 taels that I advise you to reconsider. At least the medicine would grant her an additional month of life. Upon hearing that not treating her would still incur a fee, AI Yunlong and AI Jelly were incensed, ready to voice their outrage when, unexpectedly, Chai Yunwang stepped forward, asking, "May I inquire, National Doctor, how long will it take for Madam AI to recover to her normal state if she were to take your medicine?" Shang Yong turned to Chai Yunwang and inquired, "And who might you be to the AI family? Your concern for my identity is unnecessary. Simply answer my question," Chai Yunwang replied, fixing his gaze on Shang Yong. "I have already stated that even with my medicine, Madam AI can only extend her life for a month at best. There is no guarantee of a complete recovery. She will merely begin to improve after 2 days, only to see her condition worsen again after 20 days, ultimately leading to her demise 1 month later," Shang Yong explained. "You claim to be a renowned physician, yet your prognosis appears rather dubious. I have studied medicine for a brief period under my master and possess a modicum of knowledge that in my opinion, Madam AI's condition is not as dire as you allege," Chai Yunwang remarked, his gaze unwavering. Infuriated, Shang Yong stood before Chai Yunwang, his expression darkened, and exclaimed, "You, a mere child, dare to question my medical expertise? I have practiced medicine for 50 years, treating tens of thousands of patients. How dare you challenge my skills?" "I am not questioning your skills. I merely believe you are a charlatan. You would only hasten her demise," Chai Yunwang retorted, his tone unyielding. "Very well, you little brat, if you can cure Madam AI, I shall waive my consultation fees and even pay you 10,000 taels." Shang Yong fumed. "Is that a promise? Have you prepared the 10,000 taels in silver notes?" Chai Yunwang replied with a smirk. 10,000. "I could readily offer 20,000, but if you fail to cure her, what then?" Shang Yong challenged. "My healing is immediate, unlike you, who requires time for gradual improvement. Should I succeed, you will be left with no recourse, having already taken your payment," Chai Yunwang asserted, his confidence unwavering. "How confident you are! Tell me, how long will it take for Madam AI to fully recover?" Shang Yong questioned, his ire palpable. Chai Yunwang proclaimed, "I can have Madam AI standing and walking as usual within the hour. As for how much longer she may live, that is not confined to your mere month." Chapter 058. A sudden departure from the AI family estate. Shang Yong, upon hearing this, erupted in fury and laughter, demanding, "How long will you extend her life? A year? 2? Or perhaps 10 or 8 years?" Chai Yunwang softly remarked, "I can ensure that she lives for at least another 30 years. His resolute statement initially startled the members of the AI family, both young and old, as well as their servants, but soon brought them a glimmer of hope. "Well, you boast so boldly. Young man, if what you say is true, I shall reward you with 200,000. However, should you fail to substantiate your claims, you will owe me 2 million, and the 100,000 consultation fee from the AI family must also be paid to me." As Shang Yong spoke, the veins on his forehead throbbed with tension. "Very well, esteemed Dr. Shang. Keep your eyes wide open and pay close attention to how I treat this patient," Chai Yunwang declared as he settled beside Madam AI. He then proceeded to take her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and inquired, "Madam, could you please describe your ailments?" In a faint voice, Madam AI replied, "I have a severe headache, as if something is gnawing at me. And I feel utterly fatigued, longing for sleep, yet unable to find rest. My stomach is perpetually hungry." Upon hearing her words, Chai Yunwang turned to AI Xiaoyao and asked, "Uncle AI, how long has Madam been suffering from this condition?" "If we were to discuss her illness, it has been over 6 months. Initially, the first 2 months went unnoticed, as we thought it was merely a common cold. However, 3 months ago, her condition suddenly worsened." Chai Yunwang continued, "What were the initial symptoms when the illness first manifested?" At this point, AI Jilly interjected, "On the day my mother first fell ill, she suffered from diarrhea." Upon hearing this, Chai Yunwang responded, "I have already diagnosed the cause and root of the madam's ailment. The initial diarrhea was due to the consumption of unsanitary food, leading to poisoning, which contained a parasitic worm that has long resided within her, draining her blood and causing her to become anemic. Brother Longzhong, is there any way you can extract that worm?" AI Jelly exclaimed with excitement. "Rest assured, Miss AI, I shall extract the worm shortly, Chai Yun-wang replied. Then turned to AI Yun-long, saying, Young Master AI, please assist your mother in sitting on the stool for convenience while I extract the worm, and also prepare a basin. After Chai Yun-wang's instructions, the AI siblings helped their mother sit upright on a square stool, while a maid quickly fetched a basin to stand by. Chai Yun-wang then positioned himself 3 feet behind Madame AI, bending slightly as he raised his palm. Soon, a subtle stream of energy emanated from his hand, striking Madame AI's back. Approximately half an hour later, Madame AI's complexion began to regain its color, her eyes sparkling with vitality. After a while, she suddenly felt a churn in her stomach, prompting her to retch. The maid present immediately offered the basin, and with a loud heave, Madame AI expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Another maid hurriedly presented a cup of water for her to rinse her mouth. At this juncture, Chai Yun-wang withdrew his hands, stood upright, and pointed at the dark blood in the basin, declaring, "Take a good look at what lies within." The maid placed the basin on the tea table and was about to inspect it with chopsticks when she suddenly noticed something wriggling within the dark blood. Moments later, a long, slender black worm began to crawl up the side of the basin. "What a long worm!" the maid gasped in shock. Chai Yun-wang pointed at the basin and explained, "This worm has been the source of Madame's troubles. I have successfully extracted it, and her condition is no longer critical. With a bit of medication, she shall fully recover at that moment." Madame AI spoke up, "Xianger, bring it closer for me to see." The sound of her voice, now bright and clear, filled everyone with joy. "Mother, does your head no longer ache? You can speak loudly again," the AI siblings exclaimed, their faces alight with happiness. "Yes, you need not support me, that I wish to see that vile worm and understand how it came to inhabit my body," Madame AI insisted. The maid presented the basin, and by now, the worm was nearly at the edge of the basin. AI Jelly, upon seeing it, seized a chopstick from the maid's hand and struck the worm with force. Chai Yun-wang cautioned, "This worm is not easily crushed. Better to burn it instead, that it has been residing in the blood vessels beneath Madame's head, feeding on her blood, which is the reason for her headaches. When it has had its fill and rests, she will no longer feel pain. At this moment, Shang Yong, who had been silent and in disbelief, exclaimed incredulously, "How can this be? You must have employed some sorcery to temporarily awaken the Madame. This is all an illusion, and that worm is merely a prop you conjured to deceive us. That if you claim that Madame is only temporarily revived, tell me, how long will it be before the truth reveals itself? A day? A month? Even a year?" Chai Yun-wang gazed intently at Shang Yong. "That I have practiced medicine for 60 years, independently for 50, and I have never witnessed such a miraculous event, where a person vomits a worm. Your lack of experience does not negate its existence. It merely indicates your limited perspective. That if you truly doubt my words, I suggest you refrain from returning to the capital as a physician and instead stay to see when Madame's ailment might resurface. If that occurs, you may find yourself residing in the AI household for decades." After saying this, Chai Yun-wang produced a black medicinal pill and handed it to AI Jelly, instructing, "Miss AI, please administer this pill to your mother." A maid promptly presented a cup of warm water, assisting Madame AI as she swallowed the pill. Before long, Madame AI's spirits lifted further, and she stood up, exclaiming with excitement, "Xiaoyao Longer Lily, I am well again. I can walk." With that, she took hold of her children's hands. Witnessing their mother's remarkable recovery, AI Xiaoyao joyfully called out to Chai Yun-wang, "Brother, you are indeed a true miracle worker." In his excitement, AI Xiaoyao nearly referred to him as Sir, quickly correcting himself with brother, leaving Yunlong and Jelly puzzled. "Father, why do you call the physician brother? Aren't we concerned about our ranks?" Meanwhile, Shang Yong, observing Madame AI's remarkable improvement, could only begrudgingly say, "You have played your cards well. Young man, here is a banknote for 200,000 from the Qingchahan National Bank. Dare I ask, what is your name?" Chai Yun-wang accepted the banknote, weighing it in his hand, and replied, "I am Chai Yun-wang, a wandering physician. You may wish to retire your title as a renowned doctor." With that, he waved dismissively at Shang Yong. Shang Yong, now deterred from demanding a consultation fee from AI Xiaoyao, hastily stowed his medical kit and, under the escort of Butler E, who had summoned him to the AI residence, departed in a fluster. Chapter 059. The inevitable retribution. At this moment, AI Xiaoyao turned to Chai Yun-wang, saying, Brother Chai, what is your fee for the consultation? I can have the accountant prepare the banknotes. Uncle AI, there is no need for that. Moreover, the 200,000 banknote from Shangyong belongs to you. I have no use for it upon my return to Liangzhou. I would prefer to give it to you. Chai Yin-Wang said, passing the banknote to AI Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. This gentleman has shown us immense kindness, saving my family. Yet if I give him the banknote, it serves no purpose for him. What should I do? Chai Yin-Wang, noticing AI Xiaoyao's contemplation, suggested, Uncle AI, simply spread the word about the benefits of the Huaxia dynasty. Encourage the newly annexed province's citizens to comply with the governance of the new county head. After considering this for a while, AI Xiaoyao replied, Brother Chai, I shall take the 100,000 consultation fee and, combined with your 200,000, seek to unite with other prominent families and martial clans to establish the Chai Charity Foundation, aimed at assisting the needy in Dong and Shiguanzhou, while promoting your noble medical ethics and extraordinary skills. That is a commendable idea. Fundraising should be voluntary, and you may discuss it with the new county head. However, in all public communications, you must refer to me simply as a wandering physician from the Huaxia dynasty who cured your mother's affliction, without revealing my true identity, that we should prepare to take our leave and return to Liangzhou. Chai Yin-Wang advised, and AI Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Chai, do not rush off just yet. Let us share a meal before we embark on our journey. Noticing the time, he realized it was already past noon, and they had missed lunch. Chai Yin-Wang accepted the invitation and followed the AI family to the dining hall. Having not shared a meal with her family in quite some time, Madame AI was in high spirits. Walking ahead, while AI Jelly lingered behind, whispering to Qintong, Sisters, are you the wives of Brother Longzhong? Both Qintong and El Shuyan smiled and nodded, prompting AI Jelly to glance at Chai Yin-Wang before addressing Qintong and El Shuyan. I envy you both. After lunch, the AI family bid farewell to Chai Yin-Wang and his companions as they exited the AI estate. Just as they took a few steps, AI Jelly hurried to catch up, asking Brother Longzhong, could you provide me with a means of contact? Chai Yin-Wang hesitated momentarily, but Qintong encouraged, Wang-gu, you should leave a way for Miss AI to reach you. Chai Yin-Wang, seeing the yearning in AI Jelly's eyes for future correspondence, ultimately produced a purple gold communication token that AI Jelly pressed her own token against it. And with reluctance, they watched as Chai Yin-Wang and his companions departed. Once outside the Kaigin County city, Chai Yin-Wang and his companions journeyed southward along the main road. Taking in the breathtaking landscapes. 5 days later, they arrived at the borders of the West Gate. Upon reaching the town of Shiguan, they found a throng gathered at the street entrance, accompanied by the pleas of a woman. Please, Yi San Xiaoye, do not strike me. If you do not comply with me, I shall kill your mother and sell you to a brothel, ensuring you suffer daily, came the menacing response upon hearing this. Chai Yin-Wang and 2 others hurried over, while Qintong shouted as she approached, what is going on? Is someone being unruly? The onlookers, hearing the inquiry, turned to look as Chai Yin-Wang and his companions drew near. The crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged woman of about 50, slumped on the ground, her face bruised and swollen, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Beside her was a tearful young girl of 18 or 19. Nestled close to the woman. What happened? Who did this? Chai Yin-Wang scanned the crowd. That it was this young master, a youth with a hawk-like nose and a few stray hairs on his chin sneered. Who beat her up for refusing to let her daughter marry me? Are you going to meddle in my affairs? Chai Yin-Wang retorted, does her daughter consent to the marriage? Why should I care if she consents? Any woman I desire will be mine. And you 2 lovely ladies, I have my eyes on you as well. You shall also become my women. Is that so? Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly? Chai Yin-Wang replied coolly. Hey, you must be an outsider. You don't know who I am. I am Yi Sanyong, the 3rd heir of the illustrious Yi family of Shiguan. That my father, Yi Bingren, is the head of the family. And my cousin Yi Zifan, son of my 2nd uncle Yi Haoyan, is a general at the border. Consider yourself lucky. Leave these 2 beauties with me and scram, or I will beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. After boasting, Yi Sanyong leered at Qintong and El Shuyan without restraint. Chai Yin-Wang exchanged a glance with the sisters, and Qintong stepped forward, asking, Young master, what is your name? If you wish for me to be yours. You wouldn't deny me knowing your name, would you? Ah, you are quite the sensible beauty. I am called Yi Sanyong. Come, follow me home, and tonight we shall celebrate our union." With that, and Qingtong suddenly seized Yi Sanyong by the neck, lifting him slightly off the ground, inducing a sensation of suffocation. That Yi Sanyang's followers rushed forward, but El Shilian swiftly struck out, sending 5 or 6 burly men tumbling to the ground, who then scrambled to their feet. Gazing at Qingtong and El Shilian in terror at this moment, Chai Yunwang produced a purple-gold communication token and sent a message to his cousin Yi Zifan, the captain of the border patrol. "Sir, is there something you need? Just command me. Brother Yi, do you have a cousin named Yi Sanyong? Indeed, he is my uncle's 3rd son. What of it? Has he caused trouble again? Your cousin is far beneath you. Today he, relying on your reputation as a border commander, attempted to forcibly take a woman in the street, and I happened upon the incident. What do you suggest I do? He is a disgrace to our family. Do not spare him out of familial loyalty. Dispose of him as you see fit." "Very well. Please inform your uncle that I shall kill him." The exchange was heard clearly by Yi Sanyong and his entourage, as well as the spectators, causing them to gasp in shock. Chai Yunwang pocketed the communication token and nodded at Qingtong. Shortly thereafter, Yi Sanyong flailed his arms, and a sickening crunch echoed from his neck. After discarding Yi Sanyang's lifeless body, Chai Yunwang addressed the group of fallen followers. "Take his body back and inform your master that if he seeks vengeance for his son, he should come to the yamen." The group dared not utter a word, hastily rising to carry their master's corpse away, while the onlookers murmured in admiration. This wicked young master has finally met his reckoning. Truly, evil deeds will be repaid. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the time is not yet right. Chapter 060. Let Master Dan Physician Miao Chunzi take a look. Meanwhile, the head of the Yi family received the message from Yi Zifan. His heart sinking in alarm that he wished to venture out to search for his son, but had no idea where the trouble had arisen, and with no one responding to his messages. He realized the gravity of the situation. Before long, a group of servants returned, carrying Yi Sanyang's corpse. Upon seeing his son's neck broken, it became clear that the assailant was a martial arts expert. The servants recounted Chai Yunwang's communication, relaying his message to Yi Bingren. The head of the Yi family listened intently to the servant's detailed account. Considering the warning from his nephew at the border, he pondered the situation and weighed the risks. Ultimately, he dared not report the incident to the yamen. Understanding that the perpetrator had a formidable background, he suppressed his grief and rage, muttering, "The revenge for my son's death shall be a matter of utmost importance." After watching the group carry away Yi Sanyang's body, Chai Yunwang approached the injured mother and daughter, bending down to inquire, "Madam, may we examine your injuries?" The young girl immediately knelt, saying, "Thank you, young master, and the 2 sisters for saving us. I, Yun Yin, have no way to repay you. I will serve you in my next life as a beast of burden." "Miss Yun, you are too kind," Chai Yunwang replied, then turned to Qingtong, saying, "Qingtong, please attend to the elder's wounds." And Qingtong nodded and knelt beside the woman to assess her injuries. Aside from superficial facial wounds, the elder's right forearm was fractured, and there was a break in her left calf. After examining her, and Qingtong skillfully manipulated the fractured areas, applying gentle pressure with her palms. The elder's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "My leg and arm no longer hurt. Thank you, young lady, for healing my broken limbs. May I ask for your names?" "Madam, there is no need for thanks. I am in Qingtong. This is my senior brother, the wandering physician Chai Yunwang, and she is my sister, El Shilian. Rest at home for a few days, and you will be well." Thus, the name of wandering physician Chai Yunwang spread throughout the folk of Shiguan Prefecture and the surrounding areas, renowned as a miraculous healer capable of bringing the dead back to life. Just as Chai Yunwang and his companions prepared to continue their journey, and Qingtong's communication token suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, she saw it was a message from her cousin, Ji Shanshan. She hastily connected, only to hear a deep male voice. "You have half an hour to arrive at Heixia Valley, or prepare to collect your beloved's corpse." The line went dead. Upon hearing this message, Chai Yunwang urgently inquired, "Qingtong, whose message is this? What has happened?" "It's from my cousin, but it's not her voice." "Then you must quickly ask uncle and what is going on." Qingtong promptly sent a message to Yuan, who soon replied, "Qingtong, where are you and Wangzi? Our pharmacy is in trouble. This afternoon, a few individuals came demanding the formula for the Jingyang pill. And when we refused, they took your cousin away, insisting on a trade for her. What? They took my cousin. Where's Xiaobai? Why didn't T stop them? He disappeared early this morning. I don't know where he went. Understood that we must find a way to rescue my cousin. After their communication, Chai Yun Wang and the others understood that someone had kidnapped Ji Shanshan to threaten in Jitong. Now, they were nearly 1,000 miles away in Shiguan Prefecture, and half an hour would be impossible to cover, Dadayin Qingtong remarked. Wangzi, what should we do? My cousin is in danger. Heixia Valley is in the Liangzhou and Tianzhou intersecting Liangtian Mountain, which is 1,000 miles away. El Shilian suggested. Ren Xingdao is closer to Heixia Valley. We must send him ahead to assess the situation. Chai Yinwang nodded. Very well. You sent a message to Ren Xingdao, asking him to take a few brothers and head over there to stabilize the situation until we arrive. El Shilian immediately sent a message to Ren Xingdao, who responded, Sister-in-law, what is the matter? Are you and the elder brother returning to Liangzhou? We are on our way back. A physician from Jitong, Qingtong's cousin, has been kidnapped. You must take a few brothers and reach Heixia Valley within half an hour to stabilize the situation until we arrive. Who dares to kidnap someone from Jitong? Are they tired of living? I will rush over immediately. At this moment, in the Yuan Chuntang of Liangzhou City, the attending physician Yuan Dewan was feeling quite pleased with himself. Over a month ago, he had lost to Chai Yun Wang, a disciple of Jitong, in a medical contest and had been forced to pay a hefty sum of 200,000 after failing to seek justice. He lost $1 million, harboring a grudge. Learning that the miraculous pill Chai Yun Wang had used was the legendary Jingyang pill from the family's ancestral recipe, he sought revenge. 3 days prior, he divulged this information to Dong Changyun, the leader of the Dong family sect, hoping to reignite the conflict between Dong Changyun and Chai Yun Wang, a leader of a martial arts family. Dong Changyun understood the significance of the Jingyang pill to a martial artist. Thus, he feigned the need for medical assistance and visited in Jitong. 2 days prior, Dong Changyun arrived at Jitong, and upon seeing in Yuan, he inquired, is the esteemed sect leader here for treatment? Doctor, I heard you possess a miraculous medicine, the Jingyang pill. Could I purchase some? My medicine is for healing. If you are not gravely ill, it would be of no use to you. It is not the Jingyang pill you are seeking. Doctor, please show me one. Dong Changyun insisted. Very well, I shall show you. Yuan replied, retrieving a black Jingyang pill from the jar. Upon seeing the black color, which did not match the legendary green, Dong Changyun took it, inhaling its potent medicinal aroma, and then asked, Doctor, how much for this pill? And Yuan, not thinking too deeply, casually replied, for patients, it generally ranges from 8,000 to 10,000 taels. You may decide. Here is 100,000 taels. This pill is mine. Dong Changyun, while speaking, handed the banknote to Yuan and then promptly departed from Anji Hall. Upon returning to the sect, Dong Changyun summoned several esteemed elders to deliberate on the Heijing Dan. The group examined and smelled the Dan, ultimately feeling that it bore a resemblance to the legendary Jingyang Dan, yet was not quite the same. After a considerable amount of time, Dong Chongqing remarked, Elder brother, we are unable to discern its authenticity. Let us take it to Heixia Valley and have the adept of the Dan drug family, Miao Chunzi, identify it. He will surely recognize it. The Miao family, renowned for their alchemical prowess, produced various Dan each year to sell to many martial practitioners and pharmacies, though the quality was not exceptionally high and the efficacy merely average. They amassed considerable wealth. Dong Chongzai concurred. Indeed, Miao Chunzi will undoubtedly recognize it. That it is said that he has surpassed the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm and may have even reached the zenith of the Tianzun realm, or possibly higher. Chapter 061. Do you seek medical consultation? Dong Changyun nodded. Then let us make a trip to Heixia Valley and allow Master Dan Miao Chunzi to have a look. The following day, at approximately 3/4 past the hour of the snake, the three brothers Dong Changyun set off towards the Heixia Valley in the Liangtian mountain range. That be by the time the clock struck noon. They arrived at the entrance of Heixia Valley, where the guard stationed there stepped forward to obstruct their passage, inquiring, Who are you? Entry into Heixia Valley is prohibited. This young man here is Dong Changyun from the Liangzhou martial arts family. I come to visit Valley Master Miao Chunzi on a matter of importance. Please inform him. The guards questioned, Are those from the martial arts family seeking Dan drugs? Our Dan are distributed from the valley. There is no need to enter for purchase, that we are not here to purchase Dan, but have other urgent matters to discuss with Valley Master Miao. Dong Changyan clarified once more. The guard scrutinized the three brothers again. And after a brief moment, one of them said, "Please wait here, that I will report to the Valley Master and see if he is willing to meet with you." "Very well, we shall wait here. Kindly convey to Valley Master Miao that we have exceedingly important matters to discuss with him," Dong Changyan reiterated. The guard then made his way into the valley, after a span of time equivalent to half a stick of incense. A communication talisman belonging to another guard at the entrance trembled, and upon retrieval, an elderly voice emanated from it. "Guchuan, bring those individuals at the entrance to the assembly hall." "Yes, Valley Master. I shall escort them immediately." Guchuan stowed away the communication talisman and led Dong Changyan and his brothers deeper into the valley. After traversing a narrow path for about half an hour, they arrived at a spacious area adorned with more than 10 independent pavilions. Guchuan guided them to an eastern pavilion, where they were met with the inscription "Assembly Hall," elegantly carved in gilded characters above the entrance. Two attendants stood guard at the entrance, and, upon seeing Guchuan arrive with the guests, said, "Junior brother Gu, you may return to the entrance." Turning to Dong Changyan and his brothers, they added, "Masters, please enter." Upon entering the hall, they beheld 3 venerable elders with white beards and hair, each appearing to be in their 60s or 70s. Among them sat the Valley Master, Miao Chunzi. To his left was his second brother, Miao Xiazi, and to his right sat his third brother, Miao Chuzai. Miao Chunzi scrutinized the 3 visitors, inquiring, "What are your names? What brings you to my Heixia Valley?" "I am Dong Changyan from the Liangzhou martial arts family, along with my younger brothers Dong Changqing and Dong Changzai. We seek to consult Master Dan Miao regarding a matter of significance to so it is the esteemed Dong sect master visiting. What is it you wish to discuss?" Miao Chunzi said, clasping his hands respectfully from his position in the grand chair. "I possess a single Jinyang Dan and am uncertain of its authenticity. I have come specifically to seek guidance from Valley Master Miao," Dong Changyan said, stepping forward to present the Heijing Dan. At the mention of the Jinyang Dan, Miao Chunzi and his brothers involuntarily shuddered, their expressions revealing a mixture of astonishment and skepticism, for they were acutely aware that the Jinyang Dan was a coveted elixir among martial practitioners. Dong Changyan approached closer, producing a small transparent vial the size of a fingertip to present it. Miao Chunzi accepted the vial, pouring the Heijing Dan into the palm of his hand, while Miao Xiazi and Miao Chuzai leaned in to inspect it closely. The Dan glistened with a deep sheen of black, and upon closer examination, it was indeed a remarkable Dan. When compared to the ones they had crafted, it was clearly superior to the as they inhaled its aroma. They noted the rich medicinal scent, far exceeding the quality of their own creations. However, they could not definitively ascertain that it was the legendary Jinyang Dan after a lengthy examination. Miao Xiazi turned to Dong Changyan and asked, "Sect Master Dong, from where did you acquire this Dan? I heard from a physician named Yuan Dewan that Anji Hall possessed a miraculous Dan known as the Jinyang Dan, capable of reviving the deceased. I visited Anji Hall to consult with an Yuan, and upon inspection, found it inconsistent with the legends, thus purchasing it for 10,000 taels of silver, hoping to have it identified by your esteemed family. Based on my generations of alchemical experience, I can assure you that while this is indeed an excellent Dan, it is not the Jinyang Dan. However, I suspect that the alchemist may lack sufficient martial prowess, leading to an undercooked product, a mere half-finished Jinyang Dan. If we had the recipe, we could surely produce the authentic Jinyang Dan ourselves," Miao Chunzi stated, his gaze fixated on the Heijing Dan in his hand. "And Yuan is a learned physician and lacks martial skills. He would not be capable of crafting such a Dan. It is highly likely that his disciple, a formidable warrior, was responsible for it, having easily bested my peak Xuanwu realm disciple. From my observations, he may have surpassed the pinnacle of the earth martial realm, reaching beyond the Tianwu realm." Dong Changyan recounted a recent encounter with Chai Yunwan. Omitting many details, To created Dan of this caliber. One must be at least in the late stages of the Tianwu realm, indicating that his cultivation is likely at the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm or on the verge of breaking through. Upon hearing Miao Chunzi's analysis, Dong Changyan suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Recently, Anji Hall had been closed for several days, seemingly related to some ancient medical tome he possessed. Ever since he inexplicably took on a disciple named Chai Yunwan, Anji Hall reopened for consultations." Miao Chunzi pondered, "If I were to obtain the recipe for the Jinyang Dan and produce it, it could fetch upwards of 100 to 200,000 for a single piece. With martial practitioners clamoring to purchase. With this thought in mind, he said, Sect Master Dong, please take me to Anji Hall. Are you intending to procure the recipe from an Yuan? Dong Chengyan inquired that no, I plan to buy the recipe from an Yuan. Miao Chunzi clarified. Very well. We shall take you to Anji Hall in Liangzhou. As Dong Chengyan prepared to exit, Miao Xiaozi interjected, Elder brother, you need not go personally. My third brother, and I can handle it. Indeed, you should set off immediately and find a way to acquire the recipe. Miao Chunzi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Miao Xiaozi and Miao Chuzai exited the assembly hall and suddenly soared into the air. The Dong brothers, upon witnessing this, understood that the Miao brothers were capable of flight, while they lacked such prowess, and thus resorted to utilizing a branch to perform a rudimentary form of sword flight. The five of them soared through the skies like clouds, reaching the heights above Liangzhou City in half an hour, before descending to the ground and heading straight for Anji Hall. After lunch, Anji Hall was experiencing a lull, with Ji Shanshan and Nizi tidying up the medicinal cabinets while Yuan and his three disciples perused medical tomes. Dong Chongyun and his companions entered the hall, prompting Yuan to look up and ask, Sect Master Dong, do you seek medical consultation? Chapter 062. Leave before Dong Chongyun could respond. Miao Xiaozi produced the Dan vial and declared, in Longzhong, let us speak plainly. We have come to purchase the recipe for this Dan. Name your price. I will not haggle a single coin. Who are you to seek the recipe for this medicine? And Yuan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Dong Chongyun, that we are from the Miao family's Dan drug lineage in Heixia Valley. Miao Xiaozi stated unabashedly, apologies, but I do not possess the recipe for this Dan, and thus cannot sell it to you. And Yuan replied calmly, then from where did you acquire this Dan? Surely you do not intend to withhold the recipe from us? Miao Chuzai interjected. This Dan was delivered to me for resale by a Taoist named Han Shuzi. Whether he possesses the recipe, I cannot say, and Yuan responded. Han Shuzi. Where can he be found? You must contact him at once. Miao Xiaozi insisted, his brow furrowed with suspicion, that he is a wandering Taoist. How could I possibly reach him? He periodically delivers Dan to me and collects payment in silver, and Yuan continued to converse with Miao Xiaozi. After a moment of contemplation, Miao Xiaozi proposed, I refuse to believe you cannot contact Han Shuzi. I shall take your daughter to Heixia Valley, and we will have Han Shuzi bring the recipe to redeem her. As he spoke, he stepped forward and seized Ji Shanshan, mistakenly believing her to be in Qingtong. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through Yuan and his wife, prompting Nizi and the others to urgently interject. You cannot do this. Otherwise, our son-in-law will not spare you upon his return. Your son-in-law? Who is your son-in-law? Is it that Han Shuzi? Miao Qiuji turned her head to glance at Nizi and said. Miao Xiaozi dragged along what he believed to be in Qingtong, who was actually Ji Shanshan, and exited the pharmacy. Immediately, they soared into the air. Miao Qiuji followed suit, reaching out to grasp Ji Shanshan's other arm. Thus, the two of them took Ji Shanshan aloft, flying away. This scene utterly terrified the Yuan couple, who were aghast within, thinking, such a devil, even with Wang Zai present, could not rescue Shanshan. Dong Chongyun observed that Miao Xiaozi had abandoned them, taking Ji Shanshan to fly away alone, indicating that he did not want them to follow. He turned back and said, in Longzhong, you should promptly contact Han Shuzi. Alas, where has your disciple gone? Our son-in-law is out on business. And Yuan replied, Dong Lao Tu, let me tell you, the ones who abducted Miss Biao are those you brought here. If anything happens to Miss Biao, our son-in-law will flay you alive. Nizi suddenly interjected upon hearing this. Dong Chongyun realized that the situation was amiss and hurriedly left in Jitong, leaving Yuan and his wife lamenting. What should we do? If we cannot contact Wang Zai, what can we do? Nizi quickly suggested. The young lady and the son-in-law have gone to Shiguan. Send a message to inquire about her whereabouts and whether she can return to save her dada. I am truly frantic. And Yuan said, pulling out a communication token. However, after several attempts to contact in Qingtong, there was no response, clearly indicating a lack of signal. Seeing this, Nizi said, let us go to the L family. Lord L may be able to reach Miss L San. However, since the son-in-law has gone to Shiguan, even if we reach her, we cannot know when she will return. Regardless, we should first go to the L family and ask Lord L for assistance in contacting Miss L to see if we can find Wang Zai. Saying this, and Yuan stepped out of the pharmacy, with Madame and stumbling along behind. An Yuan instructed Chun Yuan and the other 3 disciples to remain at the pharmacy while he, his wife, and Nizi made their way to the L family. Upon arrival, the third master L Jinren immediately sent a message to L Shilian, but the result was the same. No connection could be made. He could only say, "In Longzhong, you all should return to Njitong and wait. Once I establish contact, I will certainly inform Wang Zai of the situation." Thus, the 3 of them had no choice but to return to Njitong. Before half an hour had passed, Miao Xiazi and Miao Qiuji returned to Heixia Valley with the supposed Njitong. The Miao brothers dragged Ji Shanshan into the conference hall, where Miao Chunzi was dozing in a Grandmaster's chair. Upon hearing someone enter, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Second brother, third brother, why have you brought a girl back? This girl is Yuan's daughter." He refused to hand over the prescription, so I captured his daughter to compel him to surrender it for her release. Miao Xiazi explained. Upon hearing this, Ji Shanshan remained silent, though a hint of fear lingered in her heart. She could only watch the unfolding events, knowing her uncle would surely find a way to save her. "Missin, tell me the truth, did I ask your father lying? The prescription is in your home, and the one who refined the elixir is your husband," Miao Qiuji said, his eyes wide open to Ji Shanshan, realizing that Miao Qiuji and the others had mistaken her for Njitong. Decided to play along, saying no. The elixir was refined by Han Shuzi. The Ji Shanshan refrained from revealing the truth. "You refuse to speak the truth, do you?" Miao Qiuji declared, tearing apart Ji Shanshan's outer garment, "that if you do not speak the truth, I shall strip you of your clothing." He reached out again to grab at Ji Shanshan's attire. This frightened Ji Shanshan immensely, and she hurriedly said, "If you want me to speak, I will. The elixir was refined by my Wangge." Upon hearing this, Miao Chunzi remarked, "So, the prescription for the elixir is with him?" Ji Shanshan had heard Njitong mention the situation regarding the prescription, and, helplessly, she divulged originally it was with him, but now the prescription is no longer available. Why is it no longer available? The 3 Miao brothers simultaneously turned their gaze toward the supposed Njitong. Wang Ge memorized the prescription and then burned the original. The 3 Miao brothers widened their eyes in shock. After a while, Miao Qiuji seized Ji Shanshan again and commanded, "Produce the communication token and immediately contact your husband." The Ji Shanshan had no token from Chai Yinwang, so she could only contact her cousin in Qingtong. After Ren Xingdao received the message from El Shilian, in order to save time and due to the inconvenience of looking for others, he immediately took Ren Yuan and his second uncle Ren Bantong, and the 3 of them soared into the air, heading towards Liangtian mountain range. Since Ren Yuan's cultivation was only at the late stage of Earth Martial Realm, she could not fly alone and had to be carried by her brother and uncle. Originally, they could have arrived in half an hour, but it took a full half hour before they reached the entrance of Heixia Valley. The valley entrance, Gu Chuan and several others saw 2 men and a woman approaching with a menacing aura and speculated, could it be that they have come to redeem someone so swiftly? Ren Xingdao stepped forward to the valley entrance. Ji Chuan extended his hand to block him, about to speak, when Ren Xingdao swiftly slapped him while shouting, "Get lost!" Gu Chuan instantly fell back, spitting blood as he rose to his feet and shouted to the others, "What are you waiting for? Sound the alarm." A portly man hurriedly fired a red flare into the sky. Soon, Ren Xingdao and the others arrived at the open area within the valley, where hundreds of men and women had already gathered. In the center sat 3 elders, and not far to the left, Ji Shanshan was bound and sitting on the ground, flanked by 2 burly guards. The 3 of them stopped about 5 or 6 zhang away from the 3 elders. Miao Qiuji appraised Ren Xingdao and the others and said, "Kid, not too shabby, you came quite quickly." Saying this, he casually tossed an object that flew straight towards Ren Xingdao. Ren Xingdao caught it and saw that it was a piece of yellow paper wrapped around a pin. Just as he was puzzled, Miao Qiuji said, "Kid, write it down. Write out the prescription for the Jingyang Dan, and you can take your wife home." Upon hearing this, Ren Xingdao was momentarily bewildered, but soon he understood. They had mistaken him for Chai Yinwang. Realizing this, he said, "Oh, you have captured Missin, but you have seized the wrong person. She is not Missin at all." "What? She is not Missin? Who is she?" Miao Xiazi and Miao Qiuji were taken aback simultaneously. "She is Ji Miss, disciple of Enlongzhong, that I do not care who she is, that if you do not produce the prescription for the Jingyang Dan, no one will leave this Heixia Valley." Miao Chunzi glared at Ren Xingdao and the others. "For some trivial prescription, you dare to abduct people and threaten us?" I am sorry, but I know nothing of your Jingyang Dan and cannot write any prescription. Do you expect me to randomly concoct a list of ingredients for you? Upon hearing this, the three brothers Miao's expressions changed drastically. Kid, if you refuse to speak the truth, do you wish to die here? Ren Yuanyuan laughed, saying, Old man, who dies and who lives is yet to be determined. Miao Qiuji snorted coldly and said, You two insignificant earth martial realm cultivators and a little girl dare to act recklessly in my alchemical family, without me needing to lift a finger. Even my 300 disciples could turn you into mush. As these words fell, the surrounding crowd immediately closed in, with dozens of elders rushing to the front, each having reached at least the mid-stage of Heaven Martial Realm. And two had already attained the peak of Heaven Martial Realm. Seeing this formidable array, Ren Xingdao felt a twinge of fear in his heart. Among the three, only his second uncle Ren Bantong had reached the peak of Heaven Martial Realm, while he himself was only at the mid-stage, and his sister could not even break through to the peak of Earth Martial Realm. Just as these martial artists were drawing closer, Ji Shanshan shouted from a distance, All of you, get away, he is not my husband. He is Ren Dage. Upon hearing this, Miao Chunzi fixed his gaze on Ren Xingdao and asked, What? You are not that Chai fellow. You did not even ask who I was. Yet you inexplicably demanded I write some prescription. Did I not tell you? I know nothing of your Jingyang Dan. The Miao brothers finally realized they had mistaken him for someone else. Their expressions darkened as they said, You are not Chai Yinwang. What business do you have here? Do you not know that anyone who intrudes upon my Heixia Valley meets only with death? Humph, you are quite bold to dare to capture someone from a Jitong. My brother is coming, and if anything happens to Ji Miss before he arrives, your alchemical family will cease to exist. Ren Xingdao surveyed the three elders. What is your name? You dare to convey messages for that Chai kid? I am Ren Xingdao, the young master of the Liangzhou martial arts family. That my brother is unable to arrive in time. But if you harm Miss Ji before he comes, your alchemical family will no longer exist. Upon hearing this, Miao Chunzi knew that the Ren family of Liangzhou had profound roots, but he also felt confident as all three of them had reached the Heaven Sovereign Realm and could easily eliminate anyone beneath them. Thus, he was neither afraid nor intimidated by Ren Xingdao's threats. He stretched his neck, looking at Ren Xingdao and the others, and said, Are you threatening me? Fine. Not only will I dare to harm your so-called Miss Ji, but I will also capture all three of you and wait for Chai Yinwang to arrive, so he can write out the prescription for the Jingyang Dan before I execute all of you. After Miao Chunzi spoke, the other two, Miao Xiaozi and Miao Qiuji, swiftly approached Ren Xingdao and his companions. Before Ren Xingdao and his uncle could react, they were firmly restrained, unable to move, illustrating the vast power disparity between the Heaven Sovereign Realm and the Heaven Martial Realm. Just as Ren Yuanyuan was about to retaliate, Miao Xiaozi lightly struck her, rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, individuals arrived with ropes, suspending the three men from a gnarled tree at the edge of the arena, while Ji Shanshan was taken away to be bound to the trunk. After Miao Chunzi secured Ren Xingdao and the others in their bindings, he immediately instructed his 300 disciples to conceal themselves. The three brothers then moved a Grandmaster's chair to the front of the gnarled tree, creating distance as they seated themselves in a row, facing the entrance of the plaza. After approximately half an hour, three figures emerged on the path leading to the plaza, swiftly approaching. It was Chai Yinwang, and Qingtong, and El Xiulian. They halted at a distance of 5 or 6 zhang before Miao Chunzi and his brothers. The three brothers scrutinized the two women and one man before them, noting that they did not resemble martial artists. To avoid any further misunderstanding, Miao Chunzi inquired, Who might you three be? Chai Yinwang glanced at the three elders, his gaze shifting to the three men suspended from the tree and Ji Shanshan bound to the trunk, that a surge of fury welled within him as he retorted, Did you not summon me to negotiate for their release? Are you oblivious to my identity? You are indeed Chai Yinwang. Miao Qiuko pressed further. Yes, why have you captured the people from Jitong? Release them at once, Chai Yinwang demanded, gesturing towards Ren Xingdao and the others. Release them, but first, you must provide us with the formula for the Jingyang Dan, Miao Qiuko replied, tossing a piece of paper and a pen towards Chai Yinwang. Chai Yinwang caught it with an outstretched hand, stating, You desire the formula for the Jingyang Dan. Of course, only we, the alchemical family, can concoct the true Jingyang Dan. Hurry and write down the formula, Miao Chunzi insisted. Are you saying that if I provide you with the Jingyangdan formula, you will let us leave this wretched place? Chai Yinwang asked, revealing no trace of a martial artist's dominance. Naturally. Now write it down, Miao Kyuko urged. Chai Yinwang ceased his verbal sparring, unfurling the yellow paper and laying it on the ground. Without a moment's thought, he hastily scribbled the names of 39 medicinal ingredients, including angelica, ginseng, and polygonum multiflorum, before retracting the paper and pen, tossing it back to Miao Chunzi. Upon receiving it, Miao Chunzi unfolded the paper, with Miao Xiaozi and Miao Kyuko hurriedly approaching to examine it. They noted that the first 4 or 5 ingredients were commonplace, that as they continued to scrutinize the list, they discovered that the remaining 30 or so ingredients were exceedingly rare, particularly dragon bone, thousand-year snake gall, and bear demon teeth, which were nearly impossible to procure. In truth, the ingredients Chai Yinwang had written were merely what he presumed. None were actually required for the Jingyangdan formula. Seeing that Miao Chunzi and the others were absorbed in the formula, Chai Yinwang grew impatient and exclaimed, "Hey, keep the formula for later, but quickly release the captives." Miao Chunzi glanced up at Chai Yinwang and waved his hand, commanding, "Bring them forth." At once, a throng of individuals surged from various lofts, brandishing swords and knives, charging toward Chai Yinwang and his companions. Chai Yinwang's brow furrowed as he remarked, "You 3 old codgers, are you toying with me?" "We're indeed toying with you. And what of it?" Miao Chunzi and his brothers appeared quite pleased with themselves as they spoke. The 300 disciples emerged from their hiding spots, prompting Chai Yinwang to bellow, "Kill!" and Qingtong and El Shulian stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and strikes. Chai Yinwang, however, merely raised a hand and swept it toward the gnarled tree, causing the suspended Run Xingdao and the others to plummet to the ground as the ropes binding them instantly snapped. The already awakened Run Yuanyuan hastily stood and rushed to free Ji Shanshan. The foremost 10 or so individuals were sent flying by Qingtong and El Shulian's onslaught, who then charged headlong into the throng of 300. The sisters fought with fists and palms flying, advancing with remarkable speed, as if in an unchallenged domain. The sounds of clashing blows soon gave way to the cries of the injured. At this juncture, Miao Chunzi and his brothers could no longer remain seated. In an instant, half of their 300 disciples had been either killed or wounded. Miao Kyuko leaped forward, targeting El Shulian, while Chai Yinwang swiftly raised a hand, sending Miao Kyuko hurtling back at that moment. Ren Xingdao and the others surged into the fray, joining forces with Qingtong and El Shulian in pursuit of the alchemical family. Miao Chunzi and his brothers could hardly fathom Chai Yinwang's ferocity. Miao Kyuko, a mid-stage Tianzuan realm expert, was effortlessly dispatched by a mere child of not yet 20, crashing to the ground and spewing blood. Rendered incapable of further combat, Miao Chunzi and Miao Xiaozi exchanged glances, both leaping into action, launching a powerful punch that in an instant, 2 massive fist shadows, one to the left and one to the right, struck toward Chai Yinwang's chest. Chai Yinwang deftly evaded, soaring 3 zhang away, creating a thunderous sound as he sent dust flying, leaving behind a sizable crater. Undeterred by their initial failure, the Miao brothers joined forces once more, this time with all their might. Yet, Chai Yinwang skillfully dodged again, igniting the brothers' fighting spirit. This boy was not particularly formidable, merely adept at evasion. Exchanging a knowing glance, Miao Xiaozi struck first with a punch. As Chai Yinwang swiftly darted aside, Miao Kyuko unleashed a lightning-fast palm strike. Miao Xiaozi's first punch fell short, but she followed with another rapid strike. A shadow of a palm descended upon Chai Yinwang. A punch shadow followed closely behind. This time, Chai Yinwang remained motionless, raising his arm to deflect the blow. Instantly, the shadows of Miao Xiaozi and Miao Kyuko's punches dissipated, producing 2 resounding thuds as their arms were sent flying 3 zhang away. Both brothers stood in shock, realizing they had inadvertently kicked an iron plate and landed themselves in grave trouble. They turned to flee, but Chai Yinwang was unwilling to grant them that opportunity. With a swift downward strike, a colossal shadow of a palm descended upon them. With a single, anguished cry, the 2 became nothing more than pools of blood. And when they turned to look for Miao Kyuko, he had already vanished without a trace. That moment, the 300 disciples of the alchemical family lay lifeless, while Ren Xingdao and the others approached Chai Yinwang, the Ji Shanshan, witnessing the cessation of conflict. hurried to Qingtong's side and exclaimed in astonishment, "Cousin, you are truly impressive. In just over 10 days, how have you become such a formidable martial artist?" Wang Ge is a martial arts master, and both Xiuyin and I are his students. "Cousin, you have endured much on my behalf." And Qingtong replied, "It's nothing that I am grateful to you and Wang Zai for coming to my rescue," Ji Shanshan said, glancing towards Chai Yunwang. Chai Yunwang shook his head, stating, "No need for thanks. You bore the brunt of the suffering for Qingtong, that I failed to protect you and allowed you to be frightened. It was my duty to rescue you at all costs." Ren Xingdao stepped forward, saying, "Elder brother, this is my second uncle, Ren Bantong." Chai Yunwang turned to face Ren Bantong, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, second uncle, for your assistance." Ren Bantong wore an expression of deep remorse as he replied, "I am ashamed. Today my uncle and I have brought disgrace upon the Ren family. Had it not been for young Master Chai's arrival, we would likely have perished in this dark canyon." Chai Yunwang shook his head, saying, "Second uncle, do not speak in such a manner. After all, those 3 old men were experts of the Tianzun realm, beyond your capacity to contend with." Upon hearing Chai Yunwang reveal that the Miao brothers were experts of the Tianzun realm, Ren Bantong and his nephew were taken aback, contemplating. If 3 old Westerners could not contend with Chai Yunwang, heavens, what sort of prodigy is he? To possess such terrifying martial prowess, could he have reached the pinnacle of the Tiandi realm? Ren Yuan, still in shock, turned to Qingtong and El Xiuyin, saying, "Qingtong, Sister Xiuyin, I had no idea you had not practiced martial arts. How is it that in just over 10 days your martial prowess has grown so formidable? Perhaps even elder brother and second uncle cannot match your strength." El Xiuyin smiled warmly. "This is a secret, but I can reveal a little. It is as Qingtong mentioned, it was taught by Wang Ge." Upon hearing this, Ren Yuan eagerly called out to Chai Yunwang, "Elder brother, could you teach me as well? How can I enhance my martial prowess in such a short time?" Chai Yunwang chuckled and replied, "You have all worked hard today, that I have a few pills that will aid in enhancing your cultivation. Here, take these 3 green jingdan, 1 for each of you." Ren Bantong examined one closely, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this not the legendary Jingyang Dan?" Chai Yunwang nodded. "You could say that, but it is not the highest quality." Ren Xingdao added, "Elder brother, you truly possess the formula for the Jingyang Dan. However, you gave it to Miao Kyuko, and he has fled. Won't he be able to concoct it in the future?" "Do not worry, Ringo. Even if Miao Kyuko were to refine it until his death, he would never succeed in producing the Jingyang Dan," Chai Yunwang assured, then pointed at the green Jingdan in Ren Bantong's and his nephew's hands, instructing, "Take these home, and after dinner tonight, swallow them with warm water. After half an hour, practice as usual for 2 hours. After 3 consecutive nights of practice, you may notice some changes in your cultivation." Just then, El Xiuyin's communication talisman trembled, prompting her to retrieve it. Upon seeing that it was a message from her mother, she connected the call, and an anxious voice immediately filled the air. "Xiuyin, where are you and Wang Zai? Miss Ji from Injitong has been abducted." It turned out that the Yuan couple had been trying to reach El's family for news, but had been unable to contact Chai Yunwang. After departing, El San's wife had been sending messages to her daughter at intervals. And this time, she finally succeeded. "Mother, we are aware. We have already rescued Miss Ji." El Xiuyin replied that that's good to hear. "Have Qingtong sent a message to Di or to An to assure him of our safety, so they do not become anxious?" El San's wife instructed. "Understood. We will return shortly." After El Xiuyin finished speaking, she put away the communication token. Subsequently, Chai Yunwang and the others ceased to concern themselves with the corpses littering the ground. And Qingtong and El Xiuyin each grasped one of Ji Shanshan's arms and ascended into the air. Meanwhile, Ren Xingdao and his uncle, Ren Bantong, lifted Ren Yuan and soared into the sky as well, with Chai Yunwang following the 6 of them in flight. Half an hour later, the group of 7 descended on the outskirts of Liangzhou City and then proceeded home on foot, after parting ways with Chai Yunwang and the others. El Xiuyin returned alone to the El residence, while Chai Yunwang escorted in Qingtong and Ji Shanshan back to Injitong. Upon seeing her niece return safely, Madame and scrutinized Ji Shanshan, observing that aside from her tattered outer clothing, she bore no other injuries, which alleviated her concerns significantly. She then inquired how the clothing had been torn. Ji Shanshan recounted the events, and Chai Yunwang understood that Ji Shanshan had spoken the truth only under duress. and that she had been able to send a message to Qingtong, thus securing timely rescue. The following day, Chai Yunwang, feeling unoccupied, decided to refine pills for the third time to alongside Qingtong, prepared the medicinal materials. Transporting all 24 ingredients required for crafting the top-tier Jingyang Dan to the alchemy room. After setting up the furnace, Chai Yunwang closed the door to commence his alchemical work. Shortly after starting, Ren Xingdao and his sister Ren Yuanyin arrived at Jitang. Dadayan Qingtong hurriedly invited them to take a seat and casually asked, "Ren Ge, Miss Ren, are you here to see Wang Ge?" Ren Xingdao nodded and replied, "Yes, sister-in-law. What is my brother doing? Can he come out to meet us?" "Ren Ge, do you have urgent business with Wang Ge?" "Unfortunately, he is currently in seclusion for 5 or 6 days and cannot be disturbed. You will have to wait a few days before seeking him again." Dadayan Qingtong was aware that Chai Yunwang could not leave the alchemy furnace during the refining process and had to say he was in seclusion. Ren Yuan, feeling slightly disappointed that Chai Yunwang was unavailable, asked from the side, "Ren Xiao, do you have urgent matters to discuss with Wang Zai?" "Nothing pressing, just wanted to inform him that we consumed the pills he gave us yesterday. And upon waking this morning, we felt different than before. We also wanted to purchase some additional pills from him. Oh, is that so? Then you will have to wait until he finishes his seclusion." And Yuan understood that Chai Yunwang had likely administered the Jing Dan to Ren Xingdao and the others, and whether to sell more to them would be left to Chai Yunwang's discretion. Ren Yuan stated, "Uncle and Missin, please make sure to tell my brother that we came to thank him after he emerges from seclusion." "Yes, I will certainly inform him that if anyone should be expressing gratitude, it is I who should thank the 3 of you for saving my cousin yesterday." And Qingtong replied. Beside her, Ji Shanshan added, "Thank you, Ren Ge and Miss Ren, for your rescue. You are our sister-in-law's cousin. It is our duty to assist." Ren Xingdao and his sister chimed in unison. 6 days later, on the morning of the Qin hour, and Yuan and Qingtong arrived at the alchemy room in the western courtyard. Chai Yunwang's third batch of Jingyang Dan was about to be completed. At the initial moments of the C hour, Chai Yunwang opened the furnace lid, and a burst of red light erupted from within, illuminating the entire room. Dadayan Qingtong carefully followed the previous procedures, gently pouring the pills from the furnace into a basin. Each blood-red pill gleamed with a vibrant luster, resembling dazzling pearls and agates, evoking a sense of immense joy. Once cooled, and Qingtong took out prepared porcelain vials and divided the blood-red Jingyang Dan, filling each vial with 100 pills in contrast to the previous batch of Jingdan. This Jingyang Dan yielded far fewer, amounting to only 6 vials with 38 pills remaining. Chai Yunwang then produced 4 transparent small bottles to store the leftovers. After completing the packaging, and Yuan remarked, "Wang Zai, congratulations on successfully refining the top-tier Jingyang Dan from the quantity. We can ascertain that this batch is far more precious than the previous Jing Dan." Qingtong added, "That is undoubtedly true, just based on the luster of these pills. Each could be worth 18,000, depending on their hue. I propose we name them Blood Red Jing Dan." Chai Yunwang nodded. "Yes, let us call them Blood Red Jing Dan." Subsequently, Chai Yunwang placed the 10 vials of Blood Red Jing Dan into his wuji bag and departed the alchemy room to return to the pharmacy. Several patients were waiting for consultation, while Ji Shanshan and her fellow disciples busied themselves attending to the patients. And Nizi was occupied with preparing medicine. Dadayan Yuan and his daughter promptly sat down to take the pulse and inquire about each waiting patient. Just as Qingtong finished writing the prescription for the last patient, her communication token vibrated. Upon seeing it was a message from El Shilian, she immediately connected. "Qingtong, has Wang Gu emerged from seclusion? He has just come out of the training room. Have him wait. Ren Gu will be coming to see him shortly." "Understood." After Qingtong concluded the conversation, the communication token emitted a series of beeps before she placed it into her wuji bag. She then informed Chai Yunwang, "Wang Gu, a few days ago, Ren Gu and his sister visited, stating they wished to thank you for the Jing Dan you provided them. It seems today he is here to showcase their newfound strength." Chai Yunwang mused with a smile. "Perhaps so. He mentioned feeling different from before," and Qingtong nodded. Approximately half an hour later, Ren Xingdao and his sister, along with El Shilian, arrived at Jitang. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Chai Yunwang seated in a chair, engrossed in perusing a medical tome, and called out, "Brother, thank you so much." They rushed forward, grasping Chai Yunwang's hand, excitement radiating from them as they continued. "Brother, Look at the difference in my martial cultivation compared to 6 days ago in Heixia Valley. Chai Yunwang rose to his feet, scrutinizing Run Xingdao and his sister for a moment before responding. Impressive. You have achieved the early stage of the Tianzun realm, and Yuan has reached the pinnacle of the Tianwu realm. You both should now focus on consolidating your progress. Brother, I wish to discuss something with you. Could you sell some of your Jingyang Dan to our sect? It would greatly benefit the cultivation of more disciples. If your group wishes to purchase, I can certainly sell, but a sect only needs a few top-tier experts if too many seek the Jingyang Dan. I simply do not possess enough. Just a few of you brothers can enhance your abilities sufficiently. Upon hearing this, Ren Xingdao understood Chai Yunwang's intent, that he realized that once the brothers they had met learned of the Jingyang Dan's efficacy, they would undoubtedly want to purchase it to accommodate everyone. Chai Yunwang couldn't afford to distribute too many to any one individual, but he felt fortunate that, although he had not been able to assist his brother much, he had unexpectedly received the precious Jingyang Dan from him, significantly elevating his cultivation. However, he still ventured, brother, if my sister and I could consume one or two more, would our cultivation not rise to a higher realm? From my observations, you two can ultimately reach the pinnacle of the Tiandi realm. Beyond that, without exceptional opportunities, you may face limitations. Brother, I am not greedy. Please sell us 3 more to my sister, and I will each take one, and the other for our father. He has been stagnating at the early stage of the Tianzun realm for 20 years, and this would aid in his cultivation. Ren Xingdao paused slightly, gauging Chai Yunwang's expression before continuing. After all, my father is the sect leader. Without formidable strength, our sect's reputation could suffer if challenged by outside forces. Chai Yunwang listened attentively to Ren Xingdao's rationale and displayed a hint of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, he said, in light of your unwavering courage during the Heixia Valley incident, I will grant you 3 more at no charge. However, if other brothers wish for them in the future, I will require payment. Brother, I am immensely grateful for your generosity. Even among brothers, clear accounts are essential. Since I did not assist much, and you have already given us the Jingyang Dan, we are even. For today's 3 Jingyang Dan, I must pay you that we are all brothers, and not to mention, Uncle and S medicinal materials were purchased with money. You certainly wouldn't want to incur losses by giving them to me for free. Ren Yuan chimed in, brother is right. Uncle and S medicinal materials were also bought with money. We must at least compensate for the cost of the materials. Ren Xingdao added, such Jingyang Dan cannot be found on the market. Even if you have 80 to 100,000, you cannot purchase a single one. I will give Uncle and 200,000 for the cost of the materials. As brothers, there is no need for further discussion. Saying this, he produced a stack of silver notes and placed them into Yuan's hands. Meanwhile, Qingtong remarked, Wang Ge, since Ren Ge has said this, let us consider it as the cost of the medicinal materials. Chai Yunwang nodded, and then produced 3 of Jingdan, handing them to Ren Xingdao, stating if you siblings consume more, wait a month. Your father can take his after dinner tonight. Thank you, brother, Ren Xingdao replied, distributing one to Ren Yuan while carefully storing the other 2 Jingyang Dan. And Yuan's heart raced at the sight of so many silver notes. During this period, he had dispensed over 100 black Jingdan to patients, each ranging from 10,000 to 8,000, amounting to over 1 million in revenue. With Chai Yunwang's presence, his fortunes truly flourished. Brother, in 5 days, there will be an antique auction hosted by Di Zhou of the Jufu Trading Company in Tianzhou. If you present your Jingyang Dan, it will surely fetch a handsome price. Beside him, Lu Shilian remarked, indeed, Wang Ge, let us go together. What we unveil will surely astonish the entire gathering. Well, it wouldn't hurt to visit California at that time, but I find it difficult to part with it. Chai Yunwang nodded and said, Elder brother, about aiding Duan Jun wishes to invite the brothers to Guangzhou Tower, claiming he has some good news to share in person. If you have no pressing matters, we should all attend. Ren Xingdao revealed another purpose for their visit to Anjitang. Upon hearing this, Chai Yunwang replied, I shall not go. I will remain here, that if there are many patients, I can assist. Wang Zai, Ren Daxiao has invited you. You should go in the future. If there are particularly troublesome patients, let them come to you. You may attend to your own affairs. Generally, with Qingtong, her cousin, and the senior apprentices around, they can manage. An Yuan looked at Chai Yunwang. That is precisely right. Duan Jun specifically emphasized the importance of your attendance. It appears to be quite significant news. Ren Xingdao explained that in response. Chai Yunwang addressed An Yuan. Uncle, I shall accompany Qingtong. Should you need me, just send a message. Thus, Ren Xingdao, along with Chai Yunwang and Qing Tong, made their way to Guangzhou Tower, while Ren Yuanyuan and Lu Shilian trailed behind. Along the way, the three sisters engaged in conversation. Sister Yuan, you are impressive. I never expected that after just 4 or 5 days, your cultivation would surpass mine, and Qing Tong exclaimed, grasping Ren Yuanyuan's hand. And yet you say so. I have been practicing martial arts since childhood. While you are a noble lady dedicated to healing the world that I in just half a month, you have become a martial arts powerhouse whom I admire. Could it be that you have also consumed Elder Brother's Jingyang pill? To be honest, I, along with Shilian, did partake of Wang Ji's Jingyang pill, but as one who has never practiced martial arts. I still require Wang Ji's guidance for it to be effective. Otherwise, no amount would suffice. And Qing Tong replied with a smile that that's so. Perhaps after receiving Elder Brother's guidance, my cultivation will reach greater heights. Ren Yuanyuan mused, glancing at Qing Tong and Lu Shilian. Perhaps, Lu Shilian nodded. Then I must seize an opportunity to seek Elder Brother's guidance. Surprised by this, Lu Shilian remarked, however, Wang Ji's guidance is rather unique. It depends on his willingness. What makes it unique? Is it so difficult? You both started with no foundation. I have faith that I can succeed as well. Upon hearing Ren Yuanyuan's assertion, and Qing Tong and Lu Shilian refrained from revealing the true nature of Chai Yunwang's dual cultivation with them and shifted the topic. And Qing Tong inquired, Sister Yuanyuan, what news does Duan Jun have? It appears both mysterious and grand. Who knows? Only by attending will we find out. Besides, lunch is on him today. Let us simply consider it a gathering of brothers and sisters. She replied. The 5 of them continued their conversation as they walked, and after nearly half an hour, they arrived at Guangzhou Tower. The attendant at the entrance recognized Ren's eldest son and the 2 young ladies from the Yin family, greeting them with nods, while he merely offered a slight smile to Chai Yunwang, whom he did not know well. They promptly entered and ascended to the 2nd floor, entering a spacious private room filled with over 10 young men and women. These individuals were all distinguished heirs of the foremost martial arts families in Liangzhou, save for the Yu families Hu and Bao brothers, who were absent. The remaining 7 families were present. Among them was a young man in his 20s with a light stubble, a newcomer to the group, while the others were already acquainted from the previous gathering. Upon seeing Chai Yunwang and the others enter, Duan Jun hurried over to greet them. Elder brother, Ren De. Everyone has been waiting for you. Ren Xingdao clasped his fists and replied, I apologize for the delay. When I went to find Elder Brother, I got caught up in another discussion. Come, Elder Brother, please take the seat of honor. Duan Jun ushered Chai Yunwang to the head of the large round table in the center of the room. Everyone then took their seats around the table, with Ren Xingdao sitting to Chai Yunwang's left. And various young ladies, including Qing Tong, Lu Shilian, and Ren Yuanyuan, seated to his right. The table was already laden with over 20 dishes. Ren Xingdao poured drinks for Chai Yunwang and Qing Tong, then filled his own glass with his left hand while raising the wine pot with his right. Drinking it all in one go, as I mentioned, I must self-punish with 3 cups, he declared, swiftly downing 2 more cups before addressing the gathering. Brothers and sisters, fill your glasses, and let us toast to our elder brother and his virtuous wife. This remark caused Qing Tong and Lu Shilian to blush, that Lu Shilian interjected. Ren De, isn't this a bit premature? The entire table of men and women laughed as they lifted their wine glasses and stood, proclaiming, to elder brother and his virtuous wife, Chai Yunwang. Feeling it inappropriate to say much, merely raised his glass and stood, saying, to everyone, may we all achieve profound martial arts realms in the future. After the first toast, the young man with the stubble rose and addressed Chai Yunwang. Elder brother, I am Cui Jinhuan, cousin of Cui, aiming that I was absent from Liangzhou during the last gathering. So it is a pleasure to meet you today. I raise a glass to you, that he filled a cup for Chai Yunwang, then filled his own, and they clinked glasses and drank. Following this, the group began to eat and drink while engaging in conversation. Cui Yingying, the eldest daughter of the Cui family, set down her chopsticks and looked at Duan Jun, saying, Duan De, you've made this gathering so grand. What is this good news you have to share with us? Upon hearing this, everyone put down their cups and chopsticks. Turning their attention to Duan Jun, he seemed to relish the suspense, leisurely wiping the wine from his mouth before saying, I have an opportunity for you all to potentially earn 1,000,000 taels of gold. Would you be interested? What? 1,000,000 taels in gold? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Fatty Wu Naixiong exclaimed loudly, Duan Laudi, could you please get to the point? Stop dragging this out and tantalizing us. Duan Jun chuckled, unfazed, and wanted to showcase his prowess. Took a small sip from his cup, while others resumed eating. Duan Jun set his cup down and continued, the Liangzhou Prefecture has issued a wanted notice for a pair of notorious thieves. Those who provide leads will be rewarded with 100,000 taels, and those who capture them will receive a bounty of 1,000,000 taels. Many bounty hunters from the rivers and lakes have sprung into action. I believe, with our connections, it should not be too difficult to track down their whereabouts. Earning 100,000 taels is easy, but for the capture, I fear only Elder Brother is capable of that. Hence, I specifically wanted to ensure that Rindigo brought Elder Brother here today. How do we find them? Are there any wanted posters of these thieves? Feng Xinshin inquired. Yes, I brought along a copy of the wanted notice from the prefectural magistrate. However, the images are rather unclear, making it difficult to identify them. Fortunately, we do have the names of the thieves. Tian Daxiong interjected before Duan Jun could finish. Duan de Go, just present the wanted notice. We understand everything once we see it. Duan Jun gave Tian Daxiong a bemused look, saying, only you would be so eager, that he then produced a meticulously folded wanted notice. Yin Howie, the eldest son of the Yin family, snatched it up and began to read aloud. By the decree of His Majesty the Emperor of the Huaxia dynasty, this notice is issued to all subjects someone just mentioned wanted, but it's clearly a public announcement. He quipped. Yin Howie continued reading, we request the assistance of those who can provide information regarding the whereabouts of a couple named Chai Shanlang and Tan Huixian. Anyone who knows their location should report to the local magistrate for a reward of 100,000 taels. Those who can bring them to the magistrate will receive a bounty of 1,000,000 taels, by order of His Majesty, Zhu Zi. Upon finishing the reading, Chai Yinwang was taken aback, while Feng Xinshin remarked, Duan de Go, you misquoted two key phrases. It clearly states announcement, not wanted, and bring them to the magistrate, not capture them. Duan Jun, feeling slightly defensive, replied, Miss Feng, why nitpick on the wording? I see the outcome the same. Lu Shulian interjected, not quite. Duan de Go. Wanted refers to those who have committed crimes, while announcement serves to inform everyone. Capture is aimed at fugitives, whereas bring to the magistrate indicates that His Majesty holds those two individuals in high regard, implying they are not thieves, but rather significant figures. Upon hearing this explanation, Duan Jun chuckled, I only intended to pique everyone's interest. Chai Yinwang had heard Zheng Shiwu mention days prior that Zhu Zi had ordered all prefectures to assist in the search for his parents. After listening to Yin Howie read, he felt it inappropriate to reveal the connection to his parents. After a moment of contemplation, he said, brothers and sisters, these two individuals have shown me great kindness, and I am also in the process of searching for them. They arrived on this land of the Huaxia dynasty over a year ago, that if you return and inquire, see if anyone recognizes or has heard of them. If you have any leads, please inform me directly. Upon hearing this, Rin Xingdao exclaimed, they are Elder Brother's benefactors. We must all do our utmost to inquire and strive to find them as soon as possible. Wu Naixiong suddenly had a thought and looked at Duan Jun, saying, Duan Laudi, you claim to be the one who knows everything. You must be swift in your inquiries to ensure you uncover news before the rest of us. Duan A. Jiao remarked, I never imagined that the magistrate's announcement would be related to Elder Brother's benefactors. Rin Yuanyuan suddenly interjected, could it be that even the magistrate is aiding Elder Brother? Chai Yinwang, not wishing to flaunt his deep connections, replied, it's purely coincidental. I am searching for my own matters, and the magistrate's announcement may have other reasons that everyone pondered. They found it hard to believe that the Elder Brother could have any connections with the magistrate. However, El Shulian harbored a different perspective that an hour later. After everyone had feasted and bid each other farewell, they departed from Guanju building. Upon reaching a fork in the road, El Shulian turned to Chai Yinwang and said, Brother Wang, would you care to accompany me home today? Chapter 068. I merely wish to set my sister-in-law at ease that no, I shall return to Anjitang with Qingtong. That El Shulian's face fell, her eyes glistening with tears as she responded. Very well, should you ever find yourself missing me, do come to our home. With that, she turned towards her residence. When Chai Yinwang and Qingtong returned to Anjitang, it was already the early hours of the evening. Upon entering the apothecary, they spotted Ji Shan and the others leisurely perusing medical texts, while in Yuan attended to a patient. In a short while, the patient departed with their medicine. Suddenly, Chai Yin Wang recalled something and looked at Yuan. Uncle, are you familiar with the Miao family from the Dan medicine clan in Heisha Valley? Not really that we practice medicine while they are alchemists. Some apothecaries do business with them, but I generally refrain from using elixirs. So I have had little interaction with them. That is strange. Why would they suddenly seek you out for the formula of the Qingyang elixir? And Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, It could be related to the Dong family. Which Dong family? Chai Yin Wang inquired. The martial arts family, Dong Changyun, from the eastern outskirts of the city that a couple of days ago, he came here to purchase a black essence pill. And the day after, he brought two unfamiliar elderly gentlemen to the apothecary. In Yuan recounted the incident of Ji Shanshan's abduction. Chai Yin Wang clenched his fists in anger upon hearing this, that he remembered that not long ago. At Yuan Chuntang, it was indeed the Dong family's disciples who had been summoned to deal with him. Although he had not engaged with Dong Changyun then, it was evident that this was retaliation for that encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Chai Yin Wang said, It seems I must pay a visit to the Dong family and confront them. Yin Qintong interjected, Brother Wang, it is getting late today. It would be best to wait until tomorrow. The following morning, Chai Yin Wang had El Shilian contact Ren Qingdao, bringing along in Qintong to meet at East City Street, preparing to seek an explanation from Dong Changyun. Upon arriving at the East City Street entrance, Ren Qingdao and his sister had already arrived with El Xilian. In Qintong immediately called out, Shilian, you are all here. El Shilian, while assessing in Qintong, replied, We just arrived. Ren Qingdao remarked, Let us head to the Dong family. My elder brother is unfamiliar with the route, but we know the way. Let us see what Dong Changyun has to say. If he doesn't have a satisfactory explanation, we shall wipe out his clan. Thus, the five of them set off towards the eastern outskirts of the city. After a journey of over half an hour, they arrived at the Dong family estate, which loomed majestically, spanning 2 to 3 miles. However, upon approaching, they found the estate's gates tightly shut and locked, seemingly devoid of life, as an eerie silence enveloped the premises. Ren Yuan remarked, What is going on? The gates are locked. Is there no one here? And Qintong speculated, Could this old fox have anticipated our visit, knowing he is in the wrong, and fled with his clan? The day after Ji Shanshan was abducted, Dong Changyun learned early in the morning that Ji Shanshan had returned home safely, as well as the news of the annihilation of the Miao family from the Heisha Valley. Realizing the impending doom, he quickly summoned several high-ranking members of his clan, including Dong Changqing and Dong Changzai, to discuss the matter. They were all aware of the terrifying prowess of the Miao family, yet they had been easily obliterated by Chai Yin Wang. They knew their own clan was no match for even a fraction of the Miao family's strength. Hence, they decided to hide the entirety of their clan, save for 2 individuals to observe the situation, and flee to the ancient forests of Liangtian mountain range. Meanwhile, Chai Yin Wang had forgotten to pursue the matter. The next day, he was occupied with concocting the Qingyang elixir, and it was not until today that he found the time to investigate, only to discover the absence of the Dong family. Ren Qingdao, unwilling to concede, stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the estate's main gate. They entered the courtyard and searched the surrounding buildings, but found no trace of anyone. Reluctantly, they exited the estate. Chai Yin Wang, filled with hatred, declared, They have escaped. Should I discover their whereabouts, I will ensure they meet a gruesome end. With that ominous proclamation, Chai Yin Wang and the others departed the Dong family estate. The 2 hidden disciples of the Dong family swiftly relayed their observations to Dong Changyun, who was concealed deep within the mountains. Henceforth, the martial arts family of Dong would remain hidden in the mountains. At midday, the group returned to the city. As they parted ways, Ren Qingdao remarked, I just realized something. The day after tomorrow marks the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance for all martial arts families in Liangzhou. My sister and I, being the heirs of the first martial arts family, must attend. However, the same day also coincides with the ancient artifact auction hosted by the esteemed D family of the Nine Fortune Trading Company in Tianzhou. Thus, my sister and I will not be able to accompany you. But fear not, you may take Duan Jun and the others along with you. El Shilian expressed concern. What a coincidence. I too cannot accompany Brother Wang to Tianzhou, as the next few days coincide with the election of the 8 council members of the Trading Association. Our family is a vital part of the association and must attend to support my uncle's candidacy for the new council. Chai Yin Wang chuckled. No worries, attend to your matters. That I am not familiar with the situation. Having Duan Jun and the others accompany me will suffice. Furthermore, if Qing Tong has no other obligations, she may also join me. Qing Tong furrowed her brow, as if suddenly recalling something, and smiled. What a coincidence. My father mentioned last night that our medicinal supplier has contacted us, and a batch of medicinal herbs is likely to arrive in 2 to 3 days. That I must oversee the inspection. So I may not be able to accompany Brother Wang. It appeared that most of those present would not be able to accompany the elder brother to Tianzhou, leaving it to Duan Jun and the others. Ren Yuanyuan looked at Qing Tong and El Shulian, saying, "It seems this is the only option. However, Duan Jun and the others possess lower cultivation levels and can only travel by land, and I will arrange for other capable brothers to accompany you to Tianzhou starting tomorrow." Ren Xingdao looked apologetically at Chai Yinwang. That's fine. Traveling by land while enjoying the scenery is quite fitting. Chai Yinwang readily agreed. The following morning, Duan Jun, Duan Ajiao, and the trio of Wu Naixiong, Yin Hao, and Chui Yingying arrived at Anjitang. That An Qing Tong wished to accompany Chai Yinwang to Tianzhou. But alas, the medicinal supplier had already confirmed the delivery, and it would arrive in 3 days. Thus, she could only remain behind to oversee the inspection of the herbs. As she prepared to depart, and Qing Tong adjusted Chai Yinwang's collar and cautioned Duan Jun and the others. Duan Xiao, Wu Xiao, you must take good care of Brother Wang. Wu Naixiong puffed out his chest and confidently replied. Sister-in-law, rest assured. With me, Wu Fatty, around, I will ensure that the elder brother comes to no harm, unless I perish. Chui Yingying shot Wu Naixiong a disapproving glance and retorted, Wu Fatty, keep your morbid talk to yourself. Why speak of life and death when all is well? Wu Fatty stuck out his tongue and said, Hey, I just want to reassure sister-in-law. Chapter 069. Rest at home for 2 days and recover. Chai Yinwang chuckled. All right, Qing Tong, do not worry. Just focus on helping uncle at the apothecary. I shall not encounter any danger. With that, Chai Yinwang and the group of 6 departed Anjitang, employing their agility to swiftly make their way to Tianzhou. Although not as rapid as flight on a sword or in the air, it was still considerably faster than an ordinary person. By the time they reached the borders of Tianzhou, it was already dusk. However, they still required 3 to 4 hours to reach the city, so the group decided to slow down and seek a lodging for the night before continuing to the Nine Fortune Trading Company the following day. The 6 of them continued onward for about half an hour and arrived at a town named Tianlaiji. Strolling through the bustling streets, they observed the vibrant flow of people, and the town appeared quite prosperous. As they walked, Duan Ajiao remarked, Brother, I wonder how far we must go to find an inn, and that it seems we shall have to find lodging here tonight. Duan Jun replied, Isn't that obvious? If we continue forward, we might end up lodging in the mountains. Let us see if we can find an inn where we can eat and rest. Chai Yinwang nodded in agreement. The group began to scan their surroundings as they proceeded. Upon turning a corner, they spotted a medical establishment named Xingyun Tang. Duan Ajiao exclaimed, This apothecary seems interesting. We are quite fortunate. At that moment, a group of 10 men and women, old and young, rushed toward Xingyun Tang, carrying someone. Leading the charge was a slender young woman who anxiously cried out, Zhang Longzhong, help! As the group approached the apothecary, 3 individuals emerged from within, one of whom appeared to be a man in his 60s or 70s, with long white hair and a beard. Upon seeing the tall woman, he asked, Madam Hua, what has happened to your father-in-law? My lord had been well until this morning when he inexplicably consumed a pill he found somewhere. Just half an incense stick ago, he suddenly fainted, and his complexion has changed. It seems he is in grave danger. The Hua family is one of the prominent families in Tianlaiji, well-off and influential. The bearers of the venerable Mr. Hua were busy transporting the patient into the medical hall. Chai Yinwang and his companion stood at a distance beside the pharmacy, observing the scene. Due to the relatively low martial prowess of Duan Jun and others, they could only hear a buzzing cacophony of voices from within. However, Chai Yinwang was able to discern the conversation clearly. Inside the pharmacy, Dr. Zhang first took Mr. Hua's pulse and inquired about his condition. He then touched the neck with his fingers, examined the eyes, and finally shook his head, declaring, Madam Hua, your esteemed father-in-law has been poisoned. The toxin has permeated his bloodstream and circulated throughout his body. Although there remains a faint glimmer of life, it is too late. There is no remedy. You should take him home and prepare for his final affairs. Our esteemed Dr. Zhang, the most renowned physician in Tianlaiji town. Truly at a loss? I wonder if he could be saved at the Grand Apothecary in the capital. Madam Hua, Tian Yujuan, inquired. Madam Hua, I do not wish to dampen your hopes, but your father-in-law can only hold on for at most half an hour. If you wish to reach the capital, you must set off immediately. Even then, it may be tomorrow evening before you arrive, Dr. Zhang replied, shaking his head. How can my father-in-law leave us like this? When Huaming returns, how shall I explain? Madame Hua lamented that a man in his 50s or 60s interjected, Dr. Zhang, is there no way you can save my esteemed father? Li Guanjia, do not say that I am unable to heal him. Even if the renowned physician Qiu Wanning were here, he would be helpless, unless, Dr. Zhang stated emphatically, leaving a thread of hope hanging in the air. What unless? Madame Hua urged. Unless Qiu Wanning possesses the ability to perform a blood transfusion, replacing all the poisoned blood with clean blood, but I doubt he has such a skill. Dr. Zhang's response fell like a cold shower on the assembled crowd. Dr. Zhang, here is 100 taels for your consultation fee. Although you cannot save my father-in-law, our Hua family will still pay you, Madame Hua said, extending a banknote. Very well, you should take your father-in-law home promptly, Dr. Zhang replied, accepting the silver note. Then the bearers carried Mr. Hua out of the pharmacy. As they passed by Chai Yin-Wang and the others, Chai Yin-Wang glanced at Mr. Hua on the stretcher and said, Madam, may I take a look at the patient? What do you want? Do not block the way here. Li Guanjia glared at Chai Yin-Wang. Are you not trying to save the patient? I might be able to help, Chai Yin-Wang replied nonchalantly. What? You can treat my father-in-law. Madame Hua exclaimed in surprise that if you wish for my assistance, I shall save him. If not, you may leave. Chai Yin-Wang stated that, of course, if you can cure him, I will give you 1,000 taels for your fee. No. 10,000 taels. Madame Hua seemed to have seized upon a lifeline. Very well. Please lay the patient down properly, Chai Yin-Wang instructed. The bearers placed Mr. Hua down at the side of the street at that moment. Dr. Zhang and others from the pharmacy gathered to observe, just like the others who had come to hear the news. Chai Yin-Wang performed a thorough examination on Mr. Hua, confirming that he was indeed comatose from poisoning and that the toxin had entered his bloodstream. He then produced 9 silver needles, squatted down, and swiftly inserted 4 needles into key points on Mr. Hua's chest and abdomen, followed by one at the tip of his nose. After a period of gentle manipulation and light strokes over Mr. Hua's chest and abdomen, the crowd began to notice a change in his complexion. It transformed from a pallid hue to a rosy flush. Chai Yin-Wang straightened up and said to Tian Yujuan, Madam, have someone prop your father-in-law up. 2 young men in their 30s assisted Mr. Hua into a seated position. Chai Yin-Wang then stood behind Mr. Hua, squatted down, and placed his palms against Mr. Hua's back. Soon, Mr. Hua's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes, followed by a sudden gasp as he expelled a copious amount of dark blood. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Mr. Hua had truly returned to consciousness. Tian Yujuan and an 18 or 19-year-old girl exclaimed, Father, you are awake. You scared us to death. Mr. Hua turned his eyes, asking, What has happened to me? How did I end up here? Father, you fainted earlier, and we brought you to Dr. Zhang's pharmacy that he said you were beyond saving. But this miraculous doctor saved you from the brink of death, the girl explained, pointing at Chai Yin-Wang. Fear not, the toxins have been expelled with the dark blood you just vomited that I will provide you with a few herbal prescriptions. Brew them and rest for a couple of days at home, and you shall recover. Chai Yin-Wang waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, young brother. You have saved my life. Jia, quickly give the doctor his fee. Mr. Hua grasped Chai Yin-Wang's hand and looked at the girl beside him. Father, I mentioned offering 10,000 taels, but I do not have that much on me. Let me send my sister to fetch it from the Hua family inn. Tian Yujuan said. Chai Yin-Wang waved his hand. No need. I happened upon this situation and could not stand by idly. Consider it that fate spared your life. However, I do need paper and ink to write the prescription. Could you procure some? Li Guanjia promptly made his way back to the pharmacy. Young brother, Sister Tian Yujuan, thank you for saving our father, but we must compensate you. May I ask your esteemed name? Madame Hua gazed at Chai Yin-Wang earnestly. I am Chai Yin-Wang, a traveling physician that I did not come here specifically to practice medicine. I was merely passing through to find an inn for the night when I chanced upon you. Truly, there is no need for payment. Chai Yin-Wang replied once more, declining the offered this moment. Li Guanjia returned with paper and ink. Chai Yin-Wang took them, wrote down a prescription of 15 herbs, and handed it to Li Guanjia, saying, Prepare a potion from this and divide it into 9 portions. Consume them within 3 days, and you shall be cured. After delivering his instructions, Chai Yin Wang turned to leave, but Mr. Hu stood up and said, "Dr. Chai, please do not rush off. You mentioned seeking an inn. My family owns an inn. Stay with us at that moment." Hu Jiajia returned from the inn with a stack of banknotes and offered them to Chai Yin Wang. He pushed them away, but Hu Jiajia feigned anger, saying, "What? You refuse payment, implying that my father's life is worthless." Hearing Hu Jiajia's words made Chai Yin Wang feel somewhat awkward, and he quickly replied, "That is not my intention. I simply thought it might be excessive." "What? Do you mean to say my father's life is cheap? Let me tell you, we are a well-known family in this town, with chain inns in 4 neighboring towns, that my father's life is indeed quite valuable." Mr. Hu pressed a thick bundle of banknotes into Chai Yin Wang's hands, stating, "Young doctor, I know you are not a greedy person. Please accept this. This amount is insignificant compared to a human life. Very well, it would be disrespectful to refuse that I shall accept it." Chai Yin Wang conceded. "That is settled then. Come, let us stay at our family inn," Hua Jiajia declared. She then turned to Mr. Hua and the others, saying, "Sister-in-law, you all take father home to rest. I will escort the doctor to the inn." Dr. Zhang from the pharmacy, having witnessed Chai Yin Wang revive Mr. Hua, returned to the pharmacy deep in thought. This self-proclaimed traveling physician, Chai Yin Wang, employed the legendary 9 Palaces resurgence needle technique. It is astonishing that such a person is merely a wandering doctor, that if only I could recruit him to practice at my pharmacy, the reputation of my establishment would undoubtedly soar, rivaling that of the renowned physician Xiao Wanning in the capital. With this thought in mind, he resolved to visit the Hua family inn after dinner to meet Chai Yin Wang. Meanwhile, Chai Yin Wang and the 6 others, accompanied by Hu Jiajia, soon arrived at the Hua family inn, situated at the heart of the town. The innkeeper rushed to greet them. Hu Jiajia led Chai Yin Wang and the others into the inn and addressed an elderly man with reading glasses at the counter, saying, "Uncle Wu, please prepare 6 guest rooms for this esteemed doctor. He is my father's savior. Also, set a table with fine wine and dishes. Miss, we have limited single rooms available. Only 2 however, there are 5 or 6 larger rooms." The innkeeper, Uncle Wu, replied. Duan Jun interjected, "Miss Hua, there is no need for so many single rooms. Just 1 for my elder brother, and we can take 2 large rooms for the other 5 of us." "Very well. It seems that is the only option," Hu Jiajia agreed. Soon, a waiter approached and announced, "Miss, we have prepared room number 1 for you. Please, esteemed doctor and your companions, take a seat." Thus, Hu Jiajia led Chai Yin Wang and the others to a private dining room equipped with a large round table. The group gathered around the table, and Hu Jiajia poured each person a cup of water, saying, "May I ask for the names of the 4 elder brothers and the 2 sisters?" The stout man patted his chest and declared, "I am Wu Naixiong. They are Duan Jun and Yin Hao. The esteemed doctor is our elder brother, Chai Yin Wang." Following suit, Duan A. Jiao and Chui Yingying introduced themselves to Hu Jiajia. "I am Duan A. Jiao. This is Chui Yingying." The group continued to chat amiably while awaiting the meal. Before long, several waiters began bringing out dishes. Just as Hu Jiajia was about to call everyone to eat, a young man in his 30s entered the inn alongside Tian Yujuan. Hu Jiajia exclaimed, "Brother, sister-in-law, you are here too." Tian Yujuan pulled the young man beside her and said, "Hu Ming, this is our father's savior, the miraculous doctor, brother Chai Yin Wang. Esteemed doctor, please allow Hu Ming to pay his respects," Hu Ming said, bowing to Chai Yin Wang. "Brother Hua, there is no need for such formality. Saving your father was merely a small act." Chai Yin Wang replied with a bow of his own. "Brother doctor, my wife and I have come here not only to express our gratitude for saving my father, but also to show you something." Hu Ming spoke as he produced a transparent vial containing a single black pill that he continued. "My father witnessed a vendor on Central Street this morning selling this miraculous medicine, claiming it could cure all ailments. He bought 2 pills, believing that any illness would be cured with just 2 doses. However, my father suffers from chronic migraines, and he consumed the pills around the hour of the snake. How could the effects only manifest by the hour of the rooster?" Chai Yin Wang took the vial and poured the pill into his palm. Upon inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to the black essence pill, albeit slightly smaller and with a much duller luster. After sniffing it, he noted that aside from the similar scent to the black essence pill, it was also infused with other medicinal aromas. Chui Yingying, observing this, remarked, "I believe I have seen such a pill before. Indeed, my 3rd uncle has something similar though it appears to be larger and glimmers more brightly. Is this the kind of pill you are referring to? Chai Yinwang queried as he produced the black essence pill. Wu Pengzi interjected. Oh, brother, you possess such a pill as well. Look closely, Wu Pengzi, Duan Ajiao interjected. The two pills may share a similar form, but they are not identical. After comparing for a moment, Chai Yinwang concluded. I understand now. Someone has melted this pill in my hand, added other medicinal ingredients, and reforged it into that pill that I did not anticipate that the added herbs would react with the previous concoction, resulting in toxins that, when ingested over time, would lead to poisoning. Could it be my third uncle's doing? Unlikely, as he does not practice alchemy. Cui Yingying mused aloud. Yingying, is your third uncle named Cui Yin? Yes, do you know him, brother? Cui Yingying replied that I do not know him personally, but I heard from Qing Tong that he recently purchased 10 black essence pills for 120,000 at Anjitang. Tian Yujuan, upon hearing this, exclaimed with wide eyes. That scoundrel! Selling 2 poisonous pills to our father and pocketing 100,000, nearly costing our father's life. Huaming added indignantly, if we find him, we shall make him pay dearly. Yin Hao then inquired, Yingying, do you think that the vendor of the poisonous pills could be your third uncle? Surely not. He has been in seclusion for over half a month, and it will likely be a year or more before he emerges. Never mind that for now. Come, esteemed physician brothers and sisters, let us drink, Huaming proclaimed as he poured wine for Chai Yinwang and the others. Thus, Huaming, his wife, and Huijie took turns toasting Chai Yinwang and company, assuring them that their meals and lodging for the night were complimentary. Huaming and his companions finished their meal and prepared to leave the inn. The Dr. Zhang Xingyun and a young woman entered. Manager Wu promptly greeted them. Dr. Zhang, Miss Zhang, what brings you to the inn? Ah, Manager Wu, I am here to visit the young man who treated boss with this afternoon. Is he still here? Indeed, the young master is dining with them now. Just as he finished speaking, Chai Yinwang and the others emerged from the room. Dr. Zhang hurried forward, bowing slightly. Dr. Chai, I am Zhang Xingyun from Ning Yuan Hall, here with my daughter to pay a visit. Chai Yinwang, while appraising Dr. Zhang, inquired, what matters bring you here, Senior Zhang? Seeing an available table nearby, Zhang Xingyun pulled Chai Yinwang over and moved a chair aside, saying, Dr. Chai, please sit that I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chai Yinwang, not thinking too much of it, took a seat, and the others gathered around the dining table. The young woman accompanying Zhang Xingyun spoke, Brother Chai, my name is Zhang Tsuehua. Your medical skills are quite remarkable, and I have discussed with my father the possibility of offering you an annual salary of 100,000 silver taels to practice at our pharmacy. What do you think? Chai Yinwang responded with a smile. I appreciate your kind offer, but to be frank, I do not travel solely as a wandering physician. I merely assist when the opportunity arises that I have pressing matters to attend to and plan to depart early tomorrow morning. Zhang Xingyun replied, Young brother, if the salary is insufficient, I can increase it to 500,000 as Senior Zhang. It is truly not a matter of compensation. I have urgent business to attend to, and am merely passing through your esteemed establishment. Chai Yinwang reiterated, declining once more. Upon hearing this, the father and daughter exchanged glances of disappointment, stating, Alas, it seems that Dr. Chai and we are fated to be apart. With that, they bowed respectfully and took their leave. Following this, Huaming and his companions bid farewell to Chai Yinwang, saying, Dr. Chai, do rest well. Turning to the manager, they instructed, Uncle Wu, ensure that the esteemed physician and his companions are not charged for their meals or lodging. Manager Wu replied affirmatively, Yes, young master, miss. Even without your instruction, I would know not to charge them. The next day, Chai Yinwang and the others rose early, had breakfast, and took their leave of Manager Wu as they set off for Tianzhou City. By the end of the hour of the snake, Chai Yinwang and his companions arrived at the plaza of Jufu Commercial House. They observed a platform constructed to the left of the grand entrance, approximately 5 to 6 feet high and 3 to 5 zhang wide, upon which rested an exquisite long table that a large crowd had gathered in the square, with over a dozen elegantly dressed men and women seated on either side and in front of the platform. Having arrived somewhat late, Duan Jun led Chai Yinwang and the others to squeeze into a row of seats just 2 to 3 zhang away from the platform. Soon after, a well-dressed young man in his 30s emerged from the commercial house and ascended the platform, greeting the crowd with a bow. Dear friends, I am honored that you have traveled from afar to attend the antique auction hosted by Dizhou. Today's auction will consist of 2 segments. First, I will present several treasures for bidding, and those who are interested may place their bids. Secondly, if any of you have treasures to auction, feel free to bring them forth. I will take a 10% commission from the proceeds. Of course, if you find my commission too steep, you may refrain from participating. Having finished his introduction, Dijo bowed to the audience before stepping down from the platform. Shortly after, a tall and striking young woman entered, accompanied by 8 beautiful girls, each carrying a tray covered with red cloth. The girls placed their trays on the table one by one, then took positions on either side, while the tall girl stood behind the table. Smiling at the audience, Duan Jun leaned closer to Chai Yun Wang and whispered, "Brother, the young woman managing the auction is named Nangong Yin. She is Di Xiao's assistant and also his lover." Chai Yun Wang shot a sidelong glance at Duan Jun, silently implying that there was no need to elaborate on the latter part. Just then, Nangong Yin bowed slightly to the audience, announcing, "Esteemed guests, I, Nangong Yin, hereby declare the auction officially open. That on this table before you are 8 treasures presented by Di Xiao, which will be unveiled one by one for bidding. Those interested may call out their offers." The crowd below murmured with excitement, and Nangong Yin gestured to a nearby girl, who unveiled the first tray, revealing a dazzling display. Nangong Yin continued, "The first treasure is a blood pearl necklace, starting bid at 10,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent bid increasing by at least 1,000 taels. Interested parties may begin bidding." Almost immediately, a woman's voice called out, "I bid 13,000 taels, 15,000 taels, 28,000 taels, 32,000 taels, 36,000 taels." A young master seated on the left exclaimed, after a considerable pause without further bids. Nangong Yin called out, 36,000 once, 36,000 twice. She repeated it 3 times, and with no one else bidding, she concluded, "The first treasure, the blood pearl necklace, belongs to young Master Fong Yin." Subsequent treasures fetched increasingly higher prices, with the final item, a golden Buddha statue, selling for an exorbitant 26,000 taels to a girl named Chu Yunyao. After all buyers had settled their payments and collected their treasures, they returned to their seats, awaiting the second round of bidding. Not long after, an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, approached the auction stage and addressed Nangong Yin. "Miss Nangong, I have a treasure I wish to auction." Nangong Yin nodded, signaling him to take the item to the stage. The old man promptly ascended, presenting a transparent vial to Nangong Yin, whispering briefly before stepping aside. Due to their proximity, Chai Yun Wang and his companions recognized that the pills within the vial were none other than the poisonous pills Hua Ming had brought for identification the previous night. Understanding the situation, Chai Yun Wang decided to hold his tongue for the moment and observe further, whispering to Duan Jun, "I wish to step outside for a while. Do not wander off." As he turned to leave, Nangong Yin accepted the vial and addressed the audience. "Esteemed guests, the treasure presented by this venerable gentleman is known as the Jingyang pill." Raising the vial, she continued, "This pill is said to cure all ailments. 1 pill is sufficient for recovery, and for martial practitioners, consuming 1 can elevate their cultivation level. There are 10 pills in this vial, with an opening bid of 300,000. Interested parties may place their bids, with each increment rising by 10,000. Many martial artists in the crowd, including those seated in the front row, focused intently on the transparent vial as Nangong Yin spoke. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, seated directly in front, rose from his position and approached the edge of the stage, gazing up at Nangong Yin. "Miss Nangong, I find myself quite intrigued by this Jingyang Dan. Might you allow me to observe it up close?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Yin turned to Ning Yuan, who nodded in response. Nangong Yin then took a few steps forward, bent down, and handed the transparent vial to the elderly man, saying, "Mr. Feng, please do not pour out the pill. It may only be observed while remaining in the vial." Mr. Feng nodded as he accepted the transparent vial. Scrutinizing the pill within, he turned the vial to examine each individual pill, even bringing it to his nose for a sniff, before finally returning the vial to Nangong Yin. Nangong Yin straightened up and was about to turn away when Mr. Feng spoke up. "May I inquire as to where Mr. Ning acquired this Jingyang Dan?" Nangong Yin looked down and replied, "Mr. Feng, it is against our protocol to inquire about the origins of precious items." Mr. Feng retreated to his seat, gazing at the stage as he remarked, "From my observations, this vial of Jingyang Dan differs from the legendary version. As far as I am aware, The formula for Jingyang Dan has been lost to time, and traditionally, it is green, yet the pills within this vial are black. Might Mr. Ning offer an explanation, so we may bid with confidence? Ning Yuan took the vial from Nangong Yin, smiling as he replied, Mr. Feng, it is no fault of yours to be uninformed. The reason my Jingyang Dan diverges from what you know is that my friend has recently succeeded in refining it after 50 years of dedicated research. It is an upgraded version of the original Jingyang Dan, possessing superior efficacy. Not only does it enhance the cultivation of martial practitioners, but it also has the power to cure various ailments with just a single pill. I possess only these 10 pills today. There are no extras. You may boldly place your bids if you trust in its quality. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's boast, voices began to call out immediately. 380,000, 500,000, 600,000, 1 million. A beautiful woman in her 40s rose from the corner, and the room fell silent, no one daring to raise the bid further. Nangong Yin surveyed the crowd, waiting for a considerable time without any increase in bids before calling out, 1 million, going once. After repeating it 3 times with still no additional bids, she announced to the audience, this Jingyang Dan is now sold. Just then a voice emerged from the crowd. 1,000,001. The onlookers turned to see a tall man in Taoist robes with a scruffy beard and a fierce expression approaching the stage. The imposing figure confronted the middle-aged beauty who had seemed poised to claim the Jingyang Dan, casting an irritable glare as he stated, Why did you not bid earlier, sir? Must you wait until it is announced that I, Xian Ran, am to take the Jingyang Dan? Do you harbor a grudge against the Yang family? Madam, no matter how you bid, I will simply outbid you by 1,000 taels of silver, the gray-clad man declared. Exuding an air of determination, upon hearing his voice, Duan Jun and the others thought, Isn't that the voice of our elder brother? Aside from the face and attire, he seems identical. Duan Jun and the others instantly understood. Xian Ran, infuriated by Chai Yunwang's words, stomped her foot and retorted, You are shameless. I no longer desire it. The Jingyang Dan belongs to you. With that, she returned to her seat. Nangong Yin addressed Chai Yunwang from the stage, asking, May I inquire your name? Esteemed master. Traveling Taoist Han Shuzi, Chai Yunwang replied unhurriedly. Nangong Yin nodded and said, Please, Taoist Han, come to the stage to pay and claim this vial of Jingyang Dan, indicating the transparent vial in Ning Yuan's hand. Chai Yunwang then ascended the stage. Nangong Yin looked at Chai Yunwang and urged, Please make your payment, that I shall not pay, nor do I desire this so-called Jingyang Dan, Chai Yunwang declared, leaving the entire assembly in shock. After a moment of astonishment, Nangong Yin exclaimed, Taoist Han, are you here to disrupt the auction of young Master D? You must consider the consequences that as she uttered these words, a dozen burly men suddenly surged out from the inner room, surrounding the auction platform, each rolling up their sleeves and fixing their gazes upon Chai Yunwang. Miss Nangong, do not worry. I would not dare disrupt young Master D's event. But why bid if you do not intend to purchase? Is this not a form of mockery? Nangong Yin glared at Chai Yunwang. Because this vial of Jingyang Dan is counterfeit. Consuming it would be fatal, Chai Yunwang declared, causing an uproar among the crowd. Who is this wild Taoist daring to slander? My Jingyang Dan is an authentic treasure. Ning Yuan pointed at Chai Yunwang. Furious that I wish to ask you, was it not yesterday morning in Tianlai town that you sold 2 pills to a gentleman surnamed Hua for 100,000 taels? Ning Yuan was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding, And what of it? Mr. Hua suffers from migraines. He took 1 pill home that morning, but by the afternoon he suddenly collapsed. His family rushed him to the medical hall. And upon examination, it was found that he was poisoned, the toxin having permeated his blood. I can assert with certainty that your pills are of dubious origin and are poison. Consuming them will result in death. Chai Yunwang fixed his gaze upon Ning Yuan. Though Ning Yuan recognized the accuracy of Chai Yunwang's details, he stubbornly retorted, You are speaking nonsense. There is no such thing. Chai Yunwang sneered, still in denial. I can also reveal that part of your so-called Jingyang Dan's formula is derived from melting this type of pill. Then adding some herbs to reforge it. As he spoke, he produced a small vial of black pills. Nangong Yin seized the small vial from Chai Yunwang's hand, comparing it to the one in Ning Yuan's possession. She observed that aside from slight differences in size and luster, they appeared nearly identical. After carefully comparing the two for a moment, Nangong Yin asked Chai Yunwang, Master Han, from where did you acquire your pills? Do not concern yourself with the origins of my pills. This one is called Heijing Dan. It has therapeutic effects for patients, but it does not significantly enhance the cultivation of martial practitioners, that if that lady intends to purchase it for healing, it would suffice. However, to elevate martial prowess, one must acquire the true Jingyang Dan. Chai Yin Wang explained, glancing toward the still fuming middle-aged beauty. Ning Yuan, incensed at Chai Yin Wang for thwarting his opportunity for profit, shouted, "You wild Taoist, you are ruining my prospects and courting death." With that, he launched a fierce kick toward Chai Yin Wang. Chai Yin Wang deftly blocked the kick, using the momentum to flip off the stage, while Ning Yuan was similarly rebounded by a force, staggering back and executing two backward rolls that as he attempted to rise. He discovered that the foot he had kicked with was broken and twisted, and in panic, he hobbled away on one leg, while Chai Yin Wang had no intention of pursuing him. Seeing Chai Yin Wang kicked off the stage, Nan Gongyin was taken aback, but as she observed him slowly rising, she remarked, "Ha, exposed, and now he is enraged." Noticing that Chai Yin Wang had not sustained severe injuries, she inquired, "Master Han, is your Heijing Dan truly for auction?" Chai Yin Wang shook his head. "No, my Heijing Dan is a medicinal remedy for healing, not for auction here." At that moment, Shi Yinran rose from her seat and approached Chai Yin Wang, offering a deep bow as she said, "Master Han, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment, that I am Shi Yinran, the third wife of the Yang family from Tianshou. Regardless, you must sell me that vial of Heijing Dan. Name your price, and I assure you I will not shortchange you." Chai Yin Wang replied, "I'm afraid I cannot part with my Heijing Dan, Master Han. You mentioned that the Heijing Dan is for healing, that I wish to acquire it to treat my youngest daughter. Please, I implore you, even a single vial or just a few pills will do. Does your family have someone ailing?" Chai Yin Wang inquired, tilting his head to regard Shi Yinran. "Indeed, otherwise, why would I have bid 1 million to acquire that so-called Jingyang Dan?" Shi Yinran's eyes glimmered with desire. "Very well, I possess some medical knowledge. If you would take me to your home later, I shall take a look." "That would be wonderful." Shi Yinran beamed with joy. At this moment, Feng Xiao stepped forward, saying, "I am Feng Xiao, the third elder of the esteemed Feng family from Tianshou. Master Han, since you possess Heijing Dan and can identify the authenticity of Jingyang Dan, if I am not mistaken, you must also have the genuine Jingyang Dan in your possession." Chai Yin Wang smiled and replied, "Mr. Feng, are you referring to this green Jingyang Dan?" With that, he produced a transparent vial. Feng Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he reached for it, only for Chai Yin Wang to retract his hand, saying, "What? Do you wish to snatch it from me?" "No, I merely wish to examine it closely to ascertain if it is the legendary Jingyang Dan." "I was too hasty. My apologies," Feng Xiao quickly explained, waving his hands in a gesture of contrition. Chai Yin Wang scrutinized Feng Xiao and asked, "Can you discern between the genuine and the counterfeit?" As he spoke, he offered the vial of Jingyang Dan for inspection. Feng Xiao took it, rotating the vial as he observed the 10 green pills within, shimmering with a faint green light. After a thorough examination, he returned the vial to Chai Yin Wang, saying, "Master Han, the pills in this vial, in terms of color and shape, are indistinguishable from the legendary Jingyang Dan. However, since it is sealed, I cannot ascertain its aroma. I am 90% certain that it is indeed Jingyang Dan if you are willing to auction it. My family's young master will not hesitate to pay a handsome price for it." Before Chai Yin Wang could respond, a slightly plump young man in his 30s seated in the front row stood up, striding over as he declared, "No need for an auction. Master Han, simply state your price, and I will purchase this vial of Jingyang Dan." Chai Yin Wang cast a glance at the youth, then turned to Feng Xiao, who immediately spoke, "Master Han, this is my family's young master, Feng Dinkai." Chai Yin Wang scrutinized the young man, Feng Dinkai, who was a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Huangwu realm, while Feng Xiao was a formidable figure in the early stages of the Dibu realm. Noticing that Chai Yin Wang merely observed them without indicating a price, Feng Dinkai hastily added, "My father, Feng Yinwan, is the vice president of the Tianshou Martial Alliance. Please, Master Han, name your price. I assure you, I will not offer less than a single coin." At that moment, another young man stepped forward, accompanied by the middle-aged beauty Shi Yinran, who approached simultaneously, both declaring, "Why not bid? Here, it has always been the highest bidder who prevails." Feng Dingxai's expression darkened upon seeing others challenge him, and retorted, "Madam Yang San, Du Yunshin, do you also wish to vie for this bottle of Jingyang Dan?" It is not a competition. It is fair bidding. Why not let Miss Nangong speak? Both Du Yunshin and Shi Yinran replied in unison. Nangong Yin interjected. According to our rules, it is indeed a bidding process where the highest bidder wins. However, this depends on Master Han's intention. Do you plan to auction it? Chai Yun Wang surveyed the crowd and stated. I did not intend to auction it, but since you were so keen, what price can you offer? Nangong Yin replied, just now, the starting price for a bottle of poison Dan was 300,000. Thus, I believe this Jingyang Dan should not be priced lower than that. As soon as Nangong Yin finished speaking, Feng Dinkai exclaimed, 1,120,000, Du Yunshin shouted. Shi Yinran quickly chimed in. 180,000 of Feng Dinkai, agitated, shouted, 2,220,000. Du Yunshin countered again. Upon hearing the sky-high bids for a single bottle of Jingyang Dan, those who had previously intended to bid could only sigh in resignation. Observing the three unwilling to yield, Chai Yin Wang remarked, it seems the influence of your three families in Tianshou is not to be underestimated. There is no need for further contention. I have 3 bottles in total, and you may each take one for a price of 1 million, which is not exorbitant. However, I do have a small request. Hearing such a windfall, Shi Yinran and the others expressed their delight. Master Han, you have 2 more bottles and do not demand a high price. Indeed, Chai Yun Wang replied, producing 2 more identical transparent vials, and continued, if I require your assistance in the future, you will comply unconditionally. Shi Yinran was the first to respond. I, Shi Yinran, on behalf of the Yang family of Tianshou, will heed Master Han's command without hesitation, even if it means facing peril. After a brief contemplation, Feng Dinkai and Du Yunshin also readily agreed. Chai Yun Wang subsequently distributed the 3 bottles of Jingyang Dan to Shi Yinran and the others, then turned to Nangong Yin, saying, Miss Nangong, please proceed according to your auction rules. Nangong Yin nodded, very well. Yang San, each of you must provide 100,000 to our business, and the remainder goes to Master Han. Thus, Shi Yinran and the others presented their banknotes to Nangong Yin and Chai Yun Wang. Following this, Nangong Yin ascended the auction platform, addressing the crowd. Is there any treasure left to be auctioned? If not, we shall conclude. After a lengthy pause with no further items presented, Nangong Yin waved her hand and descended from the platform. Entering the Jiufu commercial hall, Feng Dinkai and Du Yunshin, flanked by their attendants, were the first to leave the auction platform, heading towards the eastern and western sides of the square, respectively. Shi Yinran and her entourage surrounded Chai Yun Wang, saying, Master Han, you previously mentioned visiting our home to treat my daughter. Please follow me. Chai Yun Wang nodded, very well. Let us go. He then glanced at Duan Jun and the others in the distance, signaling, Brother Duan, let us head to Madame Yang's residence. Upon hearing this, Duan Jun and the 5 others became even more convinced that Han Shuzi was indeed Chai Yun Wang in disguise, sharing a knowing smile before approaching. Brother Han, are you truly going? Yes, I cannot be untrustworthy. Chai Yun Wang replied, nodding at Shi Yinran, who waved to her followers, leading them toward the square. However, just as Feng Dinkai, Feng Xiao, and the others had walked less than 100 paces out of the square, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of over a dozen people. The leader, an elderly man clad in a blue robe, appeared to be in his 70s, gaunt yet sharp-eyed, with slightly protruding temples. Clearly a martial artist of considerable prowess. The other 5 or 6 middle-aged men, aged around 40 or 50, were also formidable martial artists. Feng Xiao, noticing their encirclement, hurriedly asked, Gentlemen, what is your intention? The blue-robed elder replied, Hand over the Jingyang Dan, and we shall spare your lives. Feng Dinkai glared, Old scoundrel, do you know we are disciples of the Tianshou Martial Alliance? Meanwhile, to the west of the square, Du Yunshin and his group, having walked a few paces, were similarly confronted by a group led by an elderly man in white, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with a scar on his left cheek and a head full of white hair, lending him a fearsome presence. Seeing this, Du Yunshin asked warily, What do you want? The white-robed elder did not respond, raising his arm and striking Du Yunshin's shoulder before he could react, resulting in a cracking sound as his shoulder blade shattered. Seeing their master harmed, Du Yunshin's attendants rushed forward, but as they took a step, the white-robed elder casually swatted them away. At this moment, the white-robed elder raised his hand again, declaring, Hand over the Jingyang Dan. and you may yet live, that Du Yunshin realized that no amount of wealth was worth more than his life. Prioritizing survival, he quickly threw the bottle of green Dan away. The white-robed elder caught it effortlessly, glanced at Du Yunshin and his companions, and commanded, "Scram," that he then led his group, exuding a threatening aura, toward the east. The blue-robed elder, dismissing Feng Dingcai's words, scoffed, "The Tianshou martial alliance means nothing to me that if you wish to keep your limbs intact. Hand over the Jingyang Dan quickly. My patience is limited." With that, he struck out, causing Feng Xiao to stumble, while a nearby middle-aged man was sent flying a distance, blood spewing from his mouth. At this moment, the white-robed elder approached and asked, "Haisha, have you not yet finished?" Feng Dingcai, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly handed over the bottle of green Dan. The blue-robed elder took the bottle and, with a flick of his hand, sent Feng Dingcai sprawling to the ground. Then he turned to the white-robed elder, saying, "Baisha, let us go. There are still 2 bottles to acquire before we return to the mountain." Subsequently, the duo, known as the Black and White Fiends, advanced toward Shi Yinran and Chai Yunwang, who stood at the center of the square. Seeing the approaching group of dozens, Shi Yinran and her followers instinctively halted, their expressions tense as they fixated on the Black and White Fiends. Even Duan Jun and the others appeared somewhat apprehensive. The Black and White Fiends halted before them, their entourage fanning out behind them, forming an encirclement around Shi Yinran and Chai Yunwang. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Shi Yinran discreetly signaled to a maid beside her while maintaining her composure. She addressed the Black and White Fiends. "Are you the legendary Black and White elders who have long been absent from the martial world?" "Indeed, Madame Yang-san. Your knowledge is commendable. We recall having had a brotherly connection in the past." The Black and White Fiends indirectly acknowledged. "You come with such a retinue, blocking our path. May I inquire what business you have?" Shi Yinran feigned ignorance. The white-robed elder shook the transparent vial in his hand, saying, "Do you see this? It is the Jingyang Dan that Du Yunshin and Feng Dingcai presented to us, that if you also produce 2 bottles of Jingyang Dan, you shall not meet the same fate as them." Upon hearing this, Shi Yinran's complexion paled, gripping her bottle of green Dan tightly. "We only possess 1 bottle. How could we possibly have 2? You may have but 1, but that fellow Han Shuzi has another black one. Does he not?" The blue-robed elder pointed at Chai Yunwang. Chai Yunwang's lips curled into a faint smirk as he produced the black Dan, lifting it to display. "Are you referring to this vial?" "Indeed, if you wish to leave unscathed, hand it over compliantly." The white-robed elder surveyed Shi Yinran and Chai Yunwang. Shi Yinran, filled with helplessness, glanced at Chai Yunwang, fully aware that the Black and White Fiends were notorious for their ruthlessness, beings she could not contend with. Even if her father were to intervene, the chances of victory were slim. Grasping the green Dan tightly, she prepared to step forward to hand it over. Chai Yunwang extended his hand, taking the bottle of green Dan from Shi Yinran, clasping it alongside the black Dan bottle, and said, "Madam San, please step back. I shall present these to the esteemed elders." Holding both bottles aloft, he took a few steps forward before pausing, addressing the gathered crowd. "Should you desire these 2 bottles of Jingyang Dan, I, Han Shuzi, am but a humble individual who has not heard of your esteemed names. May I inquire which sect or faction you belong to?" The white-robed elder, a hint of amusement crossing his face, replied, "Interesting. I am not averse to revealing this to you, that we are members of the hidden Tangmen of Tianshou, and we have long heard of an old Taoist named Han Shuzi, reputed to possess the ability to concoct Jingyang Dan. Today, we finally meet. Therefore, if you hand over the 2 bottles of Jingyang Dan, we shall expect you to present us with more in the future. And we shall not trouble you or Madame Yang today." The Hidden Tang sect, originating from the ancient Geocity of the Shu Kingdom over 400 years ago, has remained concealed for more than 3 centuries due to unforeseen events. The current sect leader, Tang Yaozu, is the 6th-generation descendant of the original sect master, Tang Xianiao, that I end Chapter 075. Standing calmly a yard away, Tang Yaozu is a rare martial arts prodigy. After assuming leadership, he departed from Geocity, leading the sect into seclusion. Through over 3 centuries of hidden cultivation, his skills have reached an unprecedented level. The current young master, Tang Guangzong, is the 7th-generation descendant of Tang Yaozu, possessing commendable martial talent. Though his prowess pales in comparison to his ancestors, it remains formidable enough to instill fear. Upon hearing from Baisha that he is a member of the Hidden Tang sect, Shi Yanran is struck with terror. She has heard from the elder of the Yang family that the sect leader's martial arts prowess might have surpassed the mid-stage of the martial immortal realm, while the young master may have reached the mid-late stage of the martial god realm. Confronting such individuals, even 10 families like the Yangs and the Shis would prove insufficient to compete. With a trembling voice, Shi Yanran implores, "Esteemed seniors, if we surrender these 2 vials of Jingyang pills, may we then take our leave?" "Indeed," Bai Sha nods. "As long as Han Shuzi delivers the Jingyang pills, you may depart." Holding 2 vials of pills, Chai Yinwang steps forward and pauses, stating, "Your skills are commendable. Having reached the pinnacle of the celestial venerable realm, the others are also formidable. Yet, is it not a bit overbearing for so many of you to emerge and seize another's possessions?" Upon hearing Chai Yinwang's words, Shi Yanran and the others sense the tension in the air, as if they are challenging the black and white twin devils. Such bravado could easily amount to suicide. The twin devils, discerning the hostility in Chai Yinwang's tone, grow wary. He Sha glares at him and declares, "Han, old man, I shall bully you just this once. What can you do about it? You're already in your 40s or 50s, yet your words sound as foolish as a reckless youth. One must possess a strong fist to speak boldly. Having heard of the hidden Tang sect's reputation, you dare to speak to us in such a manner. It seems you are unaware of the meaning of death. Chong Hao, go and remove an arm from Han Shuzi, so he may remember this lesson." That as the black and white twin devils prepare to act, Shi Yanran and her companions instinctively retreat several paces, simultaneously urging Master Han yield. They are not to be trifled with. That moment, a group approaches from behind, led by a burly man in his 50s, followed by 20 or 30 robust men and women, promptly joining Shi Yanran's side. Simultaneously, upon hearing He Sha's command, a formidable middle-aged man steps forward. This man is Chong Hao, who cracks his knuckles and strides toward Chai Yinwang, raising his arm to strike. Chai Yinwang, not wishing to reveal his strength prematurely, engages in a game of cat dash and dash mouse. As Chong Hao's hand descends, he slightly shifts his body, raising his left arm to block the strike. Chong Hao, taken by surprise, finds that his powerful blow has merely sliced through the air. Not deterred, Chong Hao swiftly pivots and throws a punch. Chai Yinwang steps back, maintaining his grip on the 2 vials, and deftly catches Chong Hao's wrist with his left hand. Chong Hao, quick to react, channels his energy to shake free, escaping Chai Yinwang's grasp. That he then leaps, delivering a kick aimed at Chai Yinwang's chest. Chai Yinwang remains grounded, leaning back to evade the blow. Chong Hao, unable to connect, steps forward and launches another punch. Chai Yinwang straightens up, quickly extending his left hand to firmly seize Chong Hao's wrist with a bit more force. Chong Hao's wrist is caught once more, and he struggles violently to escape. Feeling pain radiate through his arm, in a desperate move, he launches another kick. Chai Yinwang releases him and steps back, causing Chong Hao to lose balance and tumble awkwardly. Nevertheless, Chong Hao, being a martial arts expert, rolls back to his feet. After a few failed attacks, his fury escalates, and with a thunderous roar, he leaps forward, fists clenched as he charges at Chai Yinwang like a cannonball. This is one of the Tang sect's signature techniques, known as the meteor hammer. As Chong Hao's fists come crashing down, Chai Yinwang effortlessly extends his left hand, gripping Chong Hao's right wrist, stepping back. He pulls hard, and with a resounding crack, Chong Hao is left sprawled on the ground. This time Chai Yinwang does not release his hold. Chong Hao attempts to rise, but is unable to regain his footing. His center of gravity thrown off. As he struggles, a tremendous force travels from his wrist through his arm, and suddenly, Chai Yinwang places his right foot upon Chong Hao's shoulder, pulling with all his might. With a cry of pain, Chong Hao is sent rolling aside, his right arm torn free. The black and white twin devils watch in disbelief as the peak celestial martial artist, Chong Hao, is single-handedly defeated, revealing the underestimated strength of Han Shuzi. With his arms severed, blood pours forth as he writhes in agony. He Sha rushes over, applying pressure to Chong Hao's wound, silencing his cries as the bleeding ceases and some vitality returns to him. At this moment, 2 men, resembling Chong Hao in age, rush forward, furiously shouting, "You old scoundrel! How dare you harm my brother? I will skin you alive!" These 2 are Chong Gui and Chong Ju, the second and third brothers of Chong Hao. Collectively known as the 3 heroes of the Tang sect, nearing the pinnacle of the celestial martial realm, as they speak, Chang Gui unsheathes a short dagger, thrusting it towards Chai Yun-Wang's left side, while Chang Ju follows suit, wielding another dagger aimed at Chai Yun-Wang's right shoulder, creating an encirclement. The onlookers, including Shi Yin-Ran and her companions, wish to assist Chai Yun-Wang, yet the formidable presence of the black and white twin devils deters them from acting recklessly. As they watch, concerned for Chai Yun-Wang's safety, they prepare to charge in. Just then, with a clang, Chang Ju's slash collides with Chang Gui's thrust, while Chai Yun-Wang stands unscathed a yard away, gazing at the bewildered brothers as if they were fools. Shi Yin-Ran, Duan Jun, and others failed to comprehend how Chai Yun-Wang evaded the attack. Only the black and white twin devils perceived the truth. At the moment the brothers' daggers were about to connect, Chai Yun-Wang executed an inconceivable maneuver, retreating a yard away. I end Chapter 076. The Chang brothers, humiliated by their failure, roar in anger and once again raise their arms to strike. Chai Yun-Wang remains motionless, while the brothers' blades, mere inches from him, suddenly explode with a pair of thundering sounds, dispersing into fragments, followed by their anguished cries. As the crowd turns to witness the commotion, they see the brothers' sleeves stained with crimson as their arms and fingers are reduced to mere bones. Their flesh splattered upon the ground, fulfilling their earlier threat of skinning and muscle extraction. The defeat of the Chang brothers instills a sense of dread among the 20 or so followers of the black and white twin devils, revealing that Han Shuzi is not to be trifled with. Seeing Han Shuzi dispatch the three challengers with such ease, Bai Sha has no choice but to intervene personally. That he turns to He Sha and says, "Brother, tend to their wounds that I shall deal with that young man." With that, he unleashes his mid-stage celestial emperor power, advancing with purpose, claw-like hands extending toward Chai Yun-Wang's chest. Chai Yun-Wang appears momentarily paralyzed by fear, neither evading nor defending himself, shocking Shi Yin-Ran and the onlookers who think it's over. Han Shuzi is doomed. Duan Jun and others are equally alarmed, shouting, "Brother, move aside!" Just as their warning escapes, Bai Sha's claws latch onto Chai Yun-Wang's clothing but fail to pierce his skin. Bai Sha feels an unyielding force halting his advance. Merely grasping the fabric, he attempts to lift Chai Yun-Wang with one hand to smash him to the ground. Yet, just as he begins to lift, he senses Chai Yun-Wang's weight anchoring him down, preventing any further elevation. Realizing the predicament, Bai Sha tries to release his grip but finds his fingers inexplicably stuck. Unable to loosen, in desperation, he raises his other fist to strike Chai Yun-Wang's face. Yet, astonishingly, his punch halts inches from Chai Yun-Wang's forehead, suspended in midair, creating an illusion of impending impact. The Chang brothers, unaware, call out, "Grandfather Bai, crush him." Others echo, "Master Bai, finish him off." Conversely, Shi Yin-Ran, Duan Jun, and the others ponder the sudden change in Bai Sha's demeanor, questioning whether he has developed a conscience. Are you showing mercy? Is it merely a threat to raise your fist without striking? Just as everyone was puzzled by the situation, a terrified shout from Bai Sha broke the silence. "Big brother, hurry, lend me a hand." Hearing the cry, He Sha turned to Bai Sha with a bewildered expression and asked, "What is wrong, second brother? What help do you need? Why not just smash his head with a punch?" "No, big brother, quickly strike a blow to the back of that old Taoist," Bai Sha urged anxiously. Taking his time, He Sha stepped forward, observing the somewhat disheveled Chai Yun-Wang, whose arms hung limply at his sides as he gazed upward with his eyes fixed at Bai Sha. A smirk playing on his lips, this only heightened Bai Sha's urgency as he implored, "Big brother, stop staring and hit him. Hit him hard." Although He Sha was still unclear about the circumstances, he complied and delivered a slap that landed on Chai Yun-Wang's right shoulder, producing two resounding thuds, one from Bai Sha being forcefully knocked to the ground, and the other from him spitting blood. As He Sha's palm struck Chai Yun-Wang's shoulder, the impact seemed to bind him, rendering one of his arms immobile, that he instinctively attempted to kick out, but suddenly a tremendous force radiated from the impact, overwhelming his body and preventing him from lifting his leg. It was then that he realized the imminent danger. Comprehending why Bai Sha had only raised his fist without delivering a blow, in an instant, beads of sweat, like pearls, cascaded down his forehead and cheeks, his eyes widening in terror. Bai Sha's fall and the blood he coughed up alerted the Tangmen disciples behind him, some rushing to support him, while others considered launching an attack. Regaining his composure after spitting blood, Bai Sha finally understood the gravity of their encounter. recognizing that they had crossed paths with a formidable figure. The brothers realized they had kicked a steel plate, and hastily crawled forward, pleading, "Master Han, spare us, we were wrong." Chai Yinwang turned to the frightened Bai Sha, then slightly shifted his body, raising his right arm to deliver an elbow strike aimed at He Sha's ribs. A sharp sound echoed as He Sha's palm shattered, and he was sent flying, followed by a loud gasp as he vomited a mouthful of blood. This scene left Shi Yinran and her companions dumbfounded. A figure of such prowess, one who could effortlessly injure both He Sha and Bai Sha, was a true anomaly. Even if they could not become allies, they must never become foes. Meanwhile, Duan Jun and his companions were equally astonished. They had not anticipated their elder brother's skills to be so formidable, managing to take on two opponents without even breaking a sweat. Only after He Sha and Bai Sha were harmed and bleeding did they truly grasp the reality. To defeat the enigmatic Han Shuzi before them, they would require at least the peak combat prowess of the Grand Elder, Chang Chufeng, upon his return from seclusion. After Chai Yinwang's elbow sent He Sha crashing, he looked at Bai Sha as extreme panic and declared, "Spare you? If I were to be struck and bleed today, would you allow me to leave unscathed?" "Yes, we would." "Look, although we seized the Jinyang Dan from Du Yun's son and the others, we did not annihilate them. We let them all leave alive." From the other side, He Sha chimed in. "If that is the case," Chai Yinwang replied, "I might consider sparing you, provided you agree to two conditions." "What conditions?" "Please, Master Han, speak that as long as it is within our power." "We will comply." Both He Sha and Bai Sha responded in unison. "First, surrender the Jinyang Dan that you stole. Second, it was I, Han Shuzi, who dealt with you today, that if you are dissatisfied, come find me at Taishui Mountain. I shall not hesitate to inform you that my master is the lord of the Taishu Palace, Wuliang Tianzin. Should you vent your frustrations on innocence, I will obliterate your entire Tangmen." Chapter 077. More accurate and skillful than her father, Chai Yinwang spoke with bravado, gazing down at the duo of He Sha and Bai Sha. Upon hearing this, the brothers quickly knelt 3 times, proclaiming, "We dare not entertain thoughts of vengeance." They then rose and each handed over a vial of Jinyang Dan. Chai Yinwang accepted the 2 vials of green pills and stated, "Now leave. Since you have chosen to remain hidden, you should not come out to cause trouble. This time I will spare you. But it does not mean I will do so again next time." "Yes, yes," He Sha and Bai Sha replied, leading their entourage to assist the Chang brothers as they made their way towards a street in the northern part of the square. During this time, many onlookers witnessed the predicament of the hidden Tang men and speculated about Chai Yunwang's background. When he announced his lineage and master, confusion ensued, as they were unaware of Taishui Mountain or the identity of Wuliang Tianzun. As He Sha and Bai Sha departed, Du Yun's son and his companions approached Chai Yinwang, surrounding him. Noticing their presence, Chai Yinwang neither expressed anger nor spoke, merely observing the excited expressions of Du Yun's son and Feng Dingkai. The two spontaneously knelt and looked up at Chai Yinwang, saying, "Master Han, thank you for avenging us. Your martial prowess is unfathomable. I wish to acknowledge you as my master." Chai Yinwang was taken aback, then waved his hand, saying, "Please rise, young masters, that we are merely acquaintances, and there is no need for master or servant titles. Here, take your Jinyang Dan." He handed over the 2 vials of green pills and returned another vial to Shi Yinran. Feng and Du both accepted the Jinyang Dan with immense joy, repeatedly thanking him. Chai Yinwang gestured, "All right, you all return now, that I must visit the Yang family to tend to a patient before heading back to the mountain." Du Yunsan inquired, "Master, are you leaving Taishui Mountain so soon? I was hoping to have my father come and express his gratitude for your significant help. Could you delay your departure?" Feng Dingkai added, "Yes, master, I share the same sentiment." "No, I will leave after visiting the Yang residence." He then turned to Shi Yinran and said, "Madam San, let us go see the patient at your home." Shi Yinran nodded, pointing to a sturdy man beside her. "Master Han, this is my husband, Yang Lung." She then gestured to a pair of young adults in their 20s, saying, "This is my eldest son, Yang Yuga, and my daughter, Yang Zita." The Yang family nodded in acknowledgement, while Shi Yinran continued, "Lung Ge. Master Han has agreed to see to the illness of my daughter, Ekten Exing." Yang Lung asked, "Does the master also have knowledge of medicine?" "I possess some understanding, though whether I can cure it or not will depend on the examination." Chai Yinwang replied modestly, "If master can heal my daughter, I assure you, I will reward you generously." Chai Yinwang nodded and gestured to Duan Jun and the others. They are my sworn brothers. I am Duan Jun, Wu Naixiong, Yin Hao Duan A Jiao, and Cui Yingying. He introduced himself. Yang Lung and Shi Yinran acknowledged them while sizing up Duan Jun and his companions, noting their impressive martial skills. Please, all of you, come to our residence for a discussion. Afterward, Yang Lung and his wife escorted Chai Yinwang and the others to a grand estate in the southeastern part of the city center, with the Sanyang family estate prominently displayed. The estate was vast, occupying several hundred paces, indicative of a prestigious family. Upon entering the estate, they were met with a large square where over 100 individuals practiced martial arts. Surrounding them were numerous independent pavilions, interconnected by various plants, trees, and shaded pathways. The Yang family estate was notably expansive, being the foremost among the 5 great families of Tianshou, with the other families, Feng, Du, Shi, and Chu, being slightly less influential. As the entourage dispersed, only Shi Yinran's personal maid remained with the couple, guiding Chai Yinwang and the others through the pavilions towards the back courtyard. Soon, they arrived at a section with 2 to 3 dozen independent pavilions. Stopping before one in the southeastern corner, the maid rushed ahead and announced, "The master has arrived." Shortly after, several individuals emerged from the 2 pavilions to the west, the foremost being 2 women in their 30s or 40s, both elegantly dressed. These were the first lady, Hu Qianhua, and the second lady, Ruan Minro. As they approached, each accompanied by 2 maids, they called out, "The master has returned." At that moment, from the central pavilion, 2 individuals emerged, a strikingly beautiful young girl of 18 or 19, and a maid appearing around 15 or 16. That the young girl, visibly frail, exclaimed, "Father, mother, you have come." "Yes, Yusin, I have brought a distinguished individual to examine your ailment," Shi Yinran affirmed. As they proceeded into the hall of the pavilion, Yang Lung turned to Chai Yinwang and said, "Master Han, this is my daughter, Yang Yusin. She has been ill for a year, and despite numerous renowned doctors' attempts, her condition has only worsened." Duan A Jiao interjected, "Yang Lao Yi, I have heard that there is a so-called mad doctor in Tianshou who could not cure her either." Yang Lung sighed and shook his head. "To be frank, my daughter has undergone treatments from many skilled physicians in vain. Half a year ago, we sought out the so-called mad Dr. Qiu Wanning, who employed his so-called mad butterfly 6 needles technique, which managed to stabilize her condition somewhat, yet failed to provide a complete cure. Subsequently, twice a month, his daughter Qiu Tianjiao would visit to administer acupuncture. Until recently, the condition was well managed. However, a month ago, Yu Xian's ailment worsened, prompting us, her elderly parents, to seek the assistance of Qiu Wanning for a diagnosis. He assured us that our daughter would recover in due time, with his daughter continuing the acupuncture treatment. Yet, as of today, Yu Xian's condition remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Cui Yingying inquired whether Qiu Wanning's reliance on his daughter Qiu Tianjiao for the acupuncture might have led to the exacerbation of Miss Yang's illness. Beside her, Shi Yinran explained that this would not be the case, as Qiu Tianjiao's technique is proficient and her keen eyesight surpasses that of her father. At that moment, a group of more than 10 individuals burst into the hall. Leading them was an elderly couple nearing 80, flanked by 2 middle-aged men in their 50s, accompanied by 5 elegantly dressed middle-aged women, along with several young men and women. These individuals were none other than the elder of the Yang family, Yang Wanshan and his wife, Diao Lanhua, as well as the second elder, Yang Tong, with his 2 wives, and the third elder, Yang Tsong, accompanied by his 3 spouses. The younger attendees included the children of the second elder, Yang Yubing, Yang Yuliang, and Yang Yuyin, along with the children of the third elder, Yang Yuxiong, Yang Yuchao, and Yang Yushuan, with several maidservants trailing behind. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yang Lung and his wife called out, "Father, mother, what brings you here?" The elder couple replied, "We heard from the second and third elders that you have summoned a physician to attend to our dear granddaughter, so we came to see for ourselves." Yang Wanshan scanned the room and asked, "Elder brother, has the physician examined X?" "What did he say?" Yang Tong, his face etched with concern, responded, "We just brought Master Han inside. He hasn't had the chance to assess her condition yet." Yang Wanshan then turned his gaze to Chai Yinwang, finally fixing his eyes on him, and said, "I presume this esteemed Taoist is Master Han. You must save my granddaughter. If you succeed, I would be willing to grant you half of my estate." His urgent plea reflected the depth of his love and concern for his granddaughter's well-being. Chai Yunwang quickly shook his head, saying, "Elder, Han Shuzi, do not practice medicine for monetary gain. Let me first examine Miss Yang's condition." "Indeed. Let us assess the situation first." Shi Yanran nodded in agreement. Consequently, Chai Yunwang approached the seated Yang Yusin, while a maidservant beside, Shi Yanran promptly fetched a chair. Taking a seat, Chai Yunwang looked at Yang Yusin and noticed her beautiful face bore a slight pallor, with more pronounced darkening around her nose and lips, indicative of chronic poisoning. That as he examined her, he reached out to take her pulse, and after a moment inquired, "Miss Yang, do you feel any biting pain in a specific area of your body?" Yang Yusin was taken aback and replied, "Master, your insight is remarkable. I have been experiencing a sensation of something biting my abdomen intermittently for the past 10 days or so, as if on the surface or perhaps within." Chai Yunwang withdrew his hand and stated, "You have been poisoned. The source is a poisonous insect residing in your lower abdomen." The diagnosis left everyone stunned, and Yang Wanshan and the Yang couple expressed their astonishment, asking, "How could there be a poisonous insect growing inside her body?" Chai Yunwang explained, "There are two possibilities. Either someone deliberately placed a poisonous insect egg in her water for her to ingest, or the egg was present in contaminated food that she inadvertently consumed. This egg is highly resilient. If it is not expelled, it attaches to the intestinal wall and eventually grows into an insect, which then adheres to the stomach lining, gradually feeding on the body's blood and releasing toxins, leading to discomfort. As the toxins accumulate, symptoms develop." Yang Yusin was both alarmed and puzzled, asking, "Why does the biting sensation occur intermittently?" Chai Yunwang responded, "That is because the insect bites when it is hungry, feeding on your blood. Once it is sated, it can go days without biting, and you will not feel the pain." Yang Yusin's eyes widened in realization. That makes sense. That my daughter, Yusin, has always been sweet and charming, well-liked among her siblings and without enemies. It is unlikely someone would intentionally harm her. It is more probable she inadvertently consumed food containing the insect eggs, remarked the second elder and his wife, Qian Xiaoqiao. Shi Yanran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Aunt Xiao is correct. It is likely that Xir mistakenly ingested the insect eggs." She then turned to Chai Yunwang and asked, "Master Han, do you have a remedy?" "Yes." However, before Chai Yunwang could finish, the elder interjected, "Master Han, state your fee. The Yang family will not be stingy." Chai Yunwang replied, "You misunderstand. My intention is not to seek wealth from healing, but rather, Miss Yang's condition is unique, and I will need your full cooperation to treat her." Yang Lung and his wife promptly inquired, "Master Han, how can we assist you?" Chai Yunwang surveyed the crowd and suggested, "This hall is too crowded. You two should take Miss Yang to a quieter location, where I can proceed with the next steps of the treatment." That is easily arranged," Shi Yanran said, then turning to a maid. "Qiu Ling, please take Miss Yang to her chamber. It is the quietest place." She added, "Please accompany me." Elder Yang and Madam Hu Qianhua and Ruan Minru looked at Yang Lung and asked, "Elder, may we go and observe?" Unsure, Yang Lung glanced at Chai Yunwang, who nodded. "That would be fine. I will need a few assistants." Thus, the four of them accompanied Chai Yunwang to Yang Yusin's chamber, while the others remained in the hall, sipping tea and waiting for updates. Once inside, Chai Yunwang gestured for Shi Yanran to close the door, then said, "Elder Yang, Madam Yang, I must clarify my approach to the treatment, that if you agree, I will proceed. If not, I will take my leave." "Whatever you plan to do, please go ahead," replied Yang Lung and his wife. "As I mentioned, there is a poisonous insect in Miss Yang's abdomen that I must remove, followed by detoxification. That my method requires me to administer a needle to her abdomen to drive the insect out. However, due to clothing obstructing access, Miss Yang will need to remove some of her garments, which may compromise her modesty. Please discuss and decide whether to proceed or not." After hearing this, the individuals in the room hesitated that if the physician were a woman, it might be easier, but given that he was not only male, but also an old Taoist, it posed a considerable challenge. They exchanged glances, and Yang Yusin bit her lip, her heart racing as she fidgeted with her fingers, casting timid glances at Chai Yunwang. Observing her discomfort, Chai Yunwang remarked, "Miss Yang, do I appear frightening to you, causing you unease?" Yang Yusin, almost involuntarily, nodded, then felt it was disrespectful and quickly shook her head, remaining silent. Chai Yin-Wang chuckled. How about this? I will change to a more pleasant visage. Perhaps that will ease your mind. That he then gently removed his mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face, leaving Yang Lung, his wife, Yang Yusin, and the maidservants astonished. After a moment, Yang Yusin timidly asked, "Is this truly your real appearance?" Chai Yin-Wang affirmed, "Indeed, this is my true face. The disguise was necessary when I discovered counterfeit medicine at an auction." Upon hearing this, Yang Lung inquired, "So you are not an old Taoist, nor are you called Han Shuzi?" "Correct. I am merely a wandering physician known as Chai Yin-Wang, that I do not specialize in healing. I travel and assist those I happen upon," he explained, blending truth with a touch of embellishment. At that moment, Yang Yusin shyly asked, "Physician Chai, must I remove all my clothing?" "No, merely the excess garments. As long as I can touch the area, I will be able to locate the insect." Yang Yusin, upon hearing this, readily agreed. "Very well. I shall remove my excess garments. After all, there is no shame in seeking treatment." With that, she began to unfasten her clothing. Chai Yin-Wang quickly raised his hand. "Wait, could you have Chiu Ling prepare a cup of warm water and an empty cup? They will be needed shortly." Chiu Ling promptly exited and soon returned with a cup of warm water and an empty cup, while Shi Yinran closed the door once more. The maidservant, Zhuer, assisted Yang Yusin in removing her outer layers, leaving only a thin garment beneath. Chai Yin-Wang approached, instructing Yang Yusin to lie down, then asked, "Miss Yang, where do you frequently feel the biting sensation?" His intention was to ascertain a general area for his examination to avoid aimlessly probing. Feeling a bit shy, Yang Yusin pointed towards her lower abdomen. Under the watchful eyes of those present, Chai Yin-Wang gently placed his 5 fingers over the area, feeling through the thin fabric. After a moment, he paused and said, "Miss Yang, I have located the insect. After I administer the needle, you may feel some pain, but you must endure it." Yang Yusin managed to utter softly, "Madam Yang, please assist me by holding Miss Yang's legs and arms to prevent her from moving unexpectedly during the procedure." Shi Yinran and the other 2 ladies promptly approached, placing their hands upon Yang Yusin's calf. An ARM.IT was then that Chai Yin-Wang produced a 3-inch silver needle and swiftly pierced it between her fingers. Moments later, Yang Yusin let out a cry of ouch and exclaimed, "Mother, it hurts. It hurts just as much as before, like being bitten." "Miss Yang, bear with it. The venomous creature will soon be expelled from your body." Chai Yin-Wang reassured her, simultaneously channeling a force from his finger through the silver needle into Yang Yusin's body, compelling the parasite to detach from her stomach lining and migrate to her intestines. Before long, Yang Yusin felt the pain dissipate, yet nausea surged within her, as tumultuous as a raging sea, making her feel the urge to vomit. Chai Yin-Wang immediately called out, "Quickly, assist Miss Yang to sit up and bring me an empty cup." Shi Yinran and the maid Xiuling helped Yang Yusin into a sitting position, while Zhuer hurriedly presented the empty cup. Yang Yusin leaned over and heaved a great mouthful into the cup, after which Zhuer promptly handed her a water cup for rinsing. "What do you see floating in the cup?" Chai Yin-Wang inquired, observing the others. Yang Ling took the cup from Zhue's hands, and the 3 ladies turned to look, revealing a black, multi-legged worm writhing in the water, measuring about half an inch in length. Indeed, there was a worm inside. The 3 ladies gasped in astonishment. "Let me see," Yang Yusin said, wiping the moisture from her lips. "All right, the venomous creature within Miss Yang has been expelled. The next step is to eliminate the residual toxins in her system. She will need to vomit again. Prepare a slightly larger basin." Chai Yin-Wang instructed, and exited the room with the cup containing the worm, soon returning with a small basin. Chai Yin-Wang then positioned himself behind Yang Yusin. Gently placing his palm on her back, an invisible force began to circulate within her, and Yang Yusin felt her blood surging, her head spinning, her face flushed, and discomfort overwhelming her. "Bear with it," urged Yang Ling and the others in unison. After a while, Yang Yusin turned her head and directed her mouth toward the empty basin in Zhue's hands, releasing a substantial amount of dark blood with a splatter. She then retched a couple more times before ceasing, at which point Chai Yin-Wang withdrew his hand. "All done, just rinse your mouth and you'll be fine," Chai Yin-Wang remarked, reapplying the mask he had previously removed. Yang Ling recognized that Chai Yin-Wang wished to keep his true identity concealed from more people. Thus he addressed the 3 ladies, saying, "You must not disclose the true appearance of Master Chai." It was treated by Master Han. The others in the room nodded in understanding. Thereupon, she and Ran took her daughter's hand and led her outside, with everyone following them out of Yang Yusin's chamber and into the hall. "Old master, old lady, how is it?" they anxiously inquired. Yang Ling replied, "Yes, Master Han is truly remarkable. He has indeed extracted the venomous creature from X's abdomen. Indeed, we all witnessed it." "Thank you, Master Han," the old master said, approaching Chai Yin-Wang to grasp his hand. "And no need for thanks. It was but a small effort. Most of the toxins within Miss Yang have been expelled. For the remaining, she just needs to take a pill and purge a couple of times to fully recover," Chai Yin-Wang stated, producing the red detoxification pill bestowed upon him by his grandfather before departing from the celestial realm. Upon seeing it, the old master remarked, "Master Han, this pill resembles the legendary Jingyang pill. Though differing in color, the size and shape are quite similar. This is specifically for detoxification. The Jingyang pill you mentioned has already been sold to the third madam," Chai Yin-Wang explained. Shi Ran then presented the green Jingyang pill for the old master and others to see. At that moment, a servant entered to report, "Old master, madam, Miss Chiu has arrived." As the words left his lips, a young woman in her 20s with a striking figure and an air of arrogance appeared at the door, carrying a medicinal box slung over her right shoulder. Clearly, she was Chiu Tianjiao, come to administer needles to control Yang Yusin's condition. Seeing her, Shi Ran quickly approached, saying, "Miss Chiu, please come in and have a seat. Thank you for making the trip. My daughter's ailment has been treated by Master Han." Chiu Tianjiao appeared somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and as she walked forward, she scrutinized Chai Yin-Wang's attire and demeanor. Approaching Yang Yusin, she asked, "Is that so? Let me take a look." With that, she set down her medicinal box and eagerly took hold of Yang Yusin's wrist. Clearly intent on checking her pulse, as Chiu Tianjiao held Yang Yusin's wrist, her expression grew solemn. After a moment, she appeared astonished, having discerned through the pulse that Yang Yusin's illness had indeed been cured. After feeling the pulse for a considerable time, Chiu Tianjiao released her grip and turned to look at Yang Ling and his wife, asking, "How was Miss Yang's illness treated?" Master Han discovered a worm within her, and then he administered a needle, after which she expelled the creature. Shi Ran recounted truthfully that a worm. "Where is it?" Chiu Tianjiao inquired. "Did I end this cup?" "Please take a look," Zhu offered, presenting the cup containing the worm. "Ah, it's a centipede. Did it truly come from Miss Yang?" Chiu Tianjiao exclaimed, incredulous. The first madam, Hu Qianhua, and the second madam, Ruan Minru, simultaneously affirmed, "Yes, we witnessed it ourselves." Chapter 080. "As brothers, I shall not charge you a fee." Upon hearing this, Chiu Tianjiao's haughty demeanor softened slightly as she turned to Chai Yin-Wang, asking, "Master, from which esteemed mountain do you hail? May I ask your name?" "I am Han Shuzi from Tai Sui Mountain. Merely a wandering Taoist, not worthy of the title of esteemed master," he replied. "Congratulations on liberating Miss Yang from her affliction," she added, offering a dry compliment before turning back to Yang Ling and his wife, saying, "Congratulations on Miss Yang's recovery. I shall return now to share this good news with my father." With that, Chiu Tianjiao picked up her medicinal box and turned to leave. Yang Ling hurriedly called out, "Wait, Miss Chiu, you cannot leave empty-handed. I must pay you for this final consultation," producing a silver note of 1,000 taels. "That I no need, old Master Yang, that my skills are lacking, and I could not cure Miss Yang's ailment. I sincerely apologize." Chiu Tianjiao declined. "It matters not. Your father and you have both exerted great effort in treating my daughter's unusual illness. Please accept it, or I shall be uneasy," Yang Ling insisted. "Very well. I humbly accept," Chiu Tianjiao replied, tucking away the silver note. Yang Ling then inquired, "Miss Chiu, I presume you have yet to have lunch? Please join us for a meal before you depart." "No, I had already eaten before coming," she replied, making her way to the hall door. "Master Han, you must be tired. You must be hungry. Come, let us go have lunch," Yang Ling said, reaching for Chai Yin-Wang's hand. Shi Ran turned to Yang Tong and Yang Tsong, saying, "Second uncle, third uncle, why don't you join us for lunch at our home?" "No, you and the old folks go eat. We shall take our leave." Yang Tong and Yang Tsong politely declined, subsequently taking their respective wives and children away from the hall. Thus, Yang Ling and his wife, along with Chai Yin-Wang and the elderly couple, proceeded to the dining hall. They arrived at a building containing 2 round tables, one large and one small, with servants already having set out several dishes. Everyone gathered around the large round table. The old master, Yang Wanshan poured a full cup of wine for Chai Yun Wang, then filled one for himself, saying, Master Han, you are of a similar age to my son. Yet I hold great admiration for you, that if you do not mind my advanced years, I would like to recognize you as a younger brother. We shall be friends across generations. You have saved my precious granddaughter. So I raise a glass to you. Upon hearing these words, everyone except the old lady and the siblings Yang Yuga and Yang Tate were taken aback. They understood the age disparity between Chai Yun Wang and the old master, but dared not voice it. Yang Ling and his wife were equally astonished, exclaiming, Father, you wish to call Master Han your brother. Does that not mean we must refer to him as uncle? Yang Yuga, Yang Tate, and Yang Yusin echoed their astonishment. Does this not mean we siblings must call him Grandfather Han? What? Is that not permissible? There are many cases where a nephew is older than an uncle. What is wrong with calling him grandfather? It is merely a matter of fate, the old master retorted, glaring at Yang Ling and his wife, as well as his grandchildren. Chai Yun Wang, taken aback by this, quickly replied, This is utterly out of the question. Old master, you have mistaken me. I am not that old. I merely appear somewhat mature. I would not dare to claim brotherhood with you, nor am I worthy to be called a brother to your son. Enough of that. There is no question of worthiness. From this moment forth, you, Han Shuzi, are my brother Yang Wanshan's brother. If anyone in Tianzhou dares to disrespect you, it will be as though they are disrespecting me. Yang Wanshan, and I will ensure they find themselves in dire straits, the old master declared, turning to Yang Ling and his wife, urging, Quickly, do not you greet your little uncle. Yang Ling and his wife exchanged awkward glances with Chai Yun Wang before forcing smiles and saying, Hello, Uncle Han. The old master then directed his gaze toward Yang Yuga, Yang Tate, and Yang Yusin, saying, Come, you should also greet Grandfather Han. Yang Yuga and Yang Tate, though somewhat awkward, complied, while Yang Yusin, aware that Chai Yun Wang was of a similar age to herself, found it particularly embarrassing to refer to him as grandfather. The old master, noticing their reluctance, grew somewhat displeased, saying, What is the matter? Are my words no longer effective? Grandfather Han, I hope you will look after your grandson. Yang Yuga, in the future, Yang Yuga stated, having previously visited the auction square with his father and witnessed Chai Yun Wang's formidable martial prowess, thus expressing his wish for guidance. Grandfather Han, may you offer your support in the future. Yang Yuga echoed. Yang Tate and Yang Yusin reluctantly uttered a phrase. The old gentleman then joyfully raised his wine cup and said, Brother Han, I toast you a glass in gratitude for your healing of my granddaughter. Nay, also your granddaughter. Chai Yun Wang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet concealed behind a mask, no one could discern his discomfort. Witnessing the old gentleman's heartfelt hospitality, he dared not reveal the truth and, mustering his courage, replied, No, my dear elder, this cup should rightfully be raised by me in your honor. Indeed, indeed. The old gentleman gently clinked his cup against Chai Yun Wang's, and then drank it down in one swift motion. Chai Yun Wang too drained his cup in a single gulp. Subsequently, the old gentleman beckoned to his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, one by one, to raise their glasses in salute to Chai Yun Wang.